Chapter 1. The fusion begins with the Template of Jordan, starting in 2007. In a parallel universe, February 2007, Davidson College, a land of opportunity. Inside the gymnasium, the Wildcats are engaged in rigorous training, preparing for the madness of March. Bang, 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 bang. The players are drenched in sweat, exerting every ounce of energy to impress the coaching staff. Today marks the final day of the training camp. It will determine the roster for the Wildcats' journey in this year's NCAA tournament. On the sidelines, Coach McLop is admiring his prized product, Stephen Curry, showcasing his shooting skills. The one on the court with the cherubic face resembling that of a grade schooler. From a distance of 1 to 2 meters beyond the three-point line, he effortlessly sends the basketball through the hoop. Swish! This year, our starting shooting guard will undoubtedly be Steven, along with our primary center, Anthony Beasley. Wait, where's Lynn? Where did that kid go? The assistant coach is taking notes while McLop analyzes each player. Yet, he realizes someone is missing. The backup shooting guard, Lin Chung, is inexplicably absent. That kid, he's not late again, is he? Before long, the Lin that McLop referred to jogs into the gym. This certainly does not escape McLop's keen observation. Lin! His roar reverberates throughout the gymnasium. Several players pause their activities, amused by the spectacle. That kid probably knows he lacks the skills to make the roster, so he's slacking off. A player from Xi'an Nation can never make it to March Madness. Who knows what the coach is upset about? He's practically invisible on the team anyway. Lin Chung, feeling the pressure, approaches McLop. I'm sorry, coach. I encountered some issues on the way. There's only a 200-meter distance from the player dormitory to the gym, and you're a full half-hour late. Did you crawl here? Lin Cheng's excuse fails to appease McLop, only serving to further ignite the coach's temper. Ugh, forget it, just go. Disappointment is etched across McLop's face. If it weren't for Lin Cheng's exceptional static talent, he would have long since been dismissed from the team. Lin Chung, scratching his head, retreats to a corner of the gym. He hadn't lied, he truly did encounter some issues. He is no longer the Lin Chung of yore. In other words, he has traversed from the future into the body of this Lin Chung, an event that transpired merely half an hour ago. At least he has crossed over. Spending half an hour processing this live's memories shouldn't be considered excessive, right? Lin Chung, a native of Xi'an Nation, 19 years of age, standing at 1.98 meters, with a wingspan of 2.20 meters and weighing 85 kilograms. His family is well off, and he has harbored a passion for basketball since childhood. Thus, after graduating from high school, his family invested in sending him to Davidson College in the U.S. for his studies. A freshman and also a member of the college basketball team, the original Lin Chung thought he could dominate at Davidson College, a lesser-known NCAA institution. To his dismay, he couldn't even secure a starting position, averaging only 3 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound per game. Coupled with the team's grueling training regimen, Lin Chung quickly grew to resent the basketball team, frequently arriving late and slacking off during practice. Yet, he found it inconvenient to quit the team. His family had specifically invested in media coverage back home, boasting about his exploits in the NCAA. He was hailed by many as the next Xi'an Nation player to enter the NBA. Of course, fans are discerning. Those who have watched Davidson College play are well aware. Lin Chung is merely a water boy in the NCAA, let alone the NBA. He might not even make it in the domestic CBA. Initially, the newly traversed Lin Chung was not anxious, despite the original's bleak basketball prospects. After all, his family is wealthy. He could treat this as a rebirth into a life of privilege. Little did he expect that a golden opportunity would accompany his traversal, truly a golden partnership. Ding! NBA star fusion system activated, currently matching the best foundational template based on the host's static talent. Ding! Foundational template. Michael Jordan's physical attributes youth version. Ding! Additional fusion templates. Ray Allen's shooting, Chris Paul's playmaking, and Russell Westbrook's dunking. It took Lin Chung merely 5 minutes to digest the original memories. This extraordinary golden opportunity left him a full 25 minutes to regain his composure. His height and wingspan had already been touted back home as Lil Jordan. Now he has truly become a Jordan. Added to that the shooting of Gentleman Ray, the playmaking of the god of point guards, and the explosive dunks of the turtle. Forget the NCAA making it to the NBA as a superstar. Winning a few championships would be a mere formality. However, the prerequisite for entering the NBA is to participate in March Madness. In this event, which garners the attention of fans nationwide and NBA scouts alike, he must showcase his talents. Yet upon arriving at the gym, Lin Chung recognized how poor the original's image was in Coach McLop's eyes. Forget making it onto the March Madness roster. He was likely on the verge of being expelled from the basketball team. This was the hope of the original Lin Cheng, but not the current Lin Cheng's aspiration. Standing in a corner of the gym, Lin Cheng felt conflicted how to alter McLop's impression of him in just one day of training. Should he dash over and perform spectacular dunks? A tomahawk slam, a free throw line between the legs dunk, an impressive windmill, or a one-handed reverse jam? While pondering, a basketball soared towards him. Lin Cheng extended his right hand to catch it smoothly. "Lin, my bad, I misfired." Lin Cheng recognized the culprit, Stephen Curry. Compared to the Curry in his memories, the college version appears more youthful, lacking the bulk, with slender arms and legs. No wonder NBA scouts found it hard to believe this cherubic face could thrive amid the giants of the NBA. "Steven, how about a three-point shooting contest between us?" "A three-point contest?" Curry looked taken aback. "You want to compete with me in three-pointers?" Seemingly uncertain, Curry repeated the question. Lin Cheng nodded earnestly. Currently, Stephen Curry is not only the main scorer for Davidson College, but also a prized disciple in McLop's eyes. If he could win the three-point shootout against Curry, it would undoubtedly prompt McLop to reassess his abilities, though Curry would eventually shatter Ray Allen's three-point record. In the face of a young Curry, Lin Cheng is confident. "All right, sound good." Curry tilted his head in contemplation before agreeing, as he naturally finds it hard to refuse. "Do you want to go first, or should I?" "You go first." "Okay, the simplest rules. 2 corner shots, 2 wings, and the top of the arc, 5 attempts each, totaling 25 shots. With that, Curry wasted no time, taking the basketball to the corner and releasing it with precision. An exceptionally high shooting arc. Swish. It's a clean entry. Swish, swish, swish. Watching Curry, who resembles a precise shooting machine, hit consecutively, Lin Cheng couldn't help but admire. No wonder he is the future king of three-pointers. The man who would alter the league's landscape. Ultimately, Curry netted 21 shots, particularly achieving a perfect 10 for 10 from the 245-degree angles. "Your turn. Don't feel too pressured." Curry tossed the basketball to Lin Cheng, who took a deep breath and approached the corner. With no time constraints like in a three-point contest, Curry undoubtedly had more time to adjust. This is truly frightening. And this is just the Davidson College freshman version. As the players gathered around to watch Curry shoot, noticed Lin Cheng suddenly at the corner. They were bewildered. What is Lin doing? He can't be challenging Steven to a three-point contest, right? Am I seeing things? The star from Xian Nation is going to shoot against Steven? This kid's shooting percentage in games is barely 30 if he stands there shooting. He'll eat live if he makes even 10. The players' chatter was anything but quiet. Lin Cheng chose to ignore it, entering a state of complete concentration, fingers gripping the ball, feeling the rough leather texture of the basketball. In that moment, all Lin Cheng could see was the hoop, which appeared as wide as the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 2. Showcasing Talent in Training Camp. A three-point ability more terrifying than Kai's. Having acquired Ray Allen's shooting ability, Lin Cheng has perfectly mastered the textbook shooting form of Ray Allen. With a poised stance, he gathered his energy, swung his arms, leaped into the air, paused mid-flight, aimed, and flicked the ball with precision. The basketball traced a low arc through the air. Swish. The first shot, a clean net. Swish. Swish. Lin Cheng had completely immersed himself in a shooting rhythm. Beside him, Kai's brow furrowed gradually. Why does Lin Cheng's shooting form seem different yet oddly familiar? Wait a moment. Isn't that my Uncle Ray's shooting style? Ray Allen and Kai's father were close friends, and Curry had received shooting training from Ray Allen during his childhood. Initially, Curry had aspired to mimic Ray Allen's shooting technique, but it demanded exceptional core and lower body strength, requiring countless mechanical repetitions. After failing to replicate it, Curry gradually developed a shooting style that suited his own attributes. Now, witnessing Lin Cheng execute an identical shooting form to Ray Allen's left Curry astonished. While Curry was lost in thought, Lin Cheng had already completed his first 2 shots. 9 out of 10. The onlooking Wildcats players began to fidget. When did this star of Qianchaoguang become so accurate? Is he just lucky? This kid can't even hit free throws that well on a regular day. It's pure luck. It must be. The fear of one's own failures was indeed daunting. Yet observing the team's underachiever suddenly showcase a three-point display was even more disheartening. Also keeping an eye on Lin Cheng's shooting was McLop. Swish, swish, swish. How many has that kid made? McLop inquired of a watching player. Coach, he's hit 19 out of 20. What? McLop was taken aback. He memorized the training and game statistics of every player in the team. Lin Cheng's shooting percentage in games was merely 29, primarily relying on charging into the paint and bumping off defenders. He scraped by with points through sheer free throw ability. When did he acquire such a skill in three-point shooting? Has he taken some kind of miracle drug today? Or perhaps, This kid, while ostensibly slacking, has been quietly honing his craft in the shadows. McClop envisioned Lin Cheng practicing his shots under the moonlight at 4 in the morning. As Lin Cheng completed his final shot, watching the basketball swish through the net, he let out a long breath. 25 three-point attempts in a short span. Had it been before, he would have been panting from exhaustion. Today, he hadn't even broken a sweat. Not just in shooting. After merging the physical gifts of a young Jordan, he had transformed into a physical powerhouse. Stephen, I've triumphed 23 out of 25. Alas, I missed 2. Lin Cheng turned and smiled at Curry. Only then did he notice the eerie silence in the gym. Everyone was regarding him with peculiar expressions. Yes, you've won. Lin, you actually bested me. Curry's face was a mix of bitterness as he swallowed hard. Three-point shooting had always been his pride, yet today it had been eclipsed by Lin Cheng. How about another round? Lin Cheng caught the fiery gaze of McClop from afar, realizing he had successfully captured the head coach's attention. No, I need some time to reflect. Curry left with a forlorn expression, denying Lin Cheng the chance for further display. What a pity. Lin Cheng hadn't anticipated Curry to become a timid lizard. What are you all standing around for? Continue training, no slacking off. McClop bellowed, dispersing the onlooking players. Let's see you shoot a few more. McClop approached Lin Cheng directly. Lin Cheng suppressed his inner joy, nodding calmly on the surface. With a swift motion, he launched another crisp three-pointer. Another swish. 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 As long as McClop didn't call for a halt, Lin Cheng kept shooting. From the top of the arc, he consecutively sank 10 three-pointers. Coach, is that enough? Lin Cheng wiped the beads of sweat forming on his brow. McClop stared wide-eyed at Lin Cheng for a moment, then turned to a nearby player. Shalok, come here and defend Lin Cheng. He then glanced at an assistant coach. You passed the ball to Lin Cheng. Shalok, the Wildcats' backup power forward standing 2.03 meters tall, was the first to dub Lin Cheng the sarcastic nickname Qianchaoguang. Having just witnessed Lin Cheng's three-point exhibition, Shalok felt uneasy. Now he had the chance to dampen Lin Cheng's spirits, a golden opportunity. He approached Lin Cheng, not only to contest the shot, but also to deliberately impose some physical contact, crowding Lin Cheng's shooting space. Qianchaoguang, your divine shooting touch ends here. Lin Cheng responded with a smile. Regarding Shalok's attitude, Lin Cheng felt indifferent. After all, the previous version of himself had indeed been inept, often slacking off, and it was only natural to be looked down upon by teammates. Being respected would be the true anomaly. On the basketball court, skill speaks for itself. He would conquer everyone with his performance. Shalok found it strange that Lin Cheng didn't blush and retort as he usually would. Today, Lin Cheng seemed like a different person. However, Lin Cheng wouldn't indulge in more banter with Shalok. He received the basketball from the assistant coach, sinking into a triple threat stance. Then he leaped up. As Lin Cheng took off, Shalok jumped as well, extending his hand to disrupt Lin Cheng's shot. This kid's open three-point shooting was indeed uncanny, but he would deliver a block. Let this kid realize that a three-point shot in a game is vastly different from practice. Yet, Shalok felt despair. Despite leaping simultaneously with Lin Cheng and exerting all his strength, he couldn't even touch the basketball in Lin Cheng's hands. He was still a full 2 hand lengths away from the ball. Swish! Against Shalok's defense, Lin Cheng's three-pointer sailed effortlessly through the net once again. Upon landing, Lin Cheng chuckled. It feels just like an open three-pointer. Lin Cheng merely mused aloud, but those words struck Shalok as the utmost insult. Let's do it again. All right. This time, as Lin Cheng received the ball, he instantly leaped and released a shot. Shalok hadn't even registered what was happening, standing frozen in place, before hearing yet another swish from behind. How swift it is. Indeed, Ray Allen, as a legendary sharpshooter, is not only precise but also possesses a release speed that is remarkable, just 0 for seconds. From the moment he receives the ball to the instant he shoots, Lin Cheng requires a mere 0 for seconds. Does the coach wish to continue? Lin Cheng inquired of McLaughlin, who seemed lost in thought. No, that's unnecessary. Your three-point shooting has improved immensely. Proceed with your individual training, he replied. Today marks the final day of the training camp, and apart from the players' free practice, there will be organized drills for ball handling and one-on-one testing under the guidance of the assistant coach. This is, after all, a significant matter that will determine the roster for the upcoming madness in March. Observing Lin Cheng immersed in his training, McLaughlin could not help but ask his assistant. Could this young man truly have been concealing his abilities all along? Are we about to gain another Curry for our Wildcats team? The assistant maintained a composed demeanor. Sir, perhaps he is merely in exceptional form today. We shall see how he performs in ball handling and one-on-one drills shortly. Are you seriously considering adding this young man to the main roster? McLaughlin did not provide a definitive answer, merely nodding. You are correct. I am indeed astonished by his recent three-point performance. Let us observe further. Chapter 3. Successfully selected for the Madness and March roster in the subsequent training sessions. While adapting to his physical changes, Lin Cheng diligently showcased his talents. During the ball-handling drills, he epitomized Chris Paul's dribbling mastery. Not only was his ball control impeccable, but his dribbling speed was astonishing. Standing at 1.98 meters, the shooting guard outpaced the team's diminutive 1.85-meter point guard, Dick, by a significant margin. This kid must be on something today. During games, he lags in defense, yet he dribbles faster than Dick today? The Wildcats players were bewildered and struggled to accept the reality before them. The final exercise of the training camp was one-on-one matchups. Many players from the Wildcats were eager to draw Lin Cheng, as his performances in ball handling and shooting drills had elevated him to stardom within the gym. Engaging him in one-on-one confrontations would undoubtedly enhance their chances of securing a spot on the Madness in March roster. The rotation included guards Dick, Nelson, and Curry, all taking their turns. Bang! Lin Cheng delivered a resounding block to Dick, the kind that echoed throughout the court. Dick's hands trembled from the impact. How brutal! A player remarked, swallowing hard. Nelson was swiftly outmaneuvered by Lin Cheng's sudden change of direction. Immediately thereafter, as Lin Cheng penetrated the paint, he soared into the air and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. The rim trembled slightly, suggesting it was of considerable quality. Aside from Curry, who managed to score a few points through unexpected long-range shots, Dick and Nelson were thoroughly overwhelmed by Lin Cheng's prowess. Regrettably, there was no scrimmage today. After the one-on-one session concluded, Lin Cheng felt a tinge of disappointment. It ended too swiftly, and his opponents proved to be insufficiently challenging, preventing him from showcasing his full potential. The gaze of all players and coaching staff in the gymnasium towards Lin Cheng transformed dramatically. Today, he seemed like an entirely different individual. Lin Cheng, had he been masquerading as a simpleton to conceal his true abilities? It appeared he had indeed become a star of the Xian nation. I found it difficult to accept. The most elated among them was McLaughlin, who had initially recruited Lin Cheng for his exceptional talent. Standing at 1.98 meters with a wingspan of 2.20 meters, he possessed nearly perfect static attributes for a shooting guard. However, Lin Cheng's subsequent performances had gradually led to McLaughlin's disappointment. Not only did he falter on the court, but he also became synonymous with laziness off it. Witnessing Lin Cheng's performance today, the visions McLaughlin had once harbored began to materialize into reality. So, will you include him in the roster? McLaughlin was still somewhat rational amidst the assistant coach's probing questions. Before today, he had never contemplated bringing Lin Cheng to March Madness. Although his preconceived notions had begun to crumble, remnants still lingered. What if this was merely a fleeting moment? After all, this year represented Davidson College's most promising opportunity. The NCAA, the National Collegiate Athletic Association, organizes various sports leagues for over 1,000 universities annually, with the basketball league in the first half of the year and the football league in the latter half garnering the most attention. Every March, a basketball tournament featuring 4 regions and 17 teams competes for the championship title, commonly referred to as March Madness. Its popularity and influence on basketball rival that of the NBA. The Davidson Wildcats, situated in the Southern Division, had always been the smallest in scale and consistently ranked at the bottom, regarded as a clear underdog. Often, due to poor league performance, they were denied the chance to participate in March Madness. Moreover, since 1969, the Wildcats had never won a game in this prestigious tournament. This year, under Curry's leadership, the Wildcats secured the 15th seed, reclaiming their opportunity to participate in March Madness after many years. McLaughlin was uncertain whether Curry, the team's leading scorer in the Southern Division, would enter the NBA draft after this season. Without Curry, who knew how many years it would take for the Wildcats to return to March Madness. Therefore, while they did not dare to dream of a championship, they hoped to advance further this year and restore the Wildcats' reputation. Many external teams derided the Wildcats as mere kittens. During a coaching meeting, the assistant coach presented a tentative roster to McLaughlin. "This is the list we've prepared," he said. Why is one player missing? The last spot is for a backup guard. We have 3 candidates, Lin, Nelson, and Dick. The assistant glanced at McLaughlin before continuing. "We initially planned for Dick, but Lin overwhelmed him in today's one-on-one. However, Dick has consistently performed well prior to this, while Lin's earlier performances." McLaughlin suddenly understood. The assistant was prompting him to make the decision regarding whether to take Lin. I'll step outside for a smoke and ponder this further. Although it was merely a spot for a backup player, it still held significance. A substitute could indeed emerge as a surprising asset. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening as McLaughlin aimlessly smoked and wandered around the campus. Lin's performance today was indeed surprising, however. Dick's speed and ball-handling skills have been proven on the court. Perhaps we should opt for Dick, considering Lin is merely a freshman, and we can reassess next year. Thud. Thud thud. Thud thud thud. The sound of the ball bouncing captured the attention of McLaughlin. Following the noise, McLaughlin made his way to the outdoor court. There, on the court, a young boy tirelessly practiced his shooting. Lin Ching. McLaughlin, hiding to the side, was overwhelmed with emotions. He could truly sense that this young man had indeed transformed. Even at such a late hour, he was practicing basketball alone. It was the chill of spring, and the outdoor temperature was quite low. Typically, hardly anyone would be found playing outside, let alone at this hour. A coach? Lin Ching spotted McLaughlin in the distance and greeted him with a smile. Still practicing so late without a break? No wonder you always arrive late for training. Have you been working on your own? McLaughlin chided him, though a smile danced in his eyes. I'm feeling particularly excited today. I just can't sleep. Lin Ching spoke the truth, having just traversed realms. Who could find rest? This revelation settled in McLaughlin's ears as an unspoken understanding. The lad had been diligently striving all along. The final roster spot had found its answer in McLaughlin's mind. By the way, the team has decided to include you in the roster for the March Madness 64. Really? Indeed. The unexpected surge of joy took Lin Ching by surprise. Coach, did you come specifically to tell me this? I suppose so. How did you know I was here? McLaughlin's silence did not provoke further speculation from Lin Ching, who was already lost in visions of dominating the March Madness and showcasing his talents to NBA scouts. McLaughlin extinguished his cigarette and, as he departed, reminded Lin Ching to take care of himself. Get some rest. Health is vital, you rascal. Chapter 4. A Disparity in Strength. The Wildcats in dire straits. The atmosphere of March Madness arrived with an abruptness that felt almost surreal. It was as if, overnight, every student at Davidson College was engrossed in discussions about various teams and collegiate stars. If only our school could win the championship this year. Lin Ching overheard a female student lamenting as he passed the cafeteria, prompting a smile from him. If the Wildcats were indeed to claim the NCAA championship, it would be a historic achievement. March 1st swiftly approached. As the 15th seed, the Wildcats faced their first opponent in the 64-32 round, the second seed, Kansas State Jayhawks. The Wildcats were on enemy territory, the venue being the Allen Fieldhouse, home of Kansas State University. The arena had transformed into a sea of blue, filled with fervent home fans. In addition to the supporters, numerous NBA players and scouts had also graced the event with their presence. Lin Ching discovered numerous familiar faces. Today, Paul Pierce made a special appearance to support his alma mater during the inaugural game of March Madness. Furthermore, the media's cameras meticulously captured every corner of the arena. During the entrance showcase, the visiting Wildcats still received enthusiastic cheers from the University of Kansas fans. Stephen, Sherlock, Lin. As the home team took to the court, the fans raised their voices even higher, accompanied by the performance of the live band. The atmosphere within the entire arena reached its zenith. It is indeed the most electrifying college home court in the nation. Lin Ching marveled inwardly, waving his hand to bask in the audience's cheers, realizing that there were likely only a few who recognized him in the crowd. However, today, he vowed to etch his name in the memories of all. His heart raced with fervor. He yearned to commence the battle at this very moment, to unveil his talents before the thousands of eyes upon him. In contrast to Lin Ching's excitement, Coach McLaughlin wore a grave expression as he delivered final pre-game instructions to his players. The Wildcats were faced with dismal fortunes, going up against the traditional powerhouse of Kansas State University in the NCAA. This matchup was the reason for the considerable attention surrounding the game. No experts had favored the Wildcats, and despite having the South Region's scoring champion, Curry, they barely squeezed into the top 64, illustrating that the team relied solely on Curry's prowess. Listen up, boys. Just because our opponent is the second seed does not mean we are inferior. We have fought valiantly to reach this point, and we are not here to fall. The eyes of the world are upon us. Defeat them. Show all the fans across the globe that no one can underestimate the Wildcats or you. McLaughlin's motivational speech proved effective, igniting enthusiasm among the players, including Lin Ching. Regrettably, for this match, McLaughlin had not included Lin Ching in the starting lineup, relegating him to the bench as he awaited his opportunity. The starting lineup for the Wildcats featured George, Curry, Sherlock, Wade, and Anthony, while Kansas University fielded Gill, Jack, Dacey, Edwards, and Savage. Although Kansas did not showcase future NBA stars, each player was a formidable talent, particularly small forward Dacey, who averaged 19 points and 8 rebounds this season. Local media touted him as the next NBA player groomed by Kansas University. The game commenced, with Wildcats center Anthony securing possession for the first offensive play. George swiftly advanced with the ball, locating the open Curry, who launched a three-pointer and scored. The underdog Wildcats struck first. Yet, Kansas University remained unfazed by Curry's basket, responding with a calculated offensive maneuver, maintaining their formation. Unlike the Wildcats' fast-paced strategy centered around Curry, Kansas University opted for a more grounded approach. Kansas star player Dacey held the ball on the wing, facing Sherlock and methodically employing his triple threat stance. With the aid of a teammate's screen, he deftly penetrated the lane and executed a powerful dunk. This electrifying slam ignited the home crowd, proclaiming, "This is our court." The home commentary clearly favored Kansas University, erupting with excitement at Dacey's dunk. As the game progressed, the Wildcats found themselves increasingly subdued by Kansas University, who intensified their defensive efforts against Curry while relentlessly attacking Sherlock with Dacey's one-on-one plays. Unlike the NBA, NCAA games consist of 2 halves of 20 minutes each, with a 15-minute intermission. Approaching the midpoint of the first half, the Wildcats trailed by 7 points, on the verge of a double-digit deficit. Coach McLaughlin had no choice but to call a timeout to reassess their strategy and implement player rotations. Lin Xing looked eagerly at McLaughlin. Unfortunately, McLaughlin did not send him onto the field. Lin Xing was acutely aware that although he had been selected for the team's roster, in McClop's eyes, he was merely a substitute of substitutes. At least in the first round of rotations, he was not destined to take the court. After a brief period of adjustment, the Wildcats found themselves capable of countering the offensive onslaught from the University of Kansas. Curry rediscovered his shooting touch. In the final minute of the first half, he sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, helping the Wildcats stabilize the situation. As the first half concluded, the second-seeded University of Kansas found themselves with a comfortable 6-point lead, 41-35. However, against a team like the Wildcats, a mere 6-point advantage was far from satisfying for the fans present. Initially, I had anticipated that playing against the Wildcats would result in a blowout by halftime. That number 30 for the Wildcats is exceptionally accurate. I fear every time he takes a shot. Rest assured, in the second half, we shall gradually extend our lead, and it will be at least a double-digit advantage to secure the victory. The commentator lamented the overall lackluster performance of the Kansas players today, having missed several open shot opportunities. Hopefully, they will make the necessary adjustments in the second half. On the Wildcats side, Curry had impressively scored 15 points and provided 4 assists in the first half, single-handedly carrying the team against the formidable University of Kansas. However, his points were garnered through strenuous efforts, evading the tight defense of his opponents. At that moment, he was seated on the bench, gasping for breath. McClop's brow furrowed in concern. If this continued, once Curry's stamina was depleted, the team would be left without any trump cards to contend with Kansas. In a fleeting glance, McClop noticed Lin Cheng's hopeful expression and quickly averted his gaze. Now was the critical time to close the gap. The players currently on the court were performing steadily. The team still had a chance, McClop had to admit. The memories of Lin Cheng's performance in the training camp linger vividly in his mind. Yet sending him onto the court in such a critical match feels akin to a gamble, one that neither he nor the team can afford to lose. As the second half commences, the University of Kansas demonstrates a noticeable improvement in their shooting accuracy. Although Curry lands a few sudden three-pointers, Kansas consistently finds players who can respond effectively. Small forward Desi is particularly on fire, executing consecutive successful one-on-ones and relentlessly assaulting the Wildcats' defense. With Desi's 2-1 and the ensuing free throw, the score escalates to 60-49, granting Kansas an 11-point lead. At this juncture, only 9 minutes and 13 seconds remain in the match. For the NCAA's format, the Wildcats teeter precariously on the brink of elimination. Kansas has nearly established a decisive advantage. We observe that the Wildcat sharpshooter, Steven, is visibly exhausted. Reed's personal score reaches 22 points, transforming the match into a showcase of his prowess. As the game enters a timeout, many fans in attendance begin to celebrate what seems to be an impending victory. The faces of the Kansas players radiate with relaxed smiles, while the atmosphere on the Wildcats bench grows tense, with players gathered around McLaughlin, awaiting the coach's strategies and adjustments. Curry sits, continuing to catch his breath, his expression betraying a hint of resignation. Lin, prepare to take the court. McLaughlin finally resolves to make the call. Having been ready for this moment, Lin Xing removes his jacket, revealing his own number 7 jersey. The moment he has awaited has finally arrived. Chapter 5, From Obscurity to Prominence, Pass the ball to me. I will lead you to victory. Before stepping onto the court, Lin Xing gazes sincerely and confidently at his teammates. The expressions of the Wildcats players are a mix of emotions. Although Lin had astonished everyone on the final day of the training camp, their perceptions of him remain largely anchored in memories of merely stepping onto the court during garbage time to take a couple of free throws. Yet, in this dire situation, Lin Xing's confidence resonated with every player present. Come on, channel that shooting touch you had when you competed against me in three-pointers, Curry remarked with a smile, giving Lin Xing a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Meanwhile, the coaching staff from the University of Kansas had also taken note of Lin Xing's entrance. Prior to the match, they had conducted thorough research and analysis on the Wildcats team. Lin Xing has always been the last resort for the Wildcats, a mere utility player. In such a tense match, it is surprising that he has been sent onto the court. Has McLaughlin given up? Although this young man possesses commendable physical attributes, his fundamental skills are utterly lacking. Both offensively and defensively, he is akin to the bottom tier of the NCAA. Indeed, the Wildcats seem to have no one left. Aside from Curry, can they not even find a decent substitute? The coaching staff appears relaxed, relaying information and statistics about Lin Xing to their players. The Kansas players, who initially felt some pressure, suddenly find themselves at ease. At first glance, Lin Xing, standing nearly 2 meters tall with a formidable wingspan and a strikingly handsome face reminiscent of Eastern charm, indeed possesses the semblance of a star player. Yet, he turns out to be a paper tiger. The home crowd buzzes with speculation regarding Lin Xing's appearance, a rare Asian face. Could this be the Wildcats' trump card? He seems quite capable, but I have faith in Desi. Unless the Wildcats can bring in another Curry, victory surely belongs to us, Kansas. Upon entering the game, Lin Xing proactively sought out Sherlock to match up against Desi. Let us switch. I'll take him, Lin Xing asserted, and Sherlock willingly relinquished his position. Since the game's inception, Desi had been relentlessly targeting Sherlock, leaving him overwhelmed. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare provoke me, Desi remarked with surprise as Lin Xing approached. His response was not mere words, but the solid presence of his body, exerting a tremendous force of resistance. Desi was momentarily taken aback. This kid is quite strong in terms of physical confrontation, huh? The game continued. Wildcats point guard George received the inbound pass and advanced to the front court, directing his teammates to execute their running plays. The outstanding Curry has always been a primary defensive focus for Kansas University. Whenever Curry positions himself beyond the three-point line to receive the ball, 2 players immediately converge to double-team him. Faced with the combined defense of 2 towering players, Curry found himself with no room to shoot. Fortunately, he managed to barely pass the ball out. The NCAA's offensive possession lasts 35 seconds, granting the Wildcats another opportunity to orchestrate their next attack. Lin Xing firmly positioned himself on the wing, obstructing Desi while reaching out for the ball. George, orchestrating from the top of the arc, cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xing before resuming his search for an opportunity to pass to Curry. Clearly, George had yet to place much trust in Lin Xing. Lin Xing felt a sense of urgency. No matter how exceptional he was, what good would it do if he couldn't receive the ball? Curry once again caught a pass from his teammate, this time gaining a brief opportunity to shoot. As he took his three-point shot, the hearts of the fans in the arena hung in suspense. His three-point prowess had left a profound impression on everyone present. Unfortunately, this time, Lady Luck did not favor Curry. Clang! The basketball struck the rim and flew away. At that moment, the interior had been firmly dominated by the players of the University of Kansas. The Wildcats players abandoned the pursuit of the rebound, preparing to fall back for a fast break. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, leaping high into the air. With an elegant grace reminiscent of a moo catcher, he snatched the rebound from the hands of 3 Kansas players. It was none other than Lin Xing. Since his teammates were not passing him the ball, he decided to seize it himself. Without wasting a moment, Lin Xing grabbed the rebound, but the surrounding Kansas players quickly converged on him, forming a double team in the paint while simultaneously cutting off Lin Xing's passing lanes. In the moment following Lin Xing's release of the ball, he skillfully maneuvered through the formidable double team from Kansas with sheer tenacity. He executed a swift layup. At that instant, the Kansas center, Savage, hastily leaped to raise his hands in defense, only to realize Lin Xing leapt so high that he could scarcely reach the ball. He had no choice but to alter his strategy, attempting to touch Lin Cheng's arm with his palm, resorting to a foul to obstruct Lin Cheng's layup. As the whistle pierced the air, Savage was astounded to witness Lin Cheng, despite his foul, deftly depositing the basketball into the hoop. Moreover, he inadvertently gifted a free throw, a splendid second-chance opportunity, just as he entered the game. Lin. Yes, it was Lin. He enabled the Wildcats to seize a chance for a three-point play. The commentator was equally taken aback by Lin Cheng's layup, swiftly rifling through the Wildcats roster to find Lin Cheng's name. "You saved my miss." Curry promptly sought out Lin Cheng, exchanging a celebratory high-five with him. Lin Cheng responded with a smile. As Lin Cheng's free throw swished through the net, the score read 60-52, narrowing the gap to a single digit for the Wildcats. Desi, matched up against Lin Cheng, frustratedly tapped his head, realizing too late that he had become overly relaxed at the moment Curry missed his shot. He had not anticipated that Lin Cheng would leap for the rebound. However, his speed was astonishing. One moment he was beyond the three-point line, and the next he soared into the air. Despite the score reverting to a single-digit margin, the players from the University of Kansas remained confident. They believed that if they could score in the upcoming offensive possession, the lead could be restored to a secure double-digit advantage. During the offensive possession for Kansas, just as Lin Cheng had anticipated, the basketball swiftly found its way into Desi's hands after crossing half-court. With an air of confidence, Desi signaled for his teammates to create space and initiated an attack from the wing. Lin Cheng lowered his center of gravity, extending his arms wide, fully immersed in concentration. Upon witnessing Lin Cheng's formidable wingspan of 220 meters, Dixie momentarily froze. This young man's defensive stance was decidedly impressive. Dixie initiated his rhythmic dribbling, confident in his ball-handling skills, convinced he could create an opportunity for a breakthrough. Yet, he soon realized that before him stood Lin Cheng, immovable as a mountain. Time was slipping away in the offensive play. With a determined resolve, Dixie decided to launch a forceful drive from Lin Cheng's side, propelling himself forward with a swift step. Crack! The moment Dixie made his move, Lin Cheng deftly snatched the basketball from Deshi's grasp. Without hesitation, he seized the ball and launched into a rapid acceleration. Lin Cheng's steal took all Kansas players by surprise. Coupled with his astonishing speed, the front court was utterly unguarded. Subsequently, Lin Cheng halted abruptly beyond the three-point arc. With a deft motion, he executed a jump shot, wrist flicking, releasing the ball with precision. This moment captivated the attention of everyone present. Swish! It went in. A three-pointer scored. The score stood at 60-55. Since entering the game, Lin Cheng had amassed 5 points in less than a minute. The entire Kansas home crowd fell silent. Chapter 6. A dunk from the free throw line, executed with a deft under-the-leg maneuver. The home fans were subdued, while the Wildcats bench erupted with exuberance. The substitute players leapt from their seats, wildly waving their towels. McLaughlin clenched his fists, roaring with excitement, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Hope. Lin Cheng's three-pointer rekindled the hope of victory. Yes, Lin, he single-handedly orchestrated this counterattack three-pointer. A steal, a fast break, and a sudden stop to release the shot. A flawless sequence. My heavens, could Lin become the savior of the Wildcats tonight? The commentator's use of the word savior sent a shiver down the spine of many home fans. The Kansas coaching staff rose from their seats. Has this summer athlete truly unleashed his potential? Desi's carelessness was astonishing. How could he be so easily stripped of the ball? Should a timeout be called? Let us observe further. Curry exchanged a high five with Lin Cheng, who was preparing to return on defense, and winked. Lin, I'm beginning to believe that your performance at the training camp was not merely a fleeting stroke of luck. Lin Cheng remained noncommittal. The match continued, and the players from the University of Kansas were taken aback by Lin Cheng's sudden outburst. They slowed their offensive tempo, persistently maneuvering through off-ball movements and passing, in search of vulnerabilities and errors within the Wildcats' defense. Lin Cheng tightly restrained Desi in this round, denying him any opportunity to connect with the ball. Desi found himself uncomfortable under Lin Cheng's relentless defense, as if a colossal hand were gripping his throat, suffocating him. This kid, is he not just a mere substitute, the very embodiment of a benchwarmer? Why does he evoke a sensation so contrary to what the coaching staff had described? Nevertheless, the University of Kansas boasts more than just Desi. Soon enough, they uncovered an opportunity, utilizing a screen to create a mid-range open shot for the power forward, Edwards, stationed at the baseline. As the shot clock signaled the end of the possession, Edwards successfully executed his shot. The ball struck the backboard and ricocheted into the hoop. 62-55. For the University of Kansas, this was a critically essential score to stem the bleeding, allowing many home fans to breathe a sigh of relief. If only temporarily. Desi cheered for his teammate's basket, casting a provocative glance at Lin Xing. No matter how well you defend, you cannot halt our scoring at Kansas. Be quiet. You are truly too loud, were Lin Xing's first words to Desi, and they would also be his last. Lin Xing had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with a player who had little chance of entering the NBA. Desi felt quite disgruntled. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to show Lin Xing a thing or two on the defensive end. During the Wildcats' offensive possession, George dribbled the ball into the front court. Once again, Lin Xing positioned himself to block Desi's path, reaching out for the ball. Observing that Curry was being closely guarded, George recalled Lin Xing's recent 5-point streak and passed the basketball to him. Lin Xing turned his back, holding the ball, with his shoulder pressing against Desi's chest. Back to the basket play is a rarity on NCAA courts. It is an exceedingly challenging technique, often only seen among the most skilled scorers in the NBA. Yet, Lin Xing firmly gripped the ball. Then, with a subtle shoulder shimmy and leveraging his core strength, he created space for himself. Suddenly, he executed a swift spin and broke through, leaving Desi trailing behind. In that moment, Desi felt a surge of panic, as Lin Xing's explosive move caught him completely off guard, leaving him no chance to grasp hold of him. The Kansas players displayed remarkable discipline. As Jack witnessed Lin Xing bypassing Desi, he dashed forward to provide support, positioning himself in Lin Xing's path. However, Lin Xing swiftly lowered his center of gravity and made a sharp change of direction, successfully unsettling Jack's balance. Jack wobbled, nearly losing his footing. Yet, Lin Xing's performance was far from over. He pulled back, stepped away, and unleashed a mid-range jumper. His shooting form was reminiscent of Ray Allen, embodying an elegant grace. The arc of the low-flying shot culminated in a flawless display of Lin Xing's individual offensive prowess. Swish. The score stood at 62-57. Lin Xing entered the game and swiftly scored 7 consecutive points. With the divine ball-handling prowess of Chris Paul, these NCAA-caliber players appeared as mere toys before Lin. Desi was deftly surpassed by Lin, culminating in a score that embodied heroism. This scene unfolded repeatedly during the first half, though Desi was the protagonist at that time. Such is the madness of March, one can never predict which player will suddenly emerge as a hero. The commentator's words resonated powerfully, silencing the home crowd significantly. The Wildcats' number 7 exerted immense pressure on the University of Kansas. In the next offensive play, Kansas point guard, Gill, committed a turnover, inadvertently passing the ball into Curry's hands. With the ball in hand, Curry surged forward, initiating a counterattack alongside his teammates. The hastily retreating Kansas players soon spotted a figure racing ahead of them all. Number 7. It was number 7. Stephen. Lin Xing raised his hand and shouted, while Curry tossed the basketball into the air. It was a long pass that soared over the heads of 3 or 4 Kansas players, the quality of which was rather mediocre. Nevertheless, Lin Xing successfully plucked the ball from the air. Then, he soared upwards. Indeed, Lin Xing stepped just a foot inside the free throw line, leaping with remarkable agility, soaring towards the rim. At that moment, time appeared to slow down. The extraordinary hang time, reminiscent of a young Michael Jordan's athleticism, allowed Lin Xing to elegantly execute a between-the-legs switch mid-air. Bam! The rim reverberated with an explosive sound, a stunning between-the-legs dunk from just inside the free throw line. 62-59. Oh my good. The commentator's voice was nearly shattered from the intensity of the moment. The Kansas fans in the stands sat in stunned silence, their mouths agape, experiencing a seismic shock to their senses. Many students from Kansas momentarily forgot their allegiance, fervently cheering for this spectacular dunk. The quality of this dunk was such that it could easily clinch a title in the NBA Slam Dunk Contest, let alone in the current NCAA game. Executed by a collegiate athlete. Several scouts from the NBA felt fortunate to be present at this remarkable event. Damn, the Wildcats have been harboring such a prodigy. We almost overlooked a genius. Moreover, he possesses not only the ability to dunk but also exceptional ball handling and shooting skills. He is indeed an NBA-caliber player. The Wildcats players momentarily forgot they were still trailing, celebrating wildly as if they had just secured the NCAA championship. Curry looked on enviously at Lin Xing, reflecting. That moment was nothing short of a childhood dream. Lin, just how much talent do you possess? Lin Xing touched his nose, clearly captivated by the allure of dunks, earning himself the moniker of Golden State Levine in the future. Chapter 7. Miracles unfold in March Madness. Upsetting Kansas, the coaching staff of the University of Kansas could no longer remain composed and hastily called for a timeout. If Lin Xing continued to play like this, the Wildcats might very well turn the tables today. Upon returning to the bench, it was Dixi who first faced the brunt of the criticism. His defensive focus was lacking, often being outmaneuvered by his opponent, placing immense pressure on his teammates to cover for him. Dixi felt a deep frustration. He had been exerting considerable effort in defense yet struggled to keep pace with Lin Xing's swift movements. He could only resort to excuses, attributing his struggles to Lin Xing's abundant energy upon entering the game. It was all too easy to deceive oneself with such thoughts. And Dixi internally rationalized his shortcomings as a matter of endurance. Having been on the court for so long, it was only natural that he couldn't match Lin Xing's agility. However, the coaching staff was not so naive. They recognized that today's Lin Xing was a stark contrast to the one depicted in their analytical data, while shooting could sometimes be masked. The recent soaring dunk was an unequivocal display of physical prowess. To secure today's victory, they needed to impose restrictions on Lin Xing, just as they would against Stephen Curry. Let us maintain our offensive rhythm. We must adjust our defensive strategy, the head coach of Kansas proclaimed, pulling out the tactical board to swiftly elucidate the new defensive plan to the players. Steady yourselves. We are the second seed, the stronger team. Victory shall be ours. On the Wildcats' side, the lethargy of the halftime break was utterly absent. Many players were fervently discussing Lin Xing's recent dunk. Most importantly, they could see a glimmer of hope for victory. At halftime, they trailed by 11 points, yet now, they were only 3 points behind and had even forced a timeout from Kansas. All of this was thanks to Lin Xing. Lin, confess honestly. Were you feigning weakness all along? I apologize for my previous ignorance. You played like Jordan today, Lin. Let us go, brothers. We are going to shock everyone and defeat the second seed. Lin Xing maintained a composed demeanor, swiftly adapting to the drastic change in his teammates' attitudes. Such is the nature of the court, where prowess dictates respect. Moreover, in pursuit of more opportunities to showcase his talents, he resolved to lead the Wildcats to victory in today's match, ensuring their advancement into the top 32. Mike Klopp exhibited a look of pride akin to that of a parent witnessing their child's maturation. He had never anticipated that, amidst the fervor of March Madness, he would depend on the once unremarkable disciple he had once deemed lacking. Remarkably, Lin was merely a freshman, and his recent dunk had already revealed the extraordinary physical gifts he possessed. Even if Curry opted to enter the NBA draft after this year, the potential of Lin was undeniable. Lin is poised to continue carrying the banner for the Wildcats, or perhaps even directly nurture 2 NBA players under his guidance. McLaughlin dared not indulge in the fanciful vision any longer. The present game is of utmost importance. Lin has secured us an opportunity for victory, and we must all exert every effort to seize this win. As the timeout concluded, McLaughlin tirelessly continued to motivate the players. The game resumed. One could discern a shift in the mindset of the Kansas players from the solemn expressions on their faces. Desi, now beside Lin Xing, ceased any further idle chatter. Lin Xing recalled a saying from his past life: "You must be drenched in sweat, my brother." The University of Kansas had adopted a more aggressive style of play. The players were frantically running, evading, and seeking opportunities to receive the ball. They were in dire need of points to regain control of the game. While passion was essential on the court, composure was even more crucial. Positioned along the baseline, Edward executed a backdoor cut, creating an opening and anxiously waved for the ball. Jack hurled the basketball toward him, but the trajectory of the pass was perilously risky. Lin Xing astutely anticipated Jack's intention and intercepted the ball midair. He directed it toward his teammate. The abruptly intercepted basketball threw the court into disarray as players from both teams lunged for possession, tumbling to the floor. Ultimately, Curry emerged with the ball, cradling it in his arms. A blunder. The University of Kansas had faltered yet again. They were compelled to retreat in disappointment, relinquishing possession. Holding the ball, Curry noticed that Kansas had given up the chase, prompting him to pass the basketball to the point guard, George. Meanwhile, Lin Xing had already surged forward to position himself in the front court, while Desi applied tight defense. Lin Xing, however, was undeterred. He boldly reached out to seize the ball. This time, George delivered it with unwavering decisiveness, and the basketball landed firmly in Lin Xing's grasp. Simultaneously, Kansas University's guard, Jack, arrived at Lin Xing's side. A double team upon receiving the pass? Lin Xing did not anticipate that he would swiftly receive such special treatment. It appears that the coaching staff at the University of Kansas is not without merit and possesses a discerning eye. While Desi and Jack relentlessly pressed him in a double team, they continuously reached out to exert pressure on Lin Xing, employing physical contact to intensify the confrontation and obstruct his passing lanes. However, The efforts of these two NCAA-level players proved to be child's play for Lin Cheng, who possessed the organizational prowess akin to that of Chris Paul. Lin Cheng's basketball vision enveloped the entire court. He deftly maneuvered the ball through the legs of Desi, sending it soaring off the ground. Escaping the confines of the double team, it flew towards Curry, who was stationed at the wing. Moreover, this presented an opportunity for an open three-pointer. Kansas, captivated by Lin Cheng's presence, had nearly forgotten that the Wildcats boasted such a remarkable sharpshooter. Curry seized this pivotal chance for an unguarded three-pointer, releasing the ball with swift precision. Swish. This shot struck like a sword. The score stood at 62-62. A three-pointer from Steven. The Wildcats had finally leveled the score with the University of Kansas since the beginning of the match. Kansas, focusing its defense on Lin, had left Steven wide open, revealing a significant defensive flaw. With both teams tied, it felt as though they had returned to the starting line. However, the University of Kansas seemed to be struggling to maintain their momentum. Their initial lead had stemmed from the fact that the Wildcats had only Curry. Now, with Lin Cheng joining the fray, the dynamics had shifted. The game pressed on. The atmosphere in the Kansas arena grew increasingly subdued, as Lin Cheng's defensive prowess allowed Curry to resume his dazzling performance. Whenever Lin Cheng found himself double-teamed or heavily guarded, Lin Cheng consistently delivered the ball with precision into Curry's hands. A behind-the-back pass while soaring for a layup, an unexpected bounce pass, a meticulously executed assist following a break. Kansas's defense was utterly dismantled by Lin Cheng. As the final whistle echoed through the arena, the Wildcats surged ahead with a 7-point lead. An upset. This is unequivocally an upset. The Wildcats have demonstrated to us the essence of resilience, the embodiment of a miracle. As the 15th seed, they triumphed over the 2nd seed, Kansas. This is March Madness. This is the reason for our fervor. Chapter 8. The true essence of a superstar. The Wildcats players and coaching staff rushed onto the court, surrounding Lin Cheng and Curry in jubilant celebration of their victory. The media at the sidelines incessantly clicked their shutters. Snap, 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 capturing this moment on the court. Let us extend our congratulations to the Davidson College Wildcats for their remarkable victory over the University of Kansas, advancing to the round of 32. Undoubtedly, all spectators will remember Lin, number 7 of the Wildcats. He delivered a performance reminiscent of personal heroism, with 15 points, 5 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks in just 9 minutes and 13 seconds of playtime. Of course, we must also highlight Stephen Curry of the Wildcats, who amassed 25 points, sinking 6 of 8 three-point attempts, rightfully earning the title of scoring king in the South region. Lin and Curry shine like twin stars for the Wildcats. We eagerly anticipate their continued miraculous performances in the upcoming matches. The commentators were captivated by the brilliance of today's game, while the Kansas supporters in the stands felt despondent, helplessly watching the Wildcats celebrate on their home turf. Nevertheless, many home fans offered cheers and applause for the Wildcats, including the players from the University of Kansas, who, under the coach's direction, approached their opponents to embrace and extend their well wishes. This scene exemplified the grace of Kansas University as a basketball powerhouse, embodying the purity of competition in the NCAA arena. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why March Madness attracts countless fans. For the players of Kansas University, this will remain one of the regrets of their lives, falling to a 15th seed. Conversely, the Wildcats now have the opportunity to forge their own legendary narratives. The Kansas head coach, somewhat ruefully, grasped McLaughlin's hand. "Old Mac, I never imagined you would conceal such a secret weapon so deeply. 2 NBA prospects on one team, how enviable." McLaughlin remained noncommittal. "Of course, without some secrets, how could we possibly defeat you?" As the coaches and players interacted, the media raised their cameras, ready to interview the players. Lin Cheng was indeed encircled by a throng. "Lin, your talent is astonishing. Will you consider entering the NBA draft?" "Yes, I will contemplate it. Entering the NBA has always been my dream," Lin Cheng candidly responded to the media's inquiries. On the court, he aimed to showcase his prowess while simultaneously generating buzz for himself, thereby attracting the attention of NBA teams and scouts. However, Coach McLaughlin did not afford Lin Cheng the opportunity to continue answering media questions. After a brief celebration, he ushered the players back to the locker room. "Today's victory belongs to all of you. Yet, the journey of March Madness has only just begun. Do not let a single victory cloud your judgment. We shall remain unsatisfied." McLaughlin was undoubtedly clear-headed, swiftly recognizing the team's numerous shortcomings and the formidable opponents they would soon face, rivals no less challenging than the University of Kansas. Pride and arrogance had historically caused many NCAA-favored teams to stumble at the feet of their adversaries. Immediately following the game, the Wildcats returned to their temporarily rented venue to analyze the day's match. Only after the review were the players granted permission by McLaughlin to rest. The schedule for NCAA's March Madness is exceedingly tight. Each round leaves the advancing teams with merely a day of respite. On this day, McLaughlin opted not to schedule practice, instead granting the players a day off. However, to avert unforeseen circumstances, the players were confined to relaxing within the hotel, unable even to venture outside for a game. For Lin Xing, who hailed from the future, this was somewhat torturous. It was 2007, and the hotel lacked computers, with mobile phones still in the Nokia era. There were no short videos or games. He could only peruse text forums and news articles through the mobile internet. Sharing a room with Lin Xing was Stephen Curry. In stark contrast to Lin Xing's ennui, Curry was chuckling heartily while engrossed in his phone. "What are you up to, Stephen? You seem so amused." "I'm chatting with Aisha." Lin Xing felt the harsh blow of being single. Aisha has been Curry's girlfriend since high school and is destined to be his future wife. "Lin, with your handsome appearance, you must be quite popular with the ladies. Don't you have a partner?" The blow was overwhelming. "I do not. Entering the NBA is my current aspiration. Women would only hinder my progress. I believe you have the potential to enter the NBA as well. That is my goal too." "Lin, when do you plan to enter the draft? Next year or the year after?" Lin Xing yearned to respond this year. With his current talent, competing in the NCAA for a year seemed nothing short of a squander. Vanquishing these fledgling players held little allure. It was far more exhilarating to challenge the superstars of the NBA. The present NBA landscape could be likened to a chaotic battlefield, where deities clashed in magnificent displays of skill. Not only were legends like the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant, the King, LeBron James, the Big Fundamental, Tim Duncan, the Diesel, Shaquille O'Neal, the Flash, Dwayne Wade, the Great Wall, Yao Ming, and the Big Ticket, Kevin Garnett, iconic figures of the past. But numerous active stars also commanded anticipation. The Answer, Allen Iverson, DeMelo, Carmelo Anthony, the Point God, Steve Nash, the Silver Bullet, Tracy McGrady, the UFO, Vince Carter, the Tank, Dirk Nowitzki, the Little Emperor, Amare Stoudemire, and the Beast, Dwight Howard. The mere thought of facing off against these titans sent Lin Xing's blood racing. Turning his gaze to the elementary school student who was grinning foolishly while clutching his phone, he couldn't help but scoff. "Look at you, completely ensnared by a woman. You hardly exude the aura of a superstar." Curry, bewildered, replied, "What superstar? When did I become a superstar?" The superstar of the Wildcats," Lin Xing retorted. At long last, the dull day drew to a close. The Wildcats had now encountered their second-round adversary, the storied powerhouse, the University of North Carolina. As one of the most renowned institutions in the NCAA, countless NBA stars have emerged from North Carolina. The GOAT, Michael Jordan, the Cobra, James Worthy, the Airman, Vince Carter, the Big Ben, Ben Wallace, and Brandon Haywood. Media outlets had proclaimed that if the stars of North Carolina were to form a team, they could easily forge a dynasty. This alone attested to North Carolina's rich basketball heritage. However, this year's Tar Heels lacked familiar stars to Lin Xing. It could perhaps be deemed their weakest year yet. Nonetheless, they were still seeded fifth. The Wildcats, having recently triumphed over the University of Kansas, had become the darling of the media. There is a universal affection for underdog stories. For those who rise against the odds, the attendance of media and NBA scouts for this match was notably higher, drawing increased attention. Lin Xing was directly appointed by McLaughlin as a starter, forming a backcourt duo alongside Curry. It wasn't too long after the match commenced. Lin Xing executed a forceful steal, seizing possession of the ball and emphatically slamming it through the hoop, crashing it down upon the North Carolina center. This electrifying moment ignited the entire arena, showcasing Lin's thunderous dunk. Oh my, this remarkable dark horse has presented the spectators with a formidable appetizer. Chapter 9, the next NBA star from summer will following Yao. In the first half, the Wildcats utterly dismantled North Carolina's defense. This iteration of North Carolina lacked star players, possessing no scoring threats capable of rivaling Lin Xing. Moreover, the Wildcats boasted a phenomenal long-range shooter in Stephen Curry. The score stood at 43-27, with a commanding 16-point lead at halftime. Lin Xing's remarkable three-point shot has already secured him 18 points by halftime. Despair is evident on the faces of the North Carolina players and coaching staff. However, the crowd is in a frenzy, captivated by this airborne sensation with golden skin. Lin, 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 resonates through the arena every time Lin Xing scores, as many fans join in unison to cheer him on. Lin Cheng's brutal playing style has captivated many fans. He prefers a thunderous dunk over a layup and opts for a direct confrontation rather than passing the ball. In the presence of Lin Cheng, the defenders from North Carolina seem to regress to the level of elementary school players, utterly incapable of thwarting his movements within the paint. During halftime, NBA scouts have commenced discussions regarding Lin Cheng's potential draft position. Should this young talent enter the draft this year? He would undoubtedly emerge as one of the surprises of the 2007 NBA draft, although the sample size of his performance is limited. He undeniably exhibits the talent indicative of a first-round pick. His static attributes as a shooting guard are nearly flawless. However, he should not be confined to that role alone, for he possesses exceptional dribbling, passing skills, and defensive capabilities. I perceive within him the potential to become an elite defender. Perhaps I should persuade the general manager to trade for a pick in the 15 to 30 range to select him. A position within the 15 to 30 range already signifies a first-round draft pick in the NBA draft. In merely 1.5 games, Lin Cheng has garnered such high expectations and attention. Many promising players, who have been scouted from high school to college, struggle to achieve such favorable draft predictions. Not long ago, he was merely an unnoticed presence on the NCAA sidelines. Of course, a projected range of 15 to 30 is far from Lin Cheng's ambition. He considers even ordinary lottery picks beneath his aspirations. He will continue to showcase his talents and deliver captivating performances. The outcome of the match was never in doubt, as the Wildcats concluded the game with a commanding 20-point lead. Lin Cheng scored an impressive 25 points, along with 7 assists, 3 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Had the game not been decided early on, McLaughlin would have signaled for his teammates to seize the opportunity and refine their skills, and Lin Cheng might have achieved 35 points or more. The Wildcats effortlessly triumphed over the prestigious North Carolina, advancing to the Sweet 16. This outcome has already surpassed McLaughlin's most optimistic expectations prior to the commencement of March Madness. However, now McLaughlin begins to dream. At this pace, perhaps the Wildcats have a chance to seize the championship and forge a true legacy. They may be merely a 15 seed, yet they stand among the Sweet 16. Congratulations to the Wildcats. NBCC television heralds the emergence of a supernova, Lin Cheng, whom all NBA teams should now take heed of. Washington Sports proclaims the unstoppable giant of the Summer Kingdom, the next star after Yao in the NBA. North Carolina Basketball News celebrates the twin stars of the Wildcats shining in March Madness, a source of pride for all at Davidson College. The official Davidson website reports that all basketball-related media outlets within the realm are promptly disseminating news about Lin Cheng and the Wildcats following the game. If Lin Cheng had previously entered the media spotlight, his overwhelming victory against North Carolina has now propelled him into the limelight, garnering extensive acclaim from both media and fans. From an obscure player to one of great renown, this is the story cherished by fans. Naturally, domestic media that has covered Lin Cheng will not let this opportunity slip by. Although NCAA games are not broadcast in the country, that does not hinder the media from compiling highlights of Lin Cheng's performances and sharing them online. When domestic fans witness their compatriot charging through the NCAA courts in the United States, they instantly remember Lin Cheng's name and begin to follow him fervently. Unlike Lin Cheng's promising future, the Summer Kingdom currently boasts no player capable of competing in the NBA. In those times, Yu Ming, as an NBA All-Star, instilled confidence and pride in countless countrymen. Basketball enthusiasts in the domestic sphere engage in discussions about every facet of Lin Cheng's journey. Lin Cheng's previous performances on the NCAA stage have come under scrutiny. Once merely a peripheral player, often likened to a water cooler fixture, the stark contrast in his journey has endeared him even more to fans. This young man, through sheer determination, has steadily established his presence in the NCAA, a commendable feat. The sudden surge of external attention is palpable for Lin Cheng. On his day off, numerous domestic and international media outlets reached out to him. It remains a mystery how they acquired his contact information. They expressed a desire for exclusive interviews. After Lin Cheng declined, they settled for a phone interview instead. His phone was inundated with messages as well. Ding, ding, ding. As long as his phone remained on, it incessantly chimed. With only one day of respite, Lin Cheng recognized the multitude of interview opportunities awaiting him post-March Madness. Ultimately, he opted to turn off his phone in search of tranquility. Yet, without his device, his day off became increasingly mundane. After consulting with McLaughlin, Lin Cheng was granted permission to venture out shopping. However, shortly after stepping outside, he regretted his decision. He had forgotten to disguise himself. Given the current fervor of American fans following the NCAA, Linxing's likeness had been widely circulated by the media. As a young man from Summer Nation traversing the streets of the United States, he inevitably drew attention. Many passers-by quickly recognized him. Lin. Are you Lin? I watched your NCAA games. You were phenomenal. May I have your autograph? You look familiar, bro. Oh my god. It's Lin. Lin the phenomenon. Linxing. I never anticipated that I would inadvertently usurp Jeremy Lin's nickname. In addition to the passers-by requesting autographs and photographs, several women of African and Caucasian descent approached Linxing, soliciting his contact information. After he politely declined their requests, they insisted on writing their own contact details on cards and forcibly slipped them into Linxing's pockets. Linxing has begun to comprehend why NBA stars often have a few illegitimate children. With the constant influx of free, alluring services, who could resist? Moreover, he is merely an NCAA player. However, Linxing remained steadfast. Upon returning to his hotel, he discarded the little cards into the trash. These women are merely captivated by his physique and handsome appearance, or perhaps by the promise of his bright future. To become entangled with them is to invite unnecessary complications. The small card discarded by Linxing in the trash has caught the attention of Du Curry. Lin, who would have thought that we are kindred spirits? Linxing understood that Curry was also a person of integrity, who resisted the temptations from the outside world. No, we are different. You have Aisha. Why do I sense a heavy resentment in your words? I do not. Linxing ceased to engage with the elementary school students and turned his attention to the video footage of the upcoming opponent. In the round of 16, they were set to confront a formidable adversary, the University of Texas, bolstered by the presence of Kevin Durant. Chapter 10, Facing the University of Texas. Kevin Durant arrives on March 9th. The Sweet 16 officially commenced. As the 15th seed, the Wildcats found themselves once again in an away game. This time at the Frank Erwin Center, home of the University of Texas. The University of Texas is a venerable powerhouse in the NCAA. Having achieved commendable placements in the Final Four, Elite Eight, and Sweet 16, though they have yet to secure a championship title. This year has been heralded as Texas's most promising, with the star player being the NCAA's Player of the Year, Kevin Durant. During his high school years, Durant captured the attention of elite NCAA programs as well as NBA scouts. Prestigious institutions such as North Carolina and Duke extended invitations to him. Ultimately, in a surprising turn of events, Durant chose the University of Texas primarily because he is a Texan. His arrival has catapulted Texas into one of the top 3 contenders in the NCAA championship odds this year. Throughout the regular NCAA season, Durant averaged an impressive 25, 8 points and 11.1 rebounds per game, achieving 20 games with 30 or more points. He was effortlessly named the Associated Press Player of the Year, garnering numerous accolades. Typically, players of Durant's exceptional talent would declare for the NBA draft after their freshman year, and NBA scouts concurred, ranking Durant alongside Greg Oden as the top 2 prospects in the 2007 draft predictions. This implies that should Durant choose to enter the draft this year, he would assuredly be a second overall pick. His extraordinary talent sets him apart in this year's draft class. Consequently, the atmosphere for today's game was even more electrifying compared to previous matches. Texas boasted Durant, while the Wildcats had Linxing. The media seized the opportunity to hype the matchup, the ultimate underdog versus the nation's finest. Unsurprisingly, the majority favored Durant, while Linxing exhibited undeniable talent. He had yet to reach a level where he could be compared to Durant. As the lively pre-game ceremonies concluded, both teams' starting players took the court. The Wildcats' starting lineup included Curry, Linxing, Sherlock, Wade, and Anthony. The University of Texas's starting lineup featured Hill, Fox, Durant, Aun, and Inso. Linxing raised his head to glance at the audience. Numerous female students waved placards in support of Durant, their fervent cheers echoing throughout the arena. Among them were many youthful and radiant faces, indicating that Durant had quite a fan base among young women. One could only wonder how some would later evolve into individuals fervently declaring their desire for Scarlett's bathwater on social media. As the game commenced, Texas University's center Inso secured the first offensive possession for his team. Durant, a luminary in the NCAA, possessed unrestricted shooting privileges within Texas University's tactical framework. Standing as the most pivotal player on the court, the Texas players maneuvered their positions to create space for Durant, setting up opportunities for one-on-one plays. Standing at 2.08 meters with a wingspan of 2.25 meters, he was an impeccable physical specimen for the power forward position. Transitioning to small forward, he would dominate any matchup in the NBA, let alone in the NCAA. His opponent, the Wildcat small forward Sherlock, stood a mere 3 meters tall, half a head shorter than Durant. The only attribute he could rival Durant in was the robustness of his arms. With a confident demeanor, Durant faced Sherlock and opted for a quick change of direction followed by a pull-up three-pointer. This move, a hallmark of Durant's prowess in the NBA, seemed to be taking shape even now. Sherlock, unable to be deceived by Durant's finesse, leapt to contest the shot but could only marvel at Durant's extraordinary wingspan. Swish. Durant's three-pointer effortlessly found the net as if unimpeded by any defense. The score was now 3-0, leaving Sherlock feeling helpless. This sense of inadequacy reminded him of the last time he had defended Lin Cheng in a one-on-one situation. It was now the Wildcats' turn to attack. Despite Lin Cheng having solidified his starting position over the course of 2 games, the tactical core that the Wildcats had trained around was primarily focused on Curry. Consequently, players were continuously moving to set screens and provide support for Curry's off-ball movement. As the 35-second offensive possession drew to a close, Curry managed to secure an open shot after a well-timed cut, receiving a pass from Sherlock. He released the ball quickly. Compared to Lin Cheng's current shooting speed, Curry's release was equally impressive. The defending players could hardly react in time, resigned to watching as Curry launched the basketball towards the hoop. However, clang, the shot rimmed out. It appeared that Curry's shooting rhythm was somewhat off today. Durant successfully grabbed the defensive rebound and pushed the ball up the court. As a 8-meter-tall player, his speed left many guards trailing in his wake. Upon reaching the front court, Durant charged into the Wildcats' paint, confronting center Anthony's defense. With a powerful stride, he sent the basketball soaring into the basket. 5-0. In just 2 possessions, Durant showcased his dominant prowess as the best player in America. Fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, and NBA scouts in attendance were left in awe, salivating at the sight. As a seasoned scout with 2 decades of experience, I had never encountered a player like Durant. Those taller than him lacked his speed, and those faster than him were not his height. A player who could embody both attributes simply did not exist. If only he could be acquired for my team, he would undoubtedly be the cornerstone of the franchise. Even in the NBA, he would swiftly ascend to stardom. Lin Cheng was unfazed by Durant's performance. Indeed, Durant was exceptionally gifted. In the NCAA, he was a force of nature. Even in the star-studded NBA, few could effectively defend against Durant, let alone the currently defensively frail Wildcats. However, Lin Cheng was acutely aware of his own talent, which now rivaled that of Durant. During the Wildcats' fast break, Lin Cheng proactively sprinted back to receive the pass. "I shall return the favor," he declared. Center Anthony hesitated for a moment before obediently passing the ball to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng dribbled leisurely into the front court, gesturing to his teammates to position themselves, as if he were the true point guard of the team. Lin Cheng undoubtedly possesses this capability. He has indeed acquired the playmaking talents of Chris Paul. Under Lin Cheng's orchestration, the Wildcats players spread out their formation, and then Lin Cheng signaled for a pick-and-roll with Sherlock at the arc. This maneuver compelled the University of Texas to switch defenses, drawing Durant to his designated matchup. McLaughlin, witnessing this play, widened his eyes in astonishment. For this pick-and-roll strategy was clearly not part of the Wildcats' tactical repertoire. Lin Cheng intends to challenge Durant one-on-one? Stand back. With a resounding roar from Lin Cheng, the players of the Wildcat team dispersed to the three-point line. Durant furrowed his brow. While the other players avoided matching up against him, this young man dared to challenge him one-on-one. Lin Cheng did not engage in idle chatter with Durant. He received his teammate's pass and beckoned to Durant. "Come on, Kevin, let's have some fun." Chapter 11. Perhaps he is even stronger than Kevin Durant. Lin Cheng's provocative gesture towards Durant appeared on the big screen, leaving the entire audience in shock. The fans of the University of Texas could hardly believe that someone dared to challenge their beloved Texas son. This young man is exceedingly arrogant. He seems desperate to gain fame by outshining Durant in one-on-one play. Typically, novices tend to show off excessively. The fans were displeased, and Durant was even more irked. To assert his status as the best in the nation, he chose not to extend his arms in defense, but instead lowered his center of gravity. He prepared to rely on his speed and footwork to directly suppress Lin Cheng. However, he grossly misjudged Lin Cheng's velocity, a mistake of monumental proportions. Lin Cheng showed no mercy. At the moment of the pass, he took a quick step forward, gliding past Durant with a long stride, as swift as the wind. Durant hurriedly attempted to recover, hoping to use his physicality to impede Lin Cheng's advance. However, Lin Cheng's formidable core strength sent Durant staggering backward. Durant stumbled, ultimately falling onto the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng, with 2 great strides, arrived beneath the basket and executed a powerful one-arm dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. After scoring, Lin Qing turned and cast a lofty glance at Durant before jogging back to defense. The score stood at 5-2. My goodness, Lin Qing, after bulldozing through Durant, delivered a thunderous dunk. This slam seemed to serve as Lin Qing's declaration. Although you may be the best in the nation, I, as a formidable dark horse, harbor no fear. The commentator's words were vivid and evocative. Despite this being Texas home court, there were still numerous fans who had come solely for Lin Qing. The cheers from this small group of supporters resonated throughout the arena. Durant, having been knocked down, displayed an expression of shame. To be felled by Lin Qing under the gaze of so many fans in the spotlight was a humiliation. Lin Qing's speed and physicality left him astounded. He had never encountered such pressure on the NCAA stage before. Were there truly other talents in the NCAA besides Odin? The shock of Durant's initial 5-point streak was utterly shattered by Lin Qing's decisive one-on-one dunk. The momentum shifted back to the Wildcats, with players high-fiving Lin Qing in celebration. The expressions of NBA scouts were mixed. Just moments ago, they had been extolling Durant's prowess, and now, with one lackluster defensive play, Durant had slapped them all in the face. Kevin needed to enhance his physicality. He was too slender, his defense too lackadaisical, and his one-on-one capabilities mediocre. Scouts quickly jotted down the latest insights in their notebooks, undoubtedly adding some positive notes about Lin Qing as well. Meanwhile, the game continued. Durant, stung by Lin Qing's previous triumph, unleashed his fury upon Sherlock. After all, he was still the best in the nation, a prolific scorer in the NCAA. He exploited his physical advantages with both inside drives and outside shots, consistently mismatching defenders to score for the University of Texas. On the Wildcats side, aside from Lin Qing, the rest of the team struggled with their shooting, including Curry, who had missed 5 consecutive shots. Reminiscent of his dismal NCAA debut where he recorded 13 turnovers and scored merely 2 points. However, Lin Qing alone was more than capable of bearing the offensive burden of the Wildcats. While Durant relentlessly racked up points, Lin Qing was simultaneously showcasing his own ferocious scoring prowess. The Texas defense appeared as flimsy as paper before Lin Qing. Lin Qing, with the ball in hand, penetrated the paint, enduring the defensive pressure of 2 opposing interior players. He elevated for a low-handed layup, deftly guiding the basketball through the arms of his adversaries and into the hoop. At the moment Lin Qing received the pass from Curry, he stepped back, confidently launching a remarkable three-pointer from a distance of 2 meters beyond the arc, which found its mark. Lin Qing swiftly maneuvered to the mid-range area, securing the basketball in his grasp while fending off his defender. With a subtle shoulder feint, he created space, pivoted, and took a step back before soaring into the air. As he released the ball in a graceful backward arc, it swished through the net, an exquisite display of skill. If Durant's scoring is characterized by a straightforward combination of innate talent and effortless drives, then Lin Qing revels in showcasing his gifts and arsenal on the court. For many fans witnessing Lin Qing's prowess for the first time, it is an astonishing revelation. Lin Qing seems to exist in a dimension apart from the other players on the court. Once the basketball is in his hands, one can never anticipate the manner in which he will send it soaring into the hoop. He has the capability to score from any position on the court, employing a myriad of offensive techniques to deliver the ball with unwavering precision. The last time I witnessed such artistry in play among NCAA athletes was with Carmelo Anthony. Yet Melo does not possess Lin Qing's prowess in three-point shooting. Could it be that he surpasses Melo in scoring ability? Carmelo Anthony, the 3rd overall pick of the illustrious 2003 draft class, was renowned during his college days for his offensive versatility. Presently, he stands as one of the premier scorers in the NBA, a celebrated all-star. Even the scout who proposed this notion found it laughable. Such a feat seemed impossible. The first half concluded with an exhilarating duel between Lin Qing and Durant, ending with Texas leading by 3 points, 39-36. Durant scored 21 points on 8 of 15 shooting, while Lin Qing dazzled with 25 points on 11 of 13 shooting. This outcome surprised everyone beyond expectation. Lin Qing's scoring in the first half not only surpassed that of Durant, but his shooting percentage also outshone Durant's. It is no longer adequate to simply describe Lin Qing as a dark horse. Even the darkest of dark horses cannot be compared to a player of the caliber of a prospective number 1 draft pick. With a point of reference and comparison, one's abilities become more pronounced. In the first 2 games, Lin Qing's performance was indeed astonishing, yet his opponents lacked any star players. However, today, facing Durant, Lin Qing managed to gain the upper hand temporarily. This has reshaped the perceptions of numerous fans and NBA scouts. The young man exhibited remarkable shooting prowess today. Perhaps, like Durant, he has already reached the echelon of NBA-level talent. So, who do you believe is stronger, he or Durant? It goes without saying. It is undoubtedly Durant. His talent is beyond question. Yet how can it be that Lin Cheng's scoring and efficiency surpassed Durant's? Perhaps it is simply because he was in exceptional form today. Texas fans even hesitate to utter that Lin Cheng is stronger. After all, Durant has been voted the best among the ugly association. During halftime, the Wildcats players encircled Lin Cheng. Not only the fans, but also his teammates were left in awe by Lin Cheng's performance today. Come on, Lin, what kind of magic have you been on? Your game just keeps getting stronger. Each match more impressive than the last. Lin Cheng smiled faintly, remaining silent as he wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead with a towel. Perhaps it was the presence of Durant that ignited an intense desire for offense within him today. With Durant on the court, the attention of numerous NBA teams and scouts was drawn forth. He must lead his team to victory in this match, transforming all that scrutiny into an advantage for himself. Chapter 12. The Monster. Helicopter Volleyball Block. As the second half commenced, both Lin Cheng and Durant were relegated to the bench by their coach to rest, preparing for the climactic moments ahead. In their absence, the allure of the game diminished considerably. The NCAA's offensive possession time already stretched to a lengthy 35 seconds, and the young players exhibited comparable skills. The court was devoid of Lin Cheng's airborne dunks or his breathtaking Eurostep layups. Players executed the coach's strategies and movements with caution, striving to create the most favorable shooting opportunities for their teammates. Substitute Lin Cheng back in. I long to witness his gameplay. The absence of Lin Cheng only served to underscore the terrifying nature of his recent performance. My palate had been spoiled by Lin Cheng's prowess, rendering the current offense painfully tedious. The fans of Lin Cheng expressed their dissatisfaction, while the Wildcats, struggling with their performance on the court today, found themselves increasingly outmatched by the University of Texas. The score stood at 39-36, then 43-39, and finally 49-42. As time elapsed, McLaughlin could no longer remain passive and called for a timeout. Lin, it's up to you now. Unbeknownst to him, McLaughlin had already regarded Lin Cheng as the cornerstone of the team, their secret weapon for victory. Even Curry was sidelined during this match by McLaughlin's decisions. Lin Cheng nodded, adjusted his breathing, and began his warm-up. Meanwhile, on the sidelines of the University of Texas, the head coach, briefly smiling due to the team's lead, was tugged at the sleeve by an assistant. The Wildcats were about to send Lin onto the court. What? The Texas head coach suddenly changed his expression, resembling a dramatic transformation, and approached Durant. Kevin, have you rested well? How's your condition? I still need to catch my breath. Coach, the first half's fierce competition had nearly depleted Durant's stamina, and a full recovery was impossible in such a short time. Lin is going on. Then I'm going on too. Durant sprang to his feet. He had already been surpassed by Lin Cheng in scoring, and if Lin played even for a moment longer, it was likely he would never reclaim the lead. Moreover, that kid, being of Asian descent, couldn't possibly have better stamina than himself. If Lin could push through to play, so could he. Once on the court, Lin Cheng actively motivated his teammates. Leave the impossible shots to me. Those you can't guard. Hand them over to me. We will prevail. In this moment, the leadership qualities of Lin Cheng are unmistakably evident. The players of the Wildcats team are actively responding to Lin Cheng's presence. Observing this scene, McLaughlin feels a deep sense of satisfaction. In just 2.5 games, Lin Cheng has blossomed into the core figure of the team. Even if they lose this year, McLaughlin is confident that Lin Cheng can lead the players to greater heights next year, provided he refrains from participating in this year's NBA draft. McLaughlin's feelings regarding this matter are complex. As the timeout concludes, the second half of the game commences. The intensity of today's match has exceeded everyone's expectations. Following the break, both Lin and Durant return to the court, with 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the game. Will the Wildcats achieve a comeback? Or will the University of Texas secure their victory? Let us await the outcome. The return of these two prolific scorers has reinvigorated the commentators. The Wildcats now possess the offensive possession. After dribbling into the front court, Curry passes the ball to Lin Cheng, then sprints to the corner to draw defensive attention away from him. Despite Curry's struggles today, he remains a primary defensive target for the University of Texas. No one can guarantee that Curry won't sink the next three-pointer. Subsequently, center Anthony proactively approaches, covering his lower body to assist Lin Cheng in establishing position for the screen. Lin Cheng effortlessly dribbled to the side, creating space. The brief opening afforded him numerous options, allowing for both penetration and shooting. Ultimately, Lin Cheng opted for a direct three-point attempt, recognizing its heightened efficacy in the face of a deficit. He executed a jump shot from a standstill, elevating gracefully while expertly flicking his wrist to release the ball. His shooting form was nothing short of textbook perfection. Swish. The shot found its mark, bringing the score to 49-45. This marked Lin Cheng's third successful three-pointer of the match, showcasing his consistent accuracy. Though positioned as a guard, one must ponder, is he a sharpshooter, a penetrator, or a facilitator? Lin Cheng's three-point shot left many NBA scouts in deep contemplation. The league is replete with prodigious talents. However, the proper positioning of players is paramount. An appropriate role can maximize each athlete's potential. Yet, in this match, Lin Cheng showcased an array of skills that rendered him seemingly omnipotent. Such gifted players, while rare, have graced the annals of NBA history. Absent the right positioning, even those with remarkable abilities may falter if their talents do not align with the team's tactical framework, easily becoming players who neither excel nor find their niche. Conversely, those who concentrate on a singular aspect of their game often find it easier to make their mark during competitions. Were Lin Cheng aware of the scout's current apprehensions, he would merely smile quietly, for he has never considered himself a specialist in any singular discipline. With a system in place, his ambition is to become the most versatile hexagonal warrior in NBA history. Yet, that is a narrative for another time. Lin Cheng's three-pointer struck with precision, imposing considerable pressure on the University of Texas. Durant, eager to score, sought to stabilize his team's lead as he faced off against Sherlock, preparing to execute yet another pull-up three. With a deft change of direction and a step back to create space, he launched himself into the air. Durant felt a sense of buoyancy as he soared, aligning his aim with the hoop, releasing a shot he deemed certain to succeed. The arc of the basketball was exquisite, and with years of shooting experience, Durant was confident of its success. Suddenly, a figure emerged like a bolt of lightning, leaping into the air with arms outstretched. A resounding clap echoed through the arena, startling many fans in the front row. The soaring basketball was met with an astonishing interception by Lin Cheng. With a powerful slap, he sent the ball careening out of bounds. It was a monumental block. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Oh my goodness! This was the immediate reaction of all the fans. Their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Upon landing, Lin Cheng exuded an intimidating aura, raising his arms to showcase his muscular physique. Durant, taken aback, gazed up at the big screen, which was replaying the breathtaking moment. As the ball left Durant's fingertips, Lin Cheng had surged from beneath the basket, leaping in pursuit. His explosive vertical leap resembled that of a helicopter ascending straight into the sky. Then, Lin Cheng seemed to have pressed the pause button on time, executing a precise hand strike on the basketball midair. Is this basketball or volleyball? A monster, undoubtedly a monster. This must be classified as soaring. This is unequivocally the most spectacular block I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. As the fans slowly regained their senses, the entire arena erupted into a frenzy, including the loyal supporters of Texas. Chapter 13. A Miracle Unfolds? Lin Cheng continues to score, reaching an astounding 50 points. This block of Lin S is destined to be etched into the annals of NCAA history. A helicopter-like volleyball block. This is pure, unadulterated talent. A beast. Lin is indeed a creature of extraordinary prowess. Once the live commentator regained composure, he lost all restraint, exuberantly extolling Lin S' performance. Were it not for the ongoing match, he might have continued his fervent declarations indefinitely. NBA scouts are already sifting through Lin S' NCAA physical test data, which previously recorded a mere 50 centimeters, 50 cm. The remarkable vertical leap exhibited by that lad surely exceeded 100 centimeters. Whether this was a sudden surge of potential or a testament to his extraordinary jumping ability is of utmost significance. Jumping ability is one of the most immediate manifestations of dynamic talent. Although Lin Cheng executed an awe-inspiring block, the possession still belonged to the University of Texas, and the defensive crisis had yet to be averted. Texas prepared for a sideline inbounds play, while the Wildcats players advanced vigorously to apply pressure on defense. Lin Cheng proactively approached Durant this time. With merely 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Texas would undoubtedly entrust the ball to him. Durant's expression was intricate, filled with discomfort. As a towering shooter, he had seldom been blocked, yet Lin Cheng delivered a rejection that he would find unforgettable for a lifetime. It seemed likely that he would become nothing more than a mere backdrop after the game. Lin Cheng leveraged his physical advantage, keeping Durant firmly behind him. Durant exerted himself in a desperate attempt to break free by sprinting in the opposite direction. Lin Cheng, akin to an indelible piece of chewing gum, proved impossible to shake off. The Texas center, and so, responsible for the serve, observed Durant ensnared in a tight bind and had no choice but to pass the ball to Hill. The offensive clock for the University of Texas commenced its countdown. Fox, receiving Hill's pass at the baseline, managed a desperate shot, but alas, it clanged off the rim. The rebound was effortlessly secured by the Wildcats center, Anthony. Once again, Texas failed to score. Anthony, having seized the rebound, swiftly dispatched the ball to Lin Xing, who propelled the ball forward to initiate a fast break. Only Hill, stationed near the halfway line, stood in Lin Xing's path. Lin Xing charged forward like a beast, showing no signs of slowing down, while Hill, guarding the basket, appeared quite tense. In an instant, Lin Xing took a significant stride from beyond the three-point line, a powerful leap towards the hoop. The next moment, he found himself beneath the basket, and Hill, already slender, seemed like a mere child in the presence of Lin Xing's formidable physique. Swish. Lin Xing executed a layup before Hill with unrelenting precision. The score stood at 49-47. In merely 3 strides, Lin propelled himself from beyond the three-point line to the basket. This feat left all the spectators in awe once again. Can an ordinary person truly attempt a layup from the three-point line? Absolutely not. Who among the common folk could initiate a layup from such a distance? Lin is anything but ordinary. During the subsequent offensive possession for Texas, they failed to seize this opportunity to stabilize the situation. Waning stamina rendered Durant less formidable. Although his shot evaded Lin's block, it ultimately clanged off the rim. Anthony secured the rebound and instinctively sought out Lin's presence among his teammates. There. Just throw it. Lin Xing has boldly surged into the front court. As a center, Anthony's passing leaves much to be desired, and this long pass was lofted far too high. Fortunately, as the basketball soared through the air, Lin Xing adeptly anticipated its trajectory and landing point. He swiftly altered his direction to secure the ball. Subsequently, he faced a promising 1-on-2 fast break opportunity against the University of Texas. Lin Xing did not pause to await his teammates' support. Instead, he lowered his center of gravity and executed a deft crossover to effortlessly bypass Hill. Subsequently, confronted by Oren beneath the basket, he employed a wide step to alternately shift his body, performing a Eurostep layup while maintaining close contact with Oren, deftly using the backboard to guide the ball into the hoop. The score is now 49-49. In a mere 3 rounds of play, Lin Xing, with his exceptional individual prowess, propelled the Wildcats to level the score. His newly showcased Eurostep dazzled the audience once again. The serpentine breakthrough of the demon blade left everyone in awe. My heavens. This young man has mastered the Eurostep as well. He possesses not only talent but also remarkable technique. The Eurostep is a rarity even on the NBA stage, as it demands extraordinary coordination and ball handling skills. It is often the signature move of various NBA stars. Jin Billy's serpentine breakthrough and Wade's hesitation dribble are both manifestations of the Eurostep. The head coach of the University of Texas immediately called for a timeout. The entire coaching staff was in disarray, clearly rattled by Lin Xing's stunning performance in the first 2 rounds, which had undoubtedly captured their attention. They were not oblivious to Lin Xing's prowess. They had conducted their research and advised their players to focus on his defense. Yet, the pressing issue remained. No one could effectively guard Lin Xing. His personal scoring tally had soared to 32 points. The game was still underway, and he was on track to potentially reach 40 points, setting a new historical record for the NCAA Sweet 16. During the timeout, the commentator continued to sing Lin Xing's praises, recounting his previous performances during the NCAA regular season. The fans were astonished to learn that Lin Xing had been merely a substitute on the Wildcats, averaging only 3 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist per game during the regular season. Undoubtedly, Lin Xing had undergone a remarkable transformation from a benchwarmer to a star in an exceedingly short span of time. No one truly comprehends the immense effort he has dedicated behind the scenes. Yet, such is the essence of March Madness. It never fails to reward a resolute desire to win. Upon resuming play, the University of Texas intensified their defensive efforts against Lin Xing. Lin Xing has become the focal point of attention. However, at this moment, Lin Xing is in a frenzied state, his shooting touch exceptionally hot. Upon receiving the ball and facing a double team from the University of Texas, he effortlessly surged between the 2 defenders with a combination of speed and strength. Confronted by Enso, who rushed to provide support, Lin Xing executed a sudden stop and launched a 2-point jumper. Once again, he found the net. The score now stands at 51-49, having scored 9 consecutive points. After the timeout, Lin Xing continued to showcase his scoring prowess. The 2 defenders were utterly incapable of containing him. Perhaps Texas should contemplate deploying 3 or even 4 players to encircle him. In the subsequent offensive possession for the Wildcats, Lin Cheng positioned himself in the low post, seeking the ball while backing down against Fox. Upon receiving the pass, he executed a fadeaway jumper that successfully found its mark. After receiving the ball beyond the arc, Lin Cheng executed a feint that deceived his opponent's center of gravity, then retreated with a step back to position himself beyond the three-point line. He launched a clean shot from three. The NCAA-level defense appeared as insubstantial as air in front of Lin Cheng. With each successive shot, he consistently found the net, depleting all the possessions of the Wildcats. His score continued to rise: 34 points, 37 points, 39 points, 42 points. The entire audience at the Franco-N Center erupted into a frenzy. With each of Lin Cheng's shots, he is met with a thunderous roar akin to a tsunami. The University of Texas has been thoroughly outpaced by the Wildcats, yet no one seems to mind the score. All eyes are fixed on Lin Cheng's divine performance, eagerly anticipating his every point. 50 points. With a mid-range jumper, Lin Cheng has secured his 50th point. My God, Lin Cheng has utterly dismantled the University of Texas. He is pushing the boundaries of his own limits, challenging the scoring thresholds of NCAA players. The fans have lost their voices in their fervor. The media shutters are clicking incessantly, and NBA scouts are left agape, marveling at Lin Cheng's extraordinary display. The players from the University of Texas have completely lost their resolve, while the coaching staff appears despondent. On the Wildcats' side, Maclop is at a loss, his face flushed, joining the chorus of cheers for Lin Cheng, wholly abandoning the demeanor expected of a head coach. Chapter 14. The attention of NBA teams. Will Lin Cheng become the son of New York? The only thing that can halt Lin Cheng's scoring spree is the final whistle of the game. Lin Cheng let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze fixed upon the scoreboard displaying his impressive statistics: 52 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 steals. A satisfied smile graced his face. This match had truly allowed him to revel in his performance. Though the game had concluded, no one in the arena departed. Every spectator rose to their feet, chanting in unison, MVP, MVP, MVP. Lin Cheng's extraordinary performance captivated every individual present, including the players and coaching staff of the University of Texas, notably Kevin Durant. Durant even approached Lin Cheng personally, exclaiming, "You have reshaped my worldview. Lin, you are incredibly formidable. Yet, I too shall grow stronger. I hope to encounter you in the NBA." Lin Cheng slightly nodded, acknowledging Durant's potential as a future superstar, a sentiment not without merit. However, the dialogue between the two was rather scant, for the Wildcats players had already surged forward, encircling Lin and hoisting him into the air in celebration. With a staggering 52 points in a single game, Lin not only shattered the historical record for the NCAA Sweet 16, but also established a new benchmark for the entire NCAA tournament. Let us extend our congratulations to the Wildcats for their triumphant advance into the Elite Eight. The Wildcats showcased their championship potential in this match. Bolstered by an NCAA-caliber scoring prodigy, it is certain that anticipation for the Wildcats' next game is mounting among all. Post-match, a swarm of media representatives converged upon Lin Cheng, recognizing the immense newsworthiness he embodied. A player who scored 52 points during March Madness is destined to dominate the headlines of every sports outlet in the nation. Not just tomorrow, but immediately following the conclusion of the game. Lin, would you kindly share your current thoughts? Which NBA team do you most aspire to join? Lin, will you be participating in this year's World Championship? Do you possess confidence in securing the NCAA championship title this year? Lin, could you offer an evaluation of Durant? Every inquiry concerning Lin Cheng was met with a fervent rush from the media. Lin Cheng calmly addressed several inquiries. There were certain questions that, for him, represented a quagmire, and he felt it was not yet appropriate to respond. Meanwhile, the attending NBA scouts immediately contacted their respective general managers. Scout A, we must secure him this year, boss. He is a cornerstone for building the team. Scout B, Charlie, his talent is undoubtedly of historic caliber. I truly hope we can draw the first overall pick this year. Scout C, with him on our roster, we can aspire to reach the playoffs this season. We absolutely must acquire him. Lin Cheng, through his remarkable performance, has at least elevated his draft stock by more than 10 places. NBA scouts from all teams are fervently investigating Lin Cheng's background, relaying information about him to their executives. Post-match media reports have emerged. Who was the last player to score 52 points during March Madness? The answer is none. The Wildcats' Lin has created new history. NBCC believes he will soon be seen in the NBA. Washington Sports reports a fierce competitor has entered the race for this year's first overall pick. North Carolina basketball news celebrates the Wildcats' advancement to the Elite Eight, heralding a new era of glory after decades. In the Portland Trail Blazers general manager's office, GM Kevin Pritchard is organizing paperwork when he receives a call from head coach Nate McMillan. "Kevin, have you noticed that kid Lin during March Madness?" "Lin? No. I've been too preoccupied with team matters to follow the NCAA lately. You really should take a look, Kevin. If we secure the first overall pick this year, we can draft him." The Portland Trail Blazers have had a dismal season, significantly increasing their chances of obtaining the top pick. "You can't be serious, Nate. Are you saying this Lin is more talented than Durant or Odin?" "Trust me, Kevin, I will send you a game clip." "All right." After hanging up, Pritchard quickly receives an email with the video. After a moment's hesitation, he decides to set aside his work and watch it. Meanwhile, in Seattle, the general manager's office of the Supersonics sees newly appointed GM Presti and head coach Calipari reviewing television replays. They witness Lin Cheng's extraordinary performance against the University of Texas, showcasing his remarkable abilities. "This kid is terrifying. Did you see that block? It's a historic level of talent." However, Lin Cheng's previous statistics were rather mediocre. Perhaps he is one of those inconsistent scorers. Presti holds a report detailing Lin Cheng's NCAA regular season performance, which reveals minimal data as he typically played only a few minutes during garbage time. Durant also scored 30 points in this game and demonstrated greater consistency. "I don't believe we should draft him if we land a top 3 pick. We might consider trading for some borderline lottery picks instead." "Are you joking? You think a borderline lottery pick can secure him?" "Perhaps. I believe other teams share my concerns." In New York, at the Knicks office, owner Dolan arrives to find his phone inundated with calls from scouting director Jeannie. Dolan frowns and returns the call. "Boss, I've discovered a true genius. The next Kobe. No, the next Jordan. We absolutely must secure the first overall pick this year to draft him. He will become a true star in New York." Dolan, sipping tea, inadvertently spews it across his desk. "Damn it. Can you stop boasting so early every time? Have you forgotten how many busts you've had me select?" Jeannie's tone falters slightly, but his excitement remains undiminished. No, boss. I swear on my life. We must reach out to him early to increase our chances. Your life is worth nothing." Although Dolan feigns annoyance, he grows curious about what player could elicit such fervor from Jeannie, who cherishes his life so dearly. If you search for Lin on Google right now, you'll see the news about him. He is dominating all sports headlines. "Oh, really?" Skeptical, Dolan opens his browser and is astonished to find Jeannie was indeed telling the truth. After watching Lin Cheng's highlight reel and reading the news, Dolan becomes exhilarated. "Damn. Isn't this the star we've always been pursuing? We must acquire him. He will be the son of New York." Chapter 15. The target is the first overall pick. The Elite Eight has arrived. Lin Cheng was unaware that his extraordinary performance, scoring 52 points, had made him the focal point of scrutiny for all NBA teams. Perhaps it was simply due to the lack of time to contemplate such matters. On the rest day following the Sweet 16, Lin was so exhausted that he slept the entire day away. Upon waking, he discovered a multitude of missed calls and messages. However, he chose to disregard them. The journey through March Madness was far from over, and he could not afford to be distracted at this juncture. Upon seeing Lin awake, Curry expressed his excitement. "Lin, you have utterly driven the media wild. Every time I go online, it's almost exclusively news about you. Is that so? Let me take a look." Lin Cheng has turned off his mobile phone and can only browse through Curry's device. Beneath these news articles, numerous fans have left their comments. It appears there are quite a few. "Is this your reaction? How am I supposed to respond? Dance with joy and perform a folk dance?" Lin Cheng's retort left Curry momentarily speechless. "Goodness, Lin, you scored an astonishing 52 points in the last match, 52 points. Yet you carry yourself as if nothing happened." Curry envisioned himself scoring 50 points, perhaps even smiling in his dreams. It can only be said that aspirations differ, and so do their gratifications. Lin Cheng was acutely aware that Curry was merely a freshman, and should he enter the NBA draft this year, he would likely be fortunate to secure a spot in the first round. However, his aspirations were distinctly different. His ambition was to enter the NBA draft directly and be selected as the first overall pick. Only by assuming the mantle of the number 1 pick could he truly align with his current prodigious talent. Thus, while scoring 50 points in an NCAA-level game brought him joy, it failed to satiate his hunger for greater achievements. In comparison to the NBA, the stakes felt similar. Recalling the memories from his previous life, the team that ultimately held the first overall pick was the Portland Trail Blazers. They chose to draft Greg Oden, Although he had overshadowed Durant in the matchup against Texas, it did not guarantee that he would capture the attention of the Blazers, especially since they had just selected Brandon Roy, the Black Mamba, in the 2006 draft. Roy, also a shooting guard, was regarded as a cornerstone for the franchise, overlapping with Lin Xing's position. This was a key reason the Blazers ultimately opted for a center rather than Durant. Moreover, NBA teams currently displayed a penchant for traditional, dominant centers. Whenever a highly gifted center emerged in the draft, they invariably commanded a high selection. Alternatively, Lin Xing considered the possibility of impressing other teams during workouts, persuading them to trade for the first overall pick to select him. Yet, such maneuvers would have to be orchestrated after the madness of March. After March Madness, he would no longer have games to showcase his abilities, thereby missing opportunities to enhance his visibility and influence. On March 12th, the Elite Eight match arrived. The Wildcats faced off against the University of Kentucky, which also bore the moniker Wildcats. This encounter was humorously dubbed the Battle of the Wildcats by fans. Davidson would contend with Kentucky to determine who truly reigned as the genuine king of the Wildcats. However, prior to this year, Kentucky had been the undisputed monarch, boasting a record as the most victorious team in NCAA history and being the first to achieve 2,000 wins. Since its inception, the program had secured 7 NCAA championships. Yet, this year, it was evident that Kentucky lacked the prowess to clinch the title. Upon taking the court, Lin Xing found no familiar faces among the Kentucky roster. The university would not begin producing NBA talent in earnest until after 2010. Despite Kentucky's absence of superstars, the Wildcats had Lin Xing, a rising star. Fans, media, and scouts eagerly anticipated his performance. Conversely, Kentucky faced immense pressure. The coaching staff's defensive strategy was singular, to tightly guard Lin Xing. Even in defeat, they could not allow him to become a historical backdrop, reminiscent of the 52-point spectacle he had delivered against Texas. In the first 3 minutes of the game, Lin Xing found himself without a single opportunity to receive the ball. Kentucky had assigned a dedicated defender to shadow him while simultaneously directing other players to obstruct passing lanes intended for Lin Xing. Lin Xing has indeed been effectively contained, which consequently implies that Kentucky finds it challenging to impose significant defensive pressure on other players of the Wildcats. Once Lin Xing is double-teamed, there emerges the risk of leaving other players unguarded or vulnerable. Even in the absence of Lin Xing's scoring, the Wildcats have managed to secure a lead, such as the allure of Lin Xing. At the 4th minute of the game, Lin Xing finally presented a long-awaited feast for those who had come to support him. After receiving the ball beyond the three-point line and being fouled by an opponent, he astonishingly completed the shot. Subsequently, he confidently sank the free throw, scoring a total of 4 points. This remarkable display of skill instantly ignited the atmosphere in the arena. He resembled a shooting machine, executing the shot as if it were a predetermined success by a computer system. Perhaps even if he were to shoot from the moon, he would still make that basket. The fans erupted in laughter and lively discussion. Lin Xing was not in a hurry after making his move. He concealed himself like a hunter lurking in the shadows. The 7th minute of the match, Lin Xing was afforded a second opportunity to shoot. With a deft maneuver along the baseline, he effortlessly shed his defender. Subsequently, he found himself in a vacant corner. Following a breakthrough by Curry, the basketball was relayed to Lin Xing, who smoothly launched a three-point shot. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. Scoring appeared to him as effortless as the simple act of dining or sipping tea. As the clock ticked down to a mere 3 minutes before the halftime break, the score stood at 41-31, with the Wildcats securing a 10-point lead. During the offensive possession for the Wildcats, Lin Xing refrained from actively seeking the ball, instead engaging in off-ball movement, playfully evading his defenders. Ultimately, after utilizing a teammate's screen, he capitalized on an open opportunity on the wing, receiving a pass from Anthony. Without hesitation, he took another decisive shot. Swish. He successfully netted his third three-pointer, further extending the Wildcats' lead to 44-31. The head coach from Kentucky erupted on the sidelines. "Joe, get moving. Stay right on him. Haven't you had dinner?" Joe, assigned to shadow Lin Xing throughout the game, felt unjustly accused. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he simply could not keep pace. What more could he possibly do? Lin Xing, witnessing Jesse's troubled expression, could not help but offer some words of comfort. "It's all right. This is not your fault. You are indeed too slow to keep up with me." However, this statement reached Joel's ears as blatant mockery, prompting him to respond through gritted teeth. "It was merely a momentary lapse on my part. I will ensure you never score another goal." Realizing that his intention had been misunderstood, Lin Xing felt a tinge of sadness. In these times, it is truly challenging to be a good person. Perhaps it would be better to embrace the role of the villain. At that moment, the players of the Wildcats began to show signs of fatigue. It was time for him to bring an end to the suspense of this match. The next offensive play by the Wildcats commenced, marking a first in this game. Lin Qing proactively approached the baseline to serve, capturing the attention of the fans. Is Lin going to unleash his power? Come on. A day without witnessing Lin Qing's slam dunks leaves one feeling restless. Alas, it seems the players from Kentucky have provoked Lin Qing, and he is about to commence his performance once more. After receiving the serve, Lin Qing led the Wildcats in a fast break. At the moment he charged into the paint with the ball, 3 players from the University of Kentucky converged upon him. It appears they have learned from the lessons of the University of Texas. Merely relying on a double team is insufficient to restrain Lin Qing. But can 3 players truly suffice? As Lin Qing skillfully shielded the ball, he deftly maneuvered with his elbow, driving through the paint. Upon reaching the free throw line, he accelerated instantaneously, executing a series of expansive strides, once again showcasing his signature Euro step, effortlessly bypassing the trio of defenders who attempted to encircle him. He leapt into the air, single-handedly propelling the ball towards the hoop. With a resounding clang, he completed a one-arm dunk, a breathtaking display that the audience had long anticipated. The arena erupted in cheers. Following his triumphant basket, Lin Qing crossed paths with Jesse while retreating on defense. Could it be that my reluctance to shoot stems not from your ability to defend, but from my own choice? Chapter 16. A seamless advancement. Has Curry sustained an injury? In the office of the Portland Trail Blazers general manager, the air was thick with anticipation as GM Pritchard and head coach McMillan watched the live broadcast of today's NCAA Elite Eight. This kid's off-ball movement and three-point shooting are indeed impressive, yet after facing tight defense in this match, it seems he has become stagnant, relegating himself to the corner. Pritchard remarked, having decided to watch the live stream after reviewing Lin Qing's previous game footage. The anticipated spectacle, however, failed to materialize as the first half neared its conclusion. Lin Qing had only attempted 2 3-pointers. McMillan had boasted prior to the game that no one from Kentucky could contain Lin Qing, predicting he would score another 50 points. Well, considering the NCAA schedule is rather grueling, the lack of rest may have taken its toll, McMillan pondered. Indeed, the stamina of East Asians can be somewhat average. He added. The duo continued to observe the match, and soon, the moment arrived when Lin Qing, with the ball in hand, broke through the triple team to deliver a one-arm dunk. What a spectacular display, they exclaimed. Even the seasoned observers of NBA theatrics could not suppress their awe. Subsequently, on the live feed, Lin Qing appeared to be infused with newfound energy, embarking on a frenzied solo offensive spree. The NCAA's offensive possession time is set at 35 seconds. Lin Qing consistently completed his offensive maneuvers within a mere 10 to 15 seconds following the serve, employing various techniques to deftly place the ball through the hoop. By the conclusion of the first half, his total score surged from 9 points to an impressive 20. In a brief span of just 3 minutes, Lin Qing utterly dismantled the defensive strategy devised by the University of Kentucky. Although the highlights of Lin Qing's previous games had been viewed, they pale in comparison to the visceral impact of a live broadcast. The visual spectacle and emotional resonance of the live performance are entirely distinct. When this young man ignites, he truly transforms into a veritable beast. The media's assertions were not unfounded. Pritchard smacked his lips, his throat parched. I was not mistaken. Should he join the Trailblazers, he would form the most formidable backcourt duo in the NBA alongside Roy. McMillan was once again filled with exhilaration. My intuition suggests that he possesses a greater potential to become an NBA star than Durant or Oden. Pritchard remained silent, his gaze fixated on the mesmerizing replays of Lin Qing's remarkable shots. The screen was filled with images of his successful baskets. Let us extend our congratulations to the Wildcats for advancing to the Final Four. They triumphed over the University of Kentucky with a decisive lead. As the 15th seed, the Wildcats continue to etch their name in history. As the game concluded, the commentator lauded the Wildcats. This year, the University of Kentucky has indeed appeared remarkably weak. Their entry into the top 8 was largely due to favorable luck in the draw. The pressure on Lin Qing was even less than what he faced against Texas in the top 18. Having scored only 9 points in the first 17 minutes, Lin Qing finished the game with a formidable 31 points. Fans, witnessing his 31-point performance, were somewhat disappointed as Lin Qing's previous game, in which he scored 52 points, had raised their expectations. Nevertheless, 31 points positioned him among the top 5 scorers since the commencement of the NCAA tournament. While the layman revels in the spectacle, The connoisseur discerns the subtleties. The NBA scouts attending the game had not anticipated that Lin Qing would continue to perform miracles from the outset. Lin Qing's talent is indisputable. However, the sample size of his performances remains rather limited. One can only hope that Lin Qing can consistently achieve over 20 points, which would already be a considerable satisfaction. Lin Qing additionally scored 11 points. Achieving 31 points within the framework of the NCAA is a testament to the fact that Lin Qing's scoring prowess in the previous match is not merely a fleeting phenomenon. He has unequivocally demonstrated the potential and a degree of consistency required to become an NBA player. His performance in this game has undoubtedly enhanced his appeal in the eyes of NBA teams. Post-game media interviews were a necessity, and many fans waited eagerly, hoping for Lin Qing's autograph. In the eyes of the fans, Lin Qing is destined to become a coveted NBA superstar. His signature not only holds collectible value, but is likely to command a considerable price. Regrettably, McLop became the antagonist, swiftly ushering Lin Qing back to the locker room after the interview, denying him the opportunity to sign for his admirers. "Lin, I need to speak with you," McLop said, his expression grave, leaving Lin Qing somewhat bewildered. It had been a long time since he had seen such a demeanor on McLop's face. "Will you truly be participating in this year's NBA draft?" As McLop posed this question, Lin Qing felt his heartbeat slow. Lin Qing was well aware of McLop's thoughts. "All good things must come to an end, coach. I shall depart from the Wildcats next season." Sigh. McLop exhaled deeply. He should have felt joy for Lin Qing. After all, he had finally realized his potential, garnering the attention of numerous NBA teams. Yet, the mere thought of Lin Qing's departure left him feeling desolate. This year, thanks to Lin Qing, they had reached the semifinals, even having the chance to contend for the championship. Such fortune would be unlikely to repeat itself next year. Previously, he had felt content with merely reaching the top 16, but now he found himself hoping that they could at least achieve the semifinals again next year. McLop was no saint, merely an ordinary NCAA coach. Human nature, it seems, tends to grow greedy once one has tasted success. Moreover, that young lad Curry might also enter the draft. If the Wildcats lost both their star players, they would surely revert to being the bottom team in the NCAA. It seemed he had anticipated McLop's thoughts. "I will leave, but the rest still Steven. He will become even stronger next season. I am not yet privy to his intentions. If he participates in the draft this year, he too could enter the NBA. No. I have spoken with him. He intends to hone his skills further in college." "Really?" Hope flickered back into McLop's eyes. Lin Qing nodded emphatically, taken aback by the unexpected conversation with McLop today. Yet, he had long harbored the desire to confide in Lop. After all, without Lop's initial invitation to join the Wildcats, he would not have even had the chance to compete in the NCAA. Lop possessed every right to be informed of his thoughts and aspirations. "Well, coach, we have indeed advanced to the semifinals. Might we indulge in a moment of joy?" Lin Qing gently patted McLop's shoulder. "You little rascal, I am your head coach, not your buddy." Although McLop retorted this way, a smile graced his face. He had been acutely aware of the media's scrutiny and attention towards Lin Qing, and this matter had weighed heavily on his heart. Having spoken openly with Lin Qing today felt like a burden lifted. "At worst, I will strive harder this year to bring you a championship title. Then you will be the NCAA champion, coach." "You little rascal, your thoughts are so simplistic. The teams in the Final Four are not soft targets like Kentucky." The two exchanged a few more jests, resembling old friends. Suddenly, the team's point guard, George, rushed over in a panic. "Coach, something's wrong. It seems that Steven has been injured and is unable to stand." Upon hearing this, McLop's expression changed drastically. Lin Qing furrowed his brow. Indeed, Curry had always been somewhat fragile. Was it truly the case that the tournament schedule was too congested? If Curry were injured, he would have to lead the team alone. Chapter 17, The Final Four, facing the defending champions, the University of Florida. When Lin Qing and McLop arrived, they found Curry sitting on the locker room floor, clutching his ankle in agony. "Coach, it's a non-contact injury." George's expression was somber. McLop's face changed in response. "Damn, go find the team doctor." The doctor arrived swiftly, and after a preliminary examination, he shook his head regretfully. Curry resembled a deflated balloon. Lin Qing crouched down to comfort Curry, saying, "It's all right, Steven. Just relax and focus on your recovery." Curry grasped Lin Qing's hands and replied, "Lin, it seems I won't be able to participate in the upcoming matches. I hope to witness you lead the Wildcats to victory from the sidelines." "Yes, I will," Lin Qing assured him. Shortly thereafter, Curry was carried away on a stretcher by the medical staff. Inside the locker room, the Wildcats players wore somber expressions, their spirits dampened. As the heart and soul of the team, Curry's optimistic demeanor fostered strong bonds with his teammates. It was unexpected that, just as the team had reached the semifinals, Curry suffered an injury. After a brief moment of distraction, McLaughlin rallied the players, saying, "We must carry Steven's spirit and win the next 2 matches. We must." At the hotel, the emptiness of the room left Lin Xing feeling as though something was amiss. News of Curry's injury quickly made headlines. Those who relied on journalism always seemed to have various channels to obtain information about the team promptly. Breaking news. One of the Wildcats' twin stars, Stephen Curry, has been injured and will miss the upcoming semifinal matches. NBC TV tragic news. Curry is injured. Can Lin Xing shoulder the burden of leading the Wildcats forward alone? Washington Sports let us pray. Stephen Curry's injury prompts us to collectively wish for his swift recovery and return to health. Davidson official website. In contrast to the previous matches, the semifinal round granted the players a full week of rest, which was a blessing for the Wildcats. This time would allow them to reconfigure their lineup and strategies. McLaughlin led the players in intensive practice sessions, continuously experimenting with different athletes to fill Curry's role within the tactical framework. As the team's current leading scorer, Lin Xing naturally became the new focal point of their strategy. Without Curry, the team would not have even qualified for the playoffs, and now, in his absence, they could only rely on Lin Xing. Lin Xing's emotions were complex. He felt elated to finally become the core of the team, yet sorrowful over Curry's injury. Mike Lop astutely detected Lin Xing's mindset during practice and offered words of comfort. This was a typical reaction for any reasonable person. However, the absence of Curry signified that Lin Xing would have to shoulder greater responsibility. The opponent in the semifinals was formidable, the Florida Gators, the reigning champions. They boasted 3 NCAA superstars, Al Horford, Corey Brewer, and Joakim Noah. In the world prior to Lin Xing's rebirth, these 3 players would not only successfully enter the NBA draft this year, but would be selected as the 3rd, 7th, and 9th picks, respectively, all of whom were lottery picks. Particularly, Horford rapidly adapted to the NBA, becoming a starting player and eventually earning All-Star recognition. Joakim Noah also garnered accolades in the NBA, including the coveted Best Defensive Player award, multiple selections to the All-Defensive Team, and All-Star appearances. The presence of these 3 players of NBA caliber implied that the Florida Gators possessed terrifying strength. Since the commencement of the top 32, Florida had consistently dominated their opponents with ease. They had the potential to clinch consecutive championships. Historically, this had indeed been the case. If the pressure becomes overwhelming, you are welcome to share your thoughts with me. Articulating certain matters can bring considerable relief. At present, Lin Xing was regarded as a prized asset in Mike Lop's eyes. I do feel pressure, yet it exhilarates me even more. I will exert every effort to lead the Wildcats to triumph over UF. Lin Xing revealed a confident smile and immersed himself once more in training. Mike Lop stared in a daze for a moment, murmuring to himself, "This young man not only has the potential to enter the NBA, but perhaps he could also become a great star." On March 20th, the much-anticipated semifinals arrived. Lin Xing traveled with the team by plane to New York. The venue for this match is the legendary Madison Square Garden. The injury of Curry, Lin Xing's performances in previous games, and the reigning champions, the University of Florida, have all contributed to the anticipation surrounding this event. True to its reputation, upon entering Madison Square Garden, Lin Xing was awestruck by the venue's opulence and capacity. Tens of thousands of spectators gathered, especially in the front row VIP seats, where numerous Knicks players and Hollywood stars were present. Jamal Crawford, Zach Randolph, Stephon Marbury, Eddie Curry. Nearly all the Knicks players were in attendance. As Lin Xing engaged in a brief warm-up, he spotted a familiar actress, her eyes sparkling, fervently cheering him on. "Go, Lin. You are the best. Only 23 years old." The enchanting Scarlett Johansson was present. Dressed in a sporty white sweatshirt that still accentuated her stunning figure, Scarlett radiated vitality. With her golden locks, porcelain skin, and angelic visage, she embodied youthful exuberance, a contrast to the allure she would later acquire with age. Lin Xing gently touched his nose and returned a smile. He had already appropriated the nickname Crazy Lin. Would he also steal the Dream Lover from Dew's backpack? Observing Lin Xing's reaction, Scarlett blinked and revealed a sweet smile. "Is this the kid who scored 52 points? Marbury glanced at Eddie Curry beside him. "Indeed, I have seen his highlights. His physical talent is indeed explosive, surpassing that of other NCAA players by a considerable margin." Crawford suddenly interjected, "What's so impressive about that? In the NCAA, I could also score 52 points. "Oh, really? Did you ever score 52 points in college?" Marbury's retort brought an awkward expression to Crawford's face. "No. But if I played now, I could definitely do it. This kid could score 52 points right now. Perhaps in the NBA, he could even score 82 points. Breaking Kobe's record. Marbury's words sent the players into fits of laughter. The Knicks players relished watching the banter between old Marbury and Crawford. The two had been vying for the top position in the team. It seems you have high hopes for this kid, but I believe he won't win against Florida today. How about a bet? $1,000. Crawford provocatively glanced at Marbury. $1,000 was not much for them, but the outcome was a matter of pride. After a moment of contemplation, Marbury nodded in agreement to the wager. Deal. This small bet heightened the Knicks players' curiosity about the outcome of today's game. As the match was about to commence, TNT had dispatched the outspoken Smith and the dynamic Barkley for commentary. Kenny, what are your thoughts on today's game? Undoubtedly. The Wildcats are the biggest dark horse of March Madness, but the injury to their second leading scorer, Curry, may well put an end to their Cinderella story, Smith remarked, astonished. Charles, have you forgotten about Lin Ching, who scored 52 points? Barkley replied, no, of course not. But let us not overlook that this was made possible with Curry drawing the defense away. Without Curry support, Lin Ching will become the focal point for Florida's defense. Remember, Florida managed to limit Greg Oden to just 7 points. How much more formidable will they be against Lin Ching? Do you really think Lin Ching can be more dominant than Oden? Chapter 18, the tale of 3 potential NBA lottery picks. Will the Dark Horse's story come to an end? As Barkley and Smith continued their pregame analysis, the opening ceremony was underway. Madison Square Garden served as a neutral venue, meaning fans from both teams had gathered. The atmosphere was electric, with fans passionately cheering for their respective teams. Go Wildcats! The Wildcats will surely win. Wake up, brother. Florida is the strongest. I swear, you will leave the arena in tears. Don't worry, I'll remain in the arena, laughing and celebrating victory with the team. The game commenced. Florida's lineup included Green, Humphrey, Brewer, Horford, and Noah. The Wildcats' starting 5 featured George, Lin Ching, Sherlock, Wade, and Anthony. The college-age Joakim Noah sported a rugged look. With his long hair tied back and a scruffy beard, he easily won the jump ball against Anthony, directing the basketball toward his own half. The Florida team did not rush to initiate a fast break. Their slow start and emphasis on defense were characteristic traits. Florida's point guard Green brought the ball to the arc, and the Gators began to set up their play. Brewer, Horford, and Noah, all potential NBA lottery picks, quickly established control of the paint with their impressive physical attributes. Green lobbed the ball to Horford, who had positioned himself near the baseline. Against Horford, Wade struggled. He could not contain Horford, who backed him down into the paint. With a turnaround jump shot, Horford smoothly banked the ball into the basket. 2-0. Florida effortlessly opened the scoring. As the Wildcats took their turn on offense, George pushed the ball forward and first passed it to Sherlock on the wing. The moment Sherlock caught the ball, Brewer, with quick reflexes, stole it away. Brewer led the fast break for Florida, taking advantage of a numerical advantage. He passed the ball to Noah, who, after fending off Anthony, leaped for a powerful dunk. 4-0, the Florida fans erupted in cheers. With 4 consecutive points, Florida showcased their prowess as defending champions. Look at this talented group from Florida. They would adapt quickly even in the NBA, exclaimed Barkley excitedly. Florida's front line was indeed formidable. Brewer, Horford, and Noah, when at their peak, could serve as the template for the front line of an NBA championship team. The Wildcats' offensive opportunity arose again, and the spectators were curious whether they could halt Florida's momentum. George continued dribbling into the front court, this time not rushing to pass, but rather awaiting his teammates' movements. At that moment, Lin Ching found himself matched up against Humphrey, who, alongside Green, formed Florida's dynamic backcourt duo. Both were excellent shooters and solid defenders, though this was merely their performance within the NCAA ranks. Lin Ching deftly maneuvered without the ball, evading Humphrey with remarkable speed. He sprinted to the wing, extending his hand to receive the pass. However, Florida responded with equal swiftness. Brewer immediately dashed to Lin Ching's side to provide support for Humphrey. Among the Summer League fans, Brewer is affectionately known as the Commander for his audacity and relentless drive. Standing at an impressive 2.06 meters, he is a versatile forward who can compete with many guards and speed while matching the strength of numerous power forwards. Lin Ching, with the basketball cradled in his hands, initiated a probing step before unexpectedly releasing the ball. Brewer, eager to replicate his recent steal from Sherlock, made a gamble by reaching out. However, Lin Ching was not Sherlock. In the fleeting moment that Brewer extended his hand, Lin Ching deftly transferred the basketball to his other hand and, with a powerful stride, executed a breakthrough. Yet, upon penetrating the paint, Lin Xing found himself confronted by an intensifying wave of defensive pressure. Awaiting him in the interior were the formidable Florida twin towers, Horford and Noah. Horford, a future contender capable of single-handedly defending against the Greek phenomenon, has already begun to showcase his defensive prowess. With a swift step forward, he raised his arms high, actively seeking a confrontation with Lin Xing. Lin Xing swiftly adjusted his center of gravity, opting not for a direct confrontation, but instead executing a dribble that skimmed the floor. He darted past Horford's outstretched arm. Then he leapt, raising his hand, adopting a layup posture. Beneath the basket, Noah awaited Lin Xing's approach. Renowned for his shot-blocking prowess in the NBA, Noah was also the king of blocks in the NCAA. Upon noticing Lin Xing's intention to lay up, he leapt into action, extending his arm to swat at the basketball in Lin Xing's grasp. Noah was filled with confidence, certain he would deliver a resounding rejection to Lin Xing. Lin Xing chose to elevate for a layup, granting himself an opportunity. However, Noah rejoiced too soon. Suspended in midair, Lin Xing noticed Noah's outstretched hand and, utilizing his remarkable hang time and core strength, switched the basketball to his other hand. Subsequently, he deftly sent the ball past Noah's ear and into the hoop. Swish. For the two. Upon landing, Noah's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced back at the ball that had just settled into the net. Did that kid just switch hands while airborne? My goodness, Charles, am I hallucinating? Lin Xing had just maneuvered past Brewer and Horford, executing an aerial switch layup right in front of Noah. His hang time seemed to stretch on for an eternity. After scoring, Lin Xing paid little heed to Noah's astonishment. For him, it was merely an ordinary layup. Instead, it was the trio from Florida that instilled a considerable sense of pressure in him. Truly, they were three players renowned for their defensive prowess in the NBA. Any misstep during this offensive play could lead to the risk of being intercepted, halted, or blocked. Meanwhile, Florida continued their methodical offensive rhythm. With a 35-second shot clock, they nearly consumed the full 30 seconds before delivering the ball to the player designated to take the final shot. Horford capitalized on his positional advantage, sending the ball once more over Wade's head into the basket just before the shot clock expired. 6-2. Next came the Wildcats' offensive turn. After receiving the inbounds pass, George sought opportunities to pass to Lin Xing, while other players set screens to facilitate Lin Xing's off-ball movement. Florida seemed well prepared for this strategy. They were even willing to occasionally leave some Wildcats players unguarded rather than risk Lin Xing finding an open shot. The shot clock was now winding down. Lin Xing was compelled to approach the arc, receiving the basketball from George's hands. Brewer, having switched defenses, closely adhered to him. It appears that Florida is aware that sending a guard to defend against Lin Xing's offensive maneuvers would be futile. Only a small forward matched against Lin Xing possesses a slight advantage in height. Lin Xing executed a deceptive maneuver, retreating to take a step-back three-pointer. Although Brewer was unable to disrupt the shot, it clanged off the rim. The rebound was secured by Florida, who swiftly launched a counterattack, successfully converting a rapid two-pointer. The score now stood at 8-2. With the match only just underway, Florida had already established a 6-point lead. See, Kenny, what did I tell you before the game? The absence of Curry rendered the Wildcats akin to a body missing a limb. Even with Lin Xing's robust physique, he struggled to withstand Florida's versatile players. The underdog's tale, it seems, may well conclude today. As a commentator for TNT, Barkley has never been one to adopt a neutral stance. His bold opinions generate ample discussion and excitement. The Wildcats fans now displayed expressions of concern. Chapter 19, a tense contest. Even in defeat, we must maintain grace. The Wildcats head coach, McLaughlin, clapped his hands energetically, passionately encouraging his players on the court. Stay focused, lads. The game has only just begun. Prior to the match, McLaughlin had mentally prepared for the possibility of defeat. Given that reigning champions Florida University far surpassed the Wildcats, who were missing Curry. However, this did not imply that McLaughlin would surrender. He endeavored to instill his fervor in every Wildcats player on the floor. Even if we lose, we must do so with dignity. This was the final sentiment McLaughlin expressed in the locker room today. On the Knicks side, Crawford appeared in good spirits. Perhaps this young man could still score 20 points today. But if Florida could put the game out of reach in the first half, Steven, you can hand me $1,000 right now. Get lost. It's too early for that, Marbury retorted, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xing. Lin Xing's recent drive to the basket had left a strong impression on him. He believed this young man would not concede defeat easily. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Florida University completely dominated the game. They capitalized on organized offensive plays and positional advantages to score. Defensively, they erected an impenetrable wall in the paint. Whenever Lin Xing penetrated the lane, he faced the dual defensive pressure of Horford and Noah. In a span of 10 minutes, Lin Xing scored intermittently, amassing 12 points, including 4 from free throws. Despite being the highest scorer of the game, his efforts could not surpass Florida's diverse scoring, with only Horford contributing 8 points while the rest of his teammates also found the scoreboard. The score stood at 23-15. With the University of Florida maintaining an 8-point lead, McClough called the first timeout of the match, during which Florida's fans unitedly chanted the team's name, further elevating the spirit of their players. Lin Xing exhibited remarkable personal skill and undeniable talent, undoubtedly capable of entering the NBA. However, basketball is fundamentally a team sport. As a member of the Wildcats, it is unrealistic for Lin to rely solely on himself to triumph over a cohesive 5-man unit. During the timeout, Barkley continued to voice his concerns, as if the Wildcats had already conceded defeat. If we continue to play this way, winning will be a challenge. Lin accounted for 12 of the 15 points scored. McClough directly conveyed his thoughts to the players. I observed numerous opportunities for shots on the court. Yet the players in possession hesitated to take them. Is it fear of facing Florida, or have you already surrendered? As he spoke, McClough's gaze swept across the faces of each starting player. George, Sherlock, and others averted their eyes, bowing their heads. Tell me, are you afraid, or have you given up? McClough suddenly shouted. The players flinched at his outburst, but they lifted their heads in unison, declaring, We have not given up, coach. Do you want to win? Yes. Then when the opportunity arises, shoot that damn basketball. Upon hearing McClough's admonition, Lin Xing pondered deeply. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Lin Xing called out to George and positioned himself at the baseline to receive the serve. As he sprinted forward, he urged his teammates to create space, assuring them they would receive his passes. Upon advancing into the offensive zone, Lin Xing was met with staunch defense from the University of Florida. A double team closed in on him. Even without the ball, Lin Xing was closely monitored, let alone when he had possession. Facing the onslaught, Lin Xing instinctively passed the ball to the unguarded George, who found himself in a clear spot beyond the three-point line. Shoot, Lin Xing shouted. George rarely took three-point shots with the Wildcats, as the team boasted 2 sharpshooters. His role was primarily that of a playmaker. In this match, he was called upon to form the backcourt duo with Lin Xing in place of Curry. Perhaps it was the words spoken by McLaughlin during the timeout or Lin Xing's fervent shout that instilled courage in George. He opted to take a 3-point shot directly. Bang. Swish. Though the arc was not perfectly precise, it fortuitously ricocheted off the backboard and into the net. 23-18. After scoring, George was elated, raising his hands in excitement, while Lin Xing ran over to high-five him, offering encouragement. Well done. Next came Florida's counterattack. The sudden shift in the Wildcats' offensive rhythm did not faze Florida. They remained steadfast in their ground game. The basketball circulated among the Florida players, except for Humphrey, who was tasked with guarding Lin Xing. Florida had conducted thorough research prior to the game and was wary of Lin Xing's defensive prowess. Any pass to Humphrey risked being intercepted by Lin Xing. The ball eventually found its way to Horford, whose teammates had cleared space for him. Horford continued to press against Wade, and then, in a sudden pivot, he took a mid-range shot. Wade still could not withstand Horford's might. However, Lin Xing had been lurking in the shadows, and at the very moment Horford turned, Lin Xing surged forward, leaping to deliver a resounding block. The ball, after striking Horford, flew out of bounds. With his back to the basket, pivoting and then shooting, is that the only move you possess? With a triumphant smile, Lin Xing looked at Horford after the block. Horford grunted, getting back on defense. He had indeed underestimated the situation, while he had successfully overpowered Wade. He had failed to account for the lurking Lin Xing. Finally freed from Howard's relentless defense, Wade gratefully glanced at Lin Xing. Thank goodness for your help, Lin. Well, you two must step up and provide him with some resistance. Lin Xing understood that it was impossible for him to block every shot. Defending against Horford would ultimately rely on Wade himself. The momentum on the court began to shift subtly. Lin Xing no longer rushes to initiate individual attacks in the front court to tear apart Florida's defense. Instead, he employs his expansive basketball vision to search for teammates who are left unguarded during his ball handling. He encourages them to take their shots. As McLaughlin remarked, due to his extraordinary performances in the previous 2 games and the pressure on his teammates, the Wildcats have become entirely reliant on his prowess. While it may be feasible to dominate weaker teams like Texas and Kentucky in such a manner, Facing a comprehensive powerhouse like Florida is an entirely different challenge. The other players on the Wildcats also require scoring to bolster their confidence and focus. With Lin Qing attracting defensive attention, several of his teammates found commendable opportunities to shoot. Although he scored only 5 points in the remaining 10 minutes of the first half, he also accumulated 7 assists, including 1 three-pointer. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 39-35. The Wildcats, though still trailing, were only behind by 4 points. Moreover, their momentum had shifted, with many players feeling liberated. Wade even delivered a spectacular block on Horford despite being in a one-on-one situation. During halftime, a smile crept across McLaughlin's face. "Keep playing like that, you little rascals. The pressure is now on Florida. They are the defending champions and the top seed. We are merely the 15th seed. And those who go barefoot fear not those in shoes." Lin Qing sat on the bench, towel draped over his shoulders, resting with unwavering determination. His passing style in the first half had significantly enhanced his teammates' rhythm. He believed that Florida would undoubtedly alter their defensive strategy in the second half, no longer daring to double-team him so recklessly. At that moment, he anticipated the arrival of his moment to shine. In the audience, the Knicks players resumed their chatter. "This kid has an exceptional vision for passing," one remarked. "Compared to his scoring ability I observed in the highlights, he seems to be playing with greater rationality tonight." Marbury did not conceal his admiration for Lin Qing, while Crawford merely smirked, remaining silent, aware that the Wildcats were inching closer to a tie, making premature celebrations unwise. Among the spectators was Knicks owner Dolan, who watched from an exclusive VIP box. "Our New York native not only scores well but also excels at passing. He has the potential to become a versatile superstar." Dolan spoke with enthusiasm. "Boss, I must remind you that the draft is in July. It's still early. And we may not secure Lin Qing," an assistant interjected, unable to restrain himself. "I don't care. Lin Qing must come to New York. He embodies the spirit of the city," Dolan insisted with a touch of ostentation, "even if it means trading away players to obtain the first overall pick. I will have him." The assistant could only fall silent in compliance. As the second half commenced, Lin Qing insisted on taking the court despite having played the entire first half without rest. On the Florida bench, Horford and Noah remained seated. Their coach was surprised to see Lin Qing enter the game. Is McLaughlin really planning to let Lin Qing play the whole game? Although the NCAA's first half was only 20 minutes shorter than the NBA, the extended 35-second shot clock implied greater physical exertion, as players frantically sprinted to find suitable shooting opportunities. With Horford and Noah absent, Lin Qing's primary challenge came from Brewer. However, one player alone could hardly contain Lin Qing. Upon receiving the ball in the front court, Lin Qing opted not to seek a teammate but rather executed a powerful step around to bypass Brewer. Without losing momentum, he surged towards the basket. Faced with Lin Qing's unstoppable advance, Florida's substitute center, Bill, could only brace himself for the impending collision. Unprepared for Lin Qing's decision to leap directly towards the hoop, Lin Qing, as he approached the free throw line, opted for an immediate leap. The dramatic elevation of his jump, combined with his sprinting velocity, was truly remarkable. Lin Qing extended his arm, single-handedly hanging on the rim, and emphatically slammed the basketball through the hoop. As he descended, he collided with Bill beneath him, both tumbling to the floor. Was this a posterization? Indeed, it was. At the onset of the second half, Lin had just posterized the opposing center. His audacity was astonishing, his ferocity unparalleled. Who had inspired him to play with such fervor? Even the notoriously critical Barkley could not suppress a shout of admiration. Not everyone had witnessed Lin's previous game footage. While dunks are commonplace, posterizations are a rarity that elicit unrestrained cheers from the crowd. The Wildcats fans were ignited with fervor, while the Florida supporters could scarcely believe their eyes. The players on the Wildcats bench were on the verge of rushing onto the court to celebrate with Lin. He was simply unstoppable. Lin resembled a warrior. Posterizing a center was a childhood dream come true. After the fall, Lin rose and graciously extended his hand to help Bill, who was pinned beneath him. Bill, seething with anger, swatted Lin's hand away and stood up. "Damn it, you just posterized me, and now you're pretending to be friendly." Bill felt utterly humiliated. Having just entered the game, he had become a mere backdrop, suffering the indignity of being posterized by a guard. Even the Knicks, seasoned by the intensity of NBA play, stood in unison with the audience. "How brutal. This kid has sparked my anticipation for his performance in the upcoming NBA Slam Dunk Contest," Marbury exclaimed with enthusiasm. In the ensuing minutes, Lin Qing propelled his team to score relentlessly, amassing 8 consecutive points that allowed the Wildcats to seize the lead. When the Florida coach urgently called for a timeout, sending Horford and Noah into the fray, the scoreboard read 41-43, with Florida trailing by 2 points. Rest assured, Coach, Noah and I will secure the victory for the team, Horford confidently assured the coach before stepping onto the court. Upon his return, Horford adeptly utilized his teammates' screens to create an opportunity for an open three-point shot. His release was decisive, the basketball tracing a lofty arc through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. 44-43. Florida had claimed the lead. Players of Horford's caliber, possessing shooting prowess, are a rare breed. He could create expansive space for his teammates who excel at driving. Many teams will undoubtedly vie for his talents in this year's draft, commented the outspoken Smith. After scoring, Horford provocatively gestured a three-point sign towards Lin. Throughout this match, Lin had only attempted one shot at the beginning, which had missed the mark. Linching speculated that this was the reason behind Horford's provocation. Did he believe his three-point shooting was more accurate than mine? The Wildcats' offensive possession ensued. Linching signaled a tactical gesture to George, who understood and began directing his teammates. Subsequently, Linching utilized a double screen to maneuver to within 2 meters of the three-point line, where he received the basketball. Humphrey, tasked with defending Linching, braced himself, anticipating a drive. Unexpectedly, Linching executed a crouching motion, then, with remarkable swiftness, unleashed an extraordinary long-range three-point shot. As he released the ball, not only his teammates, but also the Wildcats players perceived Linching as audaciously reckless. In this era, the concept of shooting from such a distance was unheard of. Players were conditioned to score from the vicinity of the basket, deemed the most efficient scoring method. Yet, Linching opted to shoot from so far beyond the arc. All eyes in Madison Square Garden were transfixed on the soaring basketball. Given the considerable distance from the hoop, fans had time to express their disbelief. If that goes in, I'll eat my hat. What a ridiculous shot. Has he lost his mind? They quipped. Then, under the watchful gaze of thousands, the basketball swished through the net. Swish. The net rippled like a splash of water. 44-46. The Wildcats had regained a lead. He actually made it. What will that guy do now? Incredible shot. Sheer luck. The crowd erupted in animated discussion, while the Florida players were astonished, muttering profanities under their breath, and Horford sulked in disbelief. This was a fiery attempt, seemingly favored by fortune, yet the decision to shoot was questionable. Barkley, the flying pig, gestured comically to the camera. If everyone shot like that, it would turn into an all-star entertainment weekend. The ever-verbose Smith chuckled and shook his head in amusement. In the next offensive possession, Florida's conventional strategy failed to level the score after Linching's unconventional shot had brought about the lead change. Noah's shot clanked off the rim, and Linching secured the rebound, pushing the ball up the court for a fast break. No one could keep pace with him. However, he halted just beyond the three-point line, and, under the scrutiny of all, Linching prepared to shoot once more. Remarkably, he was positioned at the same distance as before. Another attempt from such a distance? Again, everyone held their breath. Chapter 21. A deluge of three-pointers falls at Madison Square Garden. Linching fixed his gaze upon the ball. At that moment, it felt as though the world fell silent, and the rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in his ears. Given the considerable distance, Linching was unsure of his ability to score once more. Yet, the feeling was profound. How could he refrain from taking the shot? The basketball flew true, unerring, and swished through the net. Swish. 44-49. Linching gradually raised his arms, and simultaneously, a thunderous cheer erupted. If a long-range shot was a stroke of luck, then a second successful attempt was enough to leave all the spectators in awe. The fans from 2007 had never witnessed such a spectacle, nor such a remarkable shot. Goodness, was this a divine intervention? Even Jordan would not dare to shoot like that. He seemed as if he were soaring through the skies. The fans were in a frenzy of discussion. In the TNT studio, Pig and Big Mouth exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their eyes. This kid, is he really that fortunate? I have never seen anyone shoot like this. Even the Wildcats players, accustomed to Curry's astonishing three-pointers during regular seasons, were left speechless. The players and coaching staff from the University of Florida helplessly threw up their hands. How can we defend against a player who shoots like that from beyond the arc? Is even God on the side of the Wildcats today? The game continued. The players from Florida silently returned to their half of the court to inbound the ball. All eyes instinctively gravitated towards Linching, amplifying the pressure. In the VIP viewing room, Knicks owner Dolan had already risen from his comfortable armchair to watch the game. Did you see that, Peter? That kid just displayed an unparalleled bravado. Look at those little celebrities in the front row. If he could deliver such performances for the Knicks, Our team could surpass the Lakers in popularity. Peter, the assistant, was certainly astonished, but managed to maintain his composure. I concur, boss, but I mean, if he truly possesses such dazzling shooting skills rather than relying on luck. Luck? Dolan shook his head, his gaze flickering. My life philosophy is to not believe in luck. Fortune favors the prepared mind. Peter touched his nose, remaining silent. Although he longed to critique the Knicks' draft decisions in recent years, he knew Dolan would roar at him to pack his bags and leave. As Florida initiated their offensive possession, they grew anxious, hastening their pace after Lin Xing's consecutive three-pointers had turned the tide. With time running short, increasing their tempo was their best option. Horford abandoned his low post position, moving to the arc to attempt a high screen and roll with Green. Wade, keep an eye on his three-point shot. Lin Xing sensed Horford's tactical intent and loudly warned his teammates. Horford shot Lin Xing a sharp glare and was forced to pass the ball to Green, who was driving towards the basket. Down low, Anthony was battling Noah for control of the paint. Green's involvement made the interior even more congested, and he was compelled to pass the ball to Brewer, who was positioned on the perimeter. Brewer's shooting prowess was mediocre. Sherlock chose not to closely guard him, instead allowing some distance to prevent Brewer from driving. The 35-second offensive possession felt both lengthy and fleeting, but time was running out for Florida. Ultimately, the ball found its way to Humphries. This was undoubtedly the worst possible choice. Lin Xing lowered his center of gravity, poised for action. Humphrey, steeling himself, hurriedly executed a feint before opting for a three-point shot. This feint was indeed impressive, deceiving even Humphrey himself. He genuinely believed he had a chance to take the shot. Bam! Lin Xing merely leapt slightly, effortlessly utilizing his wingspan and height advantage to intercept the basketball that Humphrey had just released. A splendid block indeed. The ball soared into the air as Humphrey had just landed, lacking the time to react for a second jump, while Lin Xing seized the opportunity to claim the ball. Oh no! The head coach of Florida immediately shouted, "Fall back! Fall back!" The dread of Lin Xing's solo counterattack had permeated their very bones. Yet, it was too late. Only Brewer managed to keep pace with Lin Xing, who was advancing with the ball, running parallel to him. In a desperate attempt to thwart Lin Xing, Brewer had no choice but to resort to a foul. It was the only option left at that moment. Lin Xing forcefully pushed Brewer away with his protective hand. Want to commit a foul? Then you must be quicker than me. No one else in the front court can stand in my way. Lin Xing executed a relaxed axe dunk, bringing the score to 44-51. The dynamics of the game had completely shifted, as Lin Xing began to seize control through sheer personal prowess. I must concede, Kenny, that Lin is the most gifted player on this court. The once unyielding flying pig has finally softened his stance. He was captivated by Lin Xing's recent displays. Lin is akin to a fierce tiger, when still. One might not sense his presence, yet he has long been lying in ambush, and his sudden onslaught is nothing short of ferocious. Trailing by 7 points with 12 minutes remaining, Florida had no reason to concede. They called for a timeout to recalibrate their offensive strategy. During the pause, the Knicks players engaged in fervent discussions about Lin Xing's recent performance. He possesses the potential to become a premier shooter, Randolph remarked. A premier shooter? I see even more in him. His ability to drive, his speed, and his playmaking are all exceptional, Marbury said, his eyes reflecting admiration. As the 4th overall pick in the 1996 draft, Marbury, having spent years in the NBA facing numerous elite stars, has a deeper understanding of the chasm that exists between levels of talent. Lin Xing is merely a freshman, yet the talent and prowess he has exhibited rival that of many established stars. Crawford has remained silent for quite some time, as he too has been captivated by Lin Xing's performance. As a versatile guard, he understands that should Lin Xing join the NBA, there is a strong possibility of facing off against him. How would one defend against this young prodigy? Not only is Crawford at a loss for how to counter him, but the University of Florida is equally bewildered. Despite their adjustments during the timeout, Florida remains unable to contain Lin Xing. Although Lin Xing no longer attempts long-range three-pointers, his shooting touch from beyond the arc remains remarkably hot. In the first half, Lin Xing refrained from shooting three-pointers, as Florida merely needed to rely on their formidable interior defense. However, Lin Xing's threat from the perimeter has compelled defenders to closely guard him on the outside, yet this close attention alone is insufficient. Lin Xing will undoubtedly opt for a breakthrough. Lin Xing made a breakthrough. Florida opted for an interior double team. Florida executed a double team. Lin Xing promptly delivers the ball to his open teammates. While Florida can contain a single pitcher or a penetrator, it struggles to restrain a well-rounded player. Although the Wildcats' scoring efficiency has indeed diminished, let us not forget that Florida is the one trailing. They must exert themselves on the offensive front. Exert themselves? They are unable to muster any significant effort. Florida inherently plays at a slow pace, and the immense pressure of trailing, coupled with last-minute adjustments, has distorted their offense. As the game nears its conclusion with just 1 minute and 49 seconds remaining, the Wildcats lead Florida 73-65, holding an 8-point advantage. The Wildcats now possess the offensive possession. Lin Xing received the ball beyond the 3-point line, and with Humphrey closely guarding him, he executed a forceful jump shot. Swish. The ball found its mark with perfect precision. The score stood at 76-65, granting an 11-point lead. In that moment, the Florida fans at Madison Square Garden fell silent. The players shook their heads in disbelief, some even with tears welling in their eyes. The coaching staff sighed in resignation. A deluge of three-pointers began to pour down on Madison Square Garden. This was nearly the dagger that sealed the fate of the game. In the first half, both teams were evenly matched. However, in the second half, the Wildcats unleashed a barrage of 8 three-pointers, effectively extinguishing Florida's hopes. With Lin himself sinking 5 of those shots, the ever-vocal Smith couldn't help but express his admiration, seemingly entranced by the Wildcats' shooting display. Chapter 22, Advancing to the NCAA Finals. The ultimate showdown has arrived. There was no doubt the Wildcats emerged victorious in this contest. Lin Xing amassed an impressive tally of 40 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, achieving a remarkable double-double and filling his statistical sheet to the brim. The trio from Florida's forward line stood still, gazing at the scoreboard with expressions of bitterness. Their journey in the NCAA has reached its conclusion. The head coach consoled his 3 disciples, assuring them that their futures lie in the NBA, and this setback is but a fleeting disappointment. As he spoke, he gestured towards Lin Xing, who was celebrating with his teammates in the distance. You will have the opportunity to exact your revenge in the NBA. The coach's words resonated deeply. Horford clenched his fists, vowing to himself that he would grow stronger and defeat Lin Xing in the NBA. Even if Lin Xing were aware of Horford's current thoughts, he would merely smile faintly. There are many who harbor grudges against him, and even more will arise in the future. It is likely that Bookbag Du was watching on television, gritting his teeth in frustration. The Wildcats players celebrated with newfound exuberance. Dancing in Madison Square Garden to express their elation, Lin Xing performed a mechanical dance from Qianchaoguang for the players. Though somewhat clumsy, it brought laughter and joy to everyone. Michael Lope was moved to tears, discreetly retreating to a corner to avoid being seen by the players. In the TNT studio, Big Mouth and Flying Pig recapped the unexpectedly thrilling match. Congratulations to the Wildcats for successfully advancing to the NCAA Finals. They continue to forge their own underdog legend. I must apologize to Lin. I underestimated him before the game, yet he delivered a magnificent double-double that left me utterly humbled. There will absolutely be no second chances. I shall never again underestimate any player from Qianchaoguang. Barkley humorously mocked himself, and people still recalled his amusing encounter with Yuming regarding an unfortunate incident. I believe the upcoming championship game will witness Lin's final NCAA appearance. He is destined to enter the NBA through this year's draft, where he will continue to showcase his remarkable talent. Perhaps Lin will indeed lead the Wildcats to claim Davidson College's first NCAA championship trophy. Where are you going, Jamal? I still want to treat everyone with the $1,000 you gave me, Marbury called out to Crawford, who was hastily leaving the stands after the game. Crawford turned back, a bit embarrassed, and replied, "All right, whatever you all want to eat today, it's on me." The Knicks players erupted in laughter. Wow, Thrifty Jamal is quite generous today. In the VIP viewing room, Dolan reclined comfortably on his chair. If we don't secure him this year, I will have that useless manager Thomas fired. His charisma and talent are meant for the Knicks. He is destined to be the next LeBron James. With stats of 40 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, can you guess whose numbers these are from the NCAA semifinals? NBC Sports, the 15th seed advances to the finals. The Wildcats continue to make history. Washington Sports, he must be the first overall pick. North Carolina basketball news, let us congratulate the Wildcats on reaching the finals. The college will provide tickets for all students to attend the championship game. Davidson official website. Basketball court. Lin Xing is persistently attempting long-range three-pointers, achieving only 1 out of 10 attempts. Indeed, such distant shots have yet to become a staple of his scoring repertoire. The 2 successful long-range attempts during the game were largely due to fortuity. Nevertheless, the sensation of releasing the ball left a profound impression on Lin Xing. A moment of unity between man and ball. At some point, McClough arrived at the sidelines, greeting Lin Xing with a smile. As a coach, The sole advice I can offer you is to ensure you rest adequately. Well, I'll just take a few casual shots, he replied. Lin Qing put away the basketball and sat on the long bench by the court with McLock. Do you have confidence in the finals? When have you ever seen me lacking confidence? Lin Qing's rhetorical question elicited a hearty laugh from McLock. If previously Steph Curry was the apple of McLock's eye, then Lin Qing had swiftly become his newfound affection within a mere month. In contrast to Curry's humility, Lin Qing exuded a distinctly American flair. How is Steven? Lin Qing inquired. A minor issue. A brief period of rest will suffice, came the reply. I regret that I can no longer witness the two of you playing together. Should Lin Qing choose to remain next year, McLock firmly believed that the Wildcats would still reach the finals, perhaps even dominate the NCAA. You are the most remarkable player I have ever coached in my lifetime, McLock remarked before taking his leave. Lin Qing reminisced about McLock's words for quite some time, finally uttering a sigh. Without Steven's day off, it is truly dreadfully dull. Although the day off was tedious, fortunately, it lasted only for a single day. In the following days, McLock led the Wildcats to arrive early in the city where the finals were to be held, engaging in an intensive training regimen. Lin Qing could sense the palpable tension among the players of the Wildcat team. The usual laughter and joviality that filled their training sessions had vanished. George, Sherlock, Anthony, and others were wholly engrossed in completing each drill with utmost diligence. They were entirely focused, for none wished to hinder their team's performance in the NCAA finals. During a break, Sherlock shared a profound sentiment with Lin. Lin, we are not like you. Your future lies in the NBA. However, for us, this might be our only opportunity in this lifetime. Lin Qing, what a thief. Su Xiu originally stole this from you. I trust you. And you can rest assured to trust me as well. Lin Qing put his arm around Sherlock's shoulder. Although I have not forgotten the time you led the way in calling me the star of Summer Nation. Sherlock's expression was quite awkward. I meant no offense. It simply indicates that you possess quite the talent for nicknaming. Could you perhaps devise a new moniker for me? This way, I can also flaunt it in the NBA, Lin Qing jested. Summer Nation Raptor? Summer Nation Tiger? Summer Nation. Stop, hold on. I retract my previous praise. The NCAA Championship is approaching, a grand event for all fans akin to the Spring Festival Gala. Whether online or offline, fans are fervently discussing this year's championship, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The anticipated viewership for the finals is expected to reach unprecedented heights. The NBA dares not schedule any games during the NCAA Championship, such as the palpable influence. Moreover, this year's championship features two highly favored teams. The Wildcats, the 15th seed, a remarkable dark horse, boasting the phenomenal Lin Qing. The Ohio State Buckeyes, featuring this year's NBA draft top pick, the so-called Emperor, Greg Oden. Will the dark horse create a true legend, or will the Emperor ascend to his throne, regardless of which team claims the championship? This year's NCAA Finals will be etched in history. March 27th. Lakers' home ground, Los Angeles Staples Center. The NCAA Championship will be held here. Chapter 23. Attention from the homeland. The Emperor makes his entrance. Since Lin Qing made his name as a substitute in the 64-32 match, the media and sports circles within the Summer Nation have been closely following him. From the 32-16, 16-8, all the way to the finals. The domestic attention has been relentless and ever-growing. Although the NCAA does not broadcast live, fans are spontaneously watching the game recordings. Domestic sports media promptly report the results of the Wildcats games. A Summer Nation native as the star player of an NCAA team, leading his team to the NCAA championship, is enough to make every fan in the Summer Nation proud. The true star of the Summer Nation. Perhaps his draft position could surpass Yi Jianlian, the next NBA top pick from the Summer Nation. Fans are dreaming of Lin Qing's future, eagerly anticipating the future of Summer Nation basketball. On the morning of the game day, Lin Qing also received an interview invitation from the domestic Zhuangdian station. Lin Qing cheerfully arrived for the appointment, only to be astonished to discover that the individual sent to interview him was none other than the renowned figure in the domestic sports circle, Coach Zhang Weiping Bryant. Young Lin, how does it feel to play in the NCAA? Has anyone been unkind to you? Not at all. Everyone has been exceptionally nice. Coach Zhang, exuding warmth, initially engaged in light-hearted conversation, bridging the gap between himself and Lin Qing. Since Lin Qing's rebirth, he has not heard the familiar tones of his hometown for a considerable time, making it particularly endearing. The content of the interview is straightforward and uncomplicated, in stark contrast to those tedious sports media outlets that delight in setting traps for Lin Qing to fall into. Lin Qing spoke candidly about his experiences since studying abroad. This competition has garnered immense attention from basketball fans in our country, and I shall be present at the venue to provide live commentary and cheer for you. Coach Zhang's eyes shimmered with anticipation. This year holds great promise for the domestic basketball scene, with the likes of Qianchaoguang at home and Linxing abroad. They represent the future hope of our basketball community. Since the era of Yao Ming, it has been quite some time since a player from our country entered the NBA. Rest assured, Coach Zhang, I will give my utmost effort and not disappoint anyone. After the interview, Coach Zhang kindly invited Linxing to dine at a local restaurant in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, at the Staples Center, the staff were bustling about, preparing the venue for the final match. Numerous celebrities were rehearsing, ready to perform at today's opening ceremony. As the afternoon progressed, a multitude of fans from all corners of the country began to gather outside the arena, lining up in anticipation. Linxing, accompanied by his team, received an enthusiastic cheer from fans as the bus passed by the long queue. Many supporters held signs in favor of the Wildcats and Linxing. Linxing greeted the fans through the car window. The unwavering support from these enthusiasts, along with the vibrant atmosphere, infused him with an abundance of energy. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the players of the Wildcats awaited Coach McLocka's pregame address in the locker room. In a departure from his usual stern demeanor, McLock appeared relaxed. "You all look as if you're heading into battle. I hope no one plans to pull out an AK later." The players erupted in laughter, their taut nerves beginning to ease. Linxing did not anticipate that Mike Lopp would possess such a humorous side. After warming up the atmosphere, Mike Lopp continued, "For many of you, today will be one of the most illustrious moments of your lives. Not only are there tens of thousands within this arena, but billions of eyes across the globe are upon you. Regardless of the outcome of this match, simply standing on this stage signifies success. Go forth, you spirited young men. Strive, fight, and give it your all. Let not your youth be marred by regret." As Mike Lopp's words resonated, the players instinctively gathered in a circle, placing their palms together. The Wildcats shall prevail. Linxing joined in the exuberant cheers, brimming with anticipation for the match. Stepping out of the locker room and traversing the players' tunnel, he was enveloped by a thunderous wave of applause and a flurry of flashing lights. Click, click, click. In addition to the jubilant voices, the NCAA fans wielded their own secret weapon, an array of musical instruments that filled the air with an exhilarating cacophony, nearly piercing the eardrums and igniting a fervor within. The opening ceremony had commenced, featuring a performance by the illustrious singer Bianca, whose temporary stage on the court was nothing short of opulent, reminiscent of a grand concert. Following Bianca's performance, a medley of rap and dance spectacles continued to unfold. Linxing savored every fleeting moment. The TNT network once again dispatched the dynamic duo, the loquacious Smith and the exuberant Barkley, to provide commentary. "Hello everyone, I am Smith. And today I shall be joining Barkley to narrate the 2006 to 2007 NCAA championship. The finalists are the Davidson Wildcats and the Ohio State Buckeyes. The starting players have taken the court. First, for the Buckeyes, Conley, Cook, Tate, Kufos, and Oden. Conley, Cook, and Oden, once high school teammates, share an extraordinary synergy that propelled the Buckeyes to the finals. Center Greg Oden, a prodigious talent and a frontrunner for the first pick in this year's NBA draft, possesses an extraordinary level of potential, reminiscent of historical giants. Now, for the Wildcats, George, Linxing, Sherlock, Wade, and Anthony. As the 15th seed, they are the ultimate dark horse, having triumphed over the University of Florida in the semifinals. Such labels associated with the Wildcats render them formidable opponents. Star player Linxing has delivered phenomenal performances in every round. Should Linxing continue to lead the Wildcats to victory today, he could very well disrupt Oden's draft position. The referee has blown the whistle, both teams are poised for the tip-off, and the game is about to commence. On the court, Linxing, positioning himself, scrutinizes Greg Oden, who is preparing for the jump ball. The name Oden is familiar to all NBA enthusiasts, yet Linxing often hears him referred to as a bust. Standing at 2.14 meters with a wingspan of 2.24 meters, the statistics alone do not convey the sheer magnitude of Oden's talent. Only up close can one truly appreciate the terrifying nature of his abilities. With broad shoulders, robust muscles, and powerful limbs, coupled with the visage of an ancient sinner, he undeniably embodies the moniker of a colossal beast. Although the Wildcat center is also 2.13 meters tall, he appears as a frail chick beside Oden. The referee tosses the basketball into the air, and Oden, like a mountain, effortlessly springs upwards, colliding with Anthony to seize the jump ball. Mike Conley takes control, leading the charge as the Wildcats swiftly transition back on defense under Linxing's guidance. In this match, Lin Xing's counterpart is Daquan Cook. Although not as illustrious as Mike Conley and Greg Oden, Cook also made his way into the NBA through the draft, being selected 21st overall. After a brief stint spanning a few seasons in the league, he eventually became an unwanted player. His career averages stand at 6.4 points and 2.1 rebounds per game. While such a player possesses a semblance of NBA caliber, he is fated to have little impact in today's game. For Lin Xing, the crux of the match lies in his ability to contain Oden. Conley and Oden seamlessly executed a high pick-and-roll at the top of the arc, with Oden cutting inside to receive Conley's pass, surging toward the basket. As a formidable center, Oden's athleticism is remarkably exceptional. When he charges forward, he resembles a bulldozer. Anthony, the Wildcats center, gritted his teeth and braced himself, only to be overpowered by Oden in the next moment. Oden leapt in unison, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. Bam! 2-0. Right from the outset, Oden demonstrated why he is often referred to as the Emperor. Lin Xing couldn't help but click his tongue. This was the true Emperor, unlike the one from later times who preferred to hide behind the three-point line, often shedding tears. Chapter 24. Fearless of the Emperor. A death-defying dunk. The fans' adoration for the behemoth was evident from the thunderous cheers that erupted in an instant. Oden boldly showcased his muscles to the audience. This is precisely why I steadfastly believe that Oden must be the first overall pick. He possesses the potential to succeed Shaquille O'Neal as the next dominant force in the NBA's interior. Barkley marveled. During the Wildcats' offensive possession, George brought the ball up court and passed it to Lin Xing. Lin Xing, possessing the ball on the wing, surveyed the defensive formation of the Seven Leaf Trees team. In the NCAA, there is no 3-second violation, allowing Oden to firmly establish himself beneath the basket, effectively pushing Anthony outside the paint. With Oden guarding the rim, the remaining players of the Seven Leaf Trees team spread their defensive line wide. Following Lin Xing's impressive three-point performance in the previous game, they harbored a palpable apprehension regarding his outside shooting capabilities. Particularly, Lin Xing's direct opponent, Cook, closely shadowed him, adopting a stance that prioritized denying the shot while allowing for a drive. Lin Xing swiftly maneuvered past Cook, who was tasked with guarding him. Cook was taken aback by the rapidity of Lin Xing's initial step, leaving him no opportunity to pursue and defend, forcing him to watch as Lin Xing surged into the three-point line. Fortunately, Conley arrived promptly to provide assistance, positioning himself in front of Lin Xing at the mid-range to impede his advance. Despite Conley's efforts, his height of only 1.85 meters paled in comparison to Lin Xing, rendering him insufficient in the face of such a formidable opponent. Lin Xing executed a direct pull-up, launching a mid-range shot over Conley's defense. Swish! He confidently scored, bringing the tally to 2-2. Lin Xing resembled a formidable presence akin to Oden on the guard line. As the Seven-Leaf team deployed 2 players in defense yet still found it challenging to impede Lin Xing's scoring prowess, Smith acknowledged Lin Xing's contributions to the scoreboard. In the ensuing minutes, a fierce exchange unfolded between the two teams, with the Wildcats struggling to contain Oden's dominance in the paint. The Seven-Leaf team, too, could not thwart Lin Xing's mid-range strikes following his penetrations. However, Oden's approach near the basket exhibited a higher margin for error. Across 5 offensive possessions, he remained flawless, converting all 5 attempts and securing 10 points for his team. On the Wildcats' side, Lin Xing attempted 5 shots, successfully landing 4, thereby accumulating 8 points. The scores of both players mirrored their respective teams' totals, with the Seven-Leaf team leading narrowly at 10-8. Nonetheless, the next possession belonged to the Wildcats, granting them an opportunity to equalize. In this sequence, the Seven-Leaf team abruptly altered their defensive strategy, opting for a zone defense to curtail Lin Xing's impact. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Xing faced an immediate double team as Conley moved in to assist Cook, compelling Lin Xing to pass. Lin Xing certainly did not opt to pass the ball. Since the championship began, he has faced numerous double teams, and he has become adept at handling such situations with ease. Lin Xing seized the moment. As the ball descended, he surged past the duo of Cook and Conley, heading straight for the basket. The coaching staff of the Seven Leaf Trees had anticipated that Lin Xing would attempt a sudden mid-range jump shot. If he could score even with a defender, what chance did they have when left unguarded? All they could do was hope that Lin Xing's shooting touch would falter at this crucial juncture. However, to their astonishment, Lin Xing accelerated to the mid-range spot and charged toward the free throw line. This audacious move startled everyone. After all, there stood Oden in the paint. Was Lin Xing truly daring to challenge the might of the Emperor's interior defense? Oden, observing Lin Xing's advance, braced himself for the encounter. In the lead-up to the game, Odin had meticulously reviewed footage of Lin Xing's performances and was well aware of his exceptional leaping ability and his knack for executing acrobatic layups mid-air. Thus, rather than remain a passive defender beneath the basket, Odin opted to press forward, raising his arms high to serve as an imposing barrier. With a wingspan of 2.25 meters and a height of 2.24 meters, Odin's outstretched arms nearly obscured the entire view of the hoop. Yet, Lin Xing made the bold decision to leap. Indeed, facing the towering behemoth in the paint, Lin Xing resolutely chose to ascend directly into the key. Caught off guard, he collided with Odin. This was a clash of two monumental physiques. A tremendous force of opposition surged through his chest, yet Lin Xing, relying on his extraordinary core strength, managed to hurl the basketball towards the hoop just before losing his balance and falling. Thud. At the moment the ball swished through the net, Lin Xing also tumbled onto the floor. Although he could not topple Odin, he secured those crucial 2 points. 10-10. The audience was astounded by Lin Xing's fearless approach to the game. While others evaded Odin, this young man boldly charged straight at him. Odin extended a hand to the fallen Lin Xing, who graciously accepted it and rose to his feet. To his surprise, the intimidating giant revealed a softer side. "You have quite a bit of strength. You knocked the wind out of me," Odin remarked, rubbing his chest. "You're not so bad yourself." Lin Xing ceased his idle chatter and opted for defense. The onlookers believed his reckless style was merely a test. Little did they know it marked the commencement of a relentless assault. After experiencing their initial intimate confrontation, Lin Xing seized every opportunity to penetrate the paint, daring to challenge Odin's formidable defense. The frequency of their clashes escalated. This approach, however, proved less than efficient, as Lin Xing's shooting percentage began to dwindle. Was he out of his mind? Such tactics squandered possession. Why forego open shots to recklessly drive to the basket? This was hardly the manner in which a guard should play. Yet, the fans failed to notice that during the offensive plays, Odin's shooting percentage was also plummeting. It was precisely Lin Xing's relentless offensive pressure that sapped Odin's stamina and diminished his momentum. For a heavyweight center like Odin, robust and invincible when fully energized, fatigue transformed even the most muscular arms into mere adornments. Odin's counterpart, Anthony, felt this shift acutely. With 5 minutes remaining in the first half, the Wildcats trailed the Seven Leaf Trees 31-36. As the Wildcats initiated their offensive sequence, Lin Xing once again took charge, effortlessly evading Cook. Before him lay an open path. Save for Odin lurking in the paint, just as Odin had anticipated, Lin Xing continued to accelerate with great strides, charging towards him. Odin widened his stance, lowered his center of gravity, and extended his hands, bracing himself to withstand Lin Xing's onslaught. Lin Xing leaped prematurely, indeed. He soared from a mere step inside the free throw line. This time, the height of Lin Xing's jump was nothing short of astonishing. By the time Odin realized what was happening, it was too late for him to jump and assist Lin Xing. He could only stand frozen in place. Lin Xing's physique obstructed Odin's line of sight, rendering Odin exceedingly passive. Instinctively, Odin took a half step back. Lin Xing's relentless assaults within the paint, seeking confrontation, momentarily instilled a sense of trepidation in Odin. While confrontation is a natural aspect of the game, the sheer ferocity of such reckless collisions would unnerve anyone. Yet, it was this half-step of retreat that cast a lasting shadow over Odin's life. Lin Xing's feat was not merely a simple dunk. As he forcefully thrust the basketball into the hoop with one arm, he vaulted over Odin's head. Odin's vision was entirely obscured, leaving him engulfed in darkness. Feeling a burning sensation on his scalp, as if some colossal entity had descended upon him, instinctively he ducked his head and recoiled. Upon turning, he beheld Lin Xing suspended from the rim, and the realization dawned upon him. He stood frozen, akin to a statue, immobilized in sheer disbelief. In that fleeting moment, the entire Staples Center erupted with fervor. Ah, a death-defying dunk. Oh my goodness. Everyone struggled to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed, seeing a guard leap over the head of a center to complete a dunk. And this center was none other than the much-lauded Emperor Odin, celebrated by fans for his extraordinary physical prowess akin to that of a mythical beast. He had unwittingly become the backdrop for Lin Xing's momentous dunk. Chapter 25, The Shadow of Odin's Life. An intensifying struggle, the term death-defying dunk traces its origins to the legendary Vince Carter's performance at the 2000 Olympics. Under the global spotlight, Carter executed a jaw-dropping Superman dunk, soaring over the head of the 18-meter-tall center, Frederick Weiss. This breathtaking moment ignited the arena, leaving the opponent in a state of shock. That dunk solidified Vince Carter's legacy as the new generation's aerial artist and immortalized Weiss in the annals of history. Now, in the NCAA championship, Lin Cheng flawlessly replicated that dunk under the glare of a live broadcast. The players of the seven-leaf tree team appeared somewhat bewildered, while the Wildcats erupted from their bench in jubilation. Ordinarily, without a timeout called, it should have been the moment for the seven-leaf tree team to serve. However, the roaring cheers enveloped the arena, and even the referees were engrossed in the replay displayed on the big screen. TNT, having witnessed countless monumental moments, was momentarily stunned by the duo of Flying Pig and Big Mouth before regaining their composure. This was the most terrifying dunk I have ever witnessed in my lifetime. Big Mouth Smith finally managed to utter. For Odin, this would become an indelible memory, perhaps haunting him with nightmares for an entire week. "Goodness!" exclaimed Flying Pig Barkley, shaking his head, his words laced with sympathy for Odin. "Greg, do you need to take a break?" The head coach of the seven-leaf tree team cautiously inquired at the sidelines. Odin was gradually coming to terms with the reality. "No, I can stay on the court," he replied, silently retrieving the basketball and moving to the baseline to serve. "It's all right, brother. I completely understand how you feel," calmly said. Patting Odin on the shoulder as he came to receive the serve, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the continuation of the game. Odin passed the ball to Conley, who advanced it to the front court, while the players of the seven-leaf tree team strategized. If glares could kill, Lin Cheng would have been mercilessly torn apart by the seven-leaf tree players. It seemed that Odin was quite well liked within the team. Lin Cheng mused as he rubbed his nose and murmured to himself. Lin Cheng's dunk ignited a fierce fury among the players of the seven-leaf tree team, elevating the intensity of the contest to unprecedented heights. Eager to avenge Odin, the ensuing 4 minutes saw a series of skirmishes and escalating physical encounters between the two teams. As Lin Cheng handled the ball, Cook relentlessly attempted to snatch it away, sometimes striking at thin air and other times landing blows on Lin Cheng's arm. When Lin Cheng barreled into the paint, the players from seven-leaf tree resorted to hard fouls, colliding with him or yanking down his shooting arm with abandon. The referees turned a blind eye to such physicality, resulting in a decline in scoring efficiency for both teams. The score, initially at 33-35, barely shifted to 40-42 over the span of 5 minutes. During halftime, Lin Cheng inspected his arms, which were marked with scratches, a testament to the struggle. His teammates from the Wildcats bore similar signs, and the players from seven-leaf tree were not faring any better. The Wildcats refused to be passive in their resistance. The score remained tightly contested, with palpable tension in the air. Spectators were captivated by this fiercely combative match, undoubtedly the most intense NCAA final in the past 5 years. Barkley summarized the first half, noting that neither the Wildcats nor the seven-leaf tree wanted to falter after overcoming so many challenges. As the brief halftime intermission concluded, both teams reintroduced their starting players, unwilling to allow the opposing side to seize an advantage in such a critical moment. During the Wildcats' offensive possession, Lin Cheng took the inbound pass and, as he crossed the three-point line, was met with Cook's aggressive half-court press. "You will regret everything you've done to Greg," Cook provocatively taunted. In response, Lin Cheng executed a powerful drive, protecting the ball while delivering a sharp elbow strike that connected squarely with Cook's chest. Cook had the option to fall theatrically and draw an offensive foul, yet he chose to endure the excruciating pain, reaching out to grasp Lin Cheng's arm. Lin Cheng once again swung his arm, leveraging his immense strength to free himself from Cook's grasp. Having dealt with Cook, the next to approach Lin Cheng was Conley. Although Conley was of shorter stature, his speed was remarkable, and his perimeter defense skills were commendable. He opted for a more prudent lateral interception, simultaneously lowering his center of gravity and extending his arm to apply pressure on Lin Cheng's ball control. Lin Cheng opted not to drive aggressively. Instead, he passed the basketball laterally to George on the wing. Subsequently, he commenced his off-ball movement. The zone defense of the Chia Tree team imposed significant restrictions on the ball handler, while their limitations on off-ball players were comparatively moderate. Lin Cheng accelerated relentlessly, utilizing his teammates' cover, and made a decisive cut towards the baseline. As he approached the free throw line, Anthony seamlessly passed the ball to Lin Cheng. As Lin Cheng received the ball, Odin opted to leave Anthony unguarded at mid-range, focusing instead on defending the paint. Ever since Lin Cheng's devastating dunk over him, Odin had not uttered a single word. Yet, his demeanor and performance on the court spoke volumes. Whenever Lin Cheng charged towards the lane, Odin displayed unwavering courage, exerting the utmost defensive pressure on him. Odin's footwork was swift, closing the distance between them. With arms raised high, he effectively restricted Lin Cheng's space for a layup. Unable to score, Lin Cheng, with his back to the basket, executed a step-back turn and launched a fadeaway jump shot. It is universally acknowledged that the fadeaway is a remarkable skill, capable of creating ample shooting space, even when facing taller opponents. However, it remains a mystery why only elite players like Jordan, Kobe, and Anthony have adopted this exquisite technique as a staple of their offensive repertoire. The fadeaway demands exceptional physical attributes, leaping ability, and core strength from the player. It requires a precise timing for the turn, while simultaneously ensuring stability in the air to release the ball effectively. Lin Sheng is remarkable. As he released the ball in midair, even with all his might, Odin realized that his hand was still a considerable distance from the basketball. Swish. The shot, a beautiful arch, tied the score at 42-42. Spectacular. McLaughlin clapped enthusiastically from the sidelines. During the offensive possession for the Seven Leaves team, Odin positioned himself under the basket, effectively sealing off Anthony and demanding the ball. Before the Wildcats could form a double team, he thrust an elbow to push Anthony aside, leaped gracefully, and with one arm, slammed the basketball into the hoop. Bang! The score moved to 42-44. After scoring, Odin exhibited no celebration, merely jogging back on defense. Though he felt the weight of despair, he understood that only by winning this match could he emerge from the torment of being dunked on. In the ensuing 10 minutes, the scoring showcase continued as Lin Sheng and Odin took turns dazzling the crowd. The Wildcats struggled to contain Odin. While he had previously been labeled a bust in the NBA, the now healthy Odin was an undeniable NCAA powerhouse. The Seven Leaves team found it equally challenging to guard Lin Sheng, as he effortlessly tore through their defenses with his robust physical prowess, whether against zone defenses or direct double teams. The only factors that could limit Lin Sheng were his own shooting rhythm and the strategic timeout by McLaughlin. With just 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in the game, the score remained intensely close at 61-62, with the Seven Leaves team leading by a single point and the Wildcats in possession. After being forcibly restrained on the bench for 3 minutes by McLaughlin, Lin Sheng was summoned back onto the court. The moment of reckoning was at hand. Chapter 26, The Decisive Moment. A back-and-forth battle for supremacy as the game reached its final moments. Anyone could emerge as the champion. This is the allure of March Madness. This is the enchantment of basketball. Who will rise as the hero in these critical moments? The voice of the flying pig Barkley trembled slightly, revealing his own nervousness. Under McLaughlin's strategic timeout, the Wildcats opted for a slower pace in their offense. At this pivotal juncture, speed mattered less than stability. In the first 25 seconds of the offensive play, Lin Sheng continuously maneuvered, seeking an opportunity. Cook pursued, while Lin evaded. As the possession reached the 30-second mark, Lin suddenly reversed his run, utilizing Anthony's screen at the arc to advance to the wing. George's pass was impeccably timed. Upon receiving the ball, Lin executed a shooting motion, prompting Cook to leap in haste. Midair, he realized he had been deceived. It was a feigned shot. He never anticipated that Lin would dare to employ such a ruse under the countdown. Just as the possession light illuminated, the basketball was released from Lin's hands. This three-pointer went in. Swish. A piercing arrow. 64-62, the Wildcats transformed into the leading team. Cook thought he was the hunter, with Lin as the prey, only to find himself ensnared by Lin Sheng's trap. Lin resembled a cold-blooded assassin, as Barkley remarked. The Wildcats fans erupted in exuberant cheers. In such critical moments, regardless of who scores, the arena's decibel level surges instantaneously. The players of the Seven Leaves team felt immense pressure, resulting in a sluggish pace. At this juncture, both teams were nearly depleted of energy. Even Odin could not guarantee that he could effortlessly score under the basket. Conley controlled the ball at the arc, persistently directing his teammates' movements. A clear shot. The Seven Leaves team desperately required an optimal opportunity to equalize the score. Kufos arrived at the arc, setting a screen for Conley. George and Wade attempted to switch defenses, but they were too slow, granting Conley the chance to create space. Faced with this opening, Conley gritted his teeth and opted for a three-point shot. Though it was not his usual scoring method, he refused to cower in this critical moment. The three-pointer left the Seven Leaves fans breathless. Clang. Swish. The basketball struck the rim, soared upwards, and then fell straight into the hoop. 64-65, a miraculous three-pointer. The astonishing Conley. The Seven Leaves team once again took the lead. The tension was palpable. Big Mouth Smith shouted excitedly. After the basket, Conley raised his fist to the sky. The Wildcats did not stand idly by as the Seven Leaves team celebrated. Lin hastened to the baseline, receiving Anthony's inbound pass. With the ball in hand, he accelerated towards the front court. The players of the Seven Leaves team were taken aback that, at this moment, Lin still possessed such speed and stamina. They certainly did not expect the Wildcats to launch a fast break, forcing them to scramble back on defense. Lin Sheng, akin to a bolt of lightning, effortlessly outpaced all opponents, delivering a thunderous dunk with great force. The score stood at 66-65. The Seven Leaves team paid dearly for their youth. Yet, the game was far from over. Their defensive recovery was alarmingly sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Lin helped his team regain the lead. The anxious expression of Flying Pig Barkley was evident. Many players from the Seven Leaves team, in frustration, patted their heads. Fortunately, in the next offensive sequence, Odin rose to the occasion once more. Establishing his position under the basket, he held the ball with both hands, leaned back, spun around, and forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. The score was now 66-67. The fans of the Seven Leaves team erupted in cheers once again. The back-and-forth lead changes on the court transformed the audience's cheers into a rhythmic game of rounds. The countdown of the match dwindled to the final 49 seconds. McLaughlin called for a timeout. The Wildcats players returned to the bench with expressions of suppressed tension. No one dared to reveal any emotion at that moment. The pressure was monumental. At Los Angeles Central Hospital, Curry lay on a hospital bed, fixated on the live broadcast on the television. In his anxiety, he did not even realize he was nervously biting his fingers. Were Lin Sheng present, he would surely mock him. After all, even at this age, one could still exhibit such childlike behavior. Besides Curry, a small nurse holding an 4 stood motionless, engrossed in the live coverage. The NCAA championship had the power to captivate everyone. McLaughlin's timeout in the closing moments allowed Curry to exhale deeply, as he had been holding his breath. "Stephen, trust your teammates. They will surely triumph," the nurse encouraged, noticing Curry's unease. "Yes, they will. They must." Curry nodded vigorously, clenching his fists, his heart heavy with longing. How wonderful it would be to share this moment with his teammates. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Curry covered his ears and tightly shut his eyes. "I cannot bear to watch this possession, Alice." After a brief moment, Alice enthusiastically tugged at his arm. Stephen, they scored. They scored. Look. Curry opened his eyes in surprise, witnessing the replay of the recent basket. As the offensive possession light illuminated, Lin Sheng, under the duress of a double jump interference from Cook and Conley, sent the basketball soaring into the hoop. The score now read 69-67. In the final moments, the Wildcats had reclaimed the lead, leaving the Seven Leaves team with only 12 seconds on the clock. The scene captured the Wildcats fans vocally fervent. The Seven Leaves team called for a timeout. "Lin," Curry shouted, "will you still keep your eyes closed?" Alice found this tall young man quite endearing. "No, we can win. We must win." At that moment, the jubilant Wildcats fans quickly fell silent. The Staples Center was eerily quiet. All awaited the conclusion of the timeout and the Seven Leaves team's offensive possession. On TNT, Flying Pig Barkley rubbed his forehead anxiously, while Big Mouth Smith covered his mouth in disbelief. "Will there be a miracle?" Smith inquired. "I don't know, Charles. Don't ask me. I have no idea." Lin's three-pointer could very well become the game winner. Lin Sheng sat quietly on the bench, his gaze lowered, breathing heavily. Throughout the match, he had only rested for 3 minutes. Exhausting the Wildcats' possession of the ball, every offensive play demanded his utmost effort to sprint. Even the stamina reminiscent of Jordan was beginning to falter. Calmness was essential upon returning to the court. McLaughlin had become a mere echo. The referee's whistle shattered the silence, signaling both teams to return to the field. Unlike the NBA, the NCAA does not allow for a front-court inbounds pass during a final timeout. They must inbound from the backcourt. McLaughlin had not devised a strategy for front-court pressure. The Wildcats, lacking the stamina of the Ginkgo team, found only Lin Sheng still capable. As the other players were utterly drained, relying solely on sheer willpower, Conley swiftly received the inbound pass from his teammate and raced down the court. The game was in its countdown. 12-11. Chapter 27. A stunning block secures victory. System upgrade approaches under the basket. Odin gritted his teeth, leaning against Anthony, reaching out for the ball. Conley deftly lofted the basketball into Odin's hands. 8-7. Each time Odin collided his shoulder with Anthony, it felt like a blow to the hearts of Wildcats fans. Anthony was utterly exhausted. He longed to withstand Odin's advance, but found himself unable to resist, staggering backward. Sensing an absence behind him, Odin pivoted, extending his hand to send the basketball toward the hoop. 5. 4. McClop's eyes were wide with desperation. If Odin succeeded in making this shot, the game would head into overtime. With the Wildcats already weakened in their roster, their chances of victory would be negligible. 3. 2. Just as Odin elevated the basketball to the same height as the rim, a formidable hand emerged, forcefully swatting the ball against the backboard. Boom. The basketball was pinned by this overwhelming force. Odin gazed in disbelief at Lin Cheng, who soared through the air alongside him. Lin Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a vengeful deity. Suddenly, he relinquished his strength and fell backward with a thud upon the floor. Yet, a smile graced his face. The final whistle of the match echoed simultaneously. A spectacular block. Ward unleashed a resounding rejection, terminating Odin's layup. What a surprise. Barkley could not contain his exclamations. The Wildcats fans erupted into a frenzy, their shouts and movements overwhelming. Ah, we have triumphed. We have won. The Wildcats are champions. We are the champions. Lin. McClop, accompanied by the Wildcats players and staff, spread his arms wide, rushing onto the court to celebrate. The media on-site commenced their work, capturing the jubilant faces of the Wildcats players. Click, 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 boom. The confetti, meticulously prepared by the Staples Center, cascaded from above, showering the arena in a golden ray. The expressions of the Seven Leaves team players were marked by pain, guilt, sorrow, and confusion. Conley knelt weakly on the floor, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Cook, in a fit of madness, slapped his own face. At that moment, Odin stood close to Lin Cheng. After a brief silence, he extended his hand toward the fallen Lin. It's all right. I'll lie here for a while, Lin chuckled lightly. Odin nodded, turned, and chose to depart. Knowing that soon the media and Wildcats players would surround Lin, he felt there was no longer a need for him to remain. The TNT duo, having composed themselves, began their final analysis of the match. Let us congratulate the Wildcats from Davidson College for securing the 2006 to 2007 NCAA championship. We also extend our best wishes to the Seven Leaves team from Ohio State University, who fought valiantly until the last moment. Undoubtedly, the Wildcats have forged a legendary underdog story as a 15 seed. They will be forever remembered by all NCAA fans. Meanwhile, the Wildcats players donned their championship t-shirts and baseball caps. McClop's eyes glistened with tears of joy. The championship trophy was placed before all. Lin Cheng and Mike Lop stood at either side, positioned closest to the trophy. The sensation was truly extraordinary. At Mike Lop's behest, Lin Cheng raised the trophy high, and the crowd of fans erupted in unison, chanting, "Wildcats! Wildcats! Wildcats!" The blonde host, with a radiant smile, passionately narrated the triumphant journey of the Wildcats. His commentary vibrant and filled with fervor. As Lin Cheng followed the host's words, he reminisced about those vivid moments, as if caught in a dream. Is this the taste of victory? Truly delightful. Subsequently, Coach McLaughlin took the stage to deliver a speech. He named each player of the Wildcats, as well as every member of the staff. In conclusion, he encapsulated the moment with a singular statement. This honor belongs to Davidson, to the Wildcats, and to all of us. The Wildcats players led the jubilant cheers. Next came the presentation of the MOP trophy. Even before the host announced the results, the venue erupted with cheers. Lin MOP, Lin MOP, Lin MOP. The Wildcats players rhythmically clapped their hands, laughing as they turned to Lin Cheng. The staff, demonstrating their keen awareness, promptly handed the MOP trophy to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng grasped the MOP trophy with one hand, lifting it high into the air. Having just made a decisive block in the final moments, he felt utterly drained of energy. Yet, as he raised the trophy, a surge of strength coursed through him. This was his very first personal honor. Lin, would you care to express your feelings at this moment? The host extended the microphone towards Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng took the microphone and turned to glance at his teammates before speaking. It is an immense honor to receive the MOP award, as it signifies recognition of my personal abilities. However, to achieve the NCAA championship, I must express my gratitude to every member of the Wildcats team, the coaches, and the dedicated staff behind the scenes. The events of this exhilarating march will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to head coach Mike Lop, for without his trust in me, I would not have had the opportunity to play. He is an exceptional coach. Lastly, Stephen, I know you are watching from home. Without you, the Wildcats would not have reached the final championship showdown. Upon my return, I will ensure you have the chance to touch the MOP trophy. Lin Sheng's final jest elicited laughter from the audience. Meanwhile, in a certain hospital room, a cherubic face watched the live broadcast, tears of joy streaming down, though lips were pursed in discontent. Damn you, Lin. I shall certainly give you a thrashing the next time we meet. Back at the venue, amidst the cheers of fervent fans, the awards ceremony concluded, signaling the end of the 2007 NCAA championship. Immediately following the match, Coach Zhang sought out Lin Sheng for a post-match interview. Once the interview concluded, Coach Zhang, speaking on a personal note, posed a question to Lin Sheng. Do you have any thoughts regarding this year's World Championships? Lin Sheng nodded excitedly. Very well. It's good that you have ideas. Once I return, I will assist you in reaching out to inquire about any opportunities. It was evident that Director Zhang held a great fondness and high expectations for Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng was more than willing to embrace this grand opportunity. After all, who would not wish to represent their nation on the international stage and bring glory to their country? The Wildcats clinched the NCAA championship, with Lin earning the most outstanding player accolade. The underdog legend of the 15th seed unfolded spectacularly. This was indeed the most legendary and exhilarating march. Congratulations to the Wildcats. It is abundantly clear that the most outstanding player in the finals was Lin, not Greg Oden. Lin completely dominated the game. Congratulations to the Wildcats basketball team on securing the NCAA championship. The institution will soon hold a celebration to honor this triumph. Lin Sheng accompanied the team on a flight back to school. During the journey, the long-awaited system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the NCAA championship. The second phase of the system automatically activates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the following modules: Player Personal Panel, Star Skill Exchange, and Item Exchange Shop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the system's bestowed NCAA championship and MOP reward points, totaling 500 points. A delightful surprise has arrived. Lin Sheng activated the system and discovered that he could indeed enter freely. Chapter 28, Redeeming Allen Iverson, Shaking the Divine, Engaging with the Agent. Lin Sheng opened his personal player panel. Shooting. A. Playmaking. A. Dunking. Defense. B. Rebounding. B. Inside. B. Athleticism. S. Overall evaluation. A. Ceiling. S. Lin Sheng originally believed that an A was the pinnacle of achievement, only to discover that there exist even higher grades, S and S. The athletic prowess of the young Jordan endowed him with the highest capabilities among all attributes. Although the talents of peak players like Ray Allen, Chris Paul, and Russell Westbrook are noteworthy, they are confined to A. The NBA in 2007 was a tumultuous battleground, dominated by colossal forces. Lin Sheng recognizes that he still has significant potential for growth. After reviewing the individual player panels, he delved into the Star Skill Exchange, which encompasses the extraordinary techniques of various legends at their prime throughout NBA history. Jordan's unanswerable fadeaway, Curry's celestial three-pointers, Olajuwon's dreamlike footwork, and Iverson's ability to dazzle even the divine with his moves. However, acquiring these star skills requires the expenditure of a certain number of reward points. Lin Sheng glanced at the exchange rates, realizing that his current accumulation of 500 reward points would suffice for the acquisition of merely one skill. Although tempted, he managed to restrain his impulse to indulge in immediate consumption. He had yet to explore the shop interface. Upon inspection, the offerings within the shop were fewer than Lin Sheng had anticipated, yet they were quite exorbitant. For instance, the injury recovery potion demanded a full 500 points, alongside various stamina restoration potions, none of which were of immediate necessity to him. After considerable contemplation, Lin Sheng resolved to directly exchange for a star player skill. Given his current condition, coupled with the absence of imminent competitions and the negligible risk of injury, this was an opportune moment to enhance his training during this lull. This decision would afford him an additional means of establishing himself once he entered the NBA. Ultimately, Lin Sheng has exchanged for Iverson's ankle breaker. His current ability to penetrate defenses is indeed commendable, yet it primarily relies on his physical prowess, overpowering his opponents. Upon entering the NBA, he will encounter a level of defensive intensity that far surpasses that of the NCAA. If he aspires to thrive as he does now, he must enhance his skills in ball handling and penetration. Moreover, with his playmaking ability rated at A, it is evident that there remains substantial room for improvement in his ball control. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Iverson's ankle breaker. It has been automatically equipped. Currently, at level 1, with an experience value of 0100000. A golden light enveloped him as it merged with his being. Lin Cheng experienced an unparalleled sense of joy, feeling quite at ease. Upon accessing his personal abilities panel, he was astonished to discover that his organizational skills had reached an impressive S grade. Unfortunately, his overall evaluation remained at A. It appeared that his ball control had nearly maxed out, and with an enhancement in passing ability, his organizational skills could also attain S. However, he found himself devoid of reward points. It was evident that, compared to personal training, earning reward points directly to exchange for superstar skills was the most efficient and straightforward path to improvement. System: how can I earn reward points? Once the host enters the NBA, after winning a single game, reward points would be allocated based on the host's performance in the match. Besides the NBA, competitions such as the Olympics and World Championships also provide opportunities for earning points. Winning the respective events, achieving personal accolades, and breaking corresponding records would all yield reward points. Seeing such a plethora of methods to acquire rewards brought Lin Cheng immense happiness. In summary, it meant that by continuously winning games, breaking records, and claiming championships in the future, he would grow increasingly stronger. At the airport, Lin Cheng once again felt a fervor reminiscent of the finals. Numerous students from Davidson College had come to welcome the victorious Wildcats. The players were greeted with beautiful bouquets presented by the female students, and within Lin Cheng's bouquet, he discovered several small cards, seemingly containing contact information from female fans of the school. It appeared that the girl who gifted him flowers had received some benefits in return. Nevertheless, this was merely a minor episode, subtly highlighting Lin Cheng's popularity among the students at Davidson College. As the college bus entered the campus, students lined the road, all stopping to cheer excitedly at the passing bus. Upon arriving at the team dormitory, Lin Cheng was surprised to find a familiar face welcoming the Wildcats' return, Stephen Curry. The young boy, sporting bandages on his feet, limped out of the dormitory in excitement. The Wildcats players were thrilled to see Curry and rushed forward to embrace him. "Hey, you little rascal, why aren't you resting in the hospital? Do you not want to play next season?" McLaughlin teased, puffing his cheeks. "How could the team's championship celebration be complete without me, the core member? If I don't make an appearance, people might only remember Lin and forget about me." "Steven." Laughter erupted among the group. Lin Cheng stepped forward and effortlessly scooped Curry into a princess carry, eliciting even more laughter from the crowd. "How could it be, Steven? You hold the record for receiving the most love letters in the history of the Wildcats, with admirers scattered all around." Lin Cheng's playful banter caused Steven to blush. At this moment, all members of the Wildcats team for the exhilarating month of March had gathered. The ceremony organized by the Academy to celebrate the Wildcats' championship victory was quite grand. A variety of performances graced the stage, with alluring dancers occasionally casting flirtatious glances toward the Wildcats players in the audience. One by one, the players of the Wildcats took to the stage to deliver their speeches. Throughout the evening, Mike Lopp's smile remained unwavering, a stark contrast to the past when the Wildcats languished at the bottom of the NCAA standings. The Academy had previously shown little regard for the basketball team. However, this time, the Wildcats basked in an honor unprecedented among other athletic teams within the Academy. As the head coach of the Wildcats, Mike Lopp understood that this NCAA championship would pave the way for a distinguished coaching career, granting him a revered status within the Academy. Following the conclusion of the celebration, many Wildcats players ventured out for dates, a common occurrence in this liberated nation. Lin Cheng remained in the players' dormitory, not due to a lack of desire. For today, he had received numerous enticing invitations from charming women, a few of whom caught his eye. It was, however, McLaughlin's request that prompted Lin Cheng to stay in the dormitory. After a short while, McLaughlin arrived with a distinguished middle-aged gentleman to meet Lin Cheng. "Hello, Lin. Congratulations on winning the NCAA championship and the Most Outstanding Player Award. I am Jeff Schwartz, the owner of Excel Sports Management. I trust you are preparing to take your talent to the NBA this year. And as a sports agent, I hope to establish a partnership with you." Lin Cheng did not anticipate that Michael Lopp would retain him, as it turned out to be for the purpose of securing a dedicated agent on his behalf. Filled with gratitude, he cast a thankful glance towards Michael Lopp, who had alleviated his prior concerns. He had heard of excellent sports in his previous life, recognizing it as a reputable and reliable enterprise. The fact that the owner personally came today underscored the importance and respect accorded to him. "You two may converse at your leisure," Michael Lopp said. offering Lin Sheng an encouraging look before taking his leave. Lin Sheng and Schwartz exchanged a handshake, after which Schwartz retrieved a substantial document from his briefcase. This comprehensive file outlines all operational procedures leading up to the draft. Feel free to peruse it at your leisure. And do not hesitate to share any thoughts or opinions you may have. Such is the essence of professionalism. Lin Sheng eagerly opened the document, acutely aware of his limited understanding of the pre-draft operations. Chapter 29. The Frenzy of March. Prior to the draft, the contents of the draft plan were exceedingly comprehensive, encompassing Lin Sheng's forthcoming series of training schedules, as well as a panoramic forecast of the draft. Your physical attributes are exceptionally remarkable, and as the most outstanding player, securing a position within the top 10 is unequivocally within reach. Your skills are well-rounded, and your immediate combat readiness is formidable, enabling you to swiftly adapt to the playing styles of the majority of NBA teams today. Should you have any specific teams in mind that you wish to pursue, please do not hesitate to inform me. As Lin Sheng perused the plan, Schwartz provided a detailed explanation concurrently. Lin Sheng had no valid reason to decline the offer of this professional agent. I sincerely invite you to be my agent, Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz beamed with a radiant smile as he grasped Lin Sheng's hand. Thank you very much for your trust, Lin. I shall assist you in becoming the most sought-after potential rookie in this draft. Lin Sheng promptly entered into a contractual agreement with Schwartz, stipulating a fee of 3 for team contracts and 10 for endorsement agreements. Lin Sheng had previously acquired a basic understanding of this matter, recognizing that these rates were approaching the minimum standards. The two engaged in a brief conversation, however, when the subject of preferred teams arose. Lin Sheng found himself in a quandary. While he was familiar with the stars of 2007, he lacked in-depth knowledge of the specific circumstances surrounding each team. After expressing his thoughts candidly to Schwartz, the seasoned agent once again astonished him. He retrieved a thicker document from his briefcase, encompassing the current situations, rosters, and even some tactical frameworks of all 30 teams in the league. You can take your time to review this during this period. The NCAA finals have just concluded, so we need not rush into action. Feel free to reach out to me anytime with your thoughts. Lin Sheng nodded, accepting this crucial document that would determine his future destiny. April. Lin Sheng found himself compelled to devote his time to academic pursuits, as the demands placed upon university students in this nation are exceedingly high. Even as a member of the college basketball team, enjoying certain privileges, he could not entirely evade the burden of assignments. Although Lin Sheng had submitted his application for a leave of absence to Davidson, he was still required to complete his freshman examinations in the forthcoming period. The other players on the Wildcats team faced a similar predicament. They too were expected to continue their education at Davidson in the next semester, with the pressure of examinations weighing heavily upon them. Should they fail their assessments, they faced the grim reality of being barred from competing on the NCAA stage. This circumstance elucidates why some NBA players have been embroiled in collegiate scandals. Many of these individuals, who spend their days immersed in basketball, gained entry to university through athletic scholarships, leaving their academic affairs in disarray. Nevertheless, Lin Sheng cherished this fleeting period of attending classes daily, as it represented one of the final moments shared with his fellow Wildcats and the institution itself. Naturally, as he traversed the campus, Lin Sheng was not immune to the allure of various attractive young women. While seated in class, he often noticed several girls deliberately shifting to seats in close proximity to him. Though he was of Asian descent, his appearance, a harmonious blend of Eastern vigor and Western handsomeness, rendered him strikingly attractive. Lin, you ought to find a girlfriend soon. I can hardly endure being scrutinized by so many pairs of eyes during class. Their gazes could stretch a mile. Curry, seated beside Lin Sheng, remarked with a hint of jest. Do you think that if I found a girlfriend, they would cease their attentions towards me? Lin Sheng replied with a faint smile, returning his focus to the lecture. In this modern age devoid of smartphones, college students remained quite earnest in their studies. By early May, Lin Sheng successfully completed his academic examinations, and Schwartz formally announced via social media that he would be entering the 2007 NBA draft. Lin Sheng's social media updates swiftly stirred considerable excitement within the basketball community. Is it finally happening? The whirlwind that is Lin is set to grace the NBA. He is undoubtedly the most captivating rookie of the year, and I fervently hope my favorite team secures his talents. If Lin is not the first overall pick, I would gladly perform a handstand while exclaiming my disbelief. I implore the NBA to grant the Supersonics the top draft pick. Seattle desperately needs Lin to come to their rescue. May is destined to be Lin Sheng's month. After bidding farewell to his teammates from the Wildcats team, Lin Xing chose to return home to spend this period of time. His rebirth occurred at the end of February, and to this day, Lin Xing has yet to encounter his family in this lifetime. From the amalgamated memories, he can sense that it is a warm and loving household. Standing at the doorstep, Lin Xing felt a surge of nervousness as he pressed the doorbell. The door was opened by a young girl in a school uniform. Her hair styled in two lively pigtails, his dear younger sister, Lin Ku. "Brother, you're back," Lin Ku exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight lighting up her face. "Oh my. You brought so many gifts. Is there one for me?" "Of course, there must be," Lin Xing replied instinctively as he affectionately ruffled Lin Ku's hair, marveling at what a delightful sister she was. "Dad, Mom, look who has returned," Lin Ku called out gleefully as she rushed back into the house with the gifts. Lin's mother rushed out of the kitchen, exclaiming, "You rascal, why didn't you inform us of your return in advance?" After a moment, Lin's father emerged from the study, remarking, "You've grown stronger, even more robust than on television." At the dining table, Lin Ku chattered incessantly, "Brother, you are now the idol of all the boys at our school." "Is that so? Has anyone asked for my autograph?" "Of course, there must be. Quickly sign 1,000 copies for me. I can sell them later." Lin Xing burst into hearty laughter, astonished by his sister's remarkable business acumen. "When I enter the NBA and secure endorsement contracts, whatever you desire, I shall grant," he declared. "Indulge her," he added. "As a student, what could she possibly need? Focus on your studies. That is the path to success." Lin's mother could no longer restrain her maternal instincts. "No, I refuse to study," Lin Ku exclaimed, rising to showcase her stature. Standing at an impressive height of 1.75 meters as a middle school student, she indeed towered above her peers. "I aspire to play basketball and contribute to women's basketball." Both Father Lin and Mother Lin are quite tall. Lin Xing's innate talent was originally inherited from his parents. In this moment, he felt the warmth of family. Such a harmonious household allowed him to pursue his endeavors on the NBA court without reservation. For a period thereafter, Lin Xing remained at home. It was not that he wished to be reclusive, but rather that during a previous outing, he had been recognized by passers-by. Subsequently, he found himself surrounded by fans clamoring for autographs and photographs. After several exhausting hours, he managed to escape the throng. This distressing experience was one he wished to avoid repeating. Nevertheless, news of Lin Xing's return quickly spread. With the NBA draft approaching, the basketball community was paying attention to him, rivaling the interest in Zhilian's endeavors in the CBA. Various media outlets, leveraging their connections, sought out Lin Xing's contact information, extending numerous invitations for interviews and social gatherings. Lin Xing had resolutely declined all offers. At this juncture, he merely wished to relish the final moments of freedom before entering the NBA. He would face those challenges once he embarked on his professional journey. On May 23rd, the lottery for the NBA draft 2006 to 2007 was held in New Jersey. Lin Xing turned on the television broadcast. Although he already knew the outcome from his previous life, he was nonetheless curious whether the results of the audition would differ in this lifetime. Chapter 30, The Tryout from the Knicks. Am I the son of Dolan? Lin Xing could discern the palpable tension among the representatives of the teams displayed on the television screen. After a year of deliberate underperformance, the day of reckoning had finally arrived. In the 2006 to 2007 regular season, the teams languishing at the bottom were the Grizzlies, the Supersonics, the Timberwolves, the Trailblazers, the Celtics, the Bucks, the Hawks, and the Knicks, collectively occupying the last 4 spots in both conferences. The teams most likely to secure the coveted first overall pick were the Celtics and the Grizzlies, both of whom had delivered the most dismal performances. However, the outcome surprised many of the attendees present. Ultimately, the Trailblazers claimed the first pick, followed by the Supersonics at second and the Hawks at third. While the Grizzlies and Celtics, the two teams at the bottom of the league, ended up with the 4th and 5th picks, respectively. Following them were the Bucks with the 6th pick, the Timberwolves at 7th, the Bobcats at 8th, the Bulls at 9th, and the Kings at 10th. This outcome was anticipated by Lin Xing, implying that the team he was likely to join would be among these 10, provided no other team acquired these picks through trades. Almost immediately, Lin Xing received a call from Schwartz. "Did you watch the lottery, Lin?" "Yes." "Excellent. The top 3 picks are the Trailblazers, the Supersonics, and the Hawks. Is there a team you wish to join?" Lin Xing pondered for a moment before replying. Neither Supersonic nor the Eagles seemed particularly inclined to pursue this. He chuckled. "The Trailblazers, are they? Although they hold the first overall pick, there remains a glimmer of opportunity. I will reach out to the Trailblazers for a tryout soon." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chung found himself enveloped in a brief moment of confusion. In that instant, even as a reborn individual, he profoundly sensed the uncertainty felt by NBA rookies regarding their unknown destinies before the draft. The end of May approached. Lin Chung is about to conclude his journey back home, returning to the United States to participate in trials with various teams and to discuss endorsement matters. At the airport, his younger sister Lin Ku wept profusely, clinging to Lin Chung and unwilling to let go, while their parents displayed visibly emotional expressions. In this era, communication was not sufficiently advanced, lacking the video calls that would become commonplace in the future. Separated by vast distances, they truly had little means of contact beyond the occasional phone call and text message. This brief time spent together allowed Lin Chung to forge deeper emotional bonds with his family. Lin Chung silently turned his head, wishing to conceal the slight redness in his eyes from his family. Farewells are a common aspect of life. Upon returning to the land of his origins, Lin Chung virtually shared every meal and moment with Schwartz. The two resided together in hotels, traversing the country, engaging with various teams and potential sponsors interested in Lin Chung. The NBA organized a joint trial and extended an invitation to Lin Chung, but Schwartz advised him to decline. Such events are typically designed for players projected to be late-round picks or those who go undrafted. Therefore, it was unnecessary for them to squander time at the joint trial. Lin Chung unconditionally trusts Schwartz. Through their time spent together, Lin Chung has sensed Schwartz's sincerity and professionalism. He is a reliable agent. In addition to organizing joint tryouts, Schwartz has also assisted Lin Chung in declining numerous tryout invitations from teams outside of the lottery picks. These teams merely seek to join the excitement. Even if you perform exceptionally well, they lack the necessary assets to trade for a top 3 draft pick. One day, Lin Chung received another tryout notification. Upon seeing the name of the team, he was taken aback. It was the New York Knicks, who currently hold the highest draft pick at 23rd. Schwartz revealed a complex expression as he explained, "The Knicks owner, Dolan, personally called me, expressing his strong interest in you. If the results of the tryout meet expectations, he is willing to go to great lengths to secure the first overall pick." Lin Chung did not anticipate that the owner of the Knicks would hold him in such high regard. He gladly accompanied Schwartz to New York. The last time he visited this city was during the NCAA Final Four, where he faced Florida. Returning to this familiar ground, Lin Chung felt a wave of nostalgia. Despite the Knicks' dismal performance and reputation since the dawn of the new century, they remain the most lucrative team in the NBA, solely due to their location in New York. Even the capital of the United States, Washington, pales in comparison in terms of recognition. Many even mistakenly believe that New York is the true capital of the country. If he were to join the Knicks, it would significantly enhance his prospects for the future and contribute positively to his burgeoning reputation. Furthermore, in Lin Chung's heart lies a modest vision of a commercial empire. Beyond the realm of basketball, he aspires to utilize the memories and ideas gleaned from the future to cultivate various ventures. Competing in the NBA and securing endorsement deals will enable him to amass initial capital. In due course, he envisions emulating Musk by venturing into the electric vehicle industry. A promising endeavor. The welcoming reception from the Knicks for Lin Chung was nothing short of grand. Owner James Dolan, accompanied by a cadre of assistants and coaches, personally greeted him. This proprietor, notorious for his volatile temperament within the league, displayed an unprecedented gentleness in Lin Chung's presence. "Let us welcome the arrival of the son of New York," exclaimed his entourage, leading the applause. Lin Chung, upon hearing the welcoming speech from Knicks, nearly lost his composure, donning what he considered to be the most earnest expression of his life. "It is such an honor. I can hardly contain my eagerness to showcase my talents in the tryout." "Not so fast, my boy. I have prepared for you a sumptuous and lavish luncheon." Dolan's demeanor did not resemble that of someone addressing a draft participant, but rather that of a suitor enamored with his beloved. The luncheon was indeed opulent, as Lin Chung and Schwartz dined in a Michelin 3-star restaurant situated in one of the tallest edifices in New York. After finishing their meal, Lin Chung remarked, "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Dolan. When shall we commence the tryout?" "Patience, my boy. Next, I shall give you a tour of the team's training facility, which is the most advanced in the entire league." Lin Chung cast a glance at Schwartz. Were it not for the presence of another companion, he might have been concerned that this was not merely a trial, but rather an occasion for betrayal. Lin Chung had previously participated in several teams' tryouts. Although those teams had shown considerable interest in him, none had accorded him the same level of significance and grandeur as Dolan did. It felt as if he were not auditioning, but rather had already been selected to join the Knicks. The Knicks indeed possessed considerable financial resources. with a training facility replete with comprehensive and advanced amenities. Multiple gymnasiums, fitness centers, a nutrition restaurant, a swimming pool, a data analysis room, and a medical office all were at his disposal. They even had a dedicated massage room for the players. "Child, would you like to experience this?" Dolan waved his hand, and several scantily clad, curvaceous masseuses approached. "Is this to select one?" "No, my dear, you are an adult now. You may have them all." The massage experience was quite delightful, as Lin Xing felt his muscles relax, save for one particular area. Faced with the intentional or unintentional provocations of the masseuses, Lin Xing feigned ignorance throughout. Perhaps this was Dolan's way of testing his character with the allure of beauty? Or maybe there was a hidden camera recording him, to later use as leverage against him? The more Lin Xing pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Upon exiting, Lin Xing sought out Schwartz. "Have you ever encountered such an audition before?" "Never," Schwartz replied. "What is your perspective?" "It indicates that he holds you in exceedingly high regard." "I possess some understanding of Doran. He is discerning in his affections and quite generous." Lin Cheng's heart felt a slight release. After concluding their previous engagements, Doran finally led the two into the arena, where an array of testing apparatus had already been meticulously arranged. Lin Cheng donned his jersey, thermal pants, and basketball shoes, commencing a brief warm-up. In previous tryouts, he had not exerted his full strength, as he was merely a low draft pick. However, the time for the main event had arrived. It was time to deliver a slight shock to the Knicks during the physical tests. Chapter 31. Shocking the Knicks with physical tests as the draft approaches on this day. In addition to Dolan, the head of Knicks scouting, Jerry, was also present. It was he who had fervently recommended Lin Cheng to Dolan. As Lin Cheng's trial unfolded, Jerry felt a palpable anxiety. Although Lin Cheng had already proven his prowess through the NCAA championship and being named MOP, the realm of NCAA was still far removed from the NBA. The physical assessment data would vividly illustrate Lin Cheng's static and dynamic talents. While immediate combat readiness is crucial, it is the innate talent that ultimately determines a rookie's future potential. Standing at 1.98 meters tall, weighing 98 kilograms, with a wingspan of 2.20 meters, Dolan leaped from his comfortable chair on the sidelines, astonished by the initial static data in his hands. Could this young man's wingspan truly be so formidable? Dolan double-checked, and Jerry's excitement was palpable. Indeed, boss, in addition to the impressive wingspan, he possesses large hands measuring 24 centimeters in length and 29 centimeters in width. Visually, it was evident to all that Lin Cheng's static talent was extraordinary, and when such talent was quantified by data, it transformed into sheer astonishment. Boss, as a guard, his static talent rivals that of Jordan and surpasses Kobe, Jerry exclaimed, trembling with exhilaration. As a scout, he held an ardent passion for players endowed with such gifts. With this physical prowess, Lin Cheng could not only emerge as a premier scorer in the NBA but also develop into a top-notch defender. Excelling on both ends of the court, Jerry's enthusiasm crescendoed into a shout. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng, engaged in other drills, could not help but pause and glance towards the sidelines. "Calm down, Jerry, don't scare him," Dolan admonished, giving Jerry a gentle kick, his gaze toward Lin Cheng growing ever more fervent. The next set of dynamic physical test results was delivered. When Jerry beheld the numbers on the sheet, he stood frozen in place. Dolan snatched the paper from Jerry's hands, casting a brief glance before exclaiming, "Good heavens." He proceeded to read aloud Lin Cheng's statistics: a vertical jump of 100 centimeters, a running jump of 120 centimeters, both ranking first in the history of Knicks tryouts. Additionally, his baseline shuttle run and sprint also ranked at the top. This was a true monster, a historically significant phenomenon. Dolan understood that Lin Cheng's talent was astonishing, but he had never anticipated it to be this extraordinary. If there had been even a flicker of doubt lingering in Dolan's mind about Lin Cheng, it was now decisively extinguished. He pulled out his phone, dialing the team's general manager, Thomas, and promptly sent over a photograph of Lin Cheng's physical test data, accompanied by a resolute message: "Spare no effort. Trade to acquire the first overall pick." On this day, Perry was unable to attend the trial due to scheduling conflicts, yet he remained vigilant, monitoring the proceedings. Upon receiving a notification from the owner, Perry opened it with keen interest. The first thing he encountered was the physical test data concerning Lin Cheng, and his curiosity piqued. However, Perry did not share Dolan's fervor. This year, the Knicks did not possess a high draft pick to secure a position within the top 10 or even top 3. It would necessitate parting with a starter or even a star player. Such a cost was exorbitant, tantamount to a complete rebuild centered around Lin Cheng. Despite his accolades as MOP, it seemed an unworthy sacrifice. However, after scrutinizing the data sent by the owner multiple times, Perry began to feel a sense of urgency. Forget Durant and Odin. They must step aside. Lin Cheng's physical test data not only stands out in the history of Knicks trials, but also ranks among the top 3 in the annals of the entire NBA. With a legitimate claim to the foremost position, Perry is almost eager to fly back to New York immediately to witness Lin Cheng's trial firsthand. Either this young man indulged in performance-enhancing substances prior to the trials, or we may be on the cusp of witnessing the emergence of the next Jordan. Following the physical assessments, the Knicks arranged a fundamental shooting evaluation for Lin Cheng, which included three-point shots, free throws, and mid-range shots after dribbling. Remarkably, he achieved 22 out of 25 three-pointers, a perfect 20 out of 20 from the free throw line, and 24 out of 25 on mid-range shots after dribbling. Perhaps due to his astonishing physical metrics, Lin Cheng's shooting prowess elicited an unexpectedly composed response from the Knicks staff. After the evaluations concluded, Dolan summoned Lin Cheng's agent, Schwartz, to a secluded room. "Mr. Schwartz, which teams have you visited for trials thus far? Have you been to the Trailblazers or the Supersonics?" As a savvy agent, Schwartz quickly discerned Dolan's intentions and responded calmly. "Among the top 10 draft picks, we have only visited the Kings and the Bucks so far. However, we will be visiting the remaining 8 teams shortly." Dolan, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Is it possible not to go?" Schwartz firmly stated, "That would be quite difficult. Sir, we have already made arrangements, and this pertains to our integrity." Dolan found himself at an impasse regarding Schwartz's refusal. Following the trials, Dolan voluntarily offered to return Lin Cheng to his destination aboard his private jet. Lin Cheng was once again taken aback. One might think he was the beloved son of Dolan. After Schwartz declined on Lin Cheng's behalf, he hurriedly escorted Lin Cheng back to the hotel arranged by the Knicks. Sharing the details of Dolan's conversation with him following the trial, Lin Cheng momentarily could not comprehend why Doran would not permit him to audition for other teams. The concern was that if the Trailblazers were to discover your physical assessment data, they would forego trading the first overall pick and would select you directly instead. Lin Cheng suddenly came to a realization. Subsequently, he understood that he must partake in the upcoming trials. However, the manner in which he performs during the physical assessments will ultimately depend on his own efforts. With the draft approaching, Lin Cheng will have the opportunity to showcase his talents to the top 10 teams over the next 3 weeks. Yet, as Schwartz had previously mentioned to him, during these trial sessions, Lin Cheng did not exhibit his full potential, merely demonstrating the innate talent of a player with lottery pick prospects. Had it not been for Schwartz's prior commitments to these teams, Lin Cheng would have scarcely considered attending trials with smaller franchises like the Bobcats or the Hawks. Numerous teams expressed substantial interest in Lin Cheng, given his remarkable static attributes and MLP status. In fact, some teams even extended verbal assurances to Lin Cheng, promising to select him should he fall to a particular draft position. Meanwhile, the Knicks extended another invitation for Lin Cheng to participate in their trials. Lin Cheng impeccably replicated the dynamic data from his initial trial in front of General Manager Perry. However, Perry offered no verbal assurances. From the shadows beneath his eyes, Lin Cheng discerned that the general manager was ensnared in a state of profound conflict regarding whether he should rebuild the team around Lin Cheng. June news. Congratulations to the San Antonio Spurs for sweeping the Cleveland Cavaliers 4-0, thereby clinching the NBA championship for the 2006-2007 season. TNT Television. The Spurs are formidable. "At times, I feel a lack of support within the team," remarked LeBron James during his first interview post-finals. Insider reports suggest that NBA draft favorite Greg Oden has suffered a knee injury. ABBD Television. With the draft fast approaching, Celtics general manager Danny Ainge revealed plans to trade the number 5 pick in hopes of acquiring a star player to bolster the Green Team. EPCN Television. On June 28th, the 2007 NBA draft finally arrived, taking place at Madison Square Garden. The event would be broadcast live via ESPN to 202 countries and regions around the globe. Chapter 32. The 2007 Draft. The Tormented Trailblazers. At 7 p.m., the draft venue buzzed with anticipation. The NBA had arranged a red carpet for players and their families. Flanked by the cameras of the media, Lin Cheng donned a perfectly tailored black suit today, exuding an extraordinary charm as he greeted the camera with a warm smile. As a frontrunner in the lottery draft, even a potential first overall pick, his presence swiftly stirred excitement among the media, with the sound of camera shutters clicking incessantly. Upon entering, Lin Cheng was invited to the Green Room, a space designated for players who were projected to be lottery picks, as determined by votes from league executives. This can be likened to an audience at the draft event, always prepared to take the stage. Each year, Only 14 players are invited, corresponding to the 14 projected lottery picks, with each player receiving their own round table to accommodate themselves and their family or agents. Once inside the green room, Lin Qing immediately spotted Yi Jianlian amidst the crowd and approached him. "Brother Yi, do you remember me?" Lin Qing greeted him with a smile. Yi Jianlian, taken aback by the recognition, replied, "How could I forget? You are Lin Qing." Although they had never communicated or met before, the familiarity of a fellow compatriot quickly bridged the gap. "You performed brilliantly in the NCAA and even won the MOP, bringing pride to our nation." Yi Jianlian praised Lin Qing. "That's nothing compared to you, Brother Yi. You have been representing our country on the international stage for years. That is what truly brings honor to our nation." Lin Qing sincerely remarked, "In my previous life, Alien was the second most prominent figure in the basketball realm of Xi'an Nation. With your youth and talent, opportunities abound. It is likely that before long, you will be summoned by the national team. Why not take the initiative? I willingly recommend myself." Lin Qing shared a moment of humor, and the two exchanged smiles, filling the atmosphere with joy. At that moment, the broadcast cameras of the Summer Nation captured Lin Qing and Yi Jianlian. The fans of Summer Nation, who were eagerly watching the draft event, were filled with excitement upon seeing the two, as they symbolized the bright future of basketball in their country. They longed to witness Lin Qing, Yi Jianlian, and Yao Ming playing together on the court. It is likely that this dream may come true at the World Championship this year. With Lin Qing's participation, there is a possibility that they could challenge even the most formidable opponents. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Qing's family gathered anxiously in front of the television, searching for his figure on the screen. "I saw him. The camera just caught him. I saw my brother. He looks so handsome," Lin Ku exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the television. Father Lin and Mother Lin watched for a long time, but regrettably, the camera did not capture Lin Qing's image again. "If you saw him earlier, you should have mentioned it. By the time you finished shouting, your brother had already left," Mother Lin lamented. "What's the rush? In a moment, Xiao Qing will be on stage, and you can watch to your heart's content," Father Lin replied, though his gaze remained fixated on the live broadcast. Unwilling to look away. At Davidson College, the Wildcats players gathered under the organization of Mick Klopp to watch the draft ceremony together. Although Lin Qing had departed, the players of the Wildcats continued to keep a close eye on any news regarding him. Lin Qing's extraordinary performance in March Madness has completely captivated every teammate. Today, Lin looks exceptionally handsome. Truly, he exudes the aura of a first overall pick. If the Trail Blazers fail to select Lin, they will undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. McLaughlin remains silent, visibly anxious, as he cares more than any other player present about Lin Qing's draft position. Meanwhile, fans from all 30 NBA teams are closely watching the draft proceedings. "Despite Odin's injury, I still believe he will be the first overall pick. Let's choose Durant, please. He will save us." Spurs fans gather to observe, as high draft picks have little bearing on their interests. The vast majority of fans prefer to see the first pick emerge between Odin and Durant. During the frenzy of March Madness, Lin Qing's reputation was indeed resounding. However, once the excitement subsided, the discussions surrounding Odin and Durant, who have been in the spotlight since high school, became the more favored choices among fans. Many believe Lin Qing will be selected in the lottery, likely around the top 10. If Lin maintains such stellar performance throughout the NCAA season, he would certainly disrupt Odin and Durant's positions. Unfortunately, with only a month of evidence from a few games, many are skeptical about Lin's consistency. As fans fervently debate, representatives from various teams at the draft are also busy. The Trail Blazers representative, General Manager Pritchard, is on a call. "Are you certain Odin's injury will fully heal and not affect his future performance?" "All right then, let's proceed." After hanging up, Pritchard exhales deeply and looks at head coach McMillan. "It's settled. We will select Odin." McMillan furrows his brow, opening his mouth to speak, but then closing it again. He wishes to advise the GM to consider selecting Odin with the first pick, but after a summer of persuasion without success, he is weary. Pritchard remains more convinced by the consistently reliable Odin than by the fleeting brilliance of Lin Qing. Lin Qing also attended a workout with the Trailblazers, where he performed admirably. At that moment, McMillan receives a mysterious email and curiously opens it, discovering a set of impressive physical assessment data. The figures seem exaggerated, almost fabricated, presenting Lin Qing as a superhuman. McMillan then sees that the data belongs to Lin Qing, with a watermark indicating the New York Knicks. 1,000 questions flood McMillan's mind. He quickly pulls up Lin Qing's previous assessment data from his workout with the Trailblazers for comparison. "Damn it, we've been deceived." Lin didn't even give his all during our assessment. Macmillan reacts swiftly. Just as he intends to show this data to Pritchard, the GM receives another call. Upon answering, Pritchard's expression shifts to one of shock. After hanging up, Pritchard turns to Macmillan and says, "Do you know who just called? It was Knicks owner Dolan. They want to trade for our first overall pick. They've even offered us the option to choose any player from the roster. As long as we give them the first pick, everything is negotiable." Pritchard is undoubtedly moved. While Odin is promising, the Knicks are willing to offer an exorbitant price. This could allow the Trailblazers to swiftly leverage the Knicks' existing talent to facilitate a rebuild rather than wait for Odin's development. Macmillan remains silent, discreetly showing Pritchard both sets of assessment data for Lin Xing. They intend to use the first overall pick to select Lin Xing. Have you seen this data? Lin Xing could be the next Jordan. Pritchard is taken aback. The events of the past 2 minutes have surpassed his understanding. So, the Knicks aim to rebuild around Lin Xing? With both talent and immediate impact on display, what else could it be? Macmillan's eyes blaze with anticipation, waiting for Pritchard's next words. If Pritchard grasps the intricacies at play, he will realize that selecting Lin Xing is undoubtedly the right decision. As for the trade, why would they send Jordan to the Knicks instead of keeping him for themselves? Pritchard's gaze flickers, and he remains silent. At this moment, the draft staff arrives, presenting an envelope. This is a tradition of the draft. Teams must write the names of their selected players on a slip of paper, which is then read aloud by David Stern. The draft is about to commence. Have you finalized your selection? The staff notices Pritchard and Macmillan lost in thought, urging them to decide. Chapter 33, Selecting the First Overall Pick, the Trade Between the Knicks and the Trailblazers. Pritchard and Macmillan are certainly not lost in thought. They are in turmoil. Yet time is running short, and the staff continues to pressure them. Perhaps we could select Lin Xing directly, and either trade him or develop him ourselves later, Macmillan suggests. However, this would mean relinquishing their chance to draft Odin. Pritchard is still fixated on the colossal center. Selecting Odin was not only his initial thought but also the sentiment of most Trailblazers fans. It is a decision backed by the public. If they choose Lin Xing and forego Odin, Pritchard, as GM, would bear immense pressure and face public and media scrutiny. On the other side, at the Knicks representative table, Dolan pounds the table in dissatisfaction, questioning GM Perry. Why did it take so long to contact the Trailblazers? Now they're ignoring us. Perry maintains his composure, replying, "Boss, I've not only reached out to the Trailblazers, but also contacted the Supersonics and the Hawks. If the Knicks decline, it means they select Odin. If the Supersonics decline, it indicates they take Durant. As for the Hawks, they have no reason to reject us. Besides Odin and Durant, no other players can compare to Lin Xing." Listening to Perry's explanation, Dolan gradually calms down, though his expression remains grim. If Lin Xing ultimately does not come to the Knicks, you'd better prepare to leave. This is a blatant threat, yet Perry can only accept it. After all, Dolan is the owner. Moreover, having seen the physical assessment data, Perry knows Lin Xing possesses the highest talent and potential among the 2007 rookie class. Backstage, then NBA Commissioner David Stern finally receives the envelope from the Trailblazers. He takes the envelope and steps onto the draft stage. At this moment, the eyes of basketball fans worldwide are fixed upon him. Lin Xing felt a wave of anxiety washing over him, his palms slick with perspiration. Stern opened the envelope, and upon seeing the name, his expression shifted to one of astonishment before quickly regaining composure. In the 2007 NBA draft, the Portland Trailblazers selected Lin Xing, hailing from Davidson College, as the first overall pick. The audience erupted in disbelief, with over 90% displaying expressions of utter shock. What? The Blazers have lost their minds. Surely, I did not mishear. This cannot be a case of a mix-up with the envelopes. The Atlanta Hawks must be in fits of laughter, as Durant and Odin now have the chance to acquire one of them. The Blazers are destined to become the laughingstock of the league. Whispers of speculation filled the air. The spotlight shone upon Lin Xing, who could hardly contain his excitement. After embracing Schwartz and Jianlian, he ascended the stage. Though he was perplexed as to why the Blazers had chosen him, being selected as the first pick to enter the NBA was undeniably a triumph. Jianlian led the applause, and the sound of clapping gently resonated throughout the venue. At that moment, members of the Night Owl team, watching the live broadcast from Xian Nation, erupted in jubilant cheers. In the broadcast room, Coach Zhang's face flushed with joy. A number 1 pick. Another NBA number 1 has emerged from Xian Nation. Fans across the country, glued to the live stream, embraced one another, celebrating with exuberance. For all who believed in Lin Xing, this outcome was a delightful surprise. Upon reaching the stage, Lin Qing warmly shook Stern's hand. Stern had already concealed his astonishment. Offering his congratulations, "I look forward to seeing you become the next Yo." Although surprised. The emergence of a new number 1 pick from Xi'an Nation signified a promising expansion of the NBA's market in the region. As a businessman, Stern welcomed such a development, as the pressure lay with the Blazers, not himself. Meanwhile, at the Knicks table, Dolan barely restrained himself from overturning the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Perry. "Didn't you say the Blazers wouldn't select Lin Qing?" Perry, wiping the sweat from his brow, sought to calm his boss. "Perhaps the Blazers realized we intended to select Lin Qing and wanted to pick him first to negotiate a trade with us afterward. I'll contact the Blazers immediately. We must secure Lin Qing at all costs." Dolan, with a darkened gaze, fell silent. In the midst of it all, Greg Oden and Kevin Durant exchanged a distant glance as Lin Qing took the stage, a bittersweet understanding shared only between them. It was one thing to be bested by this young talent during March Madness, but to have battled for the number 1 pick for an entire year only to have it snatched away by him was a bitter pill to swallow. Nevertheless, they bore no ill will. Having faced him on the court, they recognized the staggering talent and fierce competitive spirit he possessed. The unfolding events promised to be captivating. Lin Qing's sudden emergence has slightly altered the trajectory of time and space. The Supersonics, placing second, have secured their long-desired Durant, while Oden has fallen to the 3rd pick, eagerly acquired by the Hawks. The Grizzlies selected Conley, the Celtics chose Horford, the Bucks opted for Jianlian, and the Timberwolves picked Brewer. Horford, unexpectedly dropping to the 8th pick, was selected by the Bobcats. As each newly announced rookie took to the stage, joyfully shaking hands with Stern, Lin Qing found the opportunity to express his perplexity to Schwartz. "Am I truly destined for the Trailblazers?" He pondered, uncertain. "Perhaps the Knicks and the Blazers have already orchestrated a trade that allows the Blazers to select you," Schwartz replied, equally bewildered, yet visibly pleased. As a basketball agent, having a number 1 draft pick would indeed leave a significant mark on his professional record. As the draft progressed, Schwartz finally received a text from the Knicks. Ecstatic, he immediately shared the message with Lin Qing. The Knicks had struck a deal with the Blazers, sending multiple players, including Crawford. This development indicated that Lin Qing would be heading to the Knicks instead of the Blazers. The news was promptly disseminated online by ESPN reporters, causing a collective realization among the public that it was not the Blazers desiring Lin Qing, but rather the Knicks. However, many fans viewed this trade as a significant loss for the Knicks. Crawford had already proven himself as a scoring asset in the NBA, and the Knicks had relinquished a host of dependable bench players. Was this arrangement intended to position Lin Qing as a starter? Fortunately, Knicks fans had grown accustomed to the team's outrageous decisions over recent years. The Knicks fan community erupted in response. Since Dolan took over the Knicks, the team's performance had steadily declined, leading to a plethora of negative opinions about him. Fans clamored online for Dolan to sell the team. Yet this year, Dolan surprised everyone with a bold move. "This is intolerable. I could accept trading for Durant or Oden, but what use is it to bring in a player from summer country?" lamented the Knicks supporters. They had initially anticipated mere entertainment, only to find themselves caught in a whirlwind of unexpected developments. "I actually hold high hopes for Lin Qing. After all, he is the MOP, and I believe in his future," remarked a fan. "This trade will pave the way for Lin Qing to join your favorite team next season." The Knicks fanbase was ablaze on social media, while Lin Qing was also engaged in media interviews. As the newly crowned number 1 draft pick and MOP, these keywords were sufficient to create a bustling atmosphere at the interview venue, filled with cameras and eager faces. Chapter 34. After the draft, Adidas approaches Lin Qing. "Did the result of becoming the number 1 pick in this draft surprise you?" "Not at all. My talent and ability are truly deserving," Lin Qing responded confidently to the reporters. "Lin, the Knicks have just finalized a trade with the Blazers. What is your perspective on the Knicks' performance last season?" Lin Qing did not anticipate that the reporters would immediately set a trap for him. The Knicks, last season, languished at the bottom of the league. What was there to admire? This thought crossed his mind, yet he could not voice it. "Joining the Knicks had been a childhood dream of mine. I will strive alongside the Knicks to deliver a remarkable performance in the upcoming season." Numerous journalists cast disdainful glances. While it is common to hear of dreams involving the Lakers or the Bulls, it was a novelty to hear someone regard the Knicks as their aspiration. This new rookie certainly possessed an impressive knack for fabricating tales. Subsequently, the reporters bombarded him with challenging questions, all of which Lin Qing deftly navigated. It is his mouth. He could say whatever he wished, And how could these media outlets possibly catch him off guard? I am eager to bring my talents to the Knicks. In conclusion, Lin Xing wrapped up the interview with a single statement. Watching from the sidelines, Dolan displayed a satisfied smile. Although the team had made a significant investment. In Dolan's eyes, every sacrifice was worthwhile. Lin Xing is not only skilled in basketball, but also possesses considerable intellect. Although the misconceptions among Knicks fans may be profound and numerous at present, they will undoubtedly come to appreciate their decisions made today and the future. Through Lin Xing, he shall redeem himself and ascend to become one of the most successful owners in NBA history. At the representative table of the Trailblazers, McMillan shook his head in dismay, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that you would ultimately choose to trade Lin Xing." Pritchard placed a reassuring hand on McMillan's shoulder, affirming that the Knicks offered an irresistible deal. Even if Lin Xing proves to be exceptional, can he truly match the multitude of players the Knicks have provided us? Next season, we shall rely directly on these players gifted by the Knicks to embark on our rebuilding journey, striving for the playoffs and perhaps even the championship. With matters as they stand, McMillan refrained from further comments. A new Summer Country #1 has emerged, Lin Xing. ABC television has reported the significant news that the Knicks have sent Crawford to acquire Lin Xing from the Trailblazers. North Carolina Basketball News inquires whether Lin Xing's arrival can save New York. While Knicks Sports extends congratulations to former Wildcats member Lin Xing for being selected as the 2007 NBA #1 draft pick, a true honor for Davidson College. The draft has concluded, and whether it is Lin Xing's selection as the #1 or the trade between the Knicks and the Trailblazers, there is ample material for fans to discuss for some time. Additionally, the Celtics have finalized a trade with the Supersonics, acquiring Ray Allen. This is a mutually beneficial transaction, allowing the Supersonics to rebuild around Durant, while the Celtics have aided Paul Pierce in finding a worthy companion. Reports have surfaced that the Celtics are also actively pursuing another star player to form a triumvirate. Many fans scoff at this notion, deeming it too fantastical. In contemporary times, the trend favors one star per city. Which superstar would willingly shoulder such immense pressure to join the Celtics? Lin Xing had returned to the hotel, and simultaneously, the sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have been elected as the first overall pick of 2007, awarded with 1,000 reward points. This was an unexpected delight. However, 1,000 points were insufficient to exchange for a superstar skill. Nonetheless, it was ample, as upon entering the NBA, he would earn additional points through game performances. Lying on the bed, Lin Xing began to formulate plans for the future. Following the departure of Crawford, the names he could mention from the Knicks roster included Stephon Marbury, Zach Randolph, Eddie Curry, Nate Robinson, and David Lee. Beyond that, there were merely some role players from the NBA. The prospects of this lineup did not appear promising. Last season's Knicks roster was not significantly different from this season's, finishing with a disappointing 12th place in the Eastern Conference. With a record of 33 wins and 49 losses, they averaged 97.5 points per game while conceding 103 points. This was not merely a result of the Knicks' lack of ambition, but rather the outcome of their efforts. His goal was not only to lead the Knicks into the playoffs, but also to advance further within them. Of course, this required him to establish his leadership within the team as swiftly as possible, gaining more opportunities and playing time. The only one who could contest his status as the leader was Marbury. However, the veteran was no longer in his prime. His injuries had significantly affected his performance, and he would soon transition to the CBA. Therefore, his spirit was somewhat diminished, but not a cause for concern. As drowsiness enveloped him, Lin Xing drifted into a light sleep. Lin Xing had a dream, envisioning himself leading the Knicks to a championship victory in his rookie season. The fans at Madison Square Garden resounded with chants of MVP, MVP, MVP. The following morning, under the guidance of Schwartz, Lin Xing arrived at the Adidas headquarters in New York. Prior to the commencement of the draft, Adidas had extended an invitation for Lin Xing to sign a contract. Lin Xing had long been indifferent to the situation. The reason was simple. Adidas's contract proposal was predicated on their perception of him as merely a prospect in the draft lottery. Now, having returned as the first overall pick, he sought to attain greater value. In addition to Adidas, Nike also extended an invitation to Lin Xing, which he promptly declined. Nike, having a roster of NBA superstars, could not match the sincerity that Adidas was prepared to offer. The failure to secure LeBron James in the past had already cost Adidas its competitive edge against Nike in the NBA market. At this moment, Adidas was in urgent need of a player who could help restore its former glory in the league. Lin, Congratulations on being selected as the first overall pick. We eagerly anticipate our collaboration." An Adidas executive personally welcomed Lin Sheng at the entrance of the Adidas building. Lin Sheng was quite pleased with this reception. Subsequently, the two were invited into a conference room where Adidas staff had already made thorough preparations. Through a PowerPoint presentation, they showcased the history of Adidas and its accomplishments in the sports industry. Founded in 1949, Adidas was once the largest sportswear company in the world. However, due to certain missteps, such as missing out on Michael Jordan and LeBron James, it was overtaken by Nike. Nevertheless, it remained a formidable competitor on a global scale. Still on par with Nike, the discussion then turned to the types of basketball shoes that would be produced following their partnership and the marketing strategies to be employed. The shoe was to be named Lion 1. The design sketches presented by Adidas were impressive, and the thought of many people donning the Lion 1 in the future stirred a sense of excitement within Lin Sheng. After completing the preliminary discussions, they arrived at the stage of contract negotiations. Peter, the Adidas executive, proposed a 4-year contract worth $24 million. Upon hearing this offer, Schwartz immediately shook his head, stating that neither the duration nor the financial terms aligned with their expectations. A 4-year deal at $24 million translated to $6 million per year. In 2003, Adidas had offered LeBron James a 10-year contract worth $60 million. LeBron had declined, opting instead for a 7-year deal from Nike worth $77 million. Along with an additional $10 million in contract incentives. Lin Sheng had little understanding of sneaker contracts. He initially believed that Adidas had offered him a substantial sum, only to be taken aback when Schwartz outright rejected it. The Adidas executive, Peter, maintained a stoic expression as he turned his gaze towards Lin Sheng, pondering the young man's thoughts on the matter. Chapter 35, The Exorbitant Sneaker Contract and the Invitation from the National Team. I have utmost trust in Mr. Schwartz. He is fully authorized to represent my interests, Lin Sheng replied calmly. Consequently, Peter had no choice but to engage Schwartz in further negotiations. Mr. Schwartz, could you articulate your anticipated duration and monetary expectations? 3 years, $33 million, Schwartz stated emphatically, underscoring the term bottom line. Peter gasped in astonishment, while the other Adidas staff members furrowed their brows. Peter had nearly doubled Adidas's initial offer, escalating it from $6 million a year to $11 million. If realized, this would stand as one of the most significant sneaker contracts in the sporting goods industry in recent years. Yet, what justified Lin Sheng's demands? Was it merely his status as a first overall pick? After all, the NBA produced a first pick every year. Since LeBron, no contract of such magnitude had been seen. However, LeBron had been heralded as a prodigy long before entering high school. Schwartz seemed to anticipate Adidas's reaction and continued with composure. Behind Lin Sheng lies a market of $1.3 billion in summer country, and the Knicks are the franchise with the highest market value in the league. Lin Sheng's sneakers will undoubtedly become among the best-selling in the NBA. Moreover, Mr. Peter, have you ever contemplated why the Knicks would go to such lengths to acquire Lin Sheng? Peter instinctively countered. Why? This question mirrored the curiosity of countless fans. Prior to the draft, Peter, as an Adidas executive, had personally participated in the background investigation of Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's emergence stemmed from the exhilarating March Madness. Prior to this, he was merely an inconspicuous player. Even as a most outstanding player, the Knicks had scant justification for expending such considerable resources to acquire Lin Sheng. After all, mobs abound each year, yet the majority fail to be selected as the top pick. The performances during March Madness serve merely as one of the many references for draft prospects. Numerous first overall picks have not even advanced their collegiate teams to the NCAA Final Four or Elite Eight. Lin Sheng's innate talent, however, is truly historic. Destined to make him the next Jordan, a player poised to reshape the league's landscape. As Schwartz spoke, he produced 2 sets of Lin Sheng's workout data from his Knicks tryout. Peter, perplexed, picked them up and was captivated by the contrast. This tryout data was entirely dissimilar from what he had received from the research department, although the discrepancies were minor. Every additional centimeter or second in these measurements signified a fundamentally different level of talent. This was Lin Sheng's performance during the Knicks tryout. We must concede that he had not exerted his full potential in the workouts of other teams. A grand revelation unfolded in Peter's mind. It became apparent that this was all part of Schwartz and Lin Sheng's strategy, designed to secure a place on the Knicks and prevent other teams from forcibly retaining him. If you still harbor reservations, let us amend the contract to 3 years at $27 million, with the remaining $6 million as an all-star incentive. Schwartz's words once again astonished the remaining Adidas staff. A rookie, even a top pick? believing he could earn an all-star selection in his debut season. Yet, with the measurement data in hand, Peter's mind raced. He recognized that with Lin Cheng's talent and the Knicks' commitment to building around him, coupled with the support of Knicks fans and the 1.3 billion people of the Summer Nation behind Lin Cheng, an all-star selection in his rookie season was far from mere fantasy. I need a few minutes to make a call, Peter conceded. Schwartz cast a knowing smile at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng felt an authentic admiration for his agent. Professionalism and charisma were evident. Peter did not keep them waiting for long. He soon returned to the dressing room, wearing a broad smile. In his hand, he held a freshly minted contract. The new agreement had been drafted. 3 years for $27 million, plus $6 million in incentives. Take a look at this. On the return journey, Lin Cheng felt as if he were in a dream. The contract with Adidas had been signed, and they promptly transferred $4 million to him. The remaining amount would be dispersed monthly thereafter. Converting $4 million into his home currency, he instantly became a millionaire. Regarding this initial fortune, Lin Cheng had his own plans. Since he intended to settle in New York, he would first acquire a modest home and then purchase a car for convenience. He believed that the announcement of this contract by Adidas would soon attract even more attention online. Schwartz was equally delighted. The larger the contract he secured for Lin Cheng, the greater his own earnings. However, for an agent of his caliber, the sense of accomplishment outweighed the financial gain. I suspect they will criticize Adidas for their folly. Lin Cheng remained somewhat self-aware. No matter, let the kite soar a little longer. Once the new season commences, you will demonstrate that the majority have erred. Schwartz uttered a profoundly philosophical remark. After finalizing the contract with Adidas, Lin Cheng hurriedly joined Schwartz to discuss the rookie contract with the Knicks. This welcome ceremony was even more extravagant than the last. As for the rookie contract, Dolan concluded the negotiations with a single phrase. What else is there to discuss? The maximum, the highest signing amount for the #1 draft pick. Come, Shaolin. Let me take you to experience that massage again. It was unclear where Dolan had learned the summer country's mode of address, but he affectionately referred to Lin Cheng as Shaolin, using the phonetics of the summer language. Lin Cheng could sense that Doran truly cherished him. However, he had chosen to politely decline the last massage offer. As he was currently single, he deemed it wise to minimize such temptations. The rookie contract with the Knicks was soon to be signed, spanning 4 years for a total of $22.5 million, which translates to an annual sum of $625 million. Regarding Lin Cheng's agreement with Adidas and the disclosure of his rookie contract with the Knicks, it was no surprise that fans online erupted into yet another debate. A 3-year deal worth $27 million plus an additional $6 million? It's no wonder Adidas lags behind Nike. They appear to lack foresight. Lin Cheng must possess some sort of wizardry. How else could he have so effectively influenced both Adidas and the Knicks? Such treatment evokes memories of LeBron. Could it be that Adidas envisions the Knicks as the next chosen one? Undoubtedly. Both teams are eyeing the vast market potential in the summer kingdom that Lin Cheng represents. Yet, Yao's sneakers have struggled to find traction. As for these discussions, Lin Cheng has now mastered the art of selective disregard. As Schwartz aptly remarked, let the kite soar a little longer. He will prove, once the new season commences, that all that belongs to him is rightfully earned. Having finally concluded the overwhelming demands of his sneaker contract and rookie deal, Lin Cheng believed he could finally embrace a well-deserved respite. However, a call from Coach Zhang shattered this idyllic dream. Yet, it also presented Lin Cheng with an opportunity to realize his ambitions. Lin Cheng, do you have any thoughts on representing Xia country in the Summer League? Indeed. There must be. Very well, then provide a location, and I shall come with our basketball association's head to discuss it with you. No need for you to make the trip. Just tell me where you are, and I will come to you. After hanging up, Lin Cheng received a text message containing the address. Las Vegas. Lin Cheng glanced at the date, July 1st. According to his recollection, the Summer League would officially commence in a week, held in Las Vegas. It appeared that the summer national team had already gathered in Las Vegas for training. If all went well during his visit, he would be able to directly participate in the practices. Chapter 36. Teammates of the national team, preparing for the Summer League. The Summer League serves as a platform for NBA teams to evaluate rookies and trial players. It primarily comprises new draftees, undrafted players, and free agents. Each year, some European teams or national teams from other leagues are invited to partake. This year, in preparation for the World Championships, the summer national basketball team was specifically dispatched for training. Las Vegas, situated beside the desert, is characterized by its sweltering heat, and Lin Cheng's spirits soared with excitement. His communication with the officials from the Basketball Association was remarkably smooth. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Lin might be reluctant to represent his country. But it seemed those worries were unfounded. The officials' eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Xing. Though young, Lin Xing is remarkably mature and composed. Director Zhang did not miss the opportunity to praise him from the side. Lin Cheng felt a slight flush of warmth as he signed the simple contract. After donning the vibrant red jersey of the Summer Nation, he made his way to the training facility. Inside the gym, familiar faces greeted him: De Ji, Yi Jianlian, Wang Shipeng, Zhu Ba, Sun Dashing, Wang Lei. The only disappointment was that Yao Ming, due to injury, would not be participating in this year's Summer League. The players of the Summer Nation welcomed Lin Cheng with open arms, congratulating him on being selected as the first overall pick in this year's NBA draft. "Just call me Xiao Lin," he humbly replied, standing before these esteemed members of the national team. When it came to seasoned players, one could afford to be bold. But with family, humility and cordiality were essential. This year's men's basketball head coach, Jonas, also expressed his welcome towards Lin Cheng's inclusion. "I have followed your performance in the NCAA. You possess remarkable talent. I hope you remain diligent in the training camp and seize opportunities to play." Although Lin Chen was the top pick in the NBA draft, he had only just joined the national team. The implication in Jonas's words was clear: he would not be afforded too many chances. Lin Cheng held no ill feelings about this. Opportunities must be earned through one's own efforts, and any coach would naturally place greater trust in players who had been with the national team for an extended period. Soon enough, in the training camp, Lin Cheng utterly transformed Jonas's initial perception through his remarkable performance, leaving every player from the summer national team in awe. His unparalleled one-on-one offensive prowess rendered him unguardable by anyone in the national squad. With explosive athleticism, Lin Cheng soared through training matches, executing thunderous dunks as if the court were his personal domain. Coupled with a steady three-point shooting ability, he garnered the envy of many fellow players. This young lad, brimming with talent and youth, is no wonder selected as this year's NBA first overall pick, praised Sun Dashing from the sidelines. This year, he too was chosen by the Lakers in the draft, albeit as a second-round selection. As Jonas observed Lin Cheng's performance, he found himself enveloped in contemplation, pondering the allocation of playing time for Lin during the upcoming Summer League. While honing his skills, Lin Cheng diligently practiced the star skill he had previously exchanged for Allen Iverson's signature moves. With each training session, his dribbling techniques became increasingly proficient. He could effortlessly maneuver past any player on the national team, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to showcase his talents on the true stage of competition once the Summer League commenced. Days in the training camp flew by swiftly. The camaraderie with the national team players granted Lin a deeper understanding of these athletes he had once only seen on television in his past life. Yi Jianlian was indeed reserved, yet fiercely competitive on the court. Wang Shipeng exuded unwavering confidence, albeit with a penchant for verbosity. Zhu Fengyu emerged as the team leader, an elder figure with a fiery temperament, and Sun Dashing radiated vitality. Lin Cheng grew fond of these teammates, who, in turn, began to appreciate him for his exceptional skills and humility. On July 7th, at 7 in the evening, the Las Vegas arena buzzed with anticipation for the summer national men's basketball team's inaugural match against the Memphis Grizzlies. In the players' tunnel, numerous media outlets surrounded Lin Cheng. Today marked not only the first game for the summer national team, but also the debut of the newly crowned NBA first overall pick. "Lin, do you believe you can lead the summer national team to victory over the Grizzlies?" "I have just joined the national team. The term lead may not be quite fitting," he replied. "Lin, today the Grizzlies have deployed your old adversary from NCAA, Mike Conley. Do you have confidence in securing another win?" "I am delighted to encounter Conley once more." "That is all," Lin responded. "Could you share your thoughts on representing your country?" "I am immensely grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon me by my nation." Lin Cheng tirelessly responded to the inquiries of journalists, gradually acclimatizing to the sensation of being surrounded by the media. He arrived at the arena to engage in warm-up exercises alongside his teammates. In attendance were numerous devoted fans who had traveled to Las Vegas to support the summer national team. Even during this simple warm-up, the cheers of the summer national team supporters resonated throughout the venue. "Go, summer national team! Go, summer national team! Go, summer national team!" In that moment, Lin Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The cheers, though not thunderous, stirred his heart far more than the roars of tens of thousands during an NCAA match. As the start time of the game approached, the arena gradually filled with spectators. Many fans had made a special journey to witness Lin Cheng's Summer League debut, including Knicks owner Dolan, who arrived with scout director Jenny to lend their support. Lin Xing took the initiative to approach the audience and greet Dolan and Jenny. Numerous media representatives were present today, so Xiao Lin, do not hold back. The boss has been receiving a lot of criticism lately. Jenny, eager to express his grievances, spoke before Dolan could. Damn it, you talk too much. There are plenty of people criticizing me that could line up from the Knicks to France. Am I afraid of that? Dolan was visibly displeased. Lin Chung felt a subtle stir of emotion upon learning that he would not be representing the Knicks in the Summer League, but rather his national team. It was Dolan, against all odds, who approved Lin Cheng's decision. As for what Jenny had mentioned regarding criticism, it undoubtedly pertained to the trade between the Knicks and the Trailblazers. Rest assured, I shall demonstrate to everyone present today why I am the first overall pick. Lin Cheng responded with undeniable confidence. The Summer League, lacking in professionalism and even commentary, commenced swiftly. The starting lineup for the summer national team featured Lu Wei, Wang Shipeng, Zhu Ba, Yi Jianlian, and Du Ji. The Grizzlies Summer League team included Kyle Lowry, Mike Conley, Rudy Gay, Dima Yurs, and Hale Johnson. The Grizzlies also deployed last year's rookie, with Lowry and Gay both showcasing their skills. Gay, selected 8th overall in 2006, averaged 8 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 9 steals, and 9 blocks in 27 minutes during his rookie season, positioning him as the Grizzlies' prospective starting small forward for the upcoming season. Lowry, the 24th pick in 2006, had only appeared in 10 games during his rookie season, averaging 1 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 steals in 5 minutes. Lin Cheng was well acquainted with both, recognizing them as players poised to establish themselves in the NBA. These two would present the most significant challenge for the summer national team today. As the match commenced, Dashi secured a rebound for the summer national team. Wang Shipeng received a pass from Lu Wei but missed his three-point attempt. Gay soared to snatch the rebound, accelerating the Grizzlies' counterattack. His speed was electrifying as he charged towards the basket for a layup, but he failed to score due to Zhu Ba's interference. Zhu Ba secured the rebound and passed it to Lu Wei, who advanced the ball and orchestrated the play, delivering a pass to Yi Jianlian in the low post. As this year's 6th overall pick, fans and media were keenly observing his debut performance. Yi Jianlian opted for a turnaround hook shot, however. Fortune eluded him as the ball clanged off the rim. Lu Wei, positioned at mid-range, seized the rebound and took a confident jump shot, which swished through the net while drawing a foul from Lowry for an additional free throw opportunity. What a splendid play! Lin Cheng exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement, momentarily embodying the spirit of a fan. Chapter 37, The Dominant Grizzlies, Lin Cheng's debut. Lu Wei's free throw was remarkably steady. This elegant 2-1 play initially igniting the summer national team's offensive momentum. The Summer League was being broadcasted live by domestic networks, with commentary by Coach Zhang. Following the successful basket, Lu Wei and his teammates celebrated with high fives. The players had arrived at the Summer League not merely with a mindset to learn, but also with the hope of showcasing the prowess of the summer national team and securing victories. Regrettably, the lead held by the summer national team lasted less than a possession. During the Grizzlies' offensive turn, Lowry initiated a fast break, using a screen from a teammate to sink a three-pointer. The score was now tied at 3-3. Du Ji's attempt in the paint was met with a block from Johnson, prompting the Grizzlies to launch another fast break. Gay drove into the lane, found an opening, and executed a thunderous dunk to take the lead at 5-3. In the subsequent possessions, the Grizzlies intensified their defensive effort, leveraging their physical advantage to impose tough challenges on the summer national team players, who struggled to adapt to the increased intensity and frequently missed their shots. With 7 minutes and 1 second remaining in the first quarter, the Grizzlies maintained an 11-3 lead. The timeout called by Coach Yunus aimed to make necessary adjustments. Meanwhile, the summer national team fans watching the live broadcast grew restless, perplexed by the lack of scoring. These NBA players are truly formidable, each one a powerhouse. Why isn't Lin Cheng on the court? Isn't he the first overall pick this year? What good will it do to bring him in? He only played in college leagues, which are nowhere near this level. But it's different. It's the NCAA. So what? Aren't they all college students? Many fans had never witnessed the NCAA firsthand nor seen Lin Cheng play. During the timeout, Lin Cheng looked toward Yunus, hoping for an opportunity to enter the game. Yet, Yunus did not grant him that chance. After adjusting the offensive and defensive strategies, he sent the starting players back onto the court. Lin Cheng understood Yunus' decision but found the scene oddly reminiscent. However, the adjustments made during the timeout proved somewhat effective. Upon re-entering the court, Deji capitalized on a one-on-one opportunity in the paint, scoring off the backboard to make it 11-5, momentarily halting the bleeding. Unfortunately, in the next possession, a miscommunication between Zhu Ba and Wang Shipeng allowed Gay to drive directly to the basket for another emphatic dunk, extending the lead to 13-5. With an 8-point advantage, the summer national team's deficit threatened to reach double digits. Jianlian stepped up, executing a turnaround mid-range jumper to narrow the gap once more. We must feed the ball to Jianlian. That's the strategy. The score was now 13-7. With 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Yunus finally approached Linqing, preparing to bring him into the game. Linqing eagerly shed his outer garment, revealing a vibrant red jersey adorned with the number 77. Initially, Linqing had desired to don the number 7. However, it had already been claimed by Wang Shipeng. In the realm of the summer national basketball team, jersey numbers are often fixed and can symbolize a legacy. With the number 7 no longer available, Linqing resolutely opted for an unselected number, determined to forge his own legend as the bearer of 77. The timeout was now over. Linqing entered the court alongside the rotational players, both teams having substituted in their reserves. As Linqing prepared to take the floor, the media present, who had been in a state of anticipation, began to fervently press their shutter buttons. Click, click, click. For these NBA journalists, Linqing's debut was the focal point of their coverage that day. Conley, the 4th overall pick, had an impressive first quarter, contributing 5 points, 3 assists, and 1 steal. This performance heightened the expectations of numerous fans regarding Linqing's own display. However, there were also many who anticipated a spectacle of folly. In the eyes of a considerable number, Linqing, the 1st overall pick, was merely a product of Knicks owner Dolan being momentarily blinded by folly. In the broadcast studio of Xia Country, Coach Zhang excitedly introduced Linqing to the viewers tuning in. Number 77, Linqing, has taken the court. He is this year's NBA 1st overall pick, as well as a champion member of the Collegiate League and its star player. Many viewers, primarily there for the spectacle, seldom watched basketball outside of national team games. The 1st overall pick in the NBA? Does that not make him the next great Yuming? Is there truly such a talent in our Xia Country basketball scene this year? If he had genuine prowess, wouldn't he have started already? I doubt there is much to anticipate. Many Xia Country fans preferred to believe in what their own eyes could witness. As Linqing stepped onto the court, he captured everyone's attention. Come on, Shaolin. Dolan, devoid of any airs of ownership, cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines for Linqing. Linqing responded with a smile. The players rotating in for the Gray Bears are predominantly free agents and undrafted talents. Only those who excel in the Summer League stand a chance of securing a short-term contract. This year's number 1 draft pick is right across from him, and many are eager to seize the opportunity to stifle the momentum of the top pick, thereby enhancing their own prospects of employment. The game continues. Linqing proactively positioned himself on the front court's wing. Lu Wei dribbled into the offensive zone and deliberately passed the basketball into Linqing's hands. Come on, Shaolin. Although Jonas still harbored some reservations about Linqing, the latter had already won the admiration of numerous players from the summer national team through his impressive performance in the training camp. Lu Wei was certainly one of them. Linqing's counterpart was a young African-American named Jack, an undrafted player. The moment the basketball landed in his hands, Linqing was immediately subjected to Jack's aggressive defense. I don't think you're worthy of being the 1st pick, Asian, Jack taunted with a stream of trash talk. Unfazed by such a nobody, Linqing chose to remain silent, executing a probing dribble before unleashing his new signature move, the crossover. Jack's footwork became erratic, as Linqing's crossover was executed with such speed and finesse that it dazzled the eye. In the next moment, Linqing effortlessly maneuvered past Jack, stepping into the free throw line before soaring into the air. With the basketball firmly in hand, he executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk. Bang! The score is now 13-9. In less than 5 seconds after receiving the pass, Linqing achieved his inaugural score in the Summer League, marking the 1st point for the national team as well. What a remarkable play. This shot was simply exquisite. After outmaneuvering his opponent, Linqing delivered an emphatic dunk under the basket, reigniting the spirit of our Summer Nation team. Linqing's goal exhilarated Coach Zhang, prompting cheers from the attending fans of Xia Country and the players on the sidelines. After successfully executing a slam dunk, he made his way back on defense, passing by Jack. Linqing retorted lightly, "Am I not qualified for your judgment?" Jack's composure faltered. It was the Grizzlies' offensive possession. Utilizing a teammate's screen, Jack penetrated toward the 3-point line, while the defense from the summer national team failed to keep pace. Jack leaped with the intent to lay it up. Bam! A tremendous force struck from his hand, sending the basketball flying. It was Lin Cheng's defensive intervention that deflected the ball right into Zhu Ba's arms. The summer national team launched a counterattack. Zhu Ba passed the ball to Lin Cheng at midcourt, who, upon receiving it, executed a seamless drive to the basket. Bang! He delivered his second one-handed dunk. 13-11. 2 possessions, 2 thunderous slams. After Lin Cheng entered the game, the tide completely turned, presenting an opportunity for a comeback. Coach Zhang shouted. Lin He, present at the scene, felt a buzzing in his head, while the fans supporting the summer national team erupted in cheers. I'm asking you a question. If I'm not qualified, who do you think is? You? Lin Cheng remarked as he passed by Jack once more. Jack's expression fell. Chapter 38. His crossover revealed the shadow of Iverson. The Grizzlies' offensive possession commenced. Jack positioned himself on the wing, outstretched his arms for the ball, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lin Cheng. I must repay you. Lin Cheng seemed oblivious to his surroundings. The moment Jack received the ball, a daring interception was executed, snatching the ball from Jack's grasp, and once again, he launched a swift counterattack with remarkable agility. This time, Lin Cheng opted for a sudden stop beyond the three-point line, executing a textbook shooting form, devoid of any uncertainty. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark, bringing the score to 13-14. A reversal in the score. In just 3 offensive possessions, Lin Cheng scored 7 consecutive points, aiding the Xi'an Nation team in reclaiming the lead. Coach Zhang provided an impassioned commentary as the arena erupted in cheers. Lin Cheng jogged back on defense and, upon seeing Jack, playfully tugged at his ear. What did you just say? Did you ask me to make a three-pointer? How about that? Was my shot satisfactory? Jack was thoroughly humbled at that moment, realizing just how vast the chasm between him and Lin Cheng truly was. To utter another word of trash talk would only serve to further diminish his dignity. Meanwhile, the fans of the Xi'an Nation, watching from their screens, were utterly astounded by Lin Cheng's scoring display. In stark contrast to the first 10 minutes of sluggish gameplay from both sides, Lin Cheng single-handedly elevated the spectacle of the match to an entirely new dimension. With sheer audacity, he slammed the ball down. What an impressive dunk. Indeed, he was the first overall pick in the NBA. His speed was breathtaking. Our national basketball team boasts such exceptional talent. Lin Cheng's performance this morning was a triumph. It was evident that Jonas lacked understanding of the game. With Lin Cheng on the court, even a dog tied to the coach's bench could achieve victory, though unfortunately, it was Jonas who was tethered there. As the first quarter concluded, the Xi'an national team led 17-15, having surged ahead by 2 points. With Lin Cheng's remarkable 7 points scored in just 1 minute leaving an indelible impression on all. It was time for a break. Lin Cheng calmly exited the stage. To which Jianlian couldn't help but jest, Shaolin, how is it that you haven't even broken a sweat? Lin Cheng, after hearing Lian's words, glanced intentionally or unintentionally at the side where Jonas stood. I was on the court for too brief a time. My rhythm hadn't yet settled before it concluded. This statement was a blatant indication. The players exchanged glances, surprised by Lin Cheng's audacity to speak so boldly. Lin Cheng is unafraid. Previously, he endured during the madness of March due to his less than favorable image. Now, he has demonstrated his prowess in a mere 2 minutes. If Coach Jonas allows me only 2 minutes of playtime in the second quarter, that would be unacceptable. In the second quarter, Lin Cheng, Wang Shipeng, Zhu Ba, and Jianlian should take the court directly. Although Jonas did not voice any objections, his actions spoke volumes. As the second quarter commenced, the Grizzlies also fielded their starting lineup, with possession of the ball. Lin Cheng's counterpart is his longtime rival, Mike Conley. The two exchanged greetings during the draft conference. But little did they expect that their next encounter would unfold directly on the court. Conley has been seeking an opportunity for vengeance. Today, his offensive desire is particularly fervent as he actively maneuvers to secure the basketball. Lin Cheng closely followed, opting not to stay too close, instead leaving a certain gap. Conley lowered his center of gravity, repeatedly executing various feints, attempting to outmaneuver Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng stood firm as a mountain, swiftly shifting to block Conley's path to the basket. During the madness of March finals, Conley had not faced Lin Cheng on the offensive end. It was only now, in this matchup, that one could comprehend why Cook, who had confronted Lin Cheng in the finals, had failed to score even a single point. Under Lin Cheng's defensive prowess, not only was it difficult to drive past him, but even attempting a shot proved to be a formidable challenge. Conley, indignant, attempted to execute a hesitation dribble. This time, Lin Cheng took the initiative, reaching out to swipe the ball and making contact. Conley swiftly pivoted, reclaiming the basketball, momentarily questioning his existence. What an intimidating defense. Wasn't this lad merely a rookie, much like himself? If his dribbling faltered, it would be wise to pass to a teammate, Lin Xing sincerely advised Conley. To Conley's ears, it sounded like ridicule. He could not tolerate this. The agony of his defeat in the madness of March had morphed into a persistent nightmare, often waking him in the dead of night. Conley resolved to launch a contested three-pointer. Lin Xing anticipated the move, leaping with a commanding presence, delivering a merciless block. The sound echoed as the basketball was sent careening into the backcourt. Beep. The Memphis Grizzlies shot clock had expired. This block left the audience in awe once again. Lin Xing's rejection was impeccably executed, forcing a 24-second violation upon the Grizzlies. Coach Zhang remarked. The fans of Xia Country erupted in excitement. Conley of the Grizzlies had just left Lu Wei bewildered, and upon returning to the court against Lin Xing, he was met with a 24-second violation and an emphatic rejection. In a fleeting moment, Lin Xing magnificently blocked Conley, a scene deftly captured by a quick-witted journalist. The first overall pick delivered a resounding rejection to the fourth pick. Destined to be etched as one of the iconic images of the Summer League, the Grizzlies were unable to score, granting the Summer national team the opportunity to widen the gap in the score. Conley found himself outmatched by Lin Xing, who effortlessly overpowered him. Taller and swifter than his opponent, Lin Xing received the ball on the wing, executing a crossover with the grace of flowing water, imparting a lesson to Conley right on the court. This is how a feint is employed to penetrate the defense. Conley was momentarily dazed, his balance disrupted, as Lin Xing skillfully maneuvered past him and executed a sudden stop for a mid-range jump shot that found the net. The score now stood at 15-19. Conley was astonished. Lin Xing frequently opted for aggressive drives during the madness of March finals, relying predominantly on the speed of his first step to break through. When did he master the crossover? How did it become so fluid? In this era, who among the guards does not aspire to emulate Iverson? Possessing a repertoire of silky smooth moves, Conley had attempted and practiced, but had yet to reach the level where he could showcase it on the court. Yet, Lin Xing's proficiency in the crossover was alarmingly high. Even if one could predict Lin Xing's direction of attack, it was impossible to thwart him. Some fans, having only read about Lin Xing and never witnessed his play, voiced their skepticism. Is this Lin Xing not as inept as the media has portrayed? Conley, a fourth overall pick, had not performed poorly, yet he was decisively overshadowed by Lin Xing. His crossover evoked the spirit of Iverson. On the sidelines, Knicks owner Dolan reclined comfortably in his chair, the murmurs of the surrounding fans drifting into his ears. A diamond's brilliance cannot be concealed. Lin Xing would demonstrate through his performance that acquiring him at all costs was undoubtedly the right choice. Dolan mused softly. Indeed, you have an eye for talent, boss. Jenny chimed in, flattering him. Yes, henceforth, I shall personally select the players, and I can dismiss you and save quite a bit of money. Jenny, while you are the owner, that seems a bit excessive. The Grizzlies continually adjusted their defensive strategies against Lin Xing in the second quarter. Yet they remained unable to impede his scoring exhibition, since the moment he exchanged for Allen Iverson's legendary moves. This was Lin Xing's first opportunity to showcase them in a real match. The experiential knowledge gained in actual combat far surpassed what one could attain through solitary practice. By 100-fold, Lin Xing was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He continually dazzled on the court with his crossover dribbles, showcasing the athletic prowess reminiscent of a youthful Michael Jordan. Outmaneuvering the Memphis Grizzlies rookies and undrafted players felt effortless to him. During the second quarter, Lin Xing played for 10 minutes, accumulating 10 points, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. In contrast, Conley ended with a scoreless performance, 2 blocked shots, and 1 turnover. As the halftime whistle blew, the Summer Country team held a 6-point lead at 37-31, having thoroughly dominated the Grizzlies in terms of momentum. The arena erupted with cheers from the Summer Country fans, chanting their team's name as if it were their home ground. Chapter 39, a stunning performance. The Trail Blazers executives on the verge of tears in the Summer Country live broadcast room during the halftime break. Congratulations poured in for the Summer Country men's basketball team for taking the lead. Lin Xing's performance today was exceptional, displaying none of the nervousness typically associated with his debut for his nation. With Lin Xing's presence, the prospects for the Summer Country men's basketball team following the Summer League looked exceedingly promising. Coach Zhang transformed into an ardent supporter, his words imbued with a celebratory tone reminiscent of popping champagne at halftime. The fans watching the live stream fervently discussed and lauded Lin Xing's prowess. For all the devoted followers of the Summer Country men's basketball team, Lin Xing's display today was a delightful surprise. Among those closely watching Lin Xing's game were not only the spectators in attendance but also numerous NBA executives. The Trailblazers' selection of Lin Cheng with the first overall pick in the draft had caught all executives off guard. The Knicks' subsequent decision to restructure their team around Lin Cheng and trade with the Trailblazers further astonished them. Today marked Lin Cheng's Summer League debut, and the executives finally had the chance to witness firsthand how he would perform under the intensity of a near NBA-level competition. Lin Cheng's performance in the first half was remarkable, achieving 17 points, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks within just 12 minutes. Throughout the annals of the Summer League, this stands as one of the most outstanding displays. The Memphis Grizzlies general manager, observing the game, nearly shattered his phone in frustration. In the second quarter, Mike Conley, the 4th overall pick, appeared to be nothing more than a plaything in Lin Cheng's hands. Damn. Conley performed adequately during the tryouts, yet in the game, he has become utterly ineffective. Conley expressed his innocence in the matter. Perhaps the most disheartened of all was Blazers general manager Neil Olshey. Having witnessed Lin Cheng's physical metrics and personally facilitating his transfer to the Knicks, he may very well be one of the least eager individuals to see Lin Cheng excel. As Lin Cheng excels, it inevitably results in his visage becoming increasingly swollen. The Knicks have indeed provided substantial assets, and Crawford is undeniably exceptional. However, all of this is predicated upon Lin Cheng's rather mediocre performance. The exorbitant contract that Adidas signed with Lin Cheng has instilled a sense of urgency within Pritchard. After all, Adidas is not Na'vi. At this moment, Lin Cheng's performance over a mere 12 minutes looms like a sword suspended over Pritchard's head. General Manager, are you watching the Summer League? The phone call from Blazers head coach McMillan came through. Yes, I am watching. Pritchard surmised what McMillan was about to express. Perhaps our trade decision was misguided. McMillan's voice carried a bitter tone. Not necessarily. It's only been a few minutes. It means nothing. Even if Lin Cheng possesses talent comparable to Odin and Durant, we haven't lost out on this trade, Pritchard asserted defiantly. What if his talent truly surpasses theirs by a significant margin? McMillan countered. Pritchard fell silent for a moment before replying. Then I shall become the greatest center of the Blazers. Beyond these two general managers, others had their own contemplations. Thankfully, this young man is with the Knicks. Otherwise, he would indeed pose considerable trouble for us. Dolan has stumbled fortuitously. Pritchard will likely be regretting this decision deeply. In the men's basketball locker room, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. The players engaged in discussions about Lin Cheng's first-half performance, taking turns to laud his efforts. In comparison to you, my 6th overall pick feels more akin to the 36th, Jianlian remarked to Lin Cheng. Although ES' first-half performance was commendable, 7 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block, he was, apart from Lin Cheng, the most stable presence on the summer national team. Please don't say that. We are counting on you to shine in the second half, Lin Cheng replied, slightly bashful. Zubac tapped Lin Cheng's shoulder and said, Little Lin, I have a premonition that you will become the next all-star from our nation in the NBA. With our 1.3 billion people voting, we surely outnumber the competition. Lin Cheng humorously quipped, eliciting laughter from the group. Deji, as the current leader of the team, affirmed Lin Cheng's statement. Little Lin is right. This represents the backing of 1.3 billion people, so we must win today. Not just for Little Lin, but for all of us. We must exert every effort to triumph in this game. Deji's speech invigorated every member of the national team, filling their faces with determination. The summer national team led 37-31 against the Grizzlies as the second half commenced. Lin Cheng, who had expended considerable energy in the second quarter, rested on the bench. Upon noticing Lin Cheng's absence, Grizzlies Summer League head coach, Laurie, shouted at his players from the sidelines, Let us go. Now is the time to close the gap. Laurie was eager for victory, and the Grizzlies players were equally determined. They accelerated their offensive tempo, leveraging their physicality and speed to initiate a comeback. Particularly, Mike Conley, facing off against Lin Cheng, appeared as if he were an undrafted player. Without Lin Cheng, the 4th overall pick's talent shone through. He scored 4 points with a combination of drives and shots, orchestrating the team's offense with confidence from the arc. With 4:13 remaining in the third quarter, the Grizzlies had erased the 6-point deficit and even completed a 4-point lead at 42-46. Fans in the summer national broadcast were restless. Hurry and bring Lin Cheng back in. Jonas, if you can't coach, let me take over. We need Lin Cheng. Beep. Jonas called for a timeout. Smiles returned to the Grizzlies bench as Coach Laurie praised his players' performance. Keep it up. Prove yourselves. Even the national team cannot defeat us. Let those Asians recognize the gap between them and the NBA and the gap between you and them. The Grizzlies players laughed along with Laurie. In their entrenched perceptions, Asians simply could not play basketball. Even with the emergence of Yao Ming, he was just 1 in 1. 3 billion. Suddenly, a keen-eyed player pointed towards the summer national team's bench, exclaiming, "Coach, Lin Xing is starting to warm up." Lin Xing. At this moment, this name strikes terror into the hearts of the Grizzlies players and Lowry alike. Lowry shuddered, his smile vanishing. They must defend resolutely. Lin Xing must not be allowed to gain momentum. The game continued, and Lin Xing replaced Wang Shipong on the court. On the Grizzlies' side, Rudy Gay, who was supposed to rest, was kept on the floor by Lowry, substituting for Conley to defend Lin Xing. Gay approached Lin Xing with unwavering confidence. Shouldn't they consider swapping in a power forward next time? Seeing Gay assigned to defend him, Lin Xing felt a smirk forming. It seemed the Grizzlies had not grasped the futility of their choice. Gay furrowed his brow. "Rookie, don't get too cocky. I'm not Conley. I've played in the real NBA. I've even matched up against Kobe and Wade." "And so?" Lin Xing retorted. "And so?" It was irked by Lin Xing's tone. "So I will teach you a lesson in advance, so you understand the respect a rookie ought to have." "Oh, we shall see." Lin Xing replied, his expression impassive. He had some recollection of Gay standing at 2.03 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.21 meters. A veritable embodiment of static athleticism. His athletic prowess was commendable, and he would likely secure his position on the Grizzlies as a primary scorer in the future. However, a player of such caliber was unqualified to defend against him. As Gay had stated, the only players Lin Xing currently regarded with esteem were Kobe and Wade. Those two-way guards. Chapter 40. The Summer National Basketball Team*'s triumphant return. The game resumed, and after the halftime inbound, the Summer National Team deliberately passed the ball to Lin Xing. Lin Xing has subtly established his position within the team through his performance in the first half. Pass the ball to Shaolin. Lin Xing bent forward on the wing, holding the ball while facing off against Gay. In comparison to Conley's defense, Gay's defensive prowess is notably more stable, and his lengthy arms present a considerable threat. Lin Xing opted for a direct drop ball, resuming his crossover. The diminutive Guy, even if facing Jordan, would still be left bewildered. Confronted with Lin Xing's dribbling crossover, Guy realized the immense pressure he was up against. Lin Xing executed a skillful dribble, employing a shoulder drop and a deceptive Buddha prayer motion, successfully misleading Guy's center of gravity. Observing Lin Xing's tentative steps in preparation for acceleration, Guy was compelled to extend his hand in an attempt to intercept. He hoped to utilize his long arms to thwart Lin Xing's advance. Alas, it was to no avail. Lin Xing skillfully protected the basketball, seamlessly breaking through as he sliced into the paint. Inside the key, the Grizzlies center, Johnson, moved to provide assistance. Meanwhile, Gay opted to shadow Lin Xing from behind. The moment Lin Xing leaped, Gay was prepared to deliver a resounding block from behind. This reflected the defensive acumen Gay had accrued during his rookie season. Lin Xing indeed leaped into action. Before him, Johnson jumped to interfere, while behind him, Guy followed suit, attempting to swat the basketball from Lin Xing's grasp. It was a classic pincer movement. However, in midair, Lin Xing deftly switched the ball to his other hand, sending it soaring over Johnson's head with precision. Simultaneously, Guy, having failed to make contact with the ball, lost his balance and collided with Lin Xing from behind. Both players tumbled to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by Guy from behind. Lin Xing rose, massaging the muscles in his back. "Is this the lesson you intend to teach me? Fouling from behind?" Guy remained entranced by Lin Xing's recent midair maneuver, unable to fathom the source of Lin Xing's astonishing hang time. Upon hearing Lin Xing's words, Guy instinctively retorted, "This is the NBA, rookie. It's all about toughness." "Ah. So when you can't win, you resort to dirty play. What a profound lesson." Lin Xing replied coldly. With a single free throw, Lin Xing effortlessly scored. The score now stood at 45-46. Truly, Lin Xing lived up to his reputation. As soon as he entered the game, he executed a 2-1, helping the Summer Country team recover 3 points. With Lin Xing's presence on the court, Coach Zhang regained his fervor. The Grizzlies initiated their offense. Having learned from their earlier mistakes, they resolved to approach the game differently, since they could not penetrate Lin Xing's defense. They would target other players from the Summer Country team. The basketball was passed among the Grizzlies players. Lowry, utilizing Johnson's screen, created an opening and prepared to launch a 3-point shot. Smack! Deshe surged past Johnson, delivering a resounding block to Lowry. The ball soared beyond midcourt, and the Grizzlies resumed play. After being denied by Deshe, Lowry opted to lob the ball into the paint for Yales to take on Qianchaoguang in a one-on-one. Yales, an undrafted player, had performed commendably in this match. Upon receiving the pass, he found himself tightly guarded by Qianchaoguang, who thwarted his advances. After several unsuccessful attempts to back him down, Yales was forced to pivot and take a step-back mid-range shot. Smack. Jianlian, having anticipated the move, sent Yale's shot away with a well-timed block. The Summer Country team, with 2 emphatic rejections, completely extinguished the Grizzlies' hopes of scoring during this possession. Lin Ching orchestrates the new offensive round for the Chinese national basketball team, advancing past the halfway line, only to be met with a double team from the Grizzlies. This strategic maneuver is the brainchild of Coach Laurie, who wisely surmises that if one defender cannot contain the player, then 2 shall suffice. Lin Ching calmly distributed the ball to Zhu Ba, who was stationed in a vacant position on the flank, with the Grizzlies opting for a double team. It was only prudent to provide his teammates with more opportunities to shoot. Zhu Ba decisively launched a three-pointer. Swish. It went in. 45-49, with Lin Ching's presence. The Grizzlies were compelled to focus their defensive efforts on him. Consequently, the defensive pressure on the other members of the Summer National Basketball team diminished. In the ensuing possessions, the Summer National Basketball team showcased a renewed vigor, exerting themselves on both the offensive and defensive ends. After Lin Ching skillfully maneuvered past Guy, he passed the ball to Jianlian in the corner, who executed a mid-range shot with precision, scoring 45-51. Zhu Ba, utilizing his physical advantage, backed down against Conley and executed a turnaround jumper, successfully scoring 47-54. The final 3 seconds of the third quarter, Lin Ching received the ball beyond the arc and effortlessly sank a long three-pointer, further extending the lead to 49-60. As the game approached halftime, Lin Ching's entry onto the court transformed the Summer Nation team from a 4-point deficit into an 11-point lead. They have returned. Everyone has returned since Lin Ching's arrival. I sensed that the players' spirits were rekindling. Coach Zhang was exhilarated. If this momentum continues, the Summer Nation men's basketball team could secure a triumphant start. The Summer Nation team did not disappoint Coach Zhang or the fans glued to their screens. In the fourth quarter, even with Lin Ching absent from the court, the Summer Nation maintained their lead with composure. Lin Ching was indeed prepared to re-enter the game, but he was pleasantly surprised by his teammates' remarkable performance. Ultimately, they triumphed with a score of 75-68, winning by a 7-point margin. On-site, the players from the Summer Nation shared a brief celebration. Perhaps in the arena of the Ugly Nation, they still felt a bit restrained. However, the few Summer Nation fans present did not care for such sentiments, vociferously cheering to fill the entire venue. Summer Nation. Incredible! Summer Nation. The best. The fans from the Ugly Nation were taken aback by the fervor exhibited by the Summer Nation supporters. Why are we not the ones winning? Lamented a Grizzlies fan. Because you lack Lin Ching. A Summer Nation fan, overhearing this lamentation, seized the opportunity for a sharp retort. Coach Zhang, radiating joy on the live broadcast, delivered a post-game summary. Congratulations to the Summer Nation team for their inaugural victory in the Summer League. Today, the players performed admirably. Veterans like Jianlian, Wang Zhizhi, and Zhu Fengyu stepped up in critical moments. However, the standout player was undoubtedly the national team rookie, Lin Ching, who played for 23 minutes, scoring 29 points. Along with 5 assists, 4 blocks, and 3 steals, the highest scorer of the match. After the game, the media present surrounded Lin Ching. For the Summer Nation men's basketball team, today's victory is a cause for celebration among all fans, particularly for the media eagerly anticipating Lin Ching's performance as the first overall pick. Lin Ching's filled data column is sufficient to grace today's sports headlines. This is undoubtedly a performance of first-round draft pick caliber. After Lin Ching briefly answered several questions, he returned to the training camp with his teammates. The victory in today's match was hard-earned. Overall, the Summer National Basketball team still has ample room for improvement. In the upcoming days, they are set to compete in 3 more Summer League games. With the conclusion of the live broadcast, numerous league executives who had been discreetly observing Lin Ching gained deeper insights into his potential. These executives are not naive. Unlike certain fans who criticize without reason, they perceived a talent in Lin Ching that transcended all other players present. Perhaps, the new season for the Knicks could indeed present formidable challenges. With a triumphant start in the Summer League, congratulations to the Summer National Basketball team. As reported by ESPN, I have always asserted that anyone who witnesses Lin Ching's performance throughout the entire game will recognize him as the undisputed first overall pick, stated Charles Barkley. Regardless of whom Lin Ching represents in the Summer League, he is undoubtedly the future of our Knicks, remarked Knicks owner James Dolan in an interview. Chapter 41. For consecutive victories in the Summer League, transitioning through the 2007 offseason on July 9th. The Summer National Basketball team faced off against the Cleveland Cavaliers in their second game. In a previous life, this was a classic battle for the summer national basketball team, culminating in a nail-biting finish. Every player excelled, with Qianchaoguang clinching victory with a last-minute turnaround jumper, etching his name in history and uplifting the morale of the entire team. However, in this timeline, with Lin Cheng's addition, the Cavaliers appeared utterly defenseless, succumbing in just 3 quarters. Ultimately, the match concluded with a commanding score of 80-67 in favor of the summer national basketball team. Lin Cheng played for 18 minutes, scoring an impressive 20 points, along with 7 rebounds and 3 assists. On July 11th, in their 3rd match, the summer national basketball team faced the New York Knicks. Although he is a member of the Knicks in the NBA, Lin Cheng showed no mercy, leading the summer national basketball team to a decisive victory. He played for 20 minutes, achieving a double-double with 24 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists. The more the Knicks fell behind, the happier Dolan appeared, making one wonder if he was a summer national rather than the owner of the Knicks. On July 12th, in the final game of the Summer League against the Boston Celtics, Lin Cheng left no effort spared, playing for 28 minutes and amassing nearly a triple-double with 32 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists, guiding the summer national basketball team to a remarkable 4 consecutive victories. Through 4 exhilarating matches, Lin Cheng has indelibly etched his name into the hearts of basketball aficionados within Xia country. The Zhuangdianer platform has spared no effort in reporting every detail concerning Lin Cheng. Previously, he was merely a familiar name among the basketball enthusiasts of Xia country. However, now, even those indifferent to the sport have become aware of a remarkable figure emerging from the basketball realm, Lin Cheng. In a fleeting moment, he has garnered immense fame throughout Xia country. At last, we have discovered our next great yell. Henceforth, the Knicks shall be my favorite team. The Xia national basketball team is indeed on the brink of resurgence. As the Summer League draws to a close, Lin Cheng's inaugural journey with the Xia national basketball team comes to a temporary halt. Within the training camp, players bid each other farewell. Yi Jianlian, Lin Cheng, and Sun Dashing will remain in the United States to report back to their team, while the other players prepare to return to their homeland. Lin Cheng bid farewell to his teammates. Zhu, once you return, do remember to send me some Lao Ganma, he said. Understood, you little rascal. First, transfer me the shipping fee, came the reply. Wang, whenever I think of you, I watch the footage of your game-winning shot against Slovenia. It's not a big deal. Why do you all keep bringing it up? By the way, do you have a high-definition version of that footage? I have one here. Laughter erupted among the group. Though they had not played many games together, their bond had grown remarkably strong. Next year's Olympics, I must see you there, someone said, giving Lin Cheng a light embrace. No problem, as long as the country needs me, I will serve at any time. Lin Cheng nodded in agreement. The journalist accompanying the team captured a group photo of the men's basketball players participating in the Summer League. On the way back, Lin Cheng sat in the car, holding the photo, gazing at the smiling faces, lost in thought. Upon returning to the Knicks, he was graciously hosted by owner Dolan. It was still the off-season, and Dolan encouraged Lin Cheng to return home to spend time with his family, suggesting he come back when the team's training camp commenced in October. Lin Cheng declined. After the whirlwind of March, he returned to his homeland for a brief visit. Now, back abroad, he sees little necessity in going back again. His remarkable performance in the Summer League has catapulted his reputation to great heights back home. Just a few days ago, his parents called to inform him that the threshold of the Lin family was being worn down by visitors. Interviews, advertisements, and even suitors have been knocking at their door. If he were to return, tranquility would be a rare commodity. It is far more advantageous to remain in this foreign land, diligently training in preparation for the upcoming season. After Lin Cheng shared his idea with Dolan, Dolan's happiness intensified. What owner wouldn't he appreciate a rookie who is both talented and ambitious? Without hesitation, he generously decided to fund specialized trainers and nutritionists for Lin Cheng, crafting a meticulous training regimen for the off-season. Lin Cheng readily accepted the situation. For NBA players, the expenses incurred during the annual off-season training can amount to a substantial sum. Engaging a trainer casually can cost several thousand to tens of thousands of dollars per week. For instance, the illustrious LeBron James invests a minimum of $1 million daily to maintain his physical condition. This figure is comparable to the entire season's salary of players earning among the bottom 30% in the league. Throughout July, Lin Cheng dedicated his time to training. When he found a moment, he visited Davidson College to reconnect with the Wildcats team. While the absence of games offered leisure for other NBA players, it proved to be quite monotonous for Lin Cheng, who was eager to get back on the court. However, he had grown accustomed to solitude. August and September continued to revolve around training, with the sole distinction being that Linxing could indulge in media coverage of the off-season's happenings. Despite the lack of games, the trades and player transfers among various teams kept fans exhilarated. The 2007 trade market witnessed a transaction that dramatically altered the landscape of the NBA. The Celtics, boasting Paul Pierce, acquired Ray Allen from the Supersonics and subsequently traded with the Timberwolves to secure the big ticket, Kevin Garnett. Thus, the formation of the Celtics' formidable trio sent shockwaves throughout the league. In 2007, the trend of one player, one city still prevailed. The assembly of the Big Three undeniably reshaped fans' perspectives. Basketball could indeed be played as a collective. Fans clamored to hand the O'Brien Trophy to the Celtics. The NBA was reaching its climax, and many expressed disdain over such team formations. "I'll never support Garnett again. I've burned his jersey," shouted frustrated fans. "Ainge, you old fool." While Celtics fans secretly reveled in laughter, the remaining 29 team supporters voiced their frustrations. In the presence of the Big Three, other trades lost their luster. Among the notable transactions were Lewis joining the Magic, Hill moving to the Suns, and the Warriors striking a deal with the Bobcats. The 2007 off-season could indeed be dubbed a year of significant trades, as numerous teams underwent rebuilding and redefined their core. Nevertheless, Linxing, equipped with memories from his previous life, was not taken aback by these developments. While observing the reactions of American fans, he immersed himself back into his training. One day at the end of September, a phone call interrupted Linxing's training. "Hello, is this Linxing? This is Scarlett Johansson," came a melodious voice from the other end. Linxing was taken aback to discover that the Black Widow had procured his number. "Yes, is there something you need?" He recalled the fervent support Scarlett had shown him during the madness of March. "Hey, you're awfully calm. I'm your fan, and I'm in New York. Would you treat me to a meal?" Scarlett's tone was playfully reproachful. "If I were to treat all my fans, I would likely face bankruptcy," Linxing chuckled. Scarlett was undeniably famous, a goddess to Durant, yet to him, she was simply an ordinary girl. A prolonged silence lingered on the line. All right, great superstar. Then I'll treat you to dinner. Send me the address." With such a proactive approach, Linxing found it hard to decline the invitation. Chapter 42, The Date with Scarlett. The new season training camp begins despite his nonchalant words. Linxing regarded this date with great importance. After a refreshing shower, he clad himself in a dapper black suit. In the mirror, his handsome visage exuded the charm of a mature man. Looking this good, excelling on the court, no wonder Scarlett chose me over Durant. After a moment of self-admiration, Linxing drove his newly acquired Mercedes S350 to the address Scarlett had sent, for an NBA first overall pick. This car was quite affordable, one he had long desired but could never afford in his previous life, thus serving as a small compensation for past regrets. The restaurant chosen by Scarlett was a discreet French establishment in New York. Upon entering, Linxing immediately spotted the enchanting figure waiting not far away, which took his breath away. Scarlett had put considerable effort into her appearance. She wore a form-fitting red gown that gracefully enveloped her figure, with golden curls cascading over her shoulders. "Lin, over here," she greeted him with a wave of her delicate hand, her eyes sparkling and her lips enticingly red. "You look stunning today. You're even more handsome than on the court." They exchanged polite compliments. "What made you suddenly want to get to know me?" Linxing, embracing his straightforward nature, asked directly. "What? Is it not permissible to get acquainted with the NBA first overall pick of 2007? Scarlett shot him a playful glare, seemingly still miffed by his earlier aloofness during the phone call. "Of course it is. But I must warn you, I am a rather dull man. For the past 2 months, I've been entrenched in the gym and the court." "Oh, really? Then your physique must be quite impressive," Scarlett remarked, her eyes unconsciously drifting downward, first lingering at Linxing's chest, then further down. Linxing noticed the subtle glimmer of intrigue in Scarlett's gaze. Linxing swallowed hard, his ears slightly flushed. This woman seemed far more challenging than the brawny figures of Odin and Durant. With every smile and frown, she stirred a cascade of thoughts within him. Indeed, she was tantalizingly enticing. Strong and robust, he mused that taking on 10 of her kind would pose no difficulty. Once he composed himself, he responded. Initially, he believed this just would dissipate the charged atmosphere. To his surprise, Scarlett leisurely replied, "You haven't even managed to handle one of me, and you're contemplating 10? With 10, we could assemble a team for an internal training match. Why are you so fixated on training? Perhaps I should arrange a one-on-one session for us," she added playfully. "One-on-one? When it comes to that, you certainly wouldn't stand a chance against me. I could easily score 10 points. 10 points? Do you prefer larger balls or smaller ones? What about the white ones? Lin Sheng could no longer contain himself. This was far from merely dining. It was evident that they were here to devour me. Especially when he observed Scarlett's remarks about the white ball, her subtle movements toward the table were impossible to ignore. At that moment, it was difficult not to be captivated by such a picturesque scene. Well, look at you. Surely, you have had a girlfriend before, haven't you? Scarlett chuckled at Lin Sheng's expression. No, he replied candidly. Lin Sheng's honesty took Scarlett by surprise, yet upon witnessing the sincerity in his gaze, she was convinced. Subsequently, their conversation finally returned to a more mundane topic. Lin Sheng's insights and knowledge, accumulated over 2 lifetimes, are indeed profound. Occasionally, he would share a small joke that would elicit peals of laughter from Scarlett. Lin, you possess such humor, so distinct from those who are merely superficial. She exclaimed. Well, you sought me out today precisely to experience something different, didn't you? After acclimating to the atmosphere, Lin Sheng was ready to launch a counterattack. How different is it? Scarlett inquired. I'm quite adept at long-distance running, the 100 meters, and bench pressing, Lin Sheng replied with a smile. Whatever image Scarlett conjured in her mind. A faint blush crept up to her ears. After a moment, she gazed at Lin Sheng with affectionate eyes and said, I truly wish to see for myself. The bill. Please. Lin Sheng snapped his fingers and raised his hand to summon the waiter. He then pointed to Scarlett, saying, This lady will take care of the bill. Scarlett pouted and pulled out her credit card, exclaiming, So it really is my treat. Lin Sheng remained silent, rising to embrace Scarlett at the waist. Leaning in to whisper softly by her ear, I adore AA. I shall cover the hotel expenses from here on out, if that pleases you. Scarlett shivered slightly. Her voice sweet and soft. All right. I shall indulge you, but I intend to select the most extravagant option. I will treat you lavishly. Choose any room in all of New York. That night, a sudden rain shower swept over the city. Initially, the rainfall was light, a gentle patter that dampened the streets. But soon, fierce winds arose, unleashing a torrential downpour that crashed violently against the ground. The rain oscillated between ferocity and calm, arriving with great intensity, then receding into tranquility. Early in the morning, Lin Sheng opened his eyes. The room was in disarray, clothes scattered everywhere. In the air was a blend of fragrance and peculiar scents. Beside him, Scarlett remained in a deep slumber. Lin Sheng gently kissed Scarlett on her cheek before rising to begin his morning routine. Despite possessing a physique akin to that of Jordan, he could not withstand the hours from 10 in the evening to 4 in the morning. Shortly after completing his ablutions, Lin Sheng departed from the hotel, as he had training obligations to attend to. Not long after his departure, Scarlett slowly awoke, only to find that Lin Sheng's presence had vanished from the room. A wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over her. However, upon glancing around the balcony, the sofa, the bathroom, and the door, a thought seemed to strike her, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. Humph, indeed quite different. Alas, not gentle at all. Enduring a wave of pain, Scarlett rose from the bed. To her surprise, she discovered a lavish breakfast laid out on the table, accompanied by a small note that read, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I arranged a bit of everything. Lin. In that moment, Scarlett felt a sweetness envelop her heart. In the following days, Lin Sheng did not receive any further invitations from Scarlett. It appeared that he had indeed overstepped his bounds, leaving without a word, and she was likely upset. After a brief moment of introspection, Lin Sheng resumed his training with fervor. Thus, September came to an end. At the onset of October, the New York Knicks would officially commence their training camp, gearing up for the new season. On October 3rd, Lin Sheng arrived early at the Knicks training facility, as today marked the occasion for meeting the new season's head coach and his teammates. When Lin Sheng arrived at 7:30, an hour early, he was taken aback to hear the resounding echoes of basketballs bouncing within the gym. Thud, 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 thud. Lin Sheng entered the gym, initially believing he had misread the scene before him. Engaged in shooting practice was a player whose height was comparable to that of the elderly gentleman Wang from his neighborhood. Nevertheless, Lin Sheng quickly recognized him, Nate Robinson, affectionately dubbed Little Potato, standing at a mere 175 meters. Hello. Lin Sheng approached him with an eager greeting. Robinson turned his head, momentarily taken aback. Lin? It's me, Lin replied. Robinson nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further as he resumed his shooting practice. Lin Sheng did not anticipate such indifference from his new teammates. However, he did not dwell on it for long. He picked up a basketball from the sidelines, approached the three-point line, and swiftly released the ball. Swish. It seamlessly swished through the net. Why must you insist on shooting here when you could go to the adjacent court? Lin Sheng did not anticipate that his casual shot would provoke Robinson's displeasure. As a palpable tension lingered in his words, Lin Sheng slightly narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Robinson. A palpable disdain flickered in his gaze, not stemming from his own shooting performance, but rather an inherent disapproval towards him. The air in the gymnasium became thick with tension as the two locked eyes in a silent confrontation. Chapter 43. The complicated dynamics of the team, hostility from all directions. Hello, is that you, Lin? Nate is here too. You two are quite enthusiastic. A jovial laughter pierced through the awkward atmosphere. Lin Sheng turned around and beheld a robust Caucasian player entering the gym. Oh, is that not my dear brother Lee? David Lee? David Lee greeted him warmly, and Lin Sheng dutifully assumed the demeanor of a novice, extending his greetings to David Lee. As for Robinson, he continued to practice his shooting, lost in his own world. Lin Sheng engaged in a brief conversation with David Lee, quietly inquiring, "Brother Lee, when did I provoke Robinson? He seems to harbor considerable animosity towards me." David Lee glanced at Robinson and replied, "He shares a rather amicable relationship with Crawford." Lin Sheng comprehended the situation. The Knicks had traded away Crawford, acquiring a player in return. Robinson felt the loss of a good friend within the team, attributing it to himself, which led to his own self-dislike. With this understanding, Lin Sheng's heart felt lighter. It was not a significant matter. The NBA, as a commercial league, treats even superstars as mere employees, tools for generating revenue for the franchise. Everyone faces the prospect of being traded at some point. This young player evidently had yet to grasp the true essence of the league. Subsequently, one by one, the Knicks players began to arrive at the arena. Some greeted Lin Sheng warmly, while others merely glanced at him before engaging in conversations with their teammates. Among them, the most enthusiastic was undoubtedly Stephon Marbury, whose face lit up upon seeing Lin Sheng. "I have watched your games, Lin. You will become my most reliable ally in the upcoming season." Lin Sheng appreciated Marbury's demeanor, yet he found his words less appealing. Lin Sheng does not believe that it is worthwhile to assist Marbury, who entered the NBA in 1996 and is now 30 years old, experiencing a decline in performance. Ultimately, the once formidable Marbury has lost his former prowess. Otherwise, the Knicks would not have found themselves at the bottom of the standings last season. However, Lin Sheng concealed his discontent, responding with a smile. "I have watched your matches since childhood. You are my idol, a representative of the golden generation of '96. Now, I have fulfilled my dream." Lin Sheng's words elicited a hearty laugh from Marbury, who continued to express his fondness for Lin Sheng to those around him. He wrapped his arm around Lin Sheng's shoulder, exclaiming, "Do you see? I adore this Asian kid." Standing at 188 meters, Marbury was shorter than Lin Sheng by a head, making his affectionate embrace appear somewhat comical. The last to make an entrance was the Knicks head coach, the smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas, clad in a gray suit, with a radiant smile illuminating his face. Thomas boasts an extraordinarily successful playing career as the leader of the formidable Bad Boys of the Detroit Pistons, a team that struck fear throughout the league in the last century. He is a two-time champion, a finals MVP, a multiple-time All-Star, and a leader in assists. Before the Chicago Bulls dynasty reigned supreme, Thomas was the dominant force in the league, even overshadowing Jordan. However, in the realm of coaching, Thomas remains quite the novice. He took the helm of the Knicks last season, guiding them through a rather dismal campaign with a record of 33 wins and 49 losses, placing them 12th in the Eastern Conference. Once the players were lined up, Thomas commenced his training camp address. It was nothing more than a series of pleasantries. "In the new season, we shall reach the playoffs and advance even further. We will become the Knicks that instill fear in other teams," Thomas proclaimed at this juncture. Lin Sheng observed some players chuckling, indicating that Thomas's reputation within the Knicks was rather mediocre. Subsequently, Thomas prompted Lin Sheng to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Sheng. You may call me Lin. I hope to forge friendships with all of you in this new season as we strive for victories together." This was a rather unremarkable self-introduction. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Rookie, who wants to be your friend?" This remark rendered the atmosphere awkward, and Lin Sheng's smile faded as he turned to face the speaker, Zach Randolph. Undoubtedly, he was a contentious player, frequently spotlighted in negative press. Prior to his entry into the NBA, Randolph was affiliated with gangs, which insinuated his entanglement with firearms, narcotics, and criminal activities. The Trailblazers, unable to tolerate his rebellious nature, traded him away, leaving the unsuspecting Dolan to welcome him with open arms. Like Lin Sheng, Randolph was a newcomer to the team this season, yet he had already battled in the league for 6 seasons. The Knicks players, to varying degrees, were familiar with Randolph's temperament and personality. Many watched with keen interest, eager to see Lin Cheng's reaction. "Zach, your joke is quite humorous. Ha!" exclaimed head coach Thomas, attempting to alleviate the tension in the room. Lin Cheng, however, was not inclined to show any deference to anyone. He lifted his chin and gazed at Randolph, stating, "Indeed. No one wishes to befriend you, big guy. To be your friend means to evade the relentless pursuit of the authorities each day, transforming into a rat scurrying through the sewers." After Lin Cheng finished speaking in one breath, Randolph's expression darkened considerably. Although he was inherently a quintessentially pure-blooded African-American, he exclaimed, "Damn it. Rookie, you better watch your mouth." The other players were taken aback by Lin Cheng's audacity, daring to confront Randolph so boldly in front of so many people and with such sharp words. "This kid is truly reckless. Had anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner, I would undoubtedly respond with extreme measures. I had initially thought that people from Xia were generally reserved and modest. Well done. I find myself rather fond of this young man." The players murmured among themselves as Randolph pushed through the crowd to confront Lin Cheng. Despite standing at only 2.06 meters, his imposing physique allowed him to play as a power forward or even center. This marked the second time today that Lin Cheng found himself locked in a gaze with another. Lin Cheng was utterly unafraid, his fists clenched tightly. Should Randolph dare to strike him, his own fist would surely land upon Randolph's face first. Enough of this childish play. Either you two step outside and settle it with a fight until one of you is hospitalized, or return to your positions in the lineup. Head coach Thomas intervened, separating the two with an expression of calm. In that instant, the gentle demeanor of the coach vanished, replaced by an air of indifference. It was at this moment that Lin Cheng recalled the ferocity with which Thomas had played during his days as a player. That notorious group, known as the Bad Boys, practically engaged in fisticuffs on the court. Thomas was their fearless leader. It could be surmised that he had witnessed more brawls within the team than anyone else. "Randolph, are you deaf?" Thomas bellowed at Randolph when he noticed their lack of response, his commanding presence overshadowing all. Randolph shot a fierce glare at Lin Cheng before returning to the team, with Lin Cheng closely following behind. The farce between Lin Cheng and Randolph resulted in no injuries or physical altercations, yet it inadvertently bolstered Thomas's authority. Thomas, shedding his initial mild demeanor, commanded the attention of all present. No one dared to indulge in idle chatter. "In my team, you may engage in skirmishes amongst yourselves, and that is permissible. However, should I witness such behavior, you will find yourselves dismissed, condemned to languish on the bench for an entire season." As the head coach, Thomas possessed the authority to issue such a formidable threat. Subsequently, after informing the players of the training camp's itinerary, he proceeded to arrange practice matches, leaving one to ponder whether this was intentional or merely coincidental. Lin Cheng, Randolph, and Robinson were assigned to the same side. Team A, Nate Robinson, Lin Cheng, Fred Jones, David Lee, Zach Randolph. Team B, Stephon Marbury, Quentin Richardson, Wilson Chandler, Jared Jeffries, Eddie Curry. The inaugural intra-team training match of Lin Cheng has commenced. Chapter 44. All players are villains, a tense training match. This contest lacked any tactical arrangements. Before it began, Thomas merely issued one directive: to win at all costs. After a brief warm-up, the players donned their training jerseys and stepped onto the court. As Lin Cheng passed by Robinson, he distinctly overheard his disgruntled mutterings. "I have no idea how to win with this rookie." Aware of Robinson's dissatisfaction, Lin Cheng did not hold back, retorting sharply, "I also don't know how to win when playing alongside a midget." The term midget was undoubtedly the most effective way to provoke and incite disdain in Nate Robinson. He stormed up to Lin Cheng, seething with anger. "Rookie, I am the NBA slam dunk champion, and you are nothing but a nobody. Don't you dare talk back. Is that so? Perhaps people enjoy watching a midget dunk, much like a circus performance." Just then, assistant coach Anderson blew the whistle to signal the jump ball as Lin Cheng and Robinson were on the verge of a confrontation. The atmosphere on the court was charged, but it was confined to Team A. Zach Randolph approached the center circle, brimming with pent-up frustration. Randolph was matched against the towering 2.13-meter Eddie Curry, yet he triumphed in the jump ball, leveraging his exceptional positioning and impressive 2.24-meter wingspan. Team A's offensive possession commenced, with Robinson serving as the point guard, orchestrating the attack. Lin Cheng positioned himself on the wing, facing off against Quentin Richardson, who was assigned to him by Thomas. Both stood at an equal height of 198 meters. Prior to joining the Knicks, Richardson had demonstrated commendable performances during the 2003 to 2004 season with the Clippers, averaging 14.7 points, 6.4 rebounds, and 2.1 assists. However, his efficiency was notably low, with a shooting percentage below 40. Last season, he served as the starting shooting guard for the Knicks. As Lin had anticipated, Robinson had no intention of passing the ball to him. Lin executed a backdoor cut, shaking off Richardson, and found himself in an open position at the arc, signaling for the ball. Robinson glanced at him, but instead opted to lob the basketball to Randolph in the low post. With the ball in hand, Randolph, brimming with pent-up frustration, pushed Curry aside and executed a jump shot, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Bang! 2-0. After the basket, Randolph raised his arms as he sprinted back to the half-court, shouting at Lin, "Damn rookie, I'm going to show you what true toughness looks like." Lin Sheng responded with a cold smile. In contrast to the intricate conflicts within Team A, Team B displayed a remarkable sense of harmony during their offensive possession. The players skillfully maneuvered, seeking opportunities. Richardson seized the moment, pushing Lin Sheng aside to cut towards the basket. This unexpected shove caught Lin Sheng off guard. He had not anticipated such force during a practice match. As Richardson made his way to the basket, he received the pass and successfully scored. The score was now 2-2. "Damn rookie, can you even defend?" Randolph shouted at Lin Sheng. "No matter how many points I score, it won't cover up the holes you leave." One must admit that Randolph's approach was particularly effective in unsettling the mindset. Lin Sheng was beginning to feel a twinge of anger. In the next offensive play, Randolph sought to employ the same strategy, but failed to gain an advantage over Curry. Having learned from his previous encounter, Curry tenaciously disrupted Randolph's attempt. The rebound was secured by Marbury. Team B launched a counterattack. As Lin Sheng discerned the moment Randolph released the ball, he instinctively knew it would not find the net, and the rebound was lost. Without hesitation, he opted to retreat on defense. In the frontcourt, Team B launched a swift counterattack, taking advantage of a 3-on-2 situation. Lin Sheng positioned himself between Marbury and Richardson, allowing him to provide timely assistance on defense. In that moment, Marbury opted to take the shot. As he leapt to release the ball, Lin Sheng sprang into action, forcefully swatting the basketball away. By a stroke of misfortune, the ball struck Randolph squarely on the head, ricocheting out of bounds. Randolph let out a painful exclamation. "Damn it, rookie." "My apologies, I couldn't control the direction of the block," Lin Sheng replied. From the sidelines, Coach Thomas admonished Marbury loudly, "Stefan, how can you get blocked in a 3-on-2 situation? Is this your choice of shot?" Marbury felt a sense of embarrassment, dissatisfaction bubbling within him as he addressed Lin Sheng. "Lin, is it really necessary to take this so seriously? Today marks the first practice match of the training camp, and everyone is eager to showcase their best selves and leave a favorable impression on Thomas." Lin Sheng was taken aback by Marbury's unexpected remark. How could one not play earnestly on the court and then expect to be serious on the bench? Thus, Lin Sheng chose to disregard Marbury's words, uttering not a single phrase. Instead, he quietly approached Richardson, readying himself to defend against Team B's mid-court inbound offense. It appeared that Marbury was not as amicable as he had imagined. The ensuing match awaited. Lin Sheng never had the opportunity to touch the ball, as neither Randolph nor Robinson would pass it to him, even though Lin Sheng repeatedly found himself in open positions. Lin Sheng could only ceaselessly dart across the court, exerting himself on the defensive end. Richardson was unable to score again, yet Lin Sheng recorded 0 attempts and consequently 0 points. As the first quarter concluded, Team A trailed Team B by 10 points, with a score of 10-20. In this practice match, substitutions were not permitted. Players were merely afforded additional rest between quarters. The atmosphere within the lagging Team A was dismal, with players wearing grim expressions. "Damn it, I've said it before, with this rookie around, we stand no chance of winning." Robinson's voice, though not loud, was perfectly audible to everyone on Team A. Apart from David Lee, the other three cast disparaging glances at Lin Sheng. In their state of deficit, they sought an outlet for their self-reproach. Lin Sheng scoffed, "Indeed. It is precisely because of my presence that you resort to those ineffective and thoughtless maneuvers, thereby squandering your opportunities for offense, is it not?" Lin Sheng's rebuttal was both reasoned and substantiated. The players of Team A remained silent. David Lee was the only one from Team A who took the initiative to engage Lin Sheng in conversation. He sighed softly, offering words of comfort. If the opportunity arises, I shall pass the ball to you. All right, brotherly, trust me, I can lead us to victory. Victory? I merely hope we don't lose too embarrassingly. As the second quarter commenced, Team B's first offensive attempt faltered. Marbury missed a mid-range shot, and David Lee secured the rebound. He selflessly passed the basketball to Lin Sheng. Damn it! Robinson exclaimed upon witnessing David Lee's pass. After finally obtaining the ball on the offensive end, Lin Sheng dribbled forward in a sprint. Upon crossing half-court, Richardson approached to apply pressure. Lin Sheng executed an unreasonable crossover, skillfully shifting Richardson's center of gravity and leaving him behind. At that moment, the defenders from Team B had already established their positions. Rookie, pass the ball. Robinson, observing Lin Sheng charging forward from beyond the three-point line, raised his hand and shouted fervently. Lin Sheng chose to disregard him. Confronted by the formidable defense of Team B's interior players, he slowed his pace. With a graceful Euro step, he leaped towards the basket. The basketball danced in his hands, weaving back and forth, before he faced the towering center, Eddie Curry. Lin Qianchaoguang leapt from the paint area, soaring into the air. Eddie Curry was taken aback by Lin Sheng's audacity to attempt a dunk from such a distance, his hands not yet raised in defense. In an instant, Lin Sheng emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop. This moment was nothing short of spectacular. Lin Sheng exerted every ounce of his strength. The hoop was distorted by his force. Bang! 12-20. This dunk startled everyone present. The players exchanged glances in astonishment. Upon landing, Lin Sheng revealed a fierce, predatory gaze directed at Robinson, articulating each word with intensity. What the hell? Robinson was clearly taken aback, trembling slightly, and failed to retort. On the sidelines, the ever-watchful coach Thomas smiled, clearly pleased. I like this kid. Chapter 45. Scoring 6 consecutive points, yet still unable to receive a pass. Coming back to his senses, Robinson felt a surge of dissatisfaction. How could he be berated by a rookie? This novice certainly had some impressive hops. Randolph smirked. The others stood in place. Reflecting on Lin Sheng's recent breakthrough and dunk, they had to admit it. Lin Sheng's recent dunk was a display of remarkable talent. For heaven's sake, why is everyone standing there in a daze? Get back on defense. Is being 8 points behind something to take pride in? Head coach Thomas shouted, steering the game back on course. The match continued, with Team B on the offensive. Richardson received a pass near the free throw line, lowering his center of gravity as he held the ball. The shot clock was dwindling. Richardson found himself with no opportunity to pass. He gathered the ball, took a sidestep to create space, leaped into the air, raised his hand, and forcefully took the shot. And that shot. Lin Sheng had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He still vividly remembered Richardson's earlier brutal shove. However, Lin Sheng opted for a more elegant counterattack. At the very moment the basketball was about to leave Richardson's hands, he soared into the air, extending his hand. He forcefully snatched the basketball from Richardson's grasp. A remarkable block. Lin Sheng seized the basketball directly from Richardson's hands with an effortless grace akin to sipping water. After capturing the ball, he propelled it behind Richardson as he descended, swiftly accelerating to follow. As the ball bounced, he deftly regained control. Having blocked the shot, he instantly maneuvered past Richardson, seizing yet another opportunity for a fast break that belonged solely to him. No one could keep pace with him as he approached the unguarded hoop. Lin Sheng propelled the basketball toward the backboard and leapt into the air. In a graceful arc, he seized the rebounding ball. With an elegant posture, he slammed the basketball into the hoop. Thud. A self-initiated dunk. 14-20. Lin Sheng scored 4 consecutive points. With a spectacular block, a deft maneuver, and a self-assisted dunk, all executed in a mere few seconds. The Knicks players were once again left in awe. Following this remarkable feat, Lin Sheng refrained from exuberant celebrations, instead returning to defense with an air of calmness under the gaze of the entire arena. In that moment, his teammates received a clear message: do not provoke me. I am not to be trifled with. The vitality of youth is indeed a marvel. Marbury, in admiration, watched Lin Sheng and seemed to glimpse his own 18-year-old self. The scrimmage continued. Lin Sheng's 2 thunderous dunks invigorated Team A with an undeniable momentum. For the players of Team B, a splendid counterattack was imperative. It was not merely a matter of pride over pizza. Marbury, who regarded Lin Sheng as a younger brother, showcased his signature moves during Team B's offensive possession. Facing Robinson, he executed a series of dazzling crossovers, followed by a swift pivot and a sudden jump shot, at a modest height of 175 meters. Little Potato appeared almost cherubic in Marbury's presence. As Marbury soared into the air, Robinson valiantly defended, yet was helpless to watch as the basketball slipped through his fingertips. Swish. 14-22. After scoring, Marbury cast a smile towards Lin Sheng, invitingly saying, "Would you like to learn, Lin? I can teach you." Lin Sheng responded with a smile. Possessing the divine skill of Allen Iverson's crossovers, he truly regarded the moves of the old master with disdain. During a team's offensive sequence, Lin Sheng found himself in an open position, yet Robinson feigned ignorance once more. As the clock dwindled down on their offensive possession, the ball was passed to Fred Jones, a robust small forward standing at 193 meters and weighing 95 kilograms. Jones, a lottery pick in 2002, had struggled to realize his potential and, having been discarded by multiple teams, found himself with the Knicks. For him, the aim of this practice match was to showcase his effort and attitude to Thomas, hoping to secure more playing time in the upcoming season. Damn. Faced with Robinson's errant pass, Jones was compelled to take a mid-range shot, even though his defender, Wilson Chandler, had not lost his position. Unsurprisingly, the shot clanged off the rim. The basketball struck the hoop and soared away, its arc soaring high. Jones' heart sank momentarily. Such long rebounds relied heavily on luck, rendering it exceedingly difficult to predict the ball's landing. However, Lin Sheng sprang into action, leveraging his exceptional rebounding instincts to seize the ball amidst the clamor of two B team players. After securing the rebound, Lin Sheng did not hastily attempt a second shot. Instead, he dribbled back beyond the three-point line. Then, confronting Richardson, he executed a sweeping crossover, contrasting sharply with Marbury's deceptive maneuvers. Lin Sheng's silky prowess ascended to a higher echelon. Richardson was directly outmaneuvered by Lin Sheng, collapsing onto the floor, a look of embarrassment etched upon his face. Marbury gazed in astonishment at Richardson, who had been bested. Even for him, achieving such a feat on the court was a rarity throughout an entire season. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious, I cannot bear to watch. Haha. The players seated on the bench erupted in astonished exclamations. Even in a practice match, being outwitted like that was undeniably a profoundly humiliating experience. After toppling Richardson, Lin Sheng retreated a step, composedly aimed, leaped, and effortlessly scored. 16-22. Over the past 3 plays, Lin Sheng had singularly accounted for all of Team A's points, each one a product of his own ingenuity. Following his successful shot, Lin Sheng approached Robinson. As a point guard, your primary duty is to pass the ball to the most capable player. Do you understand? Robinson gritted his teeth, unable to retort. I hope you don't let me down. I refuse to accept defeat, Lin Sheng added lightly. In the ensuing moments, Robinson continued to disappoint Lin Sheng. He persisted in passing the ball to other players on Team B, perpetuating their ineffective scoring. The players of Team B had already learned to exploit the internal discord of Team A. Since Lin Sheng was open, Robinson refrained from passing to him. Instead, when Randolph received the ball, Richardson was directly sent to double team, yet Randolph's low post maneuvers, though formidable, faced insurmountable difficulty when under pressure, resulting in frequent turnovers. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 22-35, with Team B's lead extending to 13 points. During halftime, Lin Sheng's competitive spirit surged, his anger reaching a boiling point. If given the chance, he wished nothing more than to drag Robinson to the restroom and administer a sound thrashing. Naturally, it would be even better if he could drag Randolph along for the encounter. On the sidelines, assistant coach Anderson conversed with head coach Thomas, analyzing the players' performance during the first half. Marbury's one-on-one skills are commendable, yet he tends to be a bit obstinate, reluctant to pass. Randolph's low-post offense poses a significant threat, making it difficult to defend in isolation. Curry's rebounding position is commendable, but there remains considerable room for improvement in high pick-and-roll situations. And Lin, what are your thoughts on this young man? Marbury interrupted Anderson, interjecting his inquiry. Anderson's expression was mixed. Lin? His maturity on the court belies his status as a rookie. His offensive efficiency and athletic prowess are remarkable. The sole issue is that he struggles to receive passes from his teammates. Marbury nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Anderson continued, Aren't you going to intervene? The boss has indicated that perhaps in the new season, we should build the team around Lin as the core. However, given the current circumstances, he seems to be struggling to integrate with the team. Marbury smiled and shook his head. What is there to manage? His status as the first overall pick and his temperament will inevitably lead to conflicts with players like Robinson and Randolph. However, to become a true leader, he must resolve these conflicts himself and win over his teammates. His talent and capability are beyond question. I am eager to see whether he possesses genuine leadership qualities. Marbury's words plunged Anderson into silence as he cast a worried glance at the 8-team's bench, where no one spoke and the atmosphere was frigid. How would Lin resolve conflicts? Chapter 46. Perhaps he has now become a top-tier 3D player? Listen, I do not wish to be defeated. Yet you have left me greatly disappointed, Robinson. From the next match onward, I shall take charge of receiving the serves. Alternatively, pass me that damned basketball. Lin Xing stood imposingly before the seated Robinson, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Novice, I have no need for your guidance, Robinson proclaimed, rising to his feet with his head held high. However, standing at a mere 175 meters, he offered little intimidation in the presence of Lin Xing's towering 198 meters. Lin Xing pointed to the scoreboard, which read 22-35. This is the consequence of your role as point guard. It is utterly disgraceful. He then turned his gaze towards the other players of Team A. I yearn for victory. I possess the ability to dominate Richardson, to maneuver past defenders, to execute a thunderous dunk over Eddie Curry. I can block shots, I can steal the ball, and I can secure rebounds. If you wish to continue trailing in the second half, ultimately succumbing to Tima with a deficit of 30 or even 40 points, allowing them to mock us boisterously after the scrimmage, then remain silent. For you are nothing but a collection of individuals content to be losers. Respond loudly to me. Who? Who desires to be a loser? Who wishes to be a failure? Who wants to be ridiculed? Lin Xing's voice resonated with undeniable authority, each word articulated with precision. At that moment, a hearty laughter erupted from Team B, seemingly in the midst of sharing some jest. This laughter, without a doubt, sprinkled salt onto the wounds of all members of Team A. I am unwilling to succumb. I yearn for victory as well. David Lee was the first to echo this sentiment. Following him, Fred Jones added, I too wish to win. Excellent. Lin Xing beamed. Turning to Robinson and Randolph, now we have 3 people on our team who desire victory, while 2 remain silent. What of you 2? Do you not wish to triumph? Or do you prefer to carry the discord from off the court onto it? Is it your delight to see us lose, as if it avenges some grievance against me? Such behavior is unbecoming of a man. Robinson and Randolph exchanged a glance, their expressions intricate. They both had to concede. Lin Xing was undoubtedly the finest performer for Team A in the first half. Even in moments when he did not possess the ball, his defensive contributions were unmistakable. However, the pressure and leadership exerted by Lin Xing left the 2 individuals feeling quite uncomfortable. Until the conclusion of the halftime break, neither of them made any declarations. Yet, silence can also serve as a form of response. Lin Xing could only anticipate witnessing the transformations of the 2 on the court. The second half of the training match commenced. During B team's offensive play, Marbury executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles, clearing a path with his elbow and pushing Robinson aside, successfully scoring from mid-range. Robinson, your defense is abysmal, Marbury exclaimed, brimming with excitement and taunting after his basket. Crawford had always had a contentious relationship with Marbury during their time on the team, and as Robinson was a friend of Crawford, his rapport with Marbury was equally strained. Robinson suppressed his fury as the team initiated their offense. Lin Xing and Robinson arrived simultaneously at the baseline to receive the serve. Lin Xing took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his words. To his surprise, Robinson spoke first. Listen here, rookie, this is not a concession. After halftime, I will pass the ball to you and set screens for you. I have but one demand. Score over that scoundrel Marbury. Lin Xing smiled, nodding his head as he returned to the front court. Upon receiving the serve, Robinson positioned himself at the arc and passed the basketball to Lin Xing. Simultaneously, he dashed to Lin Xing's side, shielding his lower body and proactively setting a screen for him. This scene astonished everyone present. The players on the sidelines were abuzz with discussion. Robinson had actually passed the ball to Lin Xing. Not only that, but he had also set a screen for him. I was intrigued by what Robinson had whispered to Lin Xing moments before. Thomas and Anderson eagerly anticipated what would unfold next. Lin Xing held the ball in his hands. Although Robinson's screen was rather ineffective, it nonetheless compelled Marbury and Richardson to switch their defensive assignments. Don't take it too seriously, Lin, Marbury said with a smile. Lin Xing paid him no mind. He continued with the crossover, seamlessly entering his dribbling rhythm, followed by a sudden, dramatic retreat. Marbury was unable to keep pace with Lin Xing's tempo. Although he did not stumble, he appeared clumsy, resembling a penguin swaying from side to side. Lin Xing arrived beyond the 3-point line. With determination, he leapt, applying pressure to his wrist, and released a low 3-point shot. Swish! As Lin Xing's shot found its mark, A chorus of cheers erupted from the sidelines. Marbury, brushing his nose, feigned nonchalance, exclaiming, "Well done, Lin, quite impressive." "Thank you." After scoring, Lin Xing approached Robinson. "This deal is in your favor." Robinson nodded in acknowledgement. "So, shall we continue the trade?" "I can help you score 10, even 20 points over Marbury. As long as you pass me the ball." Robinson felt a flicker of temptation but stubbornly retorted, "But that's Marbury, the star of the team. He simply wasn't defending seriously." "Really? Do you believe he could defend me seriously?" Robinson fell into silence. Another offensive possession for Team A. Lin Xing darted into an open space, raising his hand to signal for the ball. "Little Potato, over here." The moniker Little Potato was a nickname for Robinson, yet whenever Lin Xing called him by it, Robinson felt a twinge of annoyance. Nevertheless, he dutifully passed the ball over. Upon receiving it, Lin Xing found himself confronted by Marbury's defensive maneuver. Lin Xing executed a swift pull-up three-pointer from his position, catching Marbury off guard. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. It found its mark with precision. "Stephen, can you defend at all? Or are you merely a wooden figure? Anyone could score over you." Coach Thomas's admonishment from the sidelines was both timely and sharp. "Listen, Lin, I am feeling rather displeased. Therefore, for the next play, I shall defend earnestly," Marbury remarked to Lin Xing. "Very well." Lin Xing's 2 three-pointers ignited Team A's offensive momentum. Richardson had no choice but to closely shadow Lin Xing, thereby alleviating the defensive pressure that Randolph faced during his low-post isolations. A back-and-forth exchange finally commenced between the two sides, replacing the previously one-sided contest. As the third quarter drew to a close, Team A's scoring surged beyond 20 points, bringing their total to 44, with Lin Xing contributing a notable 10 points. However, Team B still led with a total score of 50, leaving Team A trailing by 6 points. His three-point shooting was exceptional, resembling that of a premier long-range sharpshooter, showcasing the potential of a top-tier 3D player. Assistant coach Anderson commended Lin Xing's performance in the third quarter. Could it be? Perhaps he has already ascended to the status of a top 3D player? Head coach Thomas possessed a sharper eye. A rookie? A top 3D? Anderson was somewhat reluctant to accept this notion. Only time would tell. With his arms crossed over his chest, Thomas exuded an air of strategic contemplation. As the head coach, on the night the team selected Lin Xing, he had meticulously reviewed footage of Lin Xing's NCAA championship run multiple times. As the fourth quarter of the scrimmage commenced, fatigue set in, as the players had no substitutions available and even the intermission had left them drained. Both teams struggled with scoring efficiency, and the hoops bore the brunt of their exertions. Lin Xing became the most radiant figure on the court, while other players leisurely retreated on defense. He consistently sprinted back with remarkable speed. During fast breaks, he always positioned himself at the forefront of the team. This ability astonished all the players. This rookie truly possesses incredible stamina. At 18, he is brimming with vitality. I find myself reminiscing about my own youth. Chapter 47, winning the first training match. Facing off against James in the opening game, the match approached its final 20 seconds. Team A 59, Team B 60. Team A held the offensive possession, and the opportunity for a comeback, awaited all game long, was finally at hand. If they scored, it would be a game-winning shot. Robinson orchestrated the play as he dribbled up the court. "Little Potato, over here." "Don't call me that." "Why? Everyone else can, but I can't." "Yes, just you can't." Though Robinson verbally denied it, his body betrayed him as he obediently passed the ball to Lin Xing. The moment Lin Xing caught the ball, Marbury aggressively closed in. Renowned for his dirty tactics and sly maneuvers, Marbury relentlessly pressured Lin Xing, constantly reaching to tug at his arms while applying defensive pressure. Lin Xing's patience with this leader has reached its limit. As Lin Xing released the ball, an elbow struck Marbury's waist. Simultaneously, he took a quick step and lunged forward. Marbury, having been elbowed by Lin Xing, retaliated swiftly, grasping Lin Xing's arm. Typically, in a match, offensive players would be brought down by Marbury's grip. However, Lin Xing was an exception. The disparity in strength between the two was simply not on the same level. Lin Xing swung his restrained arm, delivering another sharp elbow strike. How? He then confronted the defending Eddie Curry. Lin Xing executed a splendid behind-the-back pass in mid-air, delivering the basketball to Randolph beneath the hoop. Randolph seized the ball with finesse, leaping into the air and executing a powerful two-handed slam dunk, emphatically driving the ball into the basket. Bang! The score now stood at a Team 61, B Team 60, marking a reversal in fortune. The players of a team could hardly contain their exuberance. Raising their arms in triumphant celebration, Randolph let out a resounding roar, exclaiming in sheer exhilaration. The 18 players, who had been stifled emotionally throughout the game, finally experienced a cathartic release. Conversely, the players of B team appeared somewhat bewildered. Damn it. We're utterly exhausted, yet that rookie keeps running. And Randolph continues to dominate with his dunks. Losing the scrimmage didn't weigh heavily on B Team S players, but succumbing at the last moment felt utterly nauseating. Damn. Lin, I misjudged you. Marbury grimaced, clutching his aching abdomen, his gaze fierce. You shall no longer receive any of my assistance. In that moment, he completely tore away the facade of his benevolence. Lin Xing glanced down at the scratches on his arm and replied nonchalantly. If your notion of serious defense involves clawing like a woman, be my guest. Robinson stepped forward and high-fived Lin Xing. Well done, rookie. The pass was commendable too. Little potato. Damn it. Call me Robinson. All right, little potato. Damn it. Scoring and winning can alleviate and mask all internal conflicts within the team. This is an immutable truth. It is also why, during the pinnacle of a dynasty team, there always appears to be harmony among its members. Let's all head to dinner. There will be specialized training in the afternoon. With these words, Thomas departed the gym with Anderson. They still needed to review the footage of the practice match to ensure they did not overlook any details. Lin Xing let out a long sigh of relief and turned his gaze towards the scoreboard, a smile gracing his lips. The sensation of victory is indeed delightful. Although, none of his teammates are without their quirks. During the training camp, the Knicks arranged tailored nutritional meals for each player based on their health assessments. Lin Xing received his personalized nutrition meal at the restaurant, featuring avocado, salmon, tuna, and an array of other low-carb, high-protein ingredients. While this lunch may not be deemed delicious, it is certainly scientific. During the meal, David Lee took the initiative to sit beside Lin. Lin, you are truly remarkable. I am already looking forward to playing alongside you on the court. Lin Xing holds a favorable impression of David Lee. During the practice match, he was the first to step forward in support of Lin Xing, responding with a smile. I will need your guidance in the future, brotherly. In the afternoon specialized training session, each player engaged in their designated training regimen. For formidable players like Randolph, whose physicality is undeniable, the focus was on ball protection and techniques beneath the basket, ensuring stability in low-post play. In contrast, Lin Xing's regimen was centered in the gym, concentrating on strength training. The advantage of specialized training is that Lin Xing can guarantee a serene environment for his workouts. In the forthcoming period, training matches would be scheduled every few days, while the remaining time would be devoted to team tactical drills and individual skill enhancement. Concerning such a monotonous schedule, Lin Xing had long since grown accustomed to the fluctuating roster for each training match. The one constant, however, was that Marbury would invariably be positioned opposite Lin Xing. Even if Thomas remained silent, Lin Xing could discern that this was a deliberate act on his part. Ever since the first training match, Marbury had ceased to initiate conversations with Lin Xing, resorting instead to exchanging banter only during the matches. The tension between them had been steadily escalating. However, Lin Xing continued to showcase his prodigious talent during the training games, winning over his teammates. Whenever he was placed on a team, the likelihood of victory soared. His skills in organizing plays, breaking through defenses, shooting, layups, dunks, and defending were unmatched. The Knicks players subconsciously no longer regarded Lin Xing as merely a rookie. It was unprecedented to witness a newcomer so exceptionally well-rounded, excelling in both offense and defense. Even if some players were reluctant to admit it, the truth remained undeniable. The pressure and sensations that Lin Xing exerted upon them were akin to those experienced by the seasoned all-star players within the league. As for Robinson, through deepening interactions with Lin Xing, he gradually came to acknowledge his prowess. At the very least, during their time on the court together, Robinson ceased to withhold the ball from Lin Xing. However, the formidable Randolph proved to be more challenging than Lin Xing had anticipated. Even after triumphing in several practice matches, Randolph did not engage with Lin Xing outside of training sessions. Among the other players, David Lee maintained a cordial relationship with Lin Xing, and the two became dining companions, sharing meals at the players' cafeteria daily. Conversely, Quentin Richardson's rapport with Lin Xing was quite poor. As fellow shooting guards, they often found themselves in direct competition, with Lin Xing consistently besting Richardson. Coupled with the derision from other players, Richardson found himself increasingly marginalized within the team. Consequently, he naturally gravitated towards Marbury, becoming his loyal follower. The two formed an alliance, spending their days in each other's company. In truth, Marbury's stature was such that he could easily attract more than just Richardson as his disciple. However, following Lin Qing's repeated victories over Marbury. The players gradually came to a stark realization. Lin Qing is the future of the Knicks, while the declining Marbury will inevitably be cast aside. Although Coach Thomas's stance remains ambiguous, the sporadic presence of owner Dolan, treating Lin Qing with a favoritism akin to that of a beloved son, has not gone unnoticed by the players. Lin Qing is a prized asset in Durant's eyes. With such talent and prowess, it is only a matter of time before he ascends to the role of team leader, perhaps as soon as the upcoming season. As both a player and a worker, one must possess the acumen to gauge the prevailing circumstances. As October draws to a close, the training camp approaches its conclusion. In the early morning, the players await the arrival of head coach Thomas with palpable anticipation. The new season is upon us, and the Knicks are on the brink of their opening game. Coach Thomas enters the gym, sporting his signature smile. "Gentlemen, I trust you have all seen the freshly released schedule for the 2007 to 2008 season. The good news is that our first game is set for November 2nd, which means you have a week of respite following the end of training camp. The unfortunate news is that the Cleveland Cavaliers will be our inaugural opponents." Chapter 48, A Night Out in Cleveland, caught on camera. On October 30th, 2007, the 2007 to 2008 NBA season officially commences. Lin Qing embraced Scarlett as they watched the live broadcast in the hotel. The Utah Jazz triumphed over the Golden State Warriors with a score of 117-96. The San Antonio Spurs emerged victorious against the Portland Trail Blazers, winning 106-97. The most thrilling match, however, was between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Houston Rockets. Kobe Bryant delivered an impressive performance, scoring 45 points, grabbing 8 rebounds, dishing out 4 assists, stealing the ball 4 times, and blocking once. The Yao Ming duo combined for 55 points. In the end, the Lakers suffered a narrow defeat, losing 93-95. The excitement of the 3 matches left Lin Qing exhilarated, longing to take to the court himself. Unfortunately, the Knicks game would not commence until November 2nd. "How do you think I compare to Kobe?" Lin Qing boldly inquired of Scarlett, who blushed and gazed at him dreamily. "You are undoubtedly the most formidable man in the world," she replied. "I was referring to basketball." Lin Qing was plagued by a headache, pondering the apparent lack of intelligence in women in love. It seemed that even expressing a desire for sincere conversation was a futile endeavor. On November 1st, Lin Qing embarked on a flight with the Knicks, arriving early in the quaint city of Cleveland. The city was adorned with elements associated with LeBron James, who had become its emblem since his arrival in 2003. Once teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, Cleveland experienced a renaissance with the advent of this chosen prodigy. Basketball and the sports industry emerged as vital pillars of the city's economy. "We would be training in a rented arena, but I must caution certain individuals to refrain from clandestinely visiting nightclubs this evening," Thomas remarked, his gaze drifting amongst several players. The NBA differs from the NCAA. Each player is a free adult. The team holds no authority over the players' activities outside of games and training schedules. During away games, many players succumb to the temptation of local nightclubs, indulging in revelry, exemplified by the nightlife king, the bearded James Harden. The pregame practice was straightforward, primarily focused on rehearsing tactics and warming up to maintain peak condition. After dinner, Lin Qing slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to return to the hotel arranged by the team. David Lee intercepted him, wearing a mysterious expression. "Lin, would you care to experience Cleveland's fruit platter?" "Lee go. I never would have guessed that you, who usually exude the air of a gentleman, would indulge in such pursuits." "What do you mean? Does being a gentleman conflict with visiting a nightclub?" "Relaxing before a game can indeed enhance performance." Lin Qing pondered for a moment. Indeed, when the term gentleman was coined, nightclubs had yet to exist. Furthermore, those ancient individuals who proudly proclaimed themselves as gentlemen were often fond of lingering in the tea houses. It is surprising how well Brotherly comprehends the cultural nuances of Xia, revealing that there is no inherent contradiction. Lin Qing found himself in a state of dilemma, contemplating for a full 2 seconds. "Very well, I shall risk my life to accompany the gentleman." To Lin Qing's surprise, he discovered that, in addition to David Lee, another player was also in attendance. "Ah, a rookie." Upon seeing Lin Qing, Zach Randolph raised an eyebrow but refrained from uttering any inappropriate remarks. David Lee, with a smile, elucidated to Lin Qing. Randolph was involved in less than savory dealings prior to entering the NBA. He is quite knowledgeable in these matters. Upon hearing David Lee's words, Randolph let out a discontented grunt but offered no rebuttal, thereby tacitly acknowledging the statement. Lin Qing sighed inwardly, reflecting on the hidden talents within the NBA. a realm where individuals engage in firearms, drug trafficking, and even horse racing. And it was unexpected to discover the presence of those involved in human trafficking. One can only conclude that basketball has indeed transformed the fates of these prominent figures. To maintain discretion, Randolph borrowed a dilapidated Mercedes from a friend in Cleveland. The night had deepened, and the trio, filled with excitement, drove towards a nightclub in Cleveland. Despite their mysterious movements, the nightclub they arrived at was conspicuously extravagant, adorned with flashing neon lights and grand signs. Upon entering, the dance floor was teeming with people, swaying to the pulsating beats of an electrifying DJ. Lin Xing was encountering such a scene for the first time, expressing his astonishment. He remarked on the openness of the older women, questioning whether the attire worn by many foreign ladies could even be deemed clothing, likening it more to strips of fabric. Under Randolph's guidance, the trio entered a private room, akin to a KTV booth back home. A fruit platter adorned the table, and the dim lighting created an ambience suited for clandestine activities. After a short while, a line of foreign women entered, a mix of black and white. Yet none were petite. Choose one. You go first, Randolph gestured grandly, courteously addressing Lin Xing. At that moment, the tension that had characterized their earlier meeting had dissipated, replaced by a camaraderie reminiscent of sworn brothers. Lin Xing's visit today was primarily to broaden his horizons, harboring no particular intentions. However, was this not an opportunity to cultivate a favorable rapport with Randolph? He casually chose one, but only one? You possess two hands, rookie. That is sufficient. Lin Xing chose to decline this time. The group of women appeared ravenous, and he genuinely feared he might not be able to handle them. After selecting his partner, it was time for some free expression. Randolph, with great enthusiasm, delivered a rap that invigorated the atmosphere. The talent for rap among African Americans is indeed remarkable. Even someone as rough around the edges as Randolph was able to perform with impressive rhythm and flair. After finishing his song, Randolph took a swig of his drink and excitedly shouted at Lin Xing, "Stop hesitating, novice. You should give it a try." Lin Xing is quite innocent. He was simply engaged in a heartfelt conversation with a young foreign girl, discussing her family circumstances, how she has a younger brother, her father is bedridden, and her mother passed away early, compelling her to work diligently. Nevertheless, Lin Xing managed to muster up a song. Lacking familiarity with the music of that foreign land, he sang a Chinese song along with the accompaniment. "Only because you are so beautiful, baby, baby." After Lin Xing finished singing, the entire private room fell into silence. Then, suddenly, it erupted in applause from the crowd. The young woman beside him clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Brother, your singing is truly wonderful, although I cannot understand the lyrics. This song surely deserves a spot at the Grammy Awards." As several individuals continued to clink their glasses, the wine was consumed in generous gulps, causing Lin Xing's consciousness to blur. During this time, he witnessed Randolph unexpectedly lift a large black horse and head towards the restroom. Meanwhile, David Lee retreated to the darkest corner, engaging in amiable conversation with the blonde in his arms. In this moment, Lin Xing gained a deeper understanding of the lives that lie behind these NBA stars. At 3:30 in the morning, the trio stumbled out of the nightclub, arms draped over each other. "Rookie, in truth, I genuinely acknowledge your abilities, but your temperament is truly poor." Randolph slurred, revealing his candid thoughts under the influence of alcohol. Although Lin Xing felt dizzy, his mind remained clear. He smiled faintly and chose not to respond. Suddenly, the blinding flashes of a camera startled the three of them into a state of confusion. Lin Xing glanced over and noticed a figure crouched in the grass by the roadside, fervently snapping photographs of the three individuals. "This is bad. A despicable paparazzo. Stop right there." Lin Xing shouted loudly, causing the intruder to flee in panic. David Lee instantly regained his composure, realizing the gravity of the situation. "We're done for. We've been secretly photographed." Only Randolph, inebriated beyond reason, yelled with abandon, "To hell with the paparazzi. What are we afraid of? Can he truly harm us?" Lin Xing and David Lee exchanged glances, revealing a bitter smile. They were not afraid of the paparazzi. Rather, they dreaded the potential morning news that could devour them whole, with the Knicks and their fans poised to pounce. Chapter 49, The Chosen One versus the Summer Kingdom's top draft pick, facing the Cleveland Cavaliers. On the morning of November 12th, Knicks head coach Thomas awoke, meticulously preparing himself, practicing his signature smile in front of the mirror. Soon, however, Thomas found it increasingly difficult to maintain his smile. Assistant coach Anderson forwarded him several sports news articles from that morning. Breaking news. With the first game approaching, Knicks players indulge in nightlife. ABC Morning News. Knicks players visiting nightclubs before the game. Do they look down upon the Cavaliers? Cleveland Sports. Summer Kingdom's top draft pick Lin Chung makes a stylish entrance into a nightclub with teammates late at night. ESPN. The reports were not only well-founded but also accompanied by clear images of Lin Chung and his companions exiting the nightclub. The clarity of the photographs was such that one could discern the dazed expressions on their faces. Damn, damn, damn. Thomas angrily pounded on the hotel's vanity, already envisioning the pre-game interviews ahead. The media would undoubtedly be clamoring to shove microphones into his mouth. The game was scheduled for the evening, with a brief warm-up training session in the morning. With a grim expression, Thomas arrived at the arena, where all the Knicks players had gathered. The players wore complex expressions, many casting curious glances towards Lin Chung and his companions, acutely aware of Thomas's dark demeanor. Lin Chung rubbed his temples, a slight headache troubling him. How foolish. Utter nonsense. You are nothing but three foolish pigs. Damn it. Thomas unleashed a torrent of expletives he could conjure. Do you realize where your folly lies? Going to a nightclub is one thing. What man has he indulged in such revelry? The height of stupidity is to allow oneself to be photographed in the act. Regarding any inquiries about the nightclub today, you three had better keep your mouths shut and feign ignorance. David Lee and Randolph nodded in agreement, as if granted a reprieve, eagerly bobbing their heads like chicks pecking at grain. Lin Chung was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated a suspension or some form of reprimand, yet to his surprise, there were no penalties at all. As Thomas remarked, frequenting nightclubs is not inherently problematic. Rather, it is being photographed while doing so that raises concerns. Much like the case of the sharpshooter Morant, one's private activities with firearms may go unnoticed, but if they are exposed during a live stream, issues inevitably arise. The team and the league may wish to protect you, yet they cannot withstand the pressures of public opinion. One can only hope that your alcohol-fogged minds will perform admirably on the court today. Otherwise, the repercussions of this incident will extend far beyond the immediate situation, Thomas concluded, casting a piercing glance at Lin Chung and his companions. During practice, at the sidelines, the assistant coach Anderson wore an expression of disbelief. I never expected Lin would venture to a nightclub before the game. The NBA is akin to a quagmire. Even the most well-mannered individuals are often swayed by their teammates once they enter this domain, Thomas replied. At 6:30 in the evening, Lin Chung boarded the players' bus. Arriving at the venue for the match, the Cleveland home court, the Rockets' mortgage arena. Outside the arena, throngs of fans gathered, clad in jerseys. Local supporters had queued outside well in advance, many brandishing signs in support of LeBron James. This vibrant atmosphere momentarily pulled Lin Chung's thoughts away from the nightclub debacle. While fans may scrutinize players' off-court lives, it is their performance on the court that truly captivates their attention. Flanking the players' entrance, a multitude of media reporters crowded around. Of the 10 questions posed, 9 pertain to the nightclub incident. Lin, could you elaborate on what you were doing at the nightclub yesterday? Lin, do you often enjoy visiting nightclubs? Lin, why did you choose to go to a nightclub instead of resting properly before the game? Lin Chung feigned ignorance, pretending not to have heard. Inside the changing room, Lin Chung silently changed his equipment in the corner. The conversation between Marbury and Richardson was quite jarring. I honestly did not expect anyone to be so audacious as to defy the coach's words and venture to a nightclub last night, Marbury remarked. Perhaps those individuals do not truly value victory. Their own pleasure seems to be of utmost importance, Richardson concurred. Lin Chung chose to ignore the two men. Randolph, unable to contain his temper, strode up to them. Despite the fact that Marbury and Richardson were two individuals, Randolph's imposing stature commanded respect. Could you possibly be quiet? You two are exceedingly loud. What's the matter? Are you afraid of being criticized for your actions? Marbury shot back. In his mind, Marbury believed that Lin Chung had been out at the nightclub with Randolph the previous night, thus aligning himself with Lin Chung's cohort. Randolph's expression darkened. You are nothing but a clown who resorts to dirty tactics on the court. Today, I shall score more points than you, proving that even after a night of revelry until 3 in the morning, I am still superior. The quarrel between the two did not escalate further. Head coach Thomas returned from the pre-game press conference. What is this? A nightclub scandal isn't enough? Are we gearing up for a pre-game brawl in the locker room? Thomas remarked coldly, eyeing the two who were on the verge of confrontation. Randolph shot a glare at Marbury before returning to his position. Thomas continued. The game is about to commence. This marks the New York Knicks season opener. Although we are on the road, a considerable number of Knicks fans are tuning in via television. To our fans, the Knicks have become synonymous with failure, a weak team, and mediocrity. The new season poses a question. Will we continue to bear these labels? Or will we transform the fans' perceptions? The answer lies with you, with each one of you. Remember, in the NBA, you play for yourselves, perform well. And you may remain in the league next season, enjoying a lucrative salary. Underperform, and you risk being cast aside, relegated to amateur leagues that pay mere thousands. Compared to the motivational speeches from Coach McLaughlin during his NCAA days, Thomas's pregame address surprised lynching. There were no empty words. It was straightforward, direct, and realistic. Perhaps this was Thomas's style. This is the NBA, a realm that is truly a ruthless professional battleground. Simultaneously, in the TNT studio, behind the outspoken Smith and the flamboyant Barkley, was the headline for this game, The Chosen One versus the Summer's top pick. Prior to lynching's nightclub controversy, this game had already garnered significant attention from fans. During the pregame predictions, both Smith and Barkley expressed skepticism regarding lynching. There is indeed a disparity between the top picks. I know many fans have high hopes for lynching, but let us not forget. LeBron is the man who led the Cavaliers to the finals last year, Smith elaborated. Barkley nodded in agreement. Indeed, I concur with Kenny's assessment. The game officially commenced. The Cavaliers' starting lineup consisted of Daniel Gibson, Larry Hughes, LeBron James, Drew Gooden, and Zydrunas Ilgauskas. The Cavaliers retained nearly their entire roster from last season's runner-up campaign, making the starting lineup a familiar sight. The Knicks starters were Nate Robinson, Stephen Marbury, Quentin Richardson, Zach Randolph, and Eddie Curry. Notably, the Knicks opted for a three-guard lineup. To my surprise, lynching was not named a starter. Instead, Little Nate took Crawford's place in the starting lineup. Randolph, the former star of the Trailblazers, assumed the role of starting power forward for the Knicks. Overall, the Knicks' revamped roster led to high expectations for a thrilling showdown. Chapter 50, Sitting on the Bench. The Knicks were stunned on the Knicks bench. Lynching approached Thomas. I can perform better than Robinson, Richardson, or even Marbury. Why am I not starting? Thomas fixed his gaze on the court and replied, Is that so? Should I trust a player who was out at a nightclub the night before the game? If he had been the best performer in training camp, I would consider it. Finally, Thomas turned his head. Lynching met his gaze without fear. After a moment, Thomas spoke. The team's roster has undergone considerable changes compared to last season. I am still experimenting with the lineup. This is your rookie season, and I believe it is reasonable for me to start veteran players. Lynching reluctantly accepted this rationale, hoping not to wait too long. He did not wish for his inaugural match to end in defeat. On the court, the game had commenced. The Cavaliers' center, Ilgauskas, won the jump ball. This towering figure, standing at 2.21 meters, is known as Big Z. With a bald head and small eyes, he is among the few remaining traditional centers in the league. A valuable ally to LeBron James, he was selected as an All-Star in both 2003 and 2005. Lynching sat on the sidelines, assuming the role of an observer. At that time, LeBron James, in his rookie season with the Cavaliers, had yet to adopt the habit of sporting a goatee, though his hairline had already vanished, adorned instead with a white headband. Whenever James held the ball, the fervent Cavaliers fans in the stands would erupt with excitement. Defending against James was Richardson, who, in the face of the formidable athlete, appeared somewhat inadequate. In the first encounter, James executed a bulldozer-like layup, charging past Richardson into the paint. Inside, Randolph provided assistance in defense. While James had no trouble overpowering smaller guards, he found himself somewhat challenged against a powerhouse like Randolph. After failing to push through Randolph, James opted for a strong, leaning jump shot. To Lynching, this hardly qualified as a true leanback. With his feet positioned in a wide stance, he leapt and, employing a somewhat awkward shooting form, banked the basketball into the hoop. Swish. 2-0. The Cavaliers effortlessly secured the first points of the game, and the fans cheered enthusiastically for James's unconventional leanback. As the Knicks initiated their offensive play, Robinson dribbled into the front court, while Marbury assumed the role of the dominant leader, reaching out for the basketball. Defending Marbury was Larry Hughes, a veteran swingman who entered the NBA in 1998. Hughes had once claimed the title of steals leader and earned a spot on the all-defensive first team during the 2004-2005 season, showcasing his exceptional defensive prowess. Lynching speculated that Old Ma was about to face a setback under Larry Hughes' watch. As anticipated, when confronted with Old Ma's continuous changes in rhythm, Larry Hughes appeared remarkably composed, effortlessly maneuvering his feet to obstruct Marbury's path to the basket. realizing the opportunity for a breakthrough had vanished. Marbury opted against passing the ball and instead took a confident mid-range shot. Such a decision, under the intense defensive pressure of the NBA, would typically result in interference unless one possessed a significant physical advantage or was in exceptional form. Clang. Marbury's attempt clanked off the rim, and Big Z secured the rebound. Upon receiving the pass, James swiftly initiated a fast break. James' exceptional talent lies in his unique blend of a small forward's physique, a power forward's heft, and a speed comparable to that of a guard. Facing an open basket, James executed an aerial spin dunk, igniting the crowd instantly. 4-0. The Cavaliers had scored 4 consecutive points. Pass it, Stephen, pass it. Can you pass? Thomas voiced his dissatisfaction with Marbury's shot selection from the sidelines, clapping his hands and shouting. However, Marbury's reputation as a lone wolf was well earned, and his unabashed arrogance led him to trust only himself on the court. That shot was just average, coach. Damn it. Then you should definitely pass the ball, Thomas retorted. It's all good, coach. I'll definitely make the next shot. A brief exchange occurred between Marbury and Thomas during the short timeout. Lin Cheng, seated on the bench, watched with keen interest, curious if Marbury could redeem himself with his next attempt. Unfortunately, in the following possession, Marbury's next shot was indeed lackluster. Facing Larry Hughes' defense on the wing, Marbury attempted to drive in, hoping to exploit his speed advantage to outmaneuver his opponent. However, Hughes, the former steals champion, intercepted the ball, retaining possession. Marbury had indeed made it past Hughes, however, the ball did not follow. Fortunately, the Knicks' defense responded swiftly, denying the Cavaliers an opportunity for a fast break. With the ball in hand, James surveyed the court from the top of the arc, awaiting his teammates' movements. Down low, Big Z established position against Eddie Curry. James lofted the ball to Big Z, who leaned back, rose on his toes, and effortlessly deposited the basketball into the hoop. 6-0, within the first 2 minutes. The Knicks had failed to score while the Cavaliers amassed 6 points. This dismal start was a nightmare for the Knicks. They needed to break the ice. As the game reached the 4th minute, the Knicks finally notched their first points. After going 0 for 5 in the first 4 minutes, Marbury drew a foul during a layup attempt, earning 2 free throws, both of which he converted. 10-2. In the subsequent Cavaliers' offensive possession, James charged into the paint, scoring while drawing another foul from 2 defenders. He, too, made both of his free throw attempts. 12-2. James' response at the free throw line helped the Cavaliers maintain a 10-point advantage. Thomas wore a frown, and the Knicks bench echoed his discontent. Beep. Thomas called for a timeout. If this continued, the first quarter would spiral out of control. The starting players of the Knicks trudged off the court, their faces filled with despair as Thomas unleashed a tirade. For minutes, 2 points, and all from free throws. My grandmother could do better than this. After delivering this scathing remark, Thomas turned to Lin Cheng. Lin, you replaced Stephen. Before Lin Cheng could nod in agreement, Marbury, visibly dissatisfied, threw up his hands and exclaimed, Coach, it's only been 4 minutes into the game, and you already wish to bench the team's sole scorer? This is utterly unjust. Thomas let out a derisive chuckle and gestured toward the scoreboard. 0 for 5, having squandered 5 possessions. The only points we've garnered came from free throws. Not a single assist or shot taken. You would do well to remain on the bench and reflect. Marbury clenched his fists and violently kicked a nearby bench, directing his glare at Lin Cheng. Do you truly believe that sending a novice onto the court would yield better results than my performance? I swear he would be utterly dismantled by James. Lin Cheng calmly removed his jacket and stretched his muscles. His objective was not to engage in a quarrel with Marbury here, but rather to assist his team in closing the score once he took to the court. This would be the most effective form of retribution. Lin Cheng's warm-up captured the attention of the broadcast cameras, his image prominently displayed on the large screen. Cavaliers fans engaged in lively discussions. The Knicks are stunned. Haha, they've substituted so quickly. One remarked, I recognize that Asian player. He is this year's #1 draft pick. Another added, LeBron was also a #1 pick. He will surely show him the disparity between top picks. That rookie won't even be able to handle the ball, haha. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers bench also noticed Lin Cheng's warm-up, the players wearing relaxed expressions. Bringing in a rookie won't change anything. We will win this game today, even if Jordan were here. LeBron, ever the motivator, spoke up to bolster morale. Simultaneously, he sensed Lin Cheng's intense gaze from afar, as though the young player were attempting to devour him with his eyes. Chapter 51. The Dominator's step celebrates the frantic Cavaliers fans. Isn't he the #1 draft pick from this year? The guy who was out clubbing last night? LeBron inquired of Larry Hughes beside him. Larry chuckled. Indeed, He seems like an inflated, arrogant fellow with little talent. However, he does have good taste. I also enjoy that nightclub. LeBron chose not to respond. He held little interest in nightlife. Despite the controversies surrounding him on the court, he maintained a commendable reputation. He is looking at me. I don't like the way he stares, LeBron remarked. Perhaps he admires you. Many rookies are your fans. Larry complimented. Is that so? LeBron adjusted his headband, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He disliked wearing it but detested even more the media's scrutiny of his hairline. TNT also noted Lin Cheng's imminent entry onto the court. He is finally set to play. However, it is quite challenging for a rookie to alter the current dynamics of the game, Barkley commented. Moreover, he is a rookie who didn't rest well last night. Smith added with a hint of sarcasm. Aside from Thomas, who substituted Lin Cheng, no one else held any optimism. Beep beep, both teams returned to the court. With 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Cavaliers led 10-2 against the Knicks. The Knicks had possession. Nate Robinson received the ball in the backcourt while Lin Cheng quietly positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Larry Hughes calmly approached Lin Cheng. Hey, rookie, welcome to Cleveland. How was the fruit platter last night? Lin Cheng furrowed his brow and replied, It is quite unpalatable. It seems that those nightclubs have tailored their offerings to the taste of your Cavaliers players. Ah, it appears your palate is more discerning than that of certain locales. Larry Hughes responded with a smile. Lin Cheng's entrance did not impose any pressure upon him. Rather, it instilled a sense of ease. In the next moment, Lin Cheng executed a swift change of pace, skillfully maneuvering through a screen set by Eddie Curry at the arc, creating space from Larry Hughes. He received a pass from Nate Robinson, presenting him with an open opportunity. On the sidelines, Thomas raised his arms high, fervently urging him to shoot. However, Lin Cheng came to a halt, opting not to make a move. Instead, he chose to wait for Larry Hughes to navigate the screen and return to his position. It appeared that Lin was somewhat apprehensive during his initial appearance, as he missed an opportunity for an open three-point shot. I recall he possesses the capability to shoot from beyond the arc, Barkley remarked. Furthermore, his shooting percentage from such positions is commendable. This is the NBA. The pressure exerted on the court is significantly greater than that of the NCAA, which often leads to a loss of sound judgment, Smith added. Coach Thomas expressed his dissatisfaction with Lin Cheng's failure to attempt the three-pointer, as it was clearly a straightforward opportunity for the team to close the gap in points. However, Lin Cheng squandered a golden opportunity with his indecision. Seated on the bench, Stephon Marbury erupted into laughter, exclaiming, See, I told you so. He cannot perform better than I can. Larry Hughes lowered his center of gravity and spread his arms wide. Hey, rookie, you seem rather tense. Pass the ball quickly. Under my defense, you won't score. In response to Larry Hughes, Lin Cheng suddenly executed a jump shot from beyond the arc. His shooting form was exquisite, and the speed of his release was remarkable. Larry Hughes reacted swiftly, attempting to leap and disrupt the shot, but it was futile. He could only alter his block into a slap, forcefully striking Lin Cheng's arm. He preferred to commit a foul rather than allow this youngster an easy shot. The impact of that slap was considerable, and the referee's whistle followed promptly. Lin Cheng lost his balance mid-air, toppling backward. Yet, he still managed to release the basketball from his grasp, sending it soaring in a graceful arc across the court. Swish. 12-5. A three-pointer, accompanied by a free throw, granted him the opportunity for a four-point play. Such an extraordinary shot. Remarkably, Lin scored the three-pointer even while off balance. Larry Hughes stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the scoreboard before turning his gaze to the fallen Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng rose to his feet, his expression remaining inscrutable. It seemed that under your defense, scoring became remarkably effortless. Not only could one achieve three-pointers, but also free throws. In this era, a 3-1 occurrence is indeed a rarity, perhaps throughout an entire season. One might not witness more than a mere handful of four-point plays. Yet, the moment Lin Cheng stepped onto the court, his very first scoring opportunity was a chance for a four-point play. This young man was indeed favored by fortune. Observing the unfolding events, James murmured to himself. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many on the court. This lad is exceptionally lucky. He had missed an open three-point opportunity, only to attempt a shot under the defense of Larry Hughes, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Lin Cheng steadily scored from the free throw line. 12-6. The point difference between the two teams appears to have diminished. The Cavaliers are now on the offensive. Lin Cheng's four-point play did not disrupt their offensive rhythm. After Daniel Gibson dribbled into the front court, he passed the ball to LeBron James at the top of the arc. At this stage of his career, during the Cavaliers' 1-0 era, James had yet to gain weight, and his shooting skills were still in development. His defender, Richardson, granted him some space, opting to defend against penetration rather than the shot. James felt that Lin Xing's recent 4-point play had overshadowed him, and he was in dire need of a game-changing basket. With a swift motion of his hand, the center, Big Z, dutifully set a screen for James. Utilizing the opening created by the pick, James accelerated with the ball, charging towards the paint. Eddie Curry's footwork lagged slightly, failing to impede James's advance. In the paint, Zach Randolph was compelled to provide help defense. Confronting Randolph, James pressed closely against him, executing a rapid spin to maneuver past Randolph by a half step, simultaneously reaching for a layup. Although Randolph possessed considerable mass, his agility was somewhat lacking. This shot was a foregone conclusion for James. Smack! Lin Xing surged from the baseline, executing a stunning block that thwarted LeBron James's attempt to score. The basketball soared from Lin Xing's hand, crashing onto the floor as chaos erupted across the court. In a frantic scramble, James lunged for the ball, only to be outpaced by Nate Robinson, who swiftly snatched it away. A block. Lin Xing had denied LeBron James. My goodness! Robinson swiftly passed the ball to Lin Xing, who initiated a fast break. The Cavaliers fans were still reeling from the shock of witnessing their beloved Cleveland Sun being blocked. With the ball in hand, Lin Xing charged into the front court, performing a breathtaking 360-degree dunk in the paint. Bam! This dunk would surely earn at least a 9 from Wade in a slam dunk contest. 12-8. After landing from his dunk, Lin Xing erupted in a roar, celebrating with LeBron's signature power step. He lifted his leg high, forcefully stomping on the Cavaliers' home court floor. In that moment, the entire arena in Cleveland fell eerily silent. The Cavaliers fans could only watch in disbelief as Lin Xing showcased the celebration that rightfully belonged to LeBron James in their own territory. Damn it, you arrogant rookie. You have no right to imitate the King's celebration. A quick-thinking fan in the front row couldn't hold back, hurling insults at Lin Xing on the court. Chapter 52. 13 points in a single quarter, leading the charge against James I could hardly believe the spectacle unfolding before me. Lin had blocked LeBron, then executed a 360-degree dunk. Finally, he mimicked LeBron's celebration. Provocation. This was a blatant challenge. I swear, no rookie would dare to perform such a move in the Toyota Center. Barkley's mouth fell agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, on the court, LeBron's expression darkened, just as he had anticipated. Lin Xing is hardly a fan of his own. His provocation is akin to delivering a slap to himself. James is filled with frustration. Why did he opt for a layup, thereby granting Lin Xing the opportunity to block his shot? I vow, there shall be no next time. The Cavaliers' offensive possession unfolds. The atmosphere on the court subtly shifts. At the top of the arc, James possesses the ball, seething with rage. He must show this arrogant rookie a lesson. Larry Hughes actively sets a screen for James, positioning Lin Xing to face off against him. Listen well, rookie, the dominant step is my exclusive domain, and you lack the merit to execute that move. Lin Xing never anticipated that James would bestow such a juvenile name upon his celebratory gesture. Is that so? I typically refer to it as the turtle step. Do you not find it reminiscent of a turtle flailing its limbs when captured? Goodness. Even after several seasons in the NBA, no one has ever dared to provoke him so directly. James lunged forward, quickening his pace. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to send Lin Xing straight into the ICU. However, as he collided with Lin Xing, his thoughts shifted. Such formidable strength. Lin Xing's resilience in confrontation surpasses what James had anticipated. James feels as though he is pitted against formidable power forwards, or even centers. Following an initial clash, he retreats a step, only to witness Lin Xing's calm demeanor, causing his pupils to tremble. Why not call for a screen? Lin Xing even dares to exchange trash talk. To be honest, your half-court offense is quite easy to defend. This remark severed James's retreat. If he were to call for a screen at this moment, it would signify his capitulation to Lin Xing. Taking a deep breath, James dribbles beyond the three-point line, seeking an opportunity to break through. Lin Xing was utterly focused, lowering his center of gravity, intently watching the basketball in James's hands. In this battle of physical prowess, young James relied solely on his body. As long as he could thwart his drive, he would be rendered ineffective. The shot clock was winding down, leaving James with little time. He was compelled to dribble closer to the basket. Yet, with each bounce, Lin Xing seized the opportunity to attempt a steal, exerting immense pressure on James. Upon reaching the free throw line, Lin Xing boldly approached, closing in on James, preventing him from advancing towards the basket by even the slightest margin. James, with his back to the basket, pivoted. Suddenly, he launched a jump shot. The sound echoed smack. The long-awaited Lin Qing delivered a merciless block. The shot clock illuminated. Oh my goodness, Lin had thwarted James within the 24-second limit. Moreover, he graciously added another rejection. In a remarkable display of one-on-one defense, Lin successfully contained James. Numerous Cavaliers fans gasped in disbelief, unable to accept that James had, once again, been blocked by Lin Qing. Lin Qing jogged to retrieve the basketball from the ground and tossed it to his astonished teammate, Eddie Curry. What are you standing there for? Get the ball and play. What are you waiting for? You just blocked James. So what? So what? My goodness, shouldn't you be leaping in celebration? That was James. Lin Qing cast a fleeting glance at Eddie Curry, his expression replete with the implication of naivety. The rising young LeBron indeed possessed an intimidating presence. However, in the realm of positional play, the physically reliant yet technically unrefined LeBron appeared merely as an oversized toy in the face of Lin Qing. After being blocked twice in succession, James found himself questioning the very essence of his existence. Why was it that the rookie from the Summer League seemed to have his every move anticipated? The Knicks initiated their offensive play, following two emphatic blocks against James. Nate Robinson not only obediently passed the ball to Lin Qing, but also proactively set screens for him. Yet, standing at a modest height of 1.75 meters. The effectiveness of Robinson's screens and defense was debatable. Larry Hughes effortlessly maneuvered past Nate Robinson and returned to confront Lin Qing. By the look on your face, it seems you are keen on avenging your mentor, Lin Qing teased. Rookie, you are merely fortunate. Fortunate? Lin Qing sighed, holding the ball in a triple threat position after recently scoring a three-pointer. Larry Hughes was reluctant to allow Lin Qing an easy shot from beyond the arc, which in turn afforded Lin Qing the opportunity to drive towards the basket. Lin Qing executed a series of impressive crossovers, leaving Larry Hughes disoriented. Suddenly accelerating from the right side, he made a decisive breakthrough. A gentle breeze swept by as he maneuvered past Hughes. Subsequently, he took a mid-range jump shot. Unfortunately, the attempt clanged off the rim. However, Zach Randolph secured the rebound. With a second-chance opportunity beneath the basket, he banked it in. The score stood at 12-8, narrowing the gap to just 4 points. Crossover. During my time in the NCAA, I had never witnessed Lin Qing display such finesse. Is this a newly acquired technique? If he has achieved such a level of smoothness in just a few months, that would be truly remarkable, noted the observant Barkley. In the Cavaliers' offensive possession, they opted for a quick inbounds pass. LeBron deliberately evaded Lin Qing, cutting sharply to the baseline, where he received a pass from a teammate and executed a reverse dunk. The score now read 14-8. After completing the dunk, LeBron raised his arms high in celebration, cheering towards the stands. Lin Qing must concede that LeBron excels at stirring the atmosphere of the entire arena. Were he to abandon basketball, he might very well find acclaim as a DJ in nightclubs, potentially securing a spot among the world's top 100. That dunk reinvigorated the previously subdued Cavaliers fans, igniting their fervor once more. King James is magnificent. LeBron has returned. This is indeed our little emperor. As the first quarter progressed, LeBron astutely maneuvered to avoid Lin Qing on the offensive end, consistently driving towards the basket to score. While Lin Qing could defend against LeBron one-on-one, his teammates faltered. Richardson, in particular, was overwhelmed by LeBron's relentless attacks. Nonetheless, Lin Qing showcased his own prowess, sinking 2 mid-range shots and a three-pointer. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Cavaliers led the Knicks 30-28. LeBron recorded 10 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist in the quarter, while Lin Qing, in his 8 minutes on the court, amassed 13 points, 1 rebound, and 2 blocks. During the break, LeBron had yet to recover from the shock of being blocked twice in the first quarter. His gaze fixated intently on Lin Qing in the distance. Lin Qing noticed James's gaze and responded with a smile. This smile, however, made James feel belittled and insulted. Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown observed James's unstable emotions and attempted to offer comfort. LeBron, relax. That Lin has only been on the court for 4 minutes. He is merely more energetic. More energetic? James immediately found solace in this thought. Indeed, that kid is Asian. His stamina surely cannot match mine. By the second half, it will be my moment of vengeance. Seeing James display a smile, Mike Brown breathed a sigh of relief, yet he still harbored unease. In his estimation, this game should have been an easy victory. He had not anticipated that Lin could pose such a challenge to the Cavaliers. The team had already suffered a defeat against the Mavericks on October 31st. Another loss today would mean starting the season with 2 consecutive defeats. A substantial blow to both the Cavaliers and their fans. After all, following last season's finals disappointment, the team was aiming for the championship this year. Chapter 53, a buzzer-beater 3 by James. As the second quarter commenced, Stephen Marbury replaced Lin Cheng, seizing the opportunity to return to the court. Lin Cheng's performance upon being substituted onto the court instilled immense pressure in Stephen Marbury. If Lin Cheng continued to shine so brightly, not only would Marbury's position as the leading player be jeopardized, but even his starting role could be at risk. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers had just introduced their rotation players. Marbury recognized that his opportunity to shine had arrived. Once on the court, he swiftly capitalized on his individual offensive skills, penetrating the paint and drawing fouls. With Larry Hughes absent, the Cavaliers substitutes found it challenging to contain Marbury's prowess. By the 4th minute of the second quarter, Marbury had already accumulated 6 points in this period, 3 times his score from the first quarter. The score was tied at 36-36 between the Cavaliers and the Knicks. The Cavaliers became the team to call a timeout after 4 minutes of play. Head coach Mike Brown hastily substituted the starters back into the game to vie for the lead. Simultaneously, Knicks coach Thomas gestured to keep Marbury on the bench. Preparing to reintroduce Lin Cheng, Marbury was taken aback upon realizing he was being substituted. If he performed poorly, he would be replaced. If he performed well, he would still be taken out? Coach Thomas, I believe I played quite well. I was instrumental in tying the score. Marbury anxiously approached Thomas. Coach Thomas glanced at Marbury and replied, Yes, I also think you performed admirably, providing excellent support from the bench. Marbury sensed a looming crisis. What did supporting the bench mean? Was Thomas planning to have him lead the rotation in the future? Lin Cheng's return to the court sent a ripple of excitement through many Cavaliers fans. His performance in the first quarter was undeniable. He not only scored 13 points but also delivered 2 blocks against LeBron James. In the eyes of numerous Cavaliers supporters, Lin Cheng was no longer viewed as a rookie, but rather as the Knicks star player. During the Cavaliers' offensive possession, James cautiously positioned himself on the wing, allowing Daniel Gibson to handle the ball. Meanwhile, he maneuvered alongside his teammates, attempting to cut inside and evade Lin Cheng. The Cavaliers' offensive adjustments proved effective. In this sequence, James successfully received the ball under the basket, overpowering Eddie Curry to execute a close-range layup, drawing a foul in the process. The score was now 38-36 in favor of the Cavaliers. This was LeBron James, a true superstar. He had successfully assisted the Cavaliers in seizing the lead. As James stepped to the free throw line, it was known that free throws had always been a weakness for him. For powerful players, mastering the control and force required for free throws remains a timeless challenge. This understanding elucidates why many interior players often struggle with low free throw percentages. Unfortunately, James's free throw attempt clanked off the rim. Lin Cheng surged from beyond the three-point line into the paint, effortlessly snatching the rebound from above a cluster of interior players. He propelled the ball forward, initiating a fast break. The Cavaliers were acutely aware of Lin Cheng's speed, prompting all players, including the towering center Big Z, to sprint back in defense, determined to thwart any opportunity for a solitary fast break by Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng advanced the ball into the front court, confronting the already established Cavaliers' defense. Without losing momentum, he executed a sharp change of direction, gliding past Larry Hughes, stepping into the free throw line. He leaped directly for a layup. In midair, faced with a myriad of towering hands, he performed a deft switch of hands for the layup. He deftly sent the ball soaring over the heads of the leaping Cavaliers' interior players into the basket. The score was now tied at 38-38 between the Cavaliers and the Knicks. Lin's ability to suspend in the air and his core strength were truly formidable. Such an aerial switch layup was something I had only witnessed in the prowess of Jordan during my time. Barkley was taken aback. While the layup was indeed remarkable, to compare it to Jordan's feat seemed excessive. Do you truly believe Lin Cheng possesses Jordan's athletic gifts? Smith, an ardent admirer of Jordan, regarded him as the unequivocal GOAT. Possessing superhuman physical attributes, he could not tolerate a rookie being compared to his idol. As the second quarter progressed, both LeBron and Lin Cheng nearly monopolized all shooting opportunities for their respective teams, engaging in a remarkable offensive duel. LeBron continually leveraged his speed and physical dominance to score near the rim, while Lin Cheng showcased his dribbling finesse, executing a series of crossovers to bypass Larry Hughes for layups or pull-up jumpers. As the first half drew to a close, the score remained tightly contested. With just 20 seconds left in the second quarter, the Knicks initiated their offensive play. The Cavaliers led 57-55 against the Knicks. Defense, defense, defense. The home crowd rose collectively, vociferously rallying behind their team. This was a manifestation of home court advantage. Under such fervent encouragement, the visiting players would inevitably bear a heavier burden of pressure. This time, LeBron positioned himself at the top of the arc, taking on the responsibility of guarding the entire court. This possession was crucial. He needed to defend it and return to the locker room with the lead. On the Knicks side, the ball found its way to Lin Ching, who approached the front court with an unhurried demeanor, dribbling the ball. At the top of the arc, he faced LeBron. "How do you guard me now? Haven't you always avoided me?" Lin Ching taunted with bravado. LeBron appeared tense, so much so that he could not muster a response. To successfully defend this possession would speak louder than any words. Lin Ching executed a swift dribble between his legs, persistently forcing LeBron James backward. Then, with a sudden feigned prayer motion, he raised his hand as if to shoot. James, momentarily deceived, leaped into the air, believing he would deliver a resounding rejection to Lin Ching. To his astonishment, he was met with Lin Ching's playful smile as the latter pulled the basketball back into his embrace. In that instant, James truly found himself in a state of panic. Following this, Lin Ching executed a swift step back, retreating beyond the three-point line. With poise, he gathered the ball, leapt into the air, raised his hand, and flicked his wrist in one fluid motion. The lights illuminated the ball as it swished through the net, a flawless score. Swish. The Cavaliers trailed the Knicks 57-58. With that step-back three-pointer, Lin Ching successfully faked out LeBron James, subsequently sinking a buzzer-beater from beyond the arc, aiding the Knicks in reclaiming the lead. LeBron's defensive awareness faltered. How could he possibly leap at that moment? As Lin Ching scored, the Cavaliers fans, who had been shouting defense, were abruptly silenced. Lin Ching felt quite content. At last, it was considerably less noisy. James, who had anticipated a chance for revenge, found himself merely a backdrop, furiously throwing a punch into the air. Lin Ching would not let this opportunity slip away. "What's this? Your new celebratory move, the turtle fist? Damn it. Just wait, in the second half I shall render you incapable of smiling." James returned to the locker room with a dark expression. Lin Ching smiled as he celebrated with his teammates, exchanging high fives. The match had reached halftime, during which the Cavaliers hosted an entertainment show for their home fans, accompanied by spirited performances from the cheerleaders. However, many Cavaliers supporters wore expressions of dismay. If the previous game, a loss to the Mavericks, had doused the enthusiasm of the Cavaliers fans for the new season, then trailing the Knicks at halftime had them bracing for a swift remedy for their ailing hearts. Could it be that they would falter against a team that had finished at the bottom of the Eastern Conference last season? Chapter 54, Nightclub Triumvirate? The essence of leadership. In the Knicks locker room, the rookie, having scored 26 points in his debut half, was congratulated with the assurance that even if he were to score nothing in the second half, he would still make headlines in the sports section. Zach Randolph, unusually proactive, initiated a conversation with Lin Ching. "Especially those 2 blocks against LeBron. I found them immensely satisfying." After their escapade at the nightclub the previous night, Randolph had come to regard Lin Ching as a trustworthy confidant. David Lee also approached to offer his congratulations. "Lin, your performance was exceptional. Keep it up in the second half. We must secure a victory against the Cavaliers. We cannot allow anyone to underestimate our nightclub triumvirate." Following the early morning news from the nightclub, the media had dubbed the trio as the Nightclub Triumvirate. During practice, Marbury had taken to mocking the three with this moniker. David Lee's deliberate remarks were clearly aimed at Marbury, who had spent much of the first half stewing in frustration. "Is it truly an honor to hit the nightclub before the game? How dare you even mention it?" Lin Ching was enjoying the conversation when he heard Marbury's remark and retorted sharply, "Are you the head coach or the general manager, Pacific Police? Mind your own business." Just then, the head coach, Thomas, interjected before Marbury could respond. Marbury opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again, leaving him feeling even more frustrated. Lin Ching arrived at the corner of the locker room to stretch his muscles. LeBron James of the Cavaliers was not as formidable as he had imagined. It was no wonder the media had lauded him excessively, yet he had not secured a single championship, having been swept by the Spurs in the finals. Nevertheless, his teammates were not as inept as portrayed by the media. Larry Hughes' defense, Big Z's screens and rebounds, and Drew Gooden's help defense and positioning in the paint were all commendable. Ultimately, it was LeBron's offensive arsenal that was too one-dimensional, relying solely on his physical prowess without finesse. In the second half, he was determined to lead the Knicks to their first victory of the season. However, the atmosphere in the Cavaliers' locker room was far from jovial. LeBron was incessantly complaining to Mike Brown. I scored 23 points in the first half. Do I need to score 40 or 50 for us to win? I feel utterly powerless on the court, as if I am the only one fighting. LeBron's voice boomed, audible to all the players in the locker room. Their expressions reflected dissatisfaction, yet they dared not voice their grievances, for this was LeBron's team. And even Mike Brown was merely a stabilizing force for him. Everything was dictated by LeBron. Mike Brown, feeling the weight of the situation, could only offer words of comfort. With great power comes great responsibility. LeBron, calm down. When you charge forward, no one on the Knicks can stop you. LeBron appreciated Brown's subtly flattering reassurance, clapping his hands and rallying his teammates. Come on, brothers, let us push hard in the second half and secure today's victory. As the second half commenced, the pace of the third quarter was slow. Having adapted to the opponent's offensive rhythm, both teams opted for more judicious strategies. Aside from Lin Cheng replacing Stephon Marbury, both teams fielded their starting players. The intensity of the defense escalated, and players' shooting percentages began to decline. The Cavaliers intentionally employed zone defense when Lin Cheng penetrated the paint, causing him some minor difficulties as he missed 3 consecutive shots. Meanwhile, LeBron continued to unleash his offensive might, wreaking havoc in the paint while avoiding Lin Cheng. By the end of the third quarter, the Cavaliers led the Knicks 80-75, a 5-point advantage. After gradually adjusting to Lin Cheng's offensive style, the Cavaliers' defensive adjustments in the third quarter proved highly effective. Lin Cheng, who had scored 26 points in the first 2 quarters, managed only 6 in the third. Nevertheless, with a total of 32 points in his debut, his performance remained commendable. As the fourth quarter began, Lin Cheng was rested on the bench by Thomas to recuperate, replaced by Stephon Marbury. The Cavaliers also substituted LeBron. Both teams engaged in a battle of the reserves. Although Marbury was displeased with Thomas's decision, he endeavored to score as much as possible during his brief time on the court. He sensed Thomas's favoritism towards Lin Cheng but felt powerless to change it. The emergence of Crawford last season had already shaken his position as the team's leader, and Lin Cheng's performance since training camp, along with owner Dolan's bias, had made Marbury acutely aware of his precarious situation. Marbury understood that having entered the NBA in '96, he was no longer young and was plagued by injuries. If he performed poorly upon returning to the court, he would undoubtedly become an outcast for the Knicks, possibly even relegated to playing in the CBA in the future. If Lin Cheng were aware of Marbury's thoughts, he would surely be impressed by Marbury's self-awareness. Marbury managed to stabilize the Knicks' position. With 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Cavaliers led 90-86, just 4 points ahead. Both teams had opportunities to claim victory in this contest. Lin Cheng entered the court alongside the other starting players of the Knicks, while the Cavaliers fielded their full starting lineup. During a Cavaliers offensive sequence, LeBron James utilized a screen set by Drew Gooden, driving into the paint to draw defensive attention. He then passed the ball to Daniel Gibson, who was positioned on the perimeter. Gibson decisively launched a three-pointer. Swish. 93-86. Well done, Gibson. You should have played like this all along. An exhilarated James exchanged high fives with Gibson. Gibson instinctively thought to say, "You should have dressed like this earlier, James," but wisely swallowed his words, instead remarking, "That was a splendid assist, LeBron. You were truly unstoppable." The Knicks initiated their offensive play. Nate Robinson advanced the ball, distributing it to Lin Cheng on the wing. Randolph proactively moved to the side to set a screen for Lin, who used Randolph's pick to cut towards the basket. Standing guard in the paint was the formidable Zydrunas Ilgauskas, towering at 2.21 meters. Lin Cheng chose not to force a layup, instead executing a no-look pass to Robinson on the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, Robinson had no time to marvel at the precision of Lin Cheng's behind-the-back pass. He launched a three-pointer without hesitation. Swish. The score was now 93-89. The assist was so exquisite that the camera could scarcely keep pace with Lin Cheng's pass. Did he possess eyes in the back of his head? Robinson's three-pointer was immensely significant, serving as a crucial response. Barkley was taken aback. After scoring, Robinson sought out Lin Cheng to celebrate. "That was a splendid assist, Lin Cheng. I had no idea you possessed such a skill." Lin Cheng responded with a smile. "Let us work hard together. We can win." Indeed. On the sidelines, Thomas could not help but applaud Lin Cheng's recent pass. "Did you see that, Anderson?" He is increasingly embodying the essence of a leader. Assistant coach Anderson nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right. Even when his shooting touch falters, he remains remarkably composed, delivering the ball to precisely the right spot." Sitting beside them, Marbury awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Damn. Why do I feel like these two are harmonizing while I'm the lone wolf here? What leader? I am the leader of the Knicks. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Marbury's inner musings. The situation on the court was intensely critical. Chapter 55, a three-point clutch, bringing James to tears? The game approached its final 1 minute and 20 seconds. The score remained fiercely contested, with the Cavaliers leading the Knicks 100-99. The Cavaliers held possession. No one anticipated such a nail-biting contest, with the Knicks, who had languished at the bottom last season, battling the Cavaliers down to the wire. The ball found its way into James's hands. Cavaliers coach Mike Brown's strategy focused on his superstar. James had already played for 40 minutes, and the visible decline in his explosive drives was evident. However, his pride would not allow him to falter at this crucial moment. James charged into the paint, facing Richardson, and forcefully took a two-point shot. Swish. The ball went in, and the arena erupted with cheers from Cavaliers fans. The score was now 102-99. The scales of victory appeared to tilt in favor of the Cavaliers. With just 1 minute and 3 seconds remaining on the Knicks side, Robinson held the ball in the front court, searching for Lin Cheng's presence. The Cavaliers intensified their defense on Lin Cheng in these closing moments. Larry Hughes shadowed him closely, while other Cavaliers players stood ready to assist. A rookie debut, facing an opponent's double team. This was pressure, a mark of respect, and a source of pride. Kid, I won't let you play the hero any longer. Larry Hughes added some trash talk to disrupt Lin Cheng's focus. Lin Cheng remained silent, yet suddenly accelerated in reverse, penetrating into the paint with astonishing speed that left onlookers in awe. Hughes was taken aback. Even at this stage of the game, Lin Cheng possessed such remarkable velocity. Nate Robinson, ever quick-witted, seized the moment as he noticed Lin Cheng breaking free. Boldly, he executed a bounce pass, delivering the basketball into Lin Cheng's hands. Simultaneously, two Cavaliers players advanced from opposite directions, ready to converge on him. Lin Cheng, with a calm demeanor, assessed the situation and executed a mid-range jump shot. Swish. The score stands at 102-101. A response. In this critical moment, Lin Cheng answered James's two-pointer. What a splendid shot it was. With just 45 seconds remaining in the game, the identity of the ultimate victor remains shrouded in uncertainty. On TNT, Barkley has set aside his bias against Lin Cheng and begun to relish the unfolding drama of the match. However, Lin Cheng's basket did not alleviate the Knicks' predicament, as the Cavaliers still held the advantage. This particular play showcased the Cavaliers' remarkable patience. At the top of the arc, James controlled the ball while his teammates maneuvered to disrupt the Knicks' defensive formation. Daniel Gibson approached James to set a screen, forcing Robinson to switch and confront James directly. In this pivotal moment, James opted to isolate against Robinson, the most secure target. Standing at merely 175 meters, Robinson appeared diminutive before the towering presence of James. With the ball in hand, he advanced, pressing against Robinson as he penetrated the paint. The shot clock was ticking down. Lin Cheng decisively opted to leave Larry Hughes unguarded, assisting Robinson in defending against James. James was taken aback by the swiftness of Lin Cheng's support. However, time was of the essence. In a frantic moment, James turned his head, searching for the silhouette of a teammate, and in the final 3 seconds, he passed the ball to the towering Z down low. This unexpected handoff from James came as a complete surprise. Upon receiving the ball, Z found himself devoid of time to shoot. The shot clock buzzed ominously, signaling a 24-second violation against the Cavaliers. A chorus of dismay erupted from the home crowd as James shook his head in resignation. At such a crucial juncture, the Knicks had successfully thwarted the Cavaliers within the 24-second time frame. Alas, I must assert that James squandered an excessive amount of time in the final moments. The outspoken Smith boldly criticized James. With only 21 seconds remaining, Thomas decisively called for a timeout. The players returned to their bench, their expressions tense and apprehensive. Lin Cheng remained expressionless. Thomas arranged for player rotations, substituting Robinson for Marbury, and began to devise the final play strategy, entrusting the ball to Lin Cheng. This was the essence of Thomas's tactical approach. Marbury, now on the court, believed he would be the one to execute the decisive shot. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he pleaded, "Coach, you can trust me completely. I have made numerous game-winning shots throughout my career." As for Lin Cheng, this was his inaugural NBA game, and apprehension loomed. Thomas brusquely interrupted, "I do not require your guidance. The ball goes to the player with the highest score in this match. Is there an issue?" As of now, Lin Cheng had amassed 41 points, just shy of LeBron's 42. The game resumed, and the Cavaliers players felt a heavy weight of pressure. LeBron continuously adjusted his headband, perhaps hoping it would help him maintain composure in the final moments of the match. The Cavaliers' home court was eerily silent, with fans anxiously awaiting the impending climax. Lin Chung took a deep breath and positioned himself on the wing of the front court. According to NBA regulations, a timeout in the final moments allows for an inbound pass from the front court. Eddie Curry stood at the three-point line, holding the ball with both hands, and gestured across in the air. The referee signaled, not granting the players much time for adjustment. Big Z incessantly waved his hands in front of Eddie Curry, attempting to disrupt the inbound play. Meanwhile, the other Knicks players frantically moved about, seeking opportunities to receive the ball. Lin Xing accelerated through a reverse sprint to receive the pass. In an instant, 3 players from the Cavaliers converged on the perimeter to double-team Lin Xing. During the timeout, Mike Brown had already surmised that the final game-winning shot would undoubtedly be entrusted to Lin Xing. In a fleeting moment before the double team could fully form, Lin Xing deftly passed the basketball to Eddie Curry. The Cavaliers had already racked up an alarming number of fouls, making them hesitant to commit any further infractions. Eddie Curry relayed the ball to Robinson, who, stationed at the top of the arc, intended to pass it back to Lin Xing, only to realize that he was shadowed by 2 Cavaliers players. 3 defenders swarmed the ball, while 2 others closely guarded without it. This was no rookie treatment. This was the privilege of a star. "Give me the ball." Marbury, sensing his opportunity, maneuvered away and positioned himself just beyond the three-point line. As the countdown to the game's conclusion dwindled to single digits, Robinson appeared to have no better option than to pass to Marbury. Marbury extended his hands, ready to catch the basketball soaring toward him, but suddenly, a figure clad in number 7 darted past, intercepting the ball midair. Disastrous. The Knicks players and Thomas on the sidelines were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Xing who had snatched the pass intended for his teammate. With the ball secured, Lin Xing made a slight adjustment, 2 meters beyond the three-point line, and launched a confident shot. This distance. Unbelievable. This kid has lost his mind. In this era, NBA fans had never witnessed such a long-range three-pointer. Their minds raced, conjuring images of an internal conflict within the Knicks. This kid is desperate for heroism. A shot from this distance is impossible, even for a deity. The basketball flew from Lin Xing's hands. At that moment, all eyes in the arena were riveted upon him. The ball swished through the net with perfect precision. Whoosh. The final whistle echoed, signaling the end of the match. The scoreboard flashed, Cavaliers 102, Knicks 104. Ah, a buzzer beater. Lin's three-pointer had vanquished the Cavaliers. This was a stunning last-second three-pointer. In the TNT studio, Barkley and Smith erupted in ecstatic cheers. In the Houston Rockets arena, a chilling silence enveloped the space. LeBron James cradled his head in his hands, his demeanor suggesting he was on the brink of tears. Chapter 56. A debut of 44 points shatters Chamberlain's record. Knicks fans go wild. The game concluded with the Knicks triumphing 104-102 over the Cavaliers, sealing an intense battle. Knicks players surged forward, exuberantly celebrating alongside Lin Xing. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers players and fans could only watch in disbelief as the Knicks reveled in their home arena. Media cameras rushed in, capturing Lin Xing in a flurry of clicks. At TNT, an electrified Barkley provided post-game analysis. What a spectacular match. A debut performance that etched its name in history. Lin recorded an astounding 44 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. He shattered the debut scoring record of 43 points set by the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain, establishing a new historical benchmark. Back in the locker room, James furiously pounded on the locker doors, venting his frustration. He could not accept it. Not only had the team lost, but he had also been outperformed by a rookie in his debut. Moreover, with this game, the Cavaliers faced a dismal start of 2 consecutive losses, devoid of the momentum they had boasted as last year's runners-up. "Damn it. Next time, I will reclaim victory," James silently vowed. During the post-game interview for the Knicks, Thomas sat on stage, beaming with joy. "Mr. Thomas, how would you evaluate Lin Xing's debut performance?" "How would I evaluate it? He has just broken Chamberlain's debut scoring record and clinched the game with an incredible three-pointer. I can think of no other word than perfect to describe it." "Mr. Thomas, I noticed that your star player, Marbury, had limited playing time today. What was the reasoning behind that?" "Excellent question. Every rotation was aimed at victory. This new season, we will alter the fans' perceptions and become a team that consistently wins." The enthusiasm exhibited by the reporters was something Thomas had never experienced in the previous season. In the Knicks locker room, the victory painted smiles on the players' faces, with the exception of Marbury, who sulked in a corner. feeling that Lin Xing had unjustly stolen his moment of glory. However, aside from Richardson, no one paid him any mind. David Lee warmly draped an arm around Lin Xing's shoulder, saying, "Thank you, Lin, for winning today's game. Now the team will no longer hold us accountable for our night out at the club." Randolph, with a glint in his eye, suggested, "What if we celebrate this victory with another trip out tonight?" Lin Xing promptly declined. He had no desire to endure the sensation of being blinded by a flash at 3:30 in the morning by paparazzi. Robinson found it peculiar that the head coach had taken so long to return from the post-game interview. He usually came back swiftly. Eddie Curry, wearing an expression of complete understanding, provided insight to Robinson's curiosity. Last season, interviews were predominantly held after defeats. Today, having triumphed over the Cavaliers, it was likely that the media were hesitant to inquire, and the head coach might not have been inclined to leave either. The players erupted into laughter. During a brief interlude while rinsing his body in the shower, Lin Xing accessed the system to check his achievement points. At that decisive moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for setting a new record for the highest score in a rookie debut. 100 reward points have been awarded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your victory against the Cleveland Cavaliers. 20 reward points have been granted, along with the previous 1,000 reward points." He had now amassed a total of 1,120 reward points. While not in abundance, it was insufficient to redeem a star skill. However, Lin Xing remained unperturbed. The regular season had commenced, and it would not be long before he could exchange for his next star skill, enhancing his prowess further. After the game, news about Lin Xing flooded the media. Summer Country's top pick clinches victory with a three-pointer. The Knicks narrowly triumphed over the Cavaliers 104-102, reported ESPN. Lin's unprecedented debut performance, 44 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, shatters historical records, proclaimed TNT. "I will lead the team to adjust effectively and secure the next victory. You know, I was born to win," remarked LeBron James in his post-game interview. "The new king of New York, fans are ecstatic," cheered the Knicks Sports Journal. Lin's baseline is the all-star level. His debut of 44 points and 12 rebounds secures a double-double, stated the New York Times. "This is the first pick. This is why he surpasses Odin and Durant," exclaimed Fox Sports. The New York fans were engulfed in a frenzy. Lin Xing's performance has finally illuminated the dawn of resurgence for the beleaguered Knicks fans entrenched in despair. The Knicks are not devoid of glory. Unlike certain teams that have yet to clinch a championship, the Knicks boast a storied history with 2 titles. During the 1990s, amidst the Bulls dynasty, the Knicks stood as one of the formidable contenders. The emergence of the formidable Patrick Ewing saw the Knicks reach the NBA Finals in both the 1993-94 and 1998-99 seasons, although they did not secure the championship. The league held the Knicks in high regard. However, since 2001, the team has languished in mediocrity, failing to surpass a win percentage of 50. With only a single playoff appearance in the 2003-2004 season, the Knicks became synonymous with underachievement and extravagant spending, much to the chagrin of their long-suffering fans who could only vent their frustrations at owner James Dolan. The drafted rookies have been disappointingly subpar. Yet now, Lin Xing's emergence has rekindled the fervor and anticipation among New York fans for the upcoming season. Perhaps, under the leadership of this summer's sensation, the Knicks can reclaim their former glory. Regrettably, Lin Xing has yet to witness the depth of affection the New York fans hold for him. On November 4th, the Knicks will continue their road journey, heading to Minnesota to face the Timberwolves. Last season, the Timberwolves finished 13th in the Western Conference, with 1 fewer victory than the Knicks. However, they previously had the legendary Kevin Garnett on their roster, with Garnett now departed following a trade with the Celtics. The Timberwolves have entered a rebuilding phase, featuring a lineup of aging and inexperienced players, including Al Jefferson, the portly Antoine Walker, and Juwan Howard. Given such a Timberwolves squad, fans initially expected an easy victory for the Knicks. Surprisingly, the battle proved to be quite arduous. The Timberwolves displayed tenacity, with 7 players scoring in double figures. Al Jefferson recorded 16 points and 12 rebounds, while Ryan Gomez contributed 19 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. The Timberwolves collectively secured 41 rebounds, outpacing the Knicks by 7. Lin Xing made his debut, contributing a commendable 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists throughout the match. Although his performance did not quite match the dazzling brilliance of his inaugural outing, it was marked by reliability. In crucial moments, he delivered a decisive 2-pointer that helped the team maintain a slender lead. The game concluded with the Knicks triumphing 97-93 over the Timberwolves, narrowly securing their second consecutive victory. If a single close win could be deemed a fluke, then two such victories certainly provide fodder for discussion among certain media commentators. Despite Lin Qing joining the Knicks, the overall roster appears somewhat frail. Marbury is in a decline, Robinson exhibits strength in offense but weakness in defense, and the team lacks a competent small forward, leaving Richardson to fill the gap as a swingman. Such sentiments have raised concerns among some Knicks fans. After a day of rest, the Knicks continued their road trip, flying to the high altitudes of Denver. There, Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony awaited Lin Qing's arrival. Chapter 57. Facing the dynamic duo, will Lin Qing dazzle Iverson at the start? On November 6th, at the Pepsi Center in Denver, the Nuggets hosted the New York Knicks. The Nuggets' history is relatively short, with little noteworthy performance in the last century. However, fortunes turned after selecting Carmelo Anthony in 2003. As a representative of the Platinum generation, Anthony rapidly ascended to an all-star caliber, leading the Nuggets into the playoffs routinely. Unfortunately, they have yet to achieve remarkable success. Last season, on December 16th, a brawl erupted between the Nuggets and Knicks at Madison Square Garden, resulting in multiple suspensions, including Anthony's, which compelled management to make a bold move by acquiring Allen Iverson. The pairing of Iverson and Anthony formed a formidable duo, capturing significant attention across the league. However, the dynamic duo still could not propel the Nuggets past the first round of the playoffs, suffering a disheartening 1-4 defeat to the Spurs. This season marks the second for the duo and is filled with hope for Nuggets fans. At the season's outset, the Nuggets recorded 2 wins and 1 loss in their first 3 games, with the sole loss being by a mere 5 points. The dynamic duo has consistently combined for impressive scores, and they approached the matchup against the Knicks with unwavering determination. Moreover, the memories of last year's altercation between the two teams linger in the players' minds, ensuring that this game would be charged with intensity. At 7 in the evening, the Pepsi Center buzzed with energy, fans filling every seat and vociferously waving their support signs for Anthony and Iverson. As the Nuggets player introductions commenced, the dynamic duo took the stage, and the volume of the home crowd reached its zenith. These two athletes are regarded as the pinnacle of playing style in the current league, adorned with their distinctive hairstyles and blue headbands, resembling a pair of brothers. Answer. 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 Mellow. 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 Dynamic duo. Dynamic duo. Dynamic duo. Lin Qing stood alongside his teammates in the player tunnel, observing the grandeur of the entrance ceremony. The spectacle stirred within him a sense of anticipation for the raucous atmosphere that would accompany their return to the home ground for a match. I can't help but express my excitement, Lin Qing remarked. David Lee, donning an enigmatic expression, replied, I can only tell you that the Knicks' entrance ceremony is always the most distinguished. Why, you ask? It's simply because the owner is affluent. Lin Qing stood in silence, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Witnessing Allen Iverson in the flesh stirred a tumult of emotions within him. After all, he was a player revered by countless fans, second only to Jordan in the annals of basketball history. Additionally, Lin had now mastered Iverson's iconic crossover, which presented him with the perfect opportunity to engage in a head-to-head contest with the current Iverson. The Denver Nuggets, known for their defensive frailties, were poised to transform the game into a veritable offensive showdown. As the pregame ceremonies concluded, the starting players took to the court. For the Knicks, the lineup included Lin Qing, Stephon Marbury, Quentin Richardson, Zach Randolph, and Eddie Curry. The Nuggets fielded Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, Leonard Kleiza, Nene Hilario, and Marcus Camby. At this juncture, Lin had emerged as a darling of the league, with TNT's Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith set to provide commentary for every one of his games. Upon reviewing the rosters of both teams, Barkley remarked on the Knicks' strategic shift, deploying a new trio of guards consisting of Lin, Marbury, and Richardson. In contrast, the Nuggets opted for a configuration of 1 guard and 4 forwards, boasting a significant height advantage over the Knicks. It seemed that today's match promised to be quite captivating. Lin Qing was somewhat astonished by the average height of the Nuggets team, contrasting it with his own team's shorter stature. However, basketball is not merely a game of height. During the era when small ball strategies gained popularity, many traditional tall centers found themselves sidelined. A trio of guards can certainly outplay a quartet of forwards. With a whistle, the referee tossed the ball into the air, signaling the commencement of the match. The basketball soared upwards, and Marcus Camby secured the first offensive possession for the Nuggets. Allen Iverson received the pass and swiftly initiated a fast break. The entire Nuggets team accelerated in unison. Nene positioned himself under the basket, caught Iverson's pass, and executed a powerful dunk. This Brazilian player, who could easily return to inherit a fortune if he chose not to play, possesses remarkable athleticism. The score was 2-0. Before the Knicks players could fully comprehend the situation, the Nuggets had completed their initial offensive maneuver. Even Lin Sheng could not help but commend. What astonishing speed. The Nuggets roster was formidable, overshadowed by the brilliance of the dynamic duo. Players like Nene and Marcus Camby proved to be exceptionally skilled blue-collar athletes. The first score prompted the Nuggets players to celebrate with high fives. Now it was the Knicks' turn to attack. In this match, Thomas had assigned Lin Sheng to the role of point guard. Lin Sheng received the serve at the baseline. Yu advanced to the front court. Allen Iverson, his opponent for this match, had been waiting for this moment. As one of the most charismatic players in the NBA, Iverson began to taunt Lin Sheng with playful banter. "Rookie, I've seen your games. You know my crossover, don't you? Show me what you've got." The crossover was not originally invented by Iverson. Yet through his remarkable prowess, it has become synonymous with his name. Very well. Lin Sheng, undeterred, recognized that while he could rely on his physical advantages to surpass Iverson, such a confrontation would indeed lack excitement. With a gesture, the Knicks players cleared a path for him. This scene piqued the curiosity of the home crowd. Is this young man attempting to challenge Iverson one-on-one? I recall he possesses a crossover move as well. He must be a fan of Iverson. It appears he is poised for a duel with his idol. In the depths of the forest, Lin shrewdly maneuvered beneath his legs, altering his rhythm while lowering his center of gravity. He then executed a sweeping, deceptive change of hands in front of his body, synchronously swaying his shoulders as he sought an opening. Iverson, indeed, epitomizes the essence of the crossover. As Lin deftly dribbled, he consistently maintained his own balance, tentatively reaching out to apply pressure on Lin. Subsequently, Lin Sheng suddenly executed a right-hand explosion, shifting his feet gracefully as he assumed a prayer-like gesture. His gaze fixed upon the hoop. It was an exceptionally fluid motion. Allen Iverson, convinced he had anticipated Lin Sheng's offensive maneuver, decisively reached out for a steal. Iverson was not merely a scoring champion. During his peak, he was also a two-time king of steals, often leaving his opponents bewildered on the court, questioning their very existence. Yet this time, Iverson faltered. At the precise moment he extended his hand, Lin Sheng unexpectedly pivoted and maneuvered past him, slipping by Iverson and penetrating the paint. He then released a jump shot swish. It found its mark with unwavering precision. 2-2. Simultaneously, Iverson, having gambled on that ill-fated steal, lost his balance upon making contact with Lin Sheng and fell forward, crashing to the ground. The spectators could scarcely believe their eyes. Iverson had, astonishingly, been outmaneuvered and toppled by Lin Sheng. What have I just witnessed? Not only did Lin successfully evade Allen, but he also left him sprawled on the court. My goodness! Lin's ruthlessness is astounding. I have covered my eyes in disbelief. Surely, Allen will be furious now. Chapter 58, Outmaneuvered, Toppled. And now delivering a block to Iverson. The scene of Lin Sheng toppling Iverson was replayed on the large screen. The fans then realized that it was not a mere case of being outmaneuvered. Rather, there had been physical contact between Lin Sheng and Iverson during the play. It turned out to be a collision. I always said, how could Iverson possibly be outplayed like that? That kid is too cunning. A foul should have been called for the basket. In an instant, the fans found an excuse to defend Iverson, even if it was just a straightforward instance of physical contact. Anthony quickly rushed over to help Iverson to his feet, glaring at Lin Sheng. Rookie, be careful. Lin Sheng raised his hands in resignation. The recent play was indeed a result of Iverson losing his balance. Moreover, shouldn't being outmaneuvered on the court evoke a sense of shame rather than anger? As the Denver Nuggets initiated their offensive sequence, the basketball found its way into Allen Iverson's hands, with all teammates instinctively creating space for him. Even the center, Marcus Camby, positioned himself at the mid-range. Lin Sheng was fully absorbed in the moment. He could sense that Iverson was exceedingly angry. With his pride at stake, he was eager to reclaim his honor. Lin Sheng's philosophy is rather straightforward. Off the court, no matter how fond I am of you, once we step onto the court, I shall give my utmost effort. Allen Iverson, with his signature ball handling at the top of the key, stood as one of the most formidable penetrators in the league during his prime. Despite his modest height of merely 1.83 meters, in 2001 he claimed the title of scoring champion. Even in 2007, when his peak had waned, Iverson's ability to penetrate the defense remained among the top 3 in the league. His rhythmic dribbling, pullbacks, and crossovers render him a veritable textbook on ball handling. His array of dribbling maneuvers flows with unparalleled smoothness. Lin Sheng narrowly evaded being deceived by Iverson several times, skillfully maintaining his position against him. Iverson was surprised, not anticipating that Lin Cheng's defense would be so impenetrable. Particularly as a rookie, it was truly astonishing. However, Iverson was never one to shy away from a challenge. Once more, he executed a crossover, suddenly accelerating with a change in rhythm and lunged forward from the right side. The entire league was well aware that Iverson would ultimately make his breakthrough from that direction. Lin Cheng swiftly maneuvered, exhibiting an extraordinary reaction time. He positioned himself in front of Iverson, resulting in a collision between the two. Although Iverson's drive was formidable, he found no advantage in the confrontation against Lin Cheng. The impact caused Iverson to lose his balance, his feet slipping beneath him, leading to a fall. Lin Cheng, swift and agile, seized the basketball from Iverson's grasp. With the ball in hand, he surged forward, racing across the court. Even the Knicks players remained ensnared in the shock of witnessing Iverson's fall once more. This play was remarkable. Lin Cheng single-handedly penetrated the Nuggets' defense, leaping into the air for a breathtaking folded dunk, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. The resounding thud echoed. The Knicks led 4-2 against the Nuggets. On TNT, Barkley gaped in astonishment, clutching his head in disbelief. Allen has fallen again. Oh my goodness. Lin Cheng successfully thwarted Allen's drive, retaliating with a thunderous dunk to score 2 points. The home crowd fell into an eerie silence. The large screen replayed the moment Allen Iverson had stumbled once more. This scene felt like a haunting replay of Iverson being outmaneuvered. Fans seemed entranced, struggling to come to terms with the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the fallen Iverson found it even more unbearable. Proud as he was, his heart ached. He had not only failed to surpass the rookie but had been toppled by him. In his prime, Iverson had brazenly confronted the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. For a fleeting moment, self-doubt crept into Iverson's mind. Had he truly diminished to the point of being unable to outpace a newcomer? The Nuggets players glanced at Iverson, unsure of how to offer solace. At this moment, any words would merely serve to rub salt into his wounds. The Nuggets launched their offense. A true warrior never stays down. Iverson once again approached Lin Cheng with the ball, this time adopting a more cautious demeanor. He dribbled between his legs, altering his rhythm. Then executed a crossover, accelerating with a deceptive step towards the right. This time, Lin Cheng was indeed deceived, causing a shift in focus. In an instant, Iverson pulled back, executing a step-back jumper from mid-range. With this release, Iverson exuded immense confidence. At last, he had successfully outsmarted the young man. It seems that the earlier defense displayed by the lad was merely a stroke of luck. Snap! Lin Cheng's towering defense utterly shattered Iverson's aspirations. Although Lin's defensive positioning faltered, he leapt at the moment Iverson took his shot, utilizing his height and wingspan to execute a remarkable block. Such is the advantage of a 2-meter reach. Regrettably, the ball he deflected was seized by Carmelo Anthony. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Anthony dribbled to beyond the three-point line and unleashed a shot. Swish! The Knicks trailed 4-5 against the Nuggets, who had taken the lead. The crowd's cheers were subdued, for yet another grim episode had unfolded. Following a series of missteps and collisions, Iverson found himself once more at the mercy of a block. Standing at only 1.78 meters, Iverson was no stranger to being blocked. Indeed, throughout the season, he had often faced such humiliations. However, each time he was thwarted, he swiftly composed himself, fighting for the ball and creating opportunities for a second attempt. This resilience is one of the many reasons fans adore him. Iverson's unwavering spirit. Yet, in that moment, Iverson appeared momentarily dazed by Lin's block. He stood frozen, bewildered, unable to grasp why this rookie's defense was so formidable. After being faked out, how could this player still leap up to deliver such an emphatic rejection? Who could withstand that? Lin Cheng's defensive prowess surpassed our expectations. His containment of Iverson at the onset was remarkably effective. It seems Iverson might need to recalibrate his mindset, remarked the sympathetic Smith. As the first quarter progressed, Lin continued to stifle Iverson's efforts. Although there were no further humiliating incidents of being faked or blocked, he managed to keep Iverson's shooting total to a mere 1 basket. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter and both teams rotating players, Iverson had made only one of his 7 attempts, totaling a mere 2 points. Yet, the Knicks were not in the lead. With Iverson subdued by Lin, Carmelo Anthony bore the burden of the team's offense, scoring 12 points in the quarter. Meanwhile, Lin, having dedicated himself to restricting Iverson, saw his offensive efficiency decline, contributing only 6 points. As the first quarter concluded, the Nuggets led the Knicks 22-18, a 4-point advantage. During the break, Iverson wore a pained expression. Damn it, Melo, I must admit, that kid's defense disgusts me just like Tyronn Lue did. Tyronn Lue was the infamous figure Iverson famously crossed over, serving as the Lakers' defensive tool against him. The relentless, pestering defense had provoked Iverson, leading to that iconic moment. Anthony offered words of comfort to Iverson. "It's all right, Allen. That kid is expending too much energy on defense. Today's victory will be ours." Chapter 59. What rookie wall? The one that was directly shattered by Lin Ching? In the first 4 minutes, Nate Robinson led the bench players to close the gap between the two teams. However, when the starters returned to the court, the Knicks struggled to establish their offense. In contrast, Carmelo Anthony showcased his diverse scoring abilities, attacking the basket with relentless vigor. Lin Ching's shooting touch remained mediocre, and while he was limiting Iverson's performance, he found himself ensnared in a crisis of missed shots. Bang, bang, bang. The hoop at the Pepsi Center in Denver was nearly skewed by Lin Ching's relentless attempts. As the first half concluded, the Nuggets led the Knicks 44-36, an 8-point advantage. Before retreating to the locker room, Iverson taunted, "Rookie. It seems your shooting prowess has reached its limit." Lin Ching coldly retorted, "I don't require advice on how to play from someone who has been held to just 5 points and a half." The two parted ways in discontent. It appeared Lin Ching had encountered the proverbial rookie wall, having only amassed 10 points by halftime. In stark contrast, Carmelo Anthony had already racked up 21 points in the same span. With Lin Ching's offensive firepower diminished, the Knicks' attack evidently faltered. Barkley provided a mid-game analysis. In the Knicks' locker room, Marbury remarked sarcastically, "It seems the good fortune of certain individuals has come to an end." The response to Marbury was a resounding crash. Boom. Lin Ching's fist struck the locker room door with tremendous force, causing the metal cabinet to crumple inward. "I am in a foul mood right now, Stephen. You'd best not provoke me." Lin Ching's eyes gleamed with menace. The other Knicks players fell silent, intimidated. Marbury glanced at the dented metal cabinet, swallowing hard. Had that punch landed on his own head, he feared it would have resulted in a catastrophic injury. Head coach Thomas remained silent, tacitly endorsing Lin Ching's method of venting his frustrations. The team's consecutive victories since the start of the season had indeed momentarily alleviated their sense of impending doom. Yet they seemed to have forgotten that last season, they had languished at the bottom of the league standings. The pressure of trailing at halftime could reignite the urgency within the team. It is only through pressure that one finds motivation. As the third quarter commenced, the players returned to the court. At Lin Ching's insistence, he took to the floor as a starter, leading the Knicks' rotation players. The Knicks initiated their offensive possession. Lin Ching received the inbounds pass and accelerated into the front court. His defender was the towering 2.3-meter Toledano Nahura. Near the top of the arc, Lin Ching executed a dramatic change of direction, quickly pivoting and driving straight to the basket with remarkable finesse. After deftly maneuvering past Nahura, he faced the oncoming defense of the Denver players and, with a skillful step back, launched a mid-range shot. The ball swished through the net. The score, Denver 44, Knicks 38. As the Denver team commenced their offensive possession, Nahura had just crossed half-court when Lin Ching applied intense pressure, executing a gamble for a steal that he successfully completed. Snatching the ball from Nahura's grasp. Once again, he surged forward, dribbling rapidly on the fast break. The Denver center, who had just completed the inbounds pass, had yet to traverse the midcourt line and was compelled to retreat to the paint to defend against Lin Ching's swift attack. Lin Ching executed a sudden stop beyond the three-point line and released a shot. The basketball gracefully swished through the net. Swish. The Nuggets led the Knicks 44-41. As the third quarter commenced, Lin swiftly scored 5 consecutive points. It appears that the halftime break allowed him to recalibrate remarkably. His shooting touch seems to have returned. In response to Lin Ching's unexpected surge, the players from the Nuggets rotation appeared somewhat disoriented. In the next defensive possession, they faltered once more, wasting a full 24 seconds before hurriedly attempting a shot, which clanked off the rim. The rebound was secured by David Lee, who quietly took a couple of steps before deftly tossing the basketball to the already advancing Lin Ching. It was an extraordinary long pass. Lin Ching leaped into the air, cradling the basketball in his arms. He then settled outside the three-point line, finding himself in an unguarded position, and launched another shot. Swish. It was a flawless hit once more. The score stood at 44-44 between the Nuggets and the Knicks. After the basket, Lin Ching coldly flashed a double three gesture at the camera. 8 consecutive points. Lin scored 8 points in a row. In an instant, he had helped the Knicks erase their deficit. In the TNT studio, Smith was left astonished by Lin Ching's sudden explosive scoring display. Just moments ago, the Nuggets fans had been reveling in jubilation during halftime, but now they were left in disbelief. One fan, who had just returned to his seat after buying popcorn, was so startled by the scoreboard that he spilled his snack. "What the hell? I just went to grab some popcorn. Where did our lead go?" Nuggets head coach George Karl felt an overwhelming urge to shove the whistle into the referee's mouth. "Timeout. We need a timeout." The Nuggets starters, who had intended to rest a bit longer, were promptly summoned onto the court. Did this kid take something during halftime? While his own struggles were disheartening, Lin Cheng's eruption instilled a deeper fear in Iverson. Carmelo Anthony, brimming with confidence, reassured, "It's all right, Allen. I'm feeling great today." This kid merely took advantage of our starters being absent to snatch away 8 points. The Nuggets initiated their offensive possession. Anthony moved to his sweet spot, demanding the ball in the low post. This time, Lin Cheng proactively switched defenses with Richardson, positioning himself against Anthony, who controlled the ball with his back to the basket. Lin Cheng spread his arms wide, his shoulders pressing against Anthony's back. A formidable force of resistance emanated from behind. Despite leaning in for quite some time, Anthony found himself utterly immobile. Was this the strength of a guard? As a heavyweight small forward, Anthony's physical prowess often stood firm against many power forwards. In this moment, he began to comprehend why Iverson had been toppled by Lin Cheng. The offensive clock was steadily ticking away. With no other option, Anthony was compelled to pivot, retreating before executing a jump shot. Lin Cheng's leap to defend came head-on. If Anthony had released the ball a fraction lower, Lin Cheng would have blocked it. Nevertheless, he successfully disrupted Anthony's shot. The ball clanged against the side of the rim, soaring towards both Lin Cheng and Anthony. Both players leaped to meet the incoming basketball, but Lin Cheng's timing was more precise, and he soared higher. "Bring it down." In the battle for the rebound, Lin Cheng emerged victorious. Grasping the rebound, he dribbled swiftly to shake off Anthony and made a lateral pass to Nate Robinson. Continuing his acceleration toward the basket, he signaled a tactical gesture upward. Robinson launched the ball toward the backboard, and Lin Cheng stepped inside the free throw line. Leaping without the ball, his form graceful. In midair, he snatched the basketball with one hand and executed a ferocious dunk. With that slam, he unleashed a force that seemed to shake the mountains. Bang! The score stood at Nuggets 44, Knicks 46. The rim creaked as Lin Cheng yanked it down with authority. An aerial alley-oop. 10 consecutive points scored. The Knicks took the lead. Barkley could not contain his excitement. Upon landing, Lin Cheng struck a celebratory pose reminiscent of Westbrook's turtle step, lifting his legs high and rhythmically pounding the floor. A thunderous roar erupted from him. In that moment, Lin Cheng, who had suppressed his emotions throughout the quarter, fully liberated his feelings. This scene captivated countless Nuggets fans, and many casual spectators watching the TNT broadcast were instantly drawn in. Such dominance, such flair. From this moment on, I am a devoted fan of Lin. What rookie wall? Was it the kind that Lin Cheng shattered? Chapter 60. Why is this Lamborghini so bumpy? Lin Cheng felt his touch had completely returned. In the third quarter, although the Nuggets intensified their defense against him, they could not thwart his explosion. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Lin Cheng attempted 5 three-pointers, all of which found the mark, amassing 25 points in that quarter alone. On the Nuggets side, Iverson continued to struggle, going 0 for 4. Anthony maintained his momentum from the first half, scoring 10 points, which paled in comparison to Lin Cheng's 25. By the end of the third quarter, the Nuggets trailed 56-67 to the Knicks. The Knicks had transformed an 8-point deficit into an 11-point lead, orchestrating a remarkable comeback under Lin Cheng's leadership. Although the game was not yet over, the entire Nuggets team was thoroughly subdued by Lin Cheng's prowess. In the fourth quarter, Iverson found his rhythm, scoring 8 points on 4 for 4 shooting. But it was too little, too late. Anthony fell back into his old habits, struggling with fatigue and missing shots, going 0 for 7, having shaved his head. As for Lin Cheng, during the early moments of the fourth quarter, he scored 6 points on 3 for 3 shooting while also dishing out 4 assists, helping the Knicks bloom offensively and maintain their lead. With 4 minutes remaining, the score was Nuggets 66, Knicks 85, as the game entered garbage time prematurely. Nuggets head coach George Karl called a timeout, substituted in bench players, and conceded defeat. The Knicks also brought in their reserves. Lin Cheng delivered an impressive performance, amassing 41 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks throughout the match. The dynamic duo, often referred to as the Golden Guns, combined for a total of 43 points, merely surpassing Lin Cheng's individual tally by a mere 2 points. At the Denver Pepsi Center, a significant number of fans opted to exit the arena prematurely during garbage time, needing to process the disappointment of today's defeat. The duo that had once instilled boundless hope was nearly single-handedly subdued by Lin Sheng. Perhaps we can extend our congratulations to the Knicks for securing their third consecutive victory to commence the season, trailing by 8 points at halftime. The Knicks orchestrated a remarkable turnaround within the third quarter, solidifying their triumph. This serves as a testament to the formidable potential the Knicks possess in this new season, particularly with Lin's extraordinary performance, 25 points in a single quarter, setting a new record for the highest individual score of the season, and he is merely a rookie. Barkley has begun to exhibit a certain admiration for Lin. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, the Knicks emerged victorious without a doubt. Immediately following the game, an ESPN reporter approached Lin Sheng, microphone in hand, inquiring, "Lin, could you elaborate on the moment you faked out Iverson at the start of the game?" It was evident that the reporter aimed to stir controversy and generate discussion. Lin Sheng calmly remarked, "This season we will have another opportunity to face the Denver Nuggets. Allen Iverson is a remarkable player. Unfortunately, he did not perform at his best in this game. I hope he can make the necessary adjustments." There was no pretense in his demeanor, as Lin understood that he was merely up against the professional synergy of Allen Iverson. Had the peak Iverson, in conjunction with Carmelo Anthony, been present today, his aspirations to single-handedly secure a victory against the Nuggets would have seemed rather futile. Iverson's prowess during his prime, taking on the formidable duo of OK, commands respect from all basketball enthusiasts. "I look forward to our next encounter, my friend," Lin expressed sincerely as he gazed into the camera during the interview. Another 40-point game. Who was the last rookie with such explosive scoring ability? No one, proclaimed ESPN. The Knicks triumphed over the dynamic duo, achieving a stunning comeback for their third consecutive victory. Washington Sports reported, "Do you know what I envy the most? That kid is only 19 years old." Allen Iverson shared this after the game. Currently, the most pressing question for Knicks fans is when they might witness Lin's exhilarating performances at home. The New York Times noted on November 7th. Lin Sheng traveled with the team by plane to Orlando. The away journey continues, with the Knicks set to face the Magic, featuring Dwight Howard and Rashard Lewis. At the Amway Center on November 9th, Coach Thomas granted the players a day off on the 8th to relax. After 3 consecutive days of travel, the players felt a bit under the weather coming down from the Denver Highlands. "Lin, how do you plan to spend your day off tomorrow?" David Lee inquired during lunch. Before Lin Sheng could utter a word, Randolph, seated beside him, chuckled mischievously. "Actually, I can also procure a vehicle in Orlando, and I am aware of a splendid nightclub." David Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What is the quality like?" "Even better than last time, and considerably larger." Randolph responded with a knowing grin. Lin Sheng touched his nose, displaying a complete lack of interest in Randolph's suggestion of something even larger. Some things, after all, are not necessarily better when they are grander. It is the perfect proportion that truly embodies perfection. "So, are you going or not, Lin?" David Lee nudged Lin Sheng's shoulder. Despite being in the midst of a meal, David Lee appeared quite ravenous. "Not going. I have a date." "A date? With whom?" Randolph's ears perked up instantly, filled with curiosity. No comment. Unable to endure the incessant gossip of the two, Lin Sheng rose from the dining table and departed. This only served to heighten their curiosity. Perhaps he is involved with some female model? No, this fellow is from Xia country. It is likely he is entangled with some Xia country exchange student. On the evening of November 8th, Lin Sheng, having bathed at the team's hotel and rented a Lamborghini, arrived at Orlando Airport. Soon, the enigmatic Scarlett, adorned with sunglasses and an air of mystery, came into Lin Sheng's view. Although she had wrapped herself in a trench coat, it did little to conceal her perfect figure and extraordinary demeanor. Once inside the vehicle, Scarlett removed her coat, revealing a form-fitting gown beneath. "Isn't it too chilly with so little on? I'm freezing. Come hold me." Lin Sheng, though speechless, was earnest in his actions as the two embraced for a while in a tender manner. "Shall we do it here?" Scarlett said in a sultry voice. "I relish excitement. Were we not supposed to watch a movie first? We could indulge in a little adventure beforehand." The night had deepened, and a handsome Lamborghini parked by the roadside caught the attention of many passers-by. "What an impressive Lamborghini! How I wish I could possess one. Am I seeing things? Is that car swaying? It seems I ought to consult a doctor." Approximately an hour later, Lin Sheng let out a long breath, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. "No, the movie will be late. I must leave it at that for now." "No, I shall not watch the film. I will continue." Lin Sheng glanced helplessly at the 2 tickets for a movie featuring the notorious gangsters of the United States in his hand. He had genuinely desired to watch the film. Alas, it seemed unlikely. Chapter 61. Facing the Magic team, the twin stars of Howard and Lewis. On November 9th, at the Amway Center, the home of the Orlando Magic, the day of the Knicks versus Magic match had arrived. In the player tunnel, journalists had set up their cameras, eagerly anticipating the athletes' entrance into the arena. Dwight Howard and Rashard Lewis strolled in tandem, their expressions relaxed, as if victory in this contest was already assured. Indeed, they possessed such confidence. Both the Knicks and the Magic had secured 3 consecutive victories, with the Magic demonstrating even greater prowess, having triumphed in 4 out of their 5 matches. They were firmly reinstated among the Eastern Conference's elite. Mr. Howard, how do you evaluate the outstanding performance of the rookie Lin since the start of the season? A reporter inquired, extending the microphone toward Howard. Lin? Who is Lin? I do not recognize him, Howard replied, casting a sidelong glance at the journalist, his tone indifferent. This statement caused an uproar among the attendees. How could Howard possibly be unaware of Lin Chen? This was evidently a dismissive remark, indicating he held Lin in utter disregard. Howard's response quickly made its way to Lin Cheng's ears, as the media eagerly seized upon this provocative news. You just mentioned someone who doesn't team know me, did you? Lin Cheng asked. Howard, Dwight Howard, the star player of the Magic, the reporter reiterated, assuming Lin had not comprehended. Who? Howard? I don't know him. Is he a player for the Magic? Lin Cheng departed from the players' tunnel after leaving behind those words, leaving the media in a state of astonishment. What a brilliant retort! They had never anticipated that Lin Cheng would respond to them in kind, regardless of the outcome of this match. The remote interaction between Lin Cheng and Howard is bound to spark considerable discussion among fans post-game, even in the absence of this minor episode. Today's match has captivated countless NBA enthusiasts. The clash between 2 teams on a 3-game winning streak will inevitably result in one party streak being halted. Within the Amway Center, Magic fans fervently cheer as the starting players from both teams have taken to the court. The Magic's starting lineup includes Jameer Nelson, Keith Bogans, Rashard Lewis, Hito RKO Liu, and Dwight Howard. The Knicks starting lineup features Stephon Marbury, Lin Cheng, Quentin Richardson, Zach Randolph, and Eddie Curry. The players engage in a brief stretching routine before positioning themselves on the court, ready for the jump ball. Aware of Howard's piercing gaze directed towards him, Lin Cheng senses an underlying animosity. Lin Cheng was aware that the media had likely relayed his comments to the ears of the Warriors. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and the basketball soared upward. Eddie always loses the jump ball. Curry once again succumbed to defeat in the tip-off. Howard leapt effortlessly, directing the ball towards his team's half. Nelson received the pass, advancing with the ball as the Magic players positioned themselves in the front court. In the low post, Howard faced a double team from Quentin Richardson and Eddie Curry. Forced to distribute the ball, he passed it to Rashard Lewis, who executed a mid-range shot with precision. Swish. The Magic led 2-0 against the Knicks. On TNT, Barkley and Smith provided real-time commentary. This exemplifies Howard's defensive allure. When you double-team him, you must contend with the risk of him finding an open teammate, Barkley remarked. Indeed, this is why I favored the Magic before the game. Last season, their struggles stemmed from Howard's solitary efforts, but now they have Lewis, Smith added. The Magic scored on their first offensive possession, and the home crowd erupted in support of their new addition, Lewis. As the Knicks launched their offensive, Stephon Marbury received the ball, accelerating forward in an attempt to initiate a fast break. The Magic's overall height surpassed that of the Knicks, implying a relatively slower pace for their lineup. However, Marbury seemed oblivious to his true role. He dribbled into the front court, facing Jameer Nelson, rhythmically alternating his dribble. With a spin move, he attempted a mid-range jumper. Clang. The rebound was secured by Keith Bogans, and the Knicks missed an opportunity to equalize. The Magic countered with a swift break. Howard charged into the Knicks' paint like a beast. After receiving a pass from Bogans, he leapt from a standstill, executing a thunderous dunk that sent the ball crashing into the hoop. Bam! The Magic led 4-0 against the Knicks. The home crowd's fervor ignited, chanting Howard's name. Howard! 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 After his emphatic slam, Howard gestured towards Lin Cheng, cupping his ear as if to say, Rookie, did you hear that? This is my name. Lin Cheng merely cast a fleeting glance at Howard, disregarding him entirely. In Howard's eyes, this act was a display of weakness. He shouted at Lin Cheng's retreating figure, My name is Dwight Howard. I shall not only ensure you remember my name, but I will also make certain it haunts your nightmares this very night. Lin Cheng was at a loss for words. He had never held a favorable impression of Howard. This player, once touted as capable of being traded for LeBron James, had shown moments of brilliance. However, subsequent revelations painted a different picture. He was merely a muscle-bound individual devoid of intellect, a mere machine. The thought of Howard conjured up nightmarish visions, indeed of a rather repulsive nature. It was said that this muscle man had peculiar tastes and an inclination towards cross-dressers. During the Knicks' offensive possession, Marbury, having learned from past missteps, refrained from reckless shots and dutifully passed the ball to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng's counterpart is Keith Bogan, a bald defensive guard. This blue-collar player is no different from a wooden mannequin in front of Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng executed a remarkable crossover, effortlessly penetrating the right side of Bogan's and advancing into the paint. Once inside, Lin Cheng found himself ensnared by a double team from Rashard Lewis and Hito T. RKO Liu. Both players, towering over 2.05 meters, raised their arms high, obstructing Lin Cheng's shooting path. The Knicks opted to double-team Howard, while the Magic's strategy focused on containing Lin Cheng. Although Howard underestimated Lin Cheng, Magic head coach Van Gundy was far from foolish. He understood that to secure victory in today's match, it was imperative to restrict Lin Cheng's influence. Faced with the double team, Lin Cheng flung the ball with precision, delivering a bounce pass. The basketball ricocheted through Lewis's legs, a perfectly executed nutmeg. It landed seamlessly in the hands of Zach Randolph, who was taken aback by Lin Cheng's unexpected delivery. Confronted with an open basket, Randolph executed a powerful one-handed dunk. The score stood at 4-2 in favor of the Magic against the Knicks. Lin's assist was nothing short of exquisite. His passing prowess often goes unnoticed, as noted by Barkley. On the sidelines, Magic head coach Van Gundy appeared astonished, a foreboding feeling blossoming within him. He had believed that double-teaming Lin Cheng would effectively stifle the Knicks' offensive maneuvers. Lin Cheng's recently demonstrated passing ability has instilled a sense of trepidation within him. This young man, could his passing skills rival his terrifying scoring capability? Chapter 62, a one-man show against the twin stars of the Magic. Van Gundy's concerns were soon validated. During the remaining moments of the first quarter, Lin Cheng, despite taking only 3 shots and scoring 6 points, delivered an impressive 5 assists. Each time the Orlando Magic attempted to double-team, Lin Cheng adeptly and swiftly passed the basketball to his teammates positioned on the weak side of the defense. Even when he did not achieve an immediate assist, he effectively helped the Knicks penetrate the Magic's defense, thereby creating superior scoring opportunities for his team. As the game approached the 9:20 mark in the first quarter, Howard attempted a strong play beneath the basket but was unsuccessful, allowing Lin Cheng to seize the rebound. Like a shot putter, he launched the basketball down the court with remarkable force. This long pass traversed nearly the entire length of the court. As Marbury sprinted into position, he was momentarily startled by the ball soaring towards him, yet the pass was executed with such precision that he merely raised his hand slightly to cradle the ball effortlessly. At that moment, the front court was devoid of defenders. With 3 swift steps, Marbury executed a layup, sending the ball directly into the hoop. The score stood at Magic 19, Knicks 24. The home crowd was left in awe of Lin Cheng's passing prowess, exclaiming, "He should be playing quarterback. I thought he was just throwing it aimlessly. This pass is utterly outrageous." Marbury, elated from his easy basket, rushed back to the court to high-five Lin Cheng, exclaiming, "Kid, that was a beautiful pass." In response, Magic head coach Van Gundy, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, called for a timeout. Meanwhile, Knicks fans fervently discussed Lin Cheng's passing performance in the first half. Every starting player had benefited from Lin Cheng's assists, enjoying 1 or 2 effortless scoring opportunities. "You should consider transitioning to a playmaker role, Lin. Your passing is exquisite." Randolph chuckled as he patted Lin's shoulder. Thomas, both surprised and delighted by Lin Cheng's performance in the first quarter, had been prepared to call for a timeout to adjust tactics whenever the Magic doubled Lin Cheng. However, he was taken aback by Lin Cheng's swift adaptation to the Magic's defense, as he calmly navigated the court and created numerous scoring chances for his fellow Knicks players, allowing the team's offense to flourish splendidly. Lin is truly a treasure, seemingly concealing an inexhaustible wealth of talent. On the Magic's side, Coach Van Gundy is in a state of panic. The defensive strategy he meticulously crafted overnight has been swiftly dismantled by Lin Cheng's all-encompassing abilities within the span of a single quarter. If this continues, the Magic will be compelled to abandon their attempts at double-teaming Lin and revert to one-on-one defense. However, in such a scenario, who among them can truly contain him? As the timeout concludes, both teams have substituted in their bench players to allow the starters a moment's respite. The Magic's roster has predominantly allocated its salary to the starting lineup, rendering their bench considerably weaker. In contrast, the Knicks boast a formidable bench led by Nate Robinson and David Lee. as the first quarter draws to a close. The score stands at 23-32 in favor of the Knicks, who maintain their lead. Howard's pregame bravado has dissipated, replaced by an urgent restlessness as the team falls behind. He paces the court anxiously, unable to find solace. Lewis seeks to reassure Howard, saying, "Fear not, Dwight. I will alleviate the offensive pressure in the second quarter." As the second quarter commences, facing a daunting deficit nearing double digits, the Magic's starters re-enter the fray. Van Gundy resolves that to secure victory, he must rely heavily on his main players. In an offensive possession for the Magic, Howard receives the ball low in the post but opts not to force a shot. Instead, he dishes it out to Lewis in the corner. With his somewhat unconventional shooting form, Lewis launches a three-pointer. Odd as it may appear, it finds its mark. Swish. The score now reads 26-32, with Lewis providing a crucial three-pointer to momentarily stabilize the situation for the Magic. Seeing Lewis score, Howard rushes over to celebrate, high-fiving him with enthusiasm. "Well done, brother. This is why you're here." As a second-round draft pick from 1998, Lewis exemplifies an inspirational journey. From averaging a mere 2.4 points as a rookie, he has swiftly evolved into a star, averaging over 20 points per game in just a few seasons. During his tenure with the Supersonics, he formed a formidable duo with Ray Allen, earning them a reputation across the league. To acquire him, the Magic issued the $10th billion contract in NBA history, recognizing the synergy between Lewis and Howard. Despite standing at 2.08 meters, making him a considerable presence, Lewis is one of the league's rare stretch big men. He adeptly navigates the physicality of the paint while possessing a remarkable three-point shooting ability from the baseline. Offensively, he can create space for Howard in the paint, providing essential firepower from the perimeter. As the Knicks embark on their offensive possession, Marbury continues to serve as a facilitator, bringing the ball to the front court before handing it off to Lin Cheng, simultaneously setting a pick at the arc for him. Lin Cheng was taken aback to find that old Ma would set a screen for him. It seemed that the alley he had delivered at the end of the first quarter had not gone in vain. With a sidestep, he created space and confidently launched a three-pointer. Swish. The Magic trailed the Knicks 26-35. The Magic fans, still celebrating Lewis's previous basket, were silenced by Lin Cheng's three-point shot. With an assist from Marbury, Lin's response from beyond the arc was spectacular. Such a retaliatory shot is the most exhilarating, and Smith was ecstatic. Back and forth. The Magic remained 9 points behind. In the next offensive possession for the Magic, Lewis returned to the corner, assisting Howard in drawing Randolph out of the paint. Down low, Howard faced off against Eddie Curry. Although Howard stood at 2.08 meters, 5 centimeters shorter than Eddie Curry, his robust thighs and muscular arms shifted the momentum in his favor. Howard forcefully pushed Eddie Curry aside and executed a fierce one-handed dunk. The score was now 28-35 in favor of the Knicks. After the dunk, Howard raised his arms and roared at Eddie Curry, unleashing the fury within him as the home crowd erupted in cheers for the Beast. The Knicks launched their offensive attack. The ball was in motion, fast break. Lin Cheng reached the baseline, swiftly seized the ball, and single-handedly charged towards the Magic's hoop. This fast break caught them off guard. Howard reacted quickly, striding to give chase, while the other Magic players hastily returned on defense, sprinting with all their might. As Lin Cheng approached the front court, 2 players from the Magic were present, the inside presence of Bogans and the perimeter threat of Nelson. Without losing speed, Lin Cheng executed a significant change of direction, gliding past Nelson and then faced Bogans. With a silky smooth spin, he brushed past Bogans, confronting an open basket. He surged upward, as if soaring through the air, executing a one-handed dunk with ferocious power. Boom. A resounding crash echoed. The score stood at 28-37 in favor of the Knicks. This dunk was utterly ferocious. Lin Cheng resembled a war god descending from the heavens. In stark contrast, Howard's dunk paled in comparison. Wow. A perfect 10 points. This was undoubtedly a dunk worthy of a perfect score in a dunk contest. Barkley was left agape, with a three-pointer and a thunderous dunk. Lin Cheng single-handedly responded to the Magic's dynamic duo. Chapter 63. The Magic have a dynamic duo, while the Knicks have the Marlin connection. Howard and Lewis, the Magic's twin stars, endeavored to assist their team in closing the score gap in the second quarter. However, the Lin Cheng who had previously set up his teammates in the first quarter transformed into a super scorer in the second. During the Magic's offensive possession, Lewis sank a three-pointer from the baseline. Lin Cheng spearheaded a fast break for the Knicks, executing a sudden halt beyond the arc to sink yet another three-pointer. Howard dominated the paint, forcefully claiming 2 points by pressing Eddie Curry down. In the subsequent offensive possession for the Knicks, Lin Xing faced a double team but rose above the challenge with a mid-range jumper, successfully finding the net once more. The third quarter unfolded in a similar fashion. Regardless of how the Magic's twin stars exerted their efforts, Lin Xing consistently delivered a timely response. Can you shoot a three, Lewis? I can too. Can you score two? Howard. I can manage that as well. The score continued to rise, yet the Magic struggled to close the gap, merely watching as the Knicks oscillated around a double-digit lead. As the third quarter concluded, the Magic trailed at 74-83 against the Knicks, who maintained a 9-point advantage. Howard and Lewis combined for a total of 39 points. While Lin Xing's individual tally soared to 31 points, complemented by 9 assists. It was time for a break. Lin Xing lowered his head, panting as he took a moment to recuperate. The exertion of matching the twin stars of the Magic had proven to be quite taxing. In the previous match against the Nuggets, Iverson and Carmelo had at least proven to be reliable, but today, both Howard and Lewis were in exceptional form. During the fourth quarter, after resting on the bench for a few minutes, Lin Xing watched as the Magic surged with a 12-4 run, swiftly narrowing the score to Magic 86, Knicks 87. Thomas called for a timeout and sent Lin Xing back onto the court with 6 minutes remaining in the game. The decisive moments of the final quarter had arrived. As the Knicks initiated their offensive play, the Magic fans erupted in unison, chanting, "Defense! Defense! Defense!" In the second and third quarters, the Magic supporters had been silenced by Lin Xing's remarkable responses. Now, with the prospect of victory seemingly within reach, the fans were rejuvenated with fervor. Lin Xing wore a stoic expression as he twisted his neck and positioned himself on the front court's flank, resting on his knees. At such a decisive moment, he found himself devoid of surplus energy to receive serves. He had to conserve every ounce of strength for both offense and defense. In this tense match, Lin re-entered the game. Charles remarked, "For some reason, the moment I see Lin back on the court, I feel a sense of assurance for the Knicks." Barkley had long since become an ardent supporter of Lin. Smith, however, maintained his composure and replied, "Even if Lin sustains his performance from the first 3 quarters, victory is not guaranteed for the Knicks." It was evident that, in critical moments, a pair of fists could hardly contend against a multitude of hands. The Knicks commenced their offensive. Lin Xing waited for the opportune moment, darting without the ball, evading Keith Bogans and cutting into the paint, reaching out for the ball. However, Marbury's pass faltered, intercepted midway by Turkoglu. The Magic launched a swift counterattack. Howard seized the ball, barreling into the paint and executing a powerful dunk. The Magic led 88-87 against the Knicks, turning the tide. They had once trailed for 3 quarters. But at this moment, they finally reclaimed the lead. The home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, as if witnessing a game-winning shot. On the sidelines, Thomas leapt up, berating Stefan. "Who the hell are you passing the ball to?" Marbury wore an awkward expression, while Lin Xing approached and gently patted his shoulder, calmly saying, "It's all right, take it easy." Marbury was taken aback by Lin Xing's unexpected gesture of comfort. His emotions were complex, and after a moment of contemplation, he managed to utter a simple, "Thank you." The Knicks continued their offensive, with Marbury still controlling the ball at the arc, while the other Knicks players maneuvered, attempting to unravel the Magic's defense. Lin Xing once again eluded his defender and surged into the paint. This time, Marbury's pass found its way into Lin Xing's hands. Observing Lin Xing successfully catch the ball, Marbury let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he saw the basketball being returned to him by Lin Xing. As Lin Xing cut sharply into the lane to receive the ball, he drew the attention of the entire Magic team's defense. Nelson, Marbury's counterpart, was equally taken aback by Lin Xing's unexpected decision to pass back to Marbury. "Shoot!" Lin Xing's shout was utterly irresistible. At this moment, Marbury, under immense pressure, launched a 3-pointer. Swish! It went in. The Magic trailed the Knicks 88-90. The Knicks regained a lead, and the tension in this match was palpable. Lin Xing's return pass was remarkably decisive, catching everyone by surprise. The scoring Marbury rediscovered his long-lost rhythm, exuberantly pumping his fist. Thomas was taken aback by Lin Xing granting Marbury, who had just committed a turnover, the opportunity to shoot a 3-pointer. Contemplative, the Magic initiated their offense. Turkoglu, at the free throw line, passed the ball to Lewis. As the pivotal point for the Magic, his playmaking ability was commendable, effectively linking Howard and Lewis. Lewis delivered the ball to Howard in the low post. Backing down against Eddie Curry, Howard turned and attempted a mid-range shot. It clanged off the rim. The rebound ricocheted out, and a figure soared into the air, snatching the rebound. It was the tenacious Marbury. Securing the rebound, Marbury, flanked by Lin Chung on either side. Surge towards the front court. A 2-on-1 in the front court. The retreating Nelson was compelled to converge on the ball-handling Marbury. Marbury tossed the basketball towards the hoop. Lin Xing soared into the air, executing an impressive alley-oop dunk that sent the basketball crashing into the hoop. Bang! The Magic trailed 88-92 against the Knicks. The exhilarating fast-break collaboration between Marbury and Lin Xing unfolded before our eyes, a spectacle that had scarcely been witnessed this season. I recall media rumors suggesting discord between Lin Xing and Marbury. In light of this performance, such claims are undoubtedly baseless. It is inconceivable that one could forge such a magnificent connection with a teammate they despised. Not only were the players of the Magic left in awe, but even the Knicks were taken aback by this unexpected display. They were well aware of the tension between the two, who often exchanged barbs during practice. In the Magic's next offensive possession, Lewis's scorching touch had deserted him, and yet another three-point attempt clanged off the rim. The Knicks launched a counterattack. Lin Xing skillfully maneuvered past Bogdanovich in the front court, distributing the ball to the cutting Marbury, who deftly entered the paint. Marbury executed a powerful layup, scoring over Howard's head. The Magic trailed the Knicks 88-94. The Knicks surged with a 7-2 run, reclaiming a 6-point lead. Van Gundy promptly called a timeout in an effort to stem the Knicks' scoring momentum. Upon returning from the break, fatigue set in for Howard, leading to a fundamental error in the paint, allowing Richardson to intercept the basketball. Richardson passed it to Marbury, who, upon receiving the ball, cast a glance at Lin Chung. Lin Chung comprehended the situation and accelerated with all his might, surging towards the front court, closely pursued by Marbury. Their full-throttle sprint left the other players of the Magic utterly unable to keep pace. Confronted with an unguarded hoop, Marbury opted to slam the ball against the rim, causing it to ricochet towards Lin Xing, who was soaring through the air. Lin Xing effortlessly caught the basketball mid-air, executing a stunning under-the-leg switch before delivering a thunderous dunk. Bang! The Magic team trails 88-96 against the Knicks. After Lin Xing executed a stunning dunk and landed, he had yet to revel in his achievement when Marbury, brimming with excitement, bellowed into the camera, "Damn it. Did you see that? This is Lin. This is our synergy. We are destined to win this damn game." March. Marbury to Lin connection? Chapter 64. Triumph over the Magic. Securing Player of the Week in the ensuing moments, both teams intensified their defensive efforts. And as fatigue set in, offensive efficiency plummeted. Howard's powerful attempt in the paint was thwarted, and Randolph secured the defensive rebound. Lin Xing's mid-range shot clanged off the rim, allowing Nelson to seize the rebound for a fast break by the Magic. Lewis, positioned beyond the arc, was thwarted by Lin Chung, resulting in an air ball. As the trailing team, the Magic felt the pressure, but the more anxious they became, the more elusive scoring opportunities appeared. Meanwhile, although the Knicks struggled offensively, their defensive performance was commendable. The atmosphere in the Magic's home court grew eerily quiet. As the final moments approached, only 1 minute and 15 seconds remained in the game. The score stood at 92-100 in favor of the Knicks, who held an 8-point lead. The Magic initiated their offense. Time was not on their side, and Coach Van Gundy shouted from the sidelines, urging his team to expedite their play. Nelson quickly dribbled to the front court, while Howard positioned himself at the elbow of the free-throw line, and Lewis maneuvered to the corner with the aid of a screen. Subsequently, Howard charged back into the paint, drawing defensive attention away from Lewis. Randolph was compelled to temporarily abandon his coverage of Lewis to assist Eddie Curry in guarding Howard. Nelson faked a pass to Howard and instead delivered the ball to Lewis in the corner. Without hesitation, Lewis launched a three-pointer. Should this shot find its mark, it could provide the Magic with a much-needed lifeline. However, Lin Chung emerged with determination. Having anticipated the Magic strategy, he lunged towards Lewis the moment he received the ball. With a resounding slap, Lewis was denied his shot, as Lin Xing sent his attempt soaring away. Seizing the moment, Lin swiftly retrieved the basketball from the floor. A counterattack. The Knicks were on the move. Magic fans held their breath, hoping their team could thwart this impending offensive surge from the Knicks. Lin Xing advanced with the ball, pushing forward into the front court, closely followed by the remaining players of the Knicks. This play, Lin Xing faced numerous choices. In the front court, opportunities to outnumber the opposition abounded. Yet, Lin Xing opted for the path steeped in individual heroism. Beyond the three-point arc, he executed a sudden jump shot. The three-pointer sliced through the air like a rapier. Swish. The Magic trailed the Knicks 92-103. This shot was potent enough to decisively seal the game. Barkley roared in excitement. With less than a minute remaining, The only glimmer of hope for the Magic lay in summoning their former star from the Houston Rockets. That man, who once scored 12 points in just 35 seconds. On the sidelines, Knicks coach Thomas raised his arms high, seemingly celebrating the imminent victory. The Magic's last breath had been extinguished. Howard, walking back to half-court, wore a look of bewilderment, while Lewis, gazing at the large screen displaying Lin Sheng's blocked shot, felt a pang of regret. If only that three-pointer had not been blocked but had instead found its mark, the outcome might have been different. However, on the court, there are no ifs. In the ensuing minute, the demoralized Magic failed to score again. Meanwhile, the Knicks strategically drained the clock, with Marbury sinking a two-point shot as the shot clock dwindled to 24 seconds. The game concluded with the final score, Magic 92, Knicks 105. The Knicks players jubilantly rushed onto the court to celebrate. For consecutive victories, we have achieved 4 straight wins. Incredible, Lin, your alley-oop today left me in awe. We triumphed over Orlando. The allure of winning an away game lies in the stark contrast of the crowd's exuberance at the beginning, which turns to silence by the end. Marbury approached Lin Sheng, extending his hand. Lin, it was a pleasure collaborating with you on the court. Lin Sheng did not hold back. He grasped Marbury's hand, and the two collided shoulders. Had past grievances been resolved? Not quite, for there existed no profound enmity between them. When Marbury realized the passage of time and pondered whose team the Knicks would become, the tensions between them began to dissipate. Magic head coach Van Gundy looked on helplessly as Lin Sheng celebrated with his teammates on the court. Moving forward, every team facing the Knicks would find themselves troubled by this rookie. On TNT, after the game summary, congratulations were in order for the Knicks, who triumphed over the Magic, securing their 4th consecutive victory. Today's match showcased countless memorable moments, from Lin Sheng's fierce duel with the Magic's twin stars to the remarkable connection between Lin Sheng and Marbury. I must concede that the Knicks are currently on a formidable upswing, reclaiming their status among the Eastern Conference elite. With a stunning performance of 39 points, 8 rebounds, and 13 assists, Lin continued to dazzle. This season belongs to the Knicks as they seek vengeance, determined to conquer those who once underestimated them. In a post-game interview, Dwight Howard lost his composure, exclaiming, "Who is Lin? Stop asking me that question. Damn it, he just scored 39 points over me." On November 11th, the Knicks' new season home opener against the Miami Heat was on the horizon. On November 10th, after their road trip, the entire Knicks squad returned to New York. Upon exiting the airport, Lin Sheng was struck by the fervent enthusiasm of the Knicks fans. At the arrivals area, apart from the countless reporters wielding cameras, there was a sea of supporters chanting, "Lin, Lin, Lin." When Lin emerged, the fans erupted spontaneously. Had the Knicks not alerted the airport to bolster security, it seemed the entire New York airport might have been overtaken by Knicks fans. "I have never witnessed anything like this," Marbury marveled. Knicks fans are renowned for their rigor and rationality, yet they had succumbed to frenzy at the sight of Lin Sheng. Originally, Lin anticipated a 1-hour journey home, but it took him 3 arduous hours to finally leave the airport. Once in the car, he exhaled deeply, nearly convinced he might not return home that night. However, he looked forward to the excitement of his first home game the following day, where Madison Square Garden would resound with the cheers of Knicks supporters. "Oh, Lin, it seems you owe me dinner tonight," David Lee remarked as he walked alongside Lin Sheng. Look at this, Lin, you've been named Eastern Conference Player of the Week." David Lee excitedly handed his phone to Lin Sheng. The NBA had announced the latest Player of the Week accolades. Western Conference, Houston Rockets, Tracy McGrady, averaging 32, 3 points, 4, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists. Eastern Conference, New York Knicks, Lin Sheng, averaging 37, 7 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being awarded NBA Player of the Week, earning 30 reward points. Lin Sheng could not help but express his disdain, truly stingy. Securing the title of Player of the Week indeed lifted Lin Sheng's spirits, affirming his performance as one of the top 2 in the league since the season commenced. "The future is promising. Let us go. You may choose any restaurant in New York." Lin Sheng was quite generous. David Lee had always treated him well, and this was the perfect opportunity to show his gratitude. Chapter 65. Facing the Heat. The score was 10-0 at the outset. November 11th. At 1 in the afternoon, Lin Sheng arrived early at Madison Square Garden with the team for practice. There, he encountered the radiant owner, Dolan. This man, who had faced significant criticism from Knicks fans over the past few seasons, has received more praise since the start of the season than he had accumulated in previous years. Following Lin Xing's impressive performances, experts have not hesitated to commend Dolan as well. Acquiring Lin has been the only astute decision Dolan has made in many years. Lin, Dolan exclaimed, rushing over to envelop Lin Xing in a warm embrace. I am so proud of your performance. Such fervor is a privilege reserved solely for Lin Xing among the Knicks, leaving the other players to watch with envy. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, Lin Xing and his teammates entered the arena through the players' tunnel. The reporter directed the microphone towards Lin Xing, who rarely grants exclusive interviews, making each opportunity a precious one for the journalists. Lin, have you heard? O'Neal claimed he would dominate the paint today and leave you no chance for a dunk. Since being cast aside by the Lakers, O'Neal has aged. Unable to command the paint, let alone secure his place in the NBA for the upcoming season. Lin Xing paused to respond to the questions posed by the journalist. Bold. Indeed, excessively bold. The media thrives on players like Lin Xing, who possess both talent and intriguing narratives. His responses were promptly disseminated online by reporters, sparking fervent discussions among fans. This is precisely why I admire Lin. He consistently speaks his truth. Perhaps he ought to extend some respect to his predecessors. Respect? Shaquille O'Neal has now become merely a figure of bravado. I fail to see what the struggling Heat, suffering 5 consecutive defeats, have to boast about. This brief incident only heightened the anticipation among fans for the game that lay ahead. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the arena buzzed with excitement as the home team's entrance ceremony commenced. The venue was filled to capacity, resounding with cheers, and numerous fans donned Lin Xing's number 7 jersey. Scattered throughout the stands, the DJ fervently announced the Knicks players, introducing the starting point guard, clad in the iconic number 7 jersey, Lin. Lin Xing, clad in a hooded sweatshirt, sprinted onto the court, waving in greeting. Lin, Lin, Lin. The Knicks fans erupted in a deafening chorus, rising to their feet and wildly gesticulating. The spotlight illuminated him as he basked in the adoration and gaze of the entire arena. Lin Xing was filled with fervor, adrenaline surging through his veins. Is this the exhilarating sensation of competing on home turf? Absolutely splendid. As the opening ceremony concluded, the starting players from both teams remained on the court. The New York Knicks starting lineup included Lin Xing, Stephon Marbury, Quentin Richardson, Zach Randolph, and Eddie Curry. The Miami Heat's starting 5 consisted of Jason Williams, Ricky Davis, Anthony Hardaway, Udonis Haslem, and Shaquille O'Neal. The Heat players, eager and poised, were ready to make their mark, desperately in need of a victory after a disheartening 5-game losing streak. During the jump ball, Eddie Curry triumphed, tapping the ball to Lin Xing. The Knicks initiated their first offensive play. Lin Xing faced off against Jason Williams, who aggressively pressured him. This white point guard, nicknamed White Chocolate, is known for his flamboyant style of play and the ability to make one person pass while leaving 9 others in suspense. However, this attempt at pressure lacked prudence. Lin Xing, undeterred, swiftly changed direction and effortlessly bypassed him. Upon advancing to the front court, he facilitated a favorable 3-on-5 situation for his team. Observing Stephon Marbury making a decisive cut towards the basket, Lin Xing executed a perfectly timed bounce pass, delivering the ball directly into Marbury's hands. Marbury, with determination, finished strong at the rim. This exquisite pass marked Lin Xing's assist to Marbury, propelling the Knicks to an early lead of 2-0 over the Heat. Typically, bounce passes are seldom seen on the NBA court, as they are easily intercepted by opponents. Yet, it has become one of Lin Xing's signature passing techniques. Lin Xing's passing is not only swift but also remarkably precise. Following a goal, Marbury approached Lin Xing for a celebratory high five. No player could possibly dislike such a gratifying inside score. The Miami Heat launched their offense, with Jason Williams advancing the ball past half-court as the Heat players arranged themselves in formation. However, upon observing the starting lineup of the Heat, it is quite challenging to associate them with a dismal 5-game losing streak, even in the absence of Dwayne Wade, who is sidelined for the season due to injury. Their starting roster still boasts former superstars such as Penny Hardaway and the dominant Shaquille O'Neal. Williams and Haslem are also members of the championship team from the 2005 to 2006 season. As for Ricky Davis, he was once the leader during LeBron's rookie year, the one who famously remarked to the media about the man he thought was there to assist him. With Wade absent, O'Neal has taken on the mantle of this Heat team's core. He positioned himself in the paint, backing down against Eddie Curry, extending his hands for the ball. The Heat players cleared space for him, and Williams dutifully delivered the ball into his grasp. O'Neal attempted to overpower Eddie Curry with a spin move for a thunderous dunk, but Curry proved to be sturdier than anticipated, denying him that opportunity. O'Neal was left with no choice but to pivot and attempt a bank shot. Clang. The shot ricocheted off the rim, and Stephen Marbury seized the defensive rebound, pushing the ball forward to lead the Knicks in a fast break. The Heat's defensive recovery was considerably slower than Lin Sheng had anticipated. As he charged towards the Heat's basket, he realized that Williams was still trailing far behind. Lin Sheng extended his hand and effortlessly received Marbury's pass. Since the last game, Marbury seemed to have shed the label of a lone wolf. Beneath the basket, Lin Sheng rose on his toes and effortlessly deposited the basketball into the hoop. The Knicks led 4-0 against the Heat. During the Heat's offensive possession, they continued their languid, methodical play. By the time Shaquille O'Neal positioned himself effectively in the paint, half of the shot clock had already elapsed. Anthony Hardaway delivered the ball to O'Neal from beyond the three-point line in the corner. O'Neal leaned in, turned, and took the shot. Clang. A back-to-back miss. Quentin Richardson seized the defensive rebound and swiftly passed it to Lin Sheng as the Knicks initiated another fast break. In the front court, they had the advantage in numbers. Lin Sheng's three-point shot from 1 meter beyond the arc swished through the net. The Knicks led 7-0 against the Heat. In yet another offensive possession, O'Neal abandoned his post in the low block and moved to set a screen for Hardaway at the elbow. Anthony Hardaway utilized the pick, launching a mid-range jumper, but it clanged off the rim. The rebound was secured by Randolph, who swiftly passed it to Marbury. Lin Sheng had already dashed past the half-court line, receiving Marbury's pass. From beyond the arc, he executed a quick stop and shot. Swish. Another one. The Knicks led 10-0 against the Heat. Just 2 minutes into the game, Knicks fans erupted in cheers as coach Pat Riley of the Heat was forced to call a timeout after the Knicks unleashed a 10-0 run right from the start. This was an unprecedented experience for Knicks fans. Last season, they struggled mightily, facing defeat after defeat. What was there to admire about the Knicks games? Another day, another loss. But now, facing the formidable Heat, the Knicks had left them bewildered just 2 minutes into the match. All of this was thanks to Lin's presence. I had never witnessed such fluid offensive execution from a team. The Knicks in front of me felt unfamiliar. During the timeout, fans seized the moment to boast and chat with their friends. The reality was that O'Neal's performance this season had noticeably declined, and his 2 ineffective post-ups had harmed the team, as Barkley pointed out incisively. Moreover, the Heat's pace was too slow. They were wholly unable to contain the Knicks' fast breaks. A sentiment echoed by Smith. As the timeout concluded, the Heat began their offensive possession, learning from their initial missteps. The Heat opted to slow down their tempo while attempting to spread the floor. Anthony Hardaway held the ball at the elbow, facing Richardson, who applied tight, physical defense. Since suffering a significant injury, Hardaway had lost the explosive athleticism and quick first step that once defined him. He called upon Haslam to set a screen. Using this pick, Hardaway stepped back to create space and attempted a mid-range shot. Yet again, it rattled off the rim. Fortunately, Ricky Davis secured the offensive rebound and charged towards the basket. His decision was ill-advised. At that moment, O'Neal was still engaged in a battle for position with Eddie Curry in the paint. Marbury was trailing Davis closely. The interior was becoming increasingly congested. In the ensuing chaos, Davis mishandled the ball, which was intercepted by Lin Sheng. This time, the Heat's transition defense was swift. It seemed they had absorbed the lessons from the timeout. Even O'Neal began to stride forward, gritting his teeth as he ran. Lin Sheng passed the ball to Richardson, who, upon reaching the front court, found himself presented with an open opportunity for a three-pointer. Yet, he hesitated. Opportunities on the court are fleeting. Hardaway, panting, returned to position himself before Richardson, effectively slowing the Knicks' pace and granting his teammates the necessary space for defensive alignment. This moment, Lin Sheng arrived at the flank. Extending his hand to receive the ball, it was time to rely on his own abilities. Positioned on the side, Lin Sheng faced Jason Williams, forcefully launching the ball with his right hand, accelerating with a swift step as he charged along the right side into the paint. Williams was left behind. The Miami Heat quickly tightened their defense. Haslam, who had been guarding Randolph in the corner, opted to return to assist in the interior defense. Beneath the basket, Shaquille O'Neal loomed, creating a daunting wall of defenders before Lin Sheng. Yet, Lin Sheng resolutely chose to execute a powerful step-through layup. The basketball danced in his hands. Performing the classic Euro step, against the formidable wall of defense, he ingeniously carved out a path to break through. Approaching the basket, he confronted O'Neal. Lin Sheng adhered to his form, propelling the basketball toward the hoop. Swish. 12-0. The Knicks maintained their unyielding defense against the Heat, further extending their lead. The crowd erupted in cheers as Lin Sheng maneuvered through the Heat's paint, appearing as though in a realm devoid of opposition, almost toying with them. It is time to bestow a name upon Lin Sheng's Euro step. much like Wade's elusive sidestep or the serpentine drive of the demon blade. Let it be called the Lin's Lightning. Lin Qing was unaware that fans had bestowed upon his Eurostep a resounding nickname. Following a swift inbounds pass, the Heat initiated a fast break. If a slow approach was futile, a rapid one was imperative. Although Williams' defense left much to be desired, his ball handling exuded flair. At the arc, facing Lin Qing, he executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles. Prior to the match, Lin Qing had scrutinized footage of Williams, committing his driving tendencies to memory. Now, confronted by Williams, he opted for tight, body-on-body defense as the latter approached the three-point line. Williams, however, refrained from further challenging Lin Qing's defense. Instead, he executed a feigned shot, subsequently directing the ball mid-air to Haslam, who had slipped into an open position on the wing. Randolph's sluggish pace could not keep up with him. Haslam released a three-pointer. Clang. Another miss. Though Randolph had afforded Haslam an opportunity, he also secured the rebound. Achieving redemption. It seemed as though the entire Heat squad had lost their shooting touch, as Smith remarked with sympathy. The Knicks moved into their offensive play. Lin Qing received the pass at the top of the arc, cradling the ball with both hands as he surveyed the situation. Williams relinquished his pursuit, his expression betraying a sense of tension. Lin Qing possesses the ability to shoot three-pointers, execute drives, and deliver precise passes. He exerts considerable pressure on the defense. Lin Qing passed the ball and beckoned to Eddie Curry. Curry approached the arc to set a screen for Lin Qing, while O'Neal opted to remain vigilant in the paint. Williams was obstructed by Eddie Curry, granting Lin Qing a moment of unguarded opportunity for a three-point shot. However, he chose not to take the shot. Instead, he accelerated with a swift stride, charging directly towards the basket. This decision left the fans in astonishment. Why did Lin Qing refrain from attempting a three-pointer? Did he not realize that O'Neal was waiting beneath the rim? Lin Qing was certainly aware. Beneath the basket, O'Neal observed Lin Qing charging towards him, raising his arms in preparation to absorb the impending impact. As Lin Qing entered the paint, he leapt into the air, extending his right arm that held the ball. The fans collectively held their breath. A dunk. Lin Qing was poised to soar from the free throw line and slammed the ball over O'Neal's head. O'Neal's pupils constricted. This was an undeniable provocation. With arms raised high, he stood like a colossus, guarding the rim. However, it didn't take long for O'Neal to sense something amiss. Lin Qing leaped too high. Merely raising my hand could not possibly interfere with him. However, it was already too late. Lin Qing collided with O'Neal, simultaneously propelling the basketball into the hoop. The rim reverberated with a thunderous sound as Lin and O'Neal crashed together, losing their balance mid-air and tumbling to the ground. Although O'Neal did not fall, he was forced to retreat repeatedly due to Lin's formidable impact, eventually leaning against the basketball hoop. In an instant, a spontaneous uproar erupted from the throats of Knicks fans. Ah, Lin. Ward's dunk. The entire Madison Square Garden transformed into a scene of chaotic jubilation. In the TNT studio, the commentators were in disbelief. Lin has dunked over O'Neal. It's an emphatic dunk. Barkley was animated, completely oblivious to the fact that he was live on air. Even though fans had long acknowledged that O'Neal was no longer the dominant force of his prime, still resembling a towering monument, his past prowess lingered vividly in the minds of the audience. Yet now, O'Neal had been eclipsed by a guard's dunk. The media cameras were fervently capturing this moment from every conceivable angle. O'Neal's initial reaction was not anger, but confusion. He was yet to fully comprehend what had just transpired. At this moment, Lin Qing had risen from the floor, his gaze intense as he looked at O'Neal and slowly spoke. Hey, O'Neal. Can you guess what joke I heard in the players' tunnel today? They told me you would transform tonight's paint area into a no-fly zone. I was skeptical, so I decided to test it myself. It seems those media outlets were indeed spreading falsehoods, for you lack the capacity to dominate the paint. Perhaps it's time for you to exit the NBA, you who have been cast aside by the Lakers. O'Neal swore. He had never anticipated that this seemingly harmless, yellow-skinned individual could unleash such venomous trash talk. Damn. O'Neal lost his composure and charged at Lin Qing with a clenched fist. Chapter 67, O'Neal vs. Lin. As they transformed the basketball court into an octagonal cage. At this moment, the large screen was directed towards Lin Qing and O'Neal. Lin Qing murmured incantations, while the fans speculated on his conversation with O'Neal. Suddenly, O'Neal swung a fist towards Lin Qing. Ah! The timid female fans covered their eyes, unable to bear the unfolding scene. In the instant that O'Neal threw his punch, Lin Qing simultaneously extended his right hand. With a resounding clap, he firmly caught O'Neal's fist, gripping it tightly. Upon witnessing Lin Qing's adept interception, O'Neal instinctively unleashed another punch with his other hand. Another clap echoed through the air. Lin Qing once again caught the ball. This scene left every spectator in awe. Standing at a mere height of 198 meters, Lin not only intercepted O'Neill's powerful strike but also held his ground against him. At that moment, the two resembled bulls locked in combat. The crowd erupted into chaos, with some female and young fans emitting shrill gasps of astonishment. Enthusiastic spectators shouted fervently, "Kick him! Lin, take him down!" The media representatives present furiously clicked their cameras, eager to capture the moment. Basketball games are commonplace, but a brawl could catapult one straight into the headlines, especially when the contenders are the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and the sensational rookie Lin Qing. The buzz surrounding both figures was palpable. The referee, finally regaining his composure, swiftly blew his whistle and rushed forward, attempting to separate the two giants by grasping one of O'Neal's arms. Yet, how could a mere referee hope to sway such titanic forces? Teammates from both sides quickly intervened to mediate the escalating tension. "You damn punk, I'll smash your skull," O'Neal roared as he was pulled away by the Heat players. Lin Qing stared intently into O'Neal's eyes and shouted fiercely, "Come on, you great fat pig." The excitement was palpable at TNT as Barkley and Smith witnessed the unfolding scene. Today's viewership would undoubtedly reach a season high. The match had taken an exhilarating turn with O'Neal engaging in a brawl with Lin Qing. I observed that it was O'Neal who threw the first punch, while Lin merely acted in self-defense. Remarkably, Lin Qing held his ground against O'Neal's formidable strength. The game was abruptly halted, with both teams' players restrained on the benches by their coaching staff. Meanwhile, the referees hurried to review the footage to determine how to address this unforeseen incident. It was utterly disappointing. They hadn't even managed to land a proper blow before it ended. Smith's tone was laden with regret. Perhaps they should arrange an octagonal cage match after the game. The ratings would surely surpass those of the Lakers versus Celtics. Barkley chuckled and shook his head. In their playing era, friction and altercations on the court were exceedingly commonplace. Lin Qing sat calmly in his seat, his expression unperturbed. He was not incensed by O'Neal, rather. It was O'Neal who had lost his composure. Just moments ago, Lin had an opportunity to evade O'Neal's fist and retaliate with a blow to his face. However, such an action would not only escalate the situation but also place him at risk of suspension. It was hardly worth it to jeopardize his standing for an aging O'Neal. The Knicks players occasionally cast furtive glances at Lin Qing, their perception of him elevated to a new level. This young man was far tougher than he appeared. Not only did he show no fear within the team, but he also stood his ground against O'Neal on the court. O'Neal, towering at 2.16 meters and weighing over 300 pounds, was akin to a small green giant. Nate Robinson imagined O'Neal swinging a fist at him. Goodness, he thought, I would likely have my brain splattered. Yet, Lin Qing faced O'Neal without flinching. Coach Thomas wore a calm demeanor, yet he found himself increasingly admiring Lin Qing. The young man's courage and tenacity exceeded his expectations. This was the essence of true masculinity. The referee's verdict arrived, resulting in the expulsion of both O'Neal and Lin Qing. The reasoning was that O'Neal had thrown the first punch while Lin had resorted to provocative insults. Although the video did not reveal Lin's words, the referees were not oblivious. It was clear that only extreme provocation could have driven the aging O'Neal to such irrationality. Lin Qing was not surprised by the ruling. He merely inquired of Thomas, "I acted in self-defense, so I shouldn't face suspension, correct?" "Certainly not," Thomas assured him, while expressing his dissatisfaction with the referee's decision. An aging O'Neal had managed to exchange blows with the current star of the Knicks through mere aggression. It was unjust. O'Neal, scowling, retreated into the players' tunnel, met with boos from the fans at Madison Square Garden. "Get lost, O'Neal. If you can't win at basketball, you resort to violence, right? New York will never welcome you." Alongside the jeers, some extreme fans hurled beverage bottles and popcorn, although they were swiftly escorted out by security. In contrast, Lin Qing's departure resembled a grand farewell celebration. Lin Qing stepped onto the court, bidding farewell to the fans with a wave. The conclusion of his inaugural home game took him by surprise. The Knicks supporters felt a profound sense of loss. Alas, they had eagerly awaited the opportunity to witness the team's promising star in action. Yet they were only able to enjoy less than half a quarter of his performance. "Go, Lin. Well done. I will always support you. Lin, Lin, Lin." Amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, Lin Qing made his way into the players' tunnel. Such a scene is indeed a rarity. Did you see that? This is the influence this young man wields in New York. He has ascended to the status of a hero for the Knicks, Barkley remarked. Within the players' tunnel, Lin Qing encountered Knicks owner Dolan, who was eagerly awaiting him. "Relax, kid. You have done nothing wrong. You are the victim. Come." Let me escort you to the VIP viewing room to enjoy the game together. Lin Sheng experienced a historic level of treatment following his expulsion. The game continued on the court. The Knicks, having lost Lin Sheng, and the Heat, deprived of O'Neal, battled on, holding a lead. The Knicks did not squander the efforts Lin had put forth before his departure. They maintained their advantage until the final moments of the match. Ultimately, the Knicks triumphed over the Heat with a score of 75-72, marking their fifth consecutive victory while pushing the Heat further down the path of defeat. As the players from the Heat exited the arena, the Knicks fans greeted them with a chorus of boos. However, the victory was no longer the primary concern for the fans. News of the Knicks' 5-game winning streak and the Heat's 6-game losing streak was soon eclipsed by the sensational headlines surrounding the altercation between O'Neal and Lin. O'Neal versus Lin transformed the basketball court into an octagonal cage. EPSN reported, brawl on the court. Guess who the protagonists are? Lin versus a certain superstar center from the Heat. Washington Sports. What could I possibly say to him? Even in retirement, he remains the greatest center in history, and I hold immense respect for him. In a post-game interview, Lin reflected on his exchange with O'Neal, stating, "He is nothing but a scoundrel, using the foulest language to insult me. Next time we meet, he'd better stay on the bench." O'Neal angrily accepted an interview after the game. A replay of Lin's dunk over O'Neal aired. Knicks Sports. Chapter 68, Against the Phoenix Suns. After the match, Lin Sheng was inundated with a flurry of text messages and phone calls from his teammates on the Wildcats, his agent, and various media personnel. However, the most significant calls came from his family. "I am perfectly fine. Please do not worry. That imposing figure did not lay a finger on me. I assure you, it will not happen again." Lin Sheng reassured his parents on the other end of the international call repeatedly. Then there was Scarlett's phone call. "If you desire, I can come to see you tonight." Adorned in the jersey of the Miami Heat, number 32. Number 32 belongs to Shaquille O'Neal. Lin Sheng envisioned the scene, finding it difficult to articulate. He was not like Embiid, the blubbering softy, and felt no need to be, as it would only evoke a sense of revulsion within him. Nevertheless, Lin Sheng accepted Scarlett's invitation for a date, feeling a sense of heaviness in his chest that required an outlet. That evening, in the bathtub of the Hilton Hotel, Scarlett remarked, "You are the most distinctive man I have ever encountered, Lin." Lin replied, "You are the most beautiful woman in the world." This may seem like a simplistic and foolish compliment, yet many men are unaware that no woman can resist such sweet words. The regular season offers little respite. On November 13th, following a dramatic conclusion to his inaugural home game, Lin Sheng accompanied his team to Phoenix for an away match against the Suns. The previous day, the Heat announced a 1-game suspension for O'Neal, stirring curiosity among the media about Lin Sheng's potential appearance on the court. Soon, they spotted Lin Sheng in conversation with David Lee at the entrance of the Knicks player tunnel. "Lin, may I ask if the team has imposed any penalties on you?" a beautiful reporter called out. The louder the inquiry, the greater the chance of capturing the star's attention. Regarding the incident of fighting and subsequent punishment, Thomas had advised Lin Sheng to refrain from commenting on such matters. However, after a moment's contemplation, Lin Sheng decided to pause and approach the reporter. "Listen, I acted purely out of self-preservation. I made no mistakes in the last game. It was O'Neal who lost his composure, not I. As the team's general manager, would you penalize a player who has committed no wrongdoing?" Lin Sheng's words silenced the reporter, as well as others eager to continue questioning. He strode away with confidence. After concluding his warm-up, Lin returned to the locker room, awaiting the commencement of the match. Today, Nate Robinson and Quentin Richardson exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, actively preparing themselves. Every encounter with the Suns felt like a revenge battle against their former team for them. The 2004-2005 season marked the pinnacle for the Suns, who achieved the best record in the league. Apart from Steve Nash, Richardson was a starting player for the Suns that season, affectionately nicknamed AQ by the fans. He not only averaged 14.9 points for the team, but also clinched the All-Star three-point contest title, playing an indispensable role in the Suns' success that season. Conversely, Nate Robinson was a rookie drafted by the Suns that same year, ready to devote himself entirely to the team. However, following the season, both were traded to the Knicks. A move that shocked not only the fans but left Richardson perplexed. Despite diligently helping the Suns secure a remarkable 62-win regular season, he felt abandoned by the team. This sense of betrayal gnawed at Richardson's self-esteem. "Lin, we will win today's game, right?" Since Stephon Marbury had humbled himself before Lin Sheng, Richardson had also laid aside his animosity towards him. Understanding these narratives, Lin placed a reassuring hand on Richardson's shoulder. "Quentin, rest assured, I will lead the team to victory today and deliver a resounding slap to the Suns' management. AQ smiled. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the pre-game ceremonies concluded, and the match was about to begin. The starting lineup for the home team, the Suns, included Steve Nash, Leandro Barbosa, Grant Hill, Shawn Marion, and Amare Stoudemire. The visiting Knicks featured Nate Robinson, Lin Sheng, Quentin Richardson, David Lee, and Eddie Curry. Since 2000, the Suns had consistently adhered to a small ball lineup. During the offseason, they signed Grant Hill, and the team's chemistry flourished. With a pregame record of 5 wins and 2 losses, they were in excellent form. Meanwhile, the Knicks were grappling with the recurrence of old injuries for Marbury and Randolph, forcing their absences. On TNT, old friends Barkley and Smith appeared on the live broadcast. The Knicks haven't suspended Lin for a straightforward reason. Having lost Marbury and Randolph, they cannot afford to lose another starter, Smith remarked, observing the starting lineups. That's part of it. However, I still believe Lin should face no punishment. He may have uttered some trash talk, but he did not engage in any egregious behavior, Barkley expressed, showing bias towards Lin Sheng. The lingering intensity from the previous game's altercation had attracted numerous fans who had previously overlooked Knicks matches. As a rookie, Lin Sheng has led the Knicks to a remarkable 6-game winning streak, making him the talk of the league. Eager fans are keen to witness his prowess firsthand. On the sidelines, Knicks head coach Thomas bears a serious expression. Due to injuries, the roster is depleted. The outcome of today's game hinges entirely on Lin Sheng's individual performance. Prior to the match, Thomas had a conversation with Lin, encouraging him to unleash his full potential. The game officially commenced, and following the jump ball, Eddie Curry, as usual, lost the tip-off. The basketball was directed by Stoudemire to the prodigious Steve Nash. The prospect of facing this legendary figure, who spearheaded the small ball movement, exhilarated Lin Sheng. As Nash received the ball, the entire Suns team sprinted forward. The Knicks had prepared thoroughly for this, executing a rapid one-on-one defensive strategy. Under the guidance of head coach Mike D'Antoni, the Suns adhered to a tactic of 7 seconds or less, focusing on speed. Nash dribbled swiftly into the front court, accelerating past Nate Robinson and penetrating the paint. He leaped, raising his hand as if to shoot. Eddie Curry turned and raised his hand to provide defensive support. However, Nash abruptly pulled the ball back, delivering it behind Curry to Stoudemire, who effortlessly rose to deposit the basketball into the net. The Suns led 2-0 against the Knicks. Lin Sheng could not help but glance at the scoreboard, 11 minutes and 53 seconds. Indeed, a swift 7-second strike. In less than 7 seconds since the commencement, the Suns had already secured 2 points. Chapter 69, a tense contest, D'Antoni's composure. It appeared that the Knicks were destined to encounter difficulties today. In the absence of Randolph in the paint, Stoudemire would undoubtedly dominate the restricted area. Moreover, Nash's speed and playmaking prowess would effortlessly dismantle the Knicks' defense. Barkley expressed his concern. The Knicks initiated their offensive possession. Nate Robinson received the ball and swiftly crossed the half-court line. Lin Sheng's opponent in this match was the Brazilian dynamo, Leandro Barbosa. This nickname highlights the remarkable speed he possesses in the eyes of fans. However, he shares a common flaw among players of the Suns: his defensive capabilities are lacking, and his focus often wavers. Lin Sheng effortlessly created a distance from Barbosa with a simple yet effective self-accelerating maneuver, cutting inward into the penalty area. Without losing momentum, he utilized the screen set by David Lee on the left side, positioning himself at the open corner on the left. Nate Robinson then delivered the ball into Lin Sheng's hands. Before Shawn Marion leaped towards him, Lin Sheng executed a swift 3-point shot. With precision, the ball sailed through the air and found its mark. Swish. The Suns trailed the Knicks 2-3. What a clean and decisive 3-pointer. As Smith remarked, we all know that Lin Sheng's 3-point shooting is as exceptional as his dunks. Coach Mike D'Antoni of the Suns raised an eyebrow. In preparation for the game, the team had devised a series of zone defenses and interior double-teaming strategies to limit Lin Sheng's impact. To their surprise, Lin Sheng's first shot came from a well-timed off-ball movement, resulting in a catch-and-shoot 3-pointer. After the basket, Lin Sheng exchanged a high-five with Nate Robinson. Let's do this. You focus on ball control today, and I'll find the open space. The Suns initiated their offense. Steve Nash dribbled past half-court, while Nate Robinson exhibited remarkable defensive tenacity. He opted for a half-court press, aiming to disrupt the Suns' offensive rhythm. Although undersized and less physically imposing, Robinson's speed is one of the key reasons for his survival in the NBA. Nash was compelled to call upon Barbosa for a screen, using it to advance into the front court. However, this maneuver allowed Lin Xing and Robinson to switch their defensive assignments. Lin Xing approached Nash. Given Nash's ability to cover the entire court with his shooting range, Lin did not deliberately create space or apply pressure. Instead, he continuously shifted his feet and attempted to disrupt the dribble with his hands. The defense exhibited by this boxer was undeniably imposing. The nickname Boxer was bestowed upon Lin by Nash after he learned of the previous game's brawl. Nash understood that Lin possessed considerable strength and resilience. As a precaution, he passed the ball to Grant Hill on the wing and then began his off-ball movement. The hallmark of the Suns' offensive strategy was relentless motion. Unlike traditional set plays, even the center, Stoudemire, constantly moved between the paint and the free throw line, setting screens and creating space for his teammates' off-ball movements. Lin Xing relentlessly pursued Nash, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. Although Nash's age has advanced, he remains a former MVP, a man with a career three-point shooting percentage exceeding 42%, transforming the entire court into his personal hot zone. Like Lin Xing, the Knicks team members were also in a frenzy, ceaselessly running and switching defenses to thwart the Suns' rapid passing and shooting. Ultimately, the basketball found its way into the hands of Barbosa beyond the three-point line, who launched a shot despite Robinson's defensive efforts. A faint sound echoed as the ball was met with resistance. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the diminutive 175-meter player, nicknamed Little Potato, successfully blocked Barbosa's attempt. The basketball veered off its trajectory, and Lin Xing secured the rebound under the basket. Robinson executed a remarkable block against Barbosa. With Little Potato delivering an astonishing defensive display, Lin Xing advanced the ball, initiating a counterattack for the Knicks. Unfortunately, the Suns adhered to a principle. Once a player receives the ball and takes a shot, they must swiftly retreat, ensuring all players return to defense. This reflects both trust and distrust in the players. Regardless of whether the shot succeeds, the priority is to return to defense. The game hinges upon offensive prowess. Therefore, upon reaching the front court, Lin Xing found himself deprived of a numerical advantage, as the Suns had already established their positions, obstructing his path to the basket. Standing before Lin Xing was Nash, who lowered his center of gravity, leaving a half-step gap. He lacked confidence in defending against Lin Xing's drive. However, his concerns proved unfounded, as Lin Xing opted for a swift jump shot from beyond the arc. His release was so rapid that even Nash could not react in time to contest the shot. Swish. The score was now 2-6 in favor of the Knicks. Another three-pointer. Lin Xing commenced the game with an exceptional shooting touch, as Barkley excitedly remarked. In the ensuing possessions, the Suns continued to employ their fast break strategy. Due to the restrictions imposed by Lin Xing and Robinson on the Suns' duo of guards, the Suns were compelled to explore more interior cuts and drive-and kick opportunities. Meanwhile, Lin Xing entirely relinquished the ball-handling duties and transformed into a relentless mover, executing off-ball runs to create shooting opportunities. Steve Nash penetrated the lane, distributing the ball to Barbosa in the corner, who unfortunately missed his three-point attempt. Eddie Curry secured the rebound and passed the ball to Robinson, who then delivered it to the cutting Lin Xing, who executed a reverse dunk with finesse. Nash, from the right wing, faked a shot and passed to Grant Hill at the left elbow of the free throw line, where Hill successfully connected with a mid-range jumper. The pace of the first quarter was exhilarating for both teams, characterized by swift offensive and defensive exchanges. Simultaneously, they exerted considerable pressure on their opponents, engaging in a frenetic shootout without regard for fatigue. As the first quarter concluded, the Suns led 27-23 against the Knicks, temporarily gaining the upper hand. The Knicks had chosen to match the Suns' speed today, yet it was the Suns who were more adept at thriving in this fast-paced environment, Smith summarized during the break. Lin Xing made 4 3-pointers and 3 2-pointers in the first quarter, accumulating a remarkable 18 points. At this moment, he found himself reminiscing about the days of old Ma and the clumsy Randolph. In the past, when he would achieve 18 points in a single quarter, the team's total score for that quarter would soar to over 30. However, with the current starting lineup, the offensive prowess is gravely lacking. The second quarter of the game has now commenced. Lin Xing actively requested to continue playing, declining Thomas's suggestion for a longer rest. On the Suns' side, Nash and Stoudemire remained on the bench to recuperate, as they exerted the most energy within the Suns' tactical framework. This presented a perfect opportunity to surpass and widen the score gap. The Knicks initiated their offense. Fred Jones dribbled into the front court, while Lin Xing signaled a tactical gesture, prompting Wilson Chandler to move to the wing to set a screen for him. Jones passed the ball to Lin Xing. Lin Xing was poised to make his move, but to his surprise, Chandler's screen was of such poor quality that Barbosa was able to slip past it and swiftly close in on him. What difference does this make from having no screen at all? This screen seems to have been learned from the warrior's young prince, Wiseman. Lin Xing casually placed the ball in his right hand and approached the ark's pinnacle. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, he executed a crossover just before the defender, deceiving Barbosa's center of gravity. Instead of opting for a drive, he gracefully retreated beyond the three-point line, elevating his hand to release the basketball. The step-back three-pointer was executed flawlessly. Swish. The Suns lead 27-26 against the Knicks. Beep beep. At the moment Lin Xing scored, the sound of the whistle pierced through the air, leaving him momentarily perplexed. It turned out that D'Antoni had called for a timeout, intending to substitute Nash and Stoudemire into the game. Lin Xing, this is exceedingly steadfast. Can't we have an opportunity to close the gap? Chapter 70, we shall vigorously strike at D'Antoni's face. The appearance of Nash and Stoudemire elicited a chorus of cheers from the Suns fans. These two are indeed the bedrock of the Suns team. Lin Xing led 4 water dispensers, feeling a bit of pressure. Aside from Lin Xing, the Knicks starting lineup displayed rather mediocre defensive capabilities, not to mention the current players on the court such as Chandler and Jones. After several possessions, the Suns, orchestrated by Nash's V4 engine-like playmaking, surged with a 9-4 offensive run. Following Barbosa's missed three-pointer from the corner, Stoudemire seized the offensive rebound and scored on the second chance. With 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Suns led the Knicks 36-30. The Knicks found themselves trailing by 6 points once more. Beep. Thomas called a timeout, promptly replacing all 4 water dispensers and bringing the starting lineup back onto the court. After the break, during the Knicks' offensive possession, Nate Robinson brought the ball to the front court, while David Lee moved to the wing to set a screen for Lin Xing. Lin Xing, leveraging David Lee's solid screen, sidestepped with precision, creating ample space before launching a three-point shot. In that fleeting moment of release, Lin Xing felt a pang of concern as he sensed the trajectory veering off course. Indeed, the ball struck the side of the backboard and soared away. However, Lin Xing did not concede defeat. He accelerated towards the basket, leaping high to seize the rebound right over Stoudemire's head. Stoudemire, incensed, turned and raised his arms, pressing his entire weight onto Lin Xing. Sean Marion also rushed from the low post, joining Stoudemire in a double team against Lin Xing. While Lin Xing successfully secured the offensive rebound, the Suns effectively blocked all his passing lanes. Undeterred, Lin Xing powered through Stoudemire, executing a bank shot that found its mark. Beep beep, there's a chance for an additional free throw. Following the basket, Lin Xing pounded his chest, radiating confidence and determination. The Suns fans were taken aback by Lin Xing's tenacious second effort. He had remarkably completed the basket while effectively bearing Stoudemire on his back. My goodness. That was incredibly fierce. What a superhuman display. Incredible. This young man is simply formidable. Lin Xing steadily hit the free throw, bringing the Suns to 36 against the Knicks 33. The Suns launched their offense, while the Knicks, having substituted in their starting lineup, managed to apply some pressure defensively. The players displayed remarkable enthusiasm in their movements and defensive efforts. Nash, bringing the ball into the front court, passed to Grant Hill on the wing. But Richardson's tight defense denied Hill any shooting opportunity. The ball was then passed to Stoudemire in the low post, who was immediately double-teamed by Eddie Curry and David Lee. Marion, left open in the corner, received a timely pass from Stoudemire, yet he too found himself without a shot due to Lin Xing's swift recovery. Marion hesitated to shoot over Lin Xing, who constantly shifted his feet, poised to leap and block. With the shot clock winding down, Marion had no choice but to pass to Nash, who had moved to the left wing. This was a last-ditch effort. Nash, forcing a shot over Nate Robinson, missed, and Eddie Curry secured the rebound. The Knicks' defensive coordination was flawless. However, the early minutes on the court had taken a toll on Nash and Stoudemire's stamina. An opportunity for the Knicks to take the lead was imminent. Barkley analyzed the situation on the court. As Barkley had foreseen, during the remainder of the second quarter, the exhausted Nash and a leaping challenged Stoudemire caused the Suns' offense to stagnate. By halftime, Richardson's three-pointer had successfully allowed the Knicks to reclaim the lead, making it 54-52. During the intermission, the players from both teams spoke little, focusing on catching their breath and recovering their energy. In the Suns' locker room, Mike D'Antoni was visibly concerned as he strategized for the third quarter. We must unleash a surge in the third quarter. We cannot continue to trade blows with them, he insisted. On the other side, Thomas addressed his players. The third quarter may see the Suns unleash a barrage. they won't want to face us in the fourth. Strikingly, both head coaches shared a similar sentiment. In the third quarter, the suspense of the game would soon be resolved. As the second half commenced, both teams fielded their full starting lineups. The Knicks initiated their offensive possession. Nate Robinson advanced the ball and, just past half-court, encountered Nash's interception. Meanwhile, Barbosa blocked Lin Xing's receiving route on the right wing. Robinson was compelled to pass to Richardson on the left wing. Faced with Grant Hill, Richardson unexpectedly launched a three-pointer. This was beyond the Knicks' strategic scope, yet Richardson took the shot anyway. It went in. The Suns trailed 52-57 against the Knicks. A pivotal three-pointer. Following the shot, Richardson taunted the Suns head coach D'Antoni from the sidelines. "Did you see that, Mike? Giving up on me was your most foolish decision." D'Antoni, arms crossed, remained silent. Lin Xing observed the scene and recalled that when the Suns traded Richardson, the head coach was none other than D'Antoni. It seemed that Richardson's trade was orchestrated by D'Antoni, which explained the recent outburst of discontent from Richardson. During the Suns' offensive possession, they executed a swift inbounds pass to initiate a fast break. Stoudemire positioned himself at the arc to set a screen for Nash, then cut towards the basket to receive Nash's pass, scoring effortlessly under the rim. The Suns trailed 54-57 against the Knicks. On the Knicks' end, they too launched a rapid counterattack. Robinson took the inbounds pass and advanced the ball, while Lin Xing accelerated to shake off Barbosa and arrived at the center circle to receive Robinson's pass. After passing to Lin Xing, Robinson dashed to the right corner of the court. Lin Xing confronted Barbosa with the ball poised in his right hand, executing a crossover. He swiftly advanced from the right side, penetrating towards the paint. Nash opted to double-team Lin Xing alongside Stoudemire. Lin Xing, without glancing at his teammate, deftly passed the basketball from Nash's waist to the corner where Nate Robinson awaited. Robinson launched a three-pointer, and it swished through the net. The Suns found themselves trailing the Knicks 54-60. Following his successful shot, Robinson celebrated with exuberance, pumping his fist in joy as he spotted D'Antoni. Richardson dashed over to exchange a high-five with Robinson, exclaiming, "Well done, brother. Today, let us collectively serve D'Antoni a resounding defeat." In the ensuing possessions, Richardson and Robinson appeared almost enchanted, consecutively sinking another three-pointer. Meanwhile, the Suns struggled mightily, unable to find their rhythm and repeatedly missing their shots. The score now stood at 54-66, with the Knicks successfully extending their lead into double digits. D'Antoni called for a timeout to regroup. On the Knicks bench, Richardson and Robinson radiated with elation. The thrill of dominating the Suns on their home court was exhilarating. Naturally, they did not forget to express their gratitude towards Lin Xing. Whenever he penetrated the paint, the Suns opted to either double-team or provide help defense, significantly alleviating the pressure they faced. "If we manage to secure a victory today, it will undoubtedly be the happiest day since the season commenced," Richardson remarked, casting a glance at Lin Xing. Today, Lin Xing was presented with several opportunities for open three-point shots during the match. "You seized those chances yourself," he remarked with a smile. "All right, gentlemen. This is not the time for jest. We must conclude the game." Thomas refocused the players' minds back to the court. Chapter 71. 8 consecutive victories. Who can halt the Knicks? Upon returning from the timeout, the game resumed with the Suns on the offensive. This possession was crucial for the Suns, as scoring would validate their adjustments. Nash maintained control of the ball at the top of the arc, while Stoudemire did not step out to set a screen but instead established position in the low post on the right side, seeking the ball from Eddie Curry. The other Suns players congregated on the left side to create space for Stoudemire's isolation play. Nash executed a lob pass to Stoudemire. As a player endowed with remarkable physical prowess, strength was among Stoudemire's advantages. He effectively pushed Eddie Curry away and prepared to take the shot. However, the basketball was swatted away by the suddenly emerging Lin Xing, sending it into the hands of a teammate. Stoudemire was taken aback, exclaiming, "Damn. Where did this kid come from?" The Knicks quickly transitioned to a fast break. Nate Robinson surged into the front court and effortlessly scored in an open basket. The score stood at Suns 54, Knicks 68. Amidst the team's poor shooting performance, the Suns aimed to break the deadlock through Stoudemire's isolation play. Yet Lin Xing's defensive prowess proved overwhelmingly effective. The Suns found themselves in a scoring drought, failing to register a point in the past few minutes. The fans of the Suns sat on the edge of their seats, observing that the player wearing number 7, a representative of Xia, completely commanded the rhythm of the game. On the offensive end, he served as the core of the Knicks, orchestrating their attacks. On the defensive end, he was virtually omnipresent, ready to assist his teammates at any moment. "Damn it," they thought, It's already the third quarter. Does this kid ever tire? Lin Sheng is certainly not one to tire easily. He grasps both offense and defense throughout the game, which demands a tremendous expenditure of his stamina. However, with both Amare and Randolph absent, he stands as the sole scoring option for the Knicks. What choice does he have but to keep running? On the sidelines, D'Antoni appears somewhat helpless. Stoudemire's isolation plays are essentially his last resort. Yet, Lin Sheng effortlessly dismantles them with his individual prowess. As the game progresses, one can only hope that the Suns players rise to the occasion. Unfortunately, the Suns have never been a team known for resilience. They once achieved remarkable success during the regular season and even claimed the regular season championship, yet they consistently falter in the first or second rounds of the playoffs. The two occasions they reached the Western Conference Finals ended in defeats against the Spurs and Mavericks, respectively. Today, the scales of victory have tilted in favor of the Knicks. The greatest flaw of the up-tempo strategy lies in its vulnerability, when players struggle to find their rhythm and fail to score. It grants the opposition easy opportunities for counterattacks and fast breaks. This tactic inherently risks injuring oneself as much as the opponent. When a superstar scorer like Lin Sheng effortlessly navigates past Barbosa and penetrates the Suns' interior defense, relying solely on Stoudemire's physical presence is insufficient. It necessitates assistance from teammates. However, as soon as help arrives, a Knicks player is left unguarded, enabling Lin Sheng to deliver a pass to his open teammate, thus creating effortless scoring opportunities for the Knicks. As the third quarter unfolds, the point differential between the Suns and Knicks continues to widen, 54-68, 57-72, 59-74, 62-77. By the end of the third quarter, the Suns trail 65-85, with the Knicks boasting a 20-point lead. Crucially, the Suns have exerted considerable effort in this quarter, but have simply failed to convert. In terms of stamina, D'Antoni has exhausted his starting players, whereas, apart from Lin Sheng, the remaining four starters for the Knicks still maintain their energy within manageable limits. Throughout the first three quarters, Lin Sheng has already delivered 14 assists, continuously setting new personal records for the season. This game showcases a new facet of Lin Sheng. His passing and assisting abilities are nothing short of astounding. Barkley lauds Lin Sheng's performance. At the Suns' home arena, many fans have opted to leave early, unable to endure the match any longer. With a 20-point lead, the fourth quarter has descended into what is essentially garbage time. Lin Sheng was firmly seated on the bench by Thomas, enveloped in a cloud of vapor, his body slick with perspiration. With Marbury and Randolph's return uncertain, Lin Sheng stood as the sole true core of the Knicks at this moment. It was imperative to rest. There was no need to expend excessive energy on the court. In the fourth quarter of the game, the Suns feigned a struggle before ultimately conceding. Both Nash and Stoudemire had lost their vigor. This Suns team had transformed into a high-performance vehicle devoid of an engine, no matter how formidable the car. Without a functioning engine, it could not propel itself forward. Lin Sheng observed from the sidelines as the two team substitutes engaged in a lackluster display of basketball. The final buzzer sounded, signaling the conclusion of the match, with the Knicks triumphing over the Suns with a score of 105-85. Lin Sheng achieved a remarkable double-double, amassing 37 points, 13 assists, and 6 rebounds. The Knicks celebrated their sixth consecutive victory, firmly securing the top position in the Western Conference. One might implore someone to intervene, as their performance was so stellar that it momentarily eclipsed the absence of Marbury and Randolph. Barkley, in his post-game analysis, took the opportunity to extol Lin Sheng's virtues once more. Immediately following the game, Lin Sheng refreshed himself before returning to the hotel to rest, as the team was set to fly to Los Angeles the next day for a back-to-back matchup against the Clippers. On November 14th, the Knicks faced the Clippers on their home court. Preceding the game, the media labeled it the most challenging contest for the Knicks since the season's inception. With key players sidelined and the fatigue of a back-to-back looming, the Knicks were not favored to succeed. Despite the Clippers lacking star players, they had impressively secured 4 wins against 2 losses prior to the game. However, Lin Sheng led the Knicks in a stunning display that defied the media's expectations. In this contest, Lin Sheng flourished, scoring 32 points, providing 17 assists, and grabbing 4 rebounds. Not only did he achieve another double-double, but he also set a new personal record for assists in a season, while simultaneously establishing the highest assist tally for the current season. The game concluded with the Knicks defeating the Clippers 100-91, marking their 7th consecutive victory. The Knicks continued their winning streak, and with this performance, Lin Sheng successfully positioned himself in the MVP prediction rankings for the season, trailing only behind Kobe Bryant and surpassing Chris Paul, Kevin Garnett, and LeBron James. As for the rookie rankings, Lin Chengyuan left Kevin Durant far behind, and the fans no longer compare him to Lin Cheng. Such comparisons are unwarranted. On November 16th, the Knicks continued their away journey, facing off against the Sacramento Kings. The Kings have struggled this season, with a dismal record of 2 wins and 6 losses before the game, proving utterly powerless against the Knicks. Kevin Martin, also known as Little Pony, scored an impressive 33 points, but could not salvage the situation as the Knicks triumphed with a score of 98-83. This marks their 8th consecutive victory. Following the game, a press conference ensued. Lin Cheng faced the camera for the first time, articulating his season's ambition. Our goal is to hoist the O'Brien Trophy. Had he expressed such lofty aspirations prior to the season's commencement, he would have been met with mockery. However, in the present moment, laughter has evaded the reporters. A singular question lingers in their minds. Who can thwart the Knicks? Chapter 72. The attention from all sides. The Nuggets in World War II. Recently, NBA stars have found themselves somewhat vexed. Following the conclusion of games, they invariably hear the name Lin Cheng echoing from the media. Kobe, what are your thoughts on Lin leading the Knicks to an 8-game winning streak? His performance has been astonishing. I am closely following his progress and eagerly anticipate our encounter with the Knicks. Kobe graciously acknowledged Lin Cheng's prowess, his eyes alight with competitive spirit. Kevin Garnett, how do you feel about Lin ranking ahead of you on the MVP list? Kevin Garnett pondered for a moment before responding. I have never placed stock in the predictions of experts. The season has just begun, and the Knicks have yet to face any formidable opponents. Upon hearing Garnett's reply, some reporters nodded in agreement. He was indeed correct. The Celtics and Lakers, recognized as the strongest teams in their respective conferences, had yet to cross paths with the Knicks. LeBron, if you meet the Knicks next time, do you have confidence in leading your team to victory? Memories of their initial confrontation with the Knicks surfaced, and they were not particularly pleasant. LeBron still vividly recalls Lin Cheng's block and dunk. I have never feared any opponent. I will lead Cleveland in pursuit of the O'Brien Trophy. Though a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart, LeBron had never voiced such fears. In addition to these stars, numerous experts and NBA legends were also asked about Lin Cheng during interviews. Jordan remarked, "A remarkable young man. I notice he plays shooting guard, and I see a reflection of myself in him." Reggie Miller stated, "I greatly admire his three-point shooting ability." Magic Johnson commented, "If that young man donned the purple and gold, he could have the opportunity to dominate the NBA alongside Kobe." Lin Cheng's influence continues to expand. In the NBA, if one can deliver a breathtaking performance, the media will bestow upon them the opportunity for overnight fame. Moreover, Lin Cheng has substantiated his prowess with 8 consecutive games. No Knicks fan now questions owner Dolan's decision. Knicks supporters are currently as jubilant as during the new year, eagerly sharing highlights and game footage of Lin Cheng. During game intervals, numerous media outlets from Xia country have sought interviews with him. Although the number of fans watching the NBA domestically remains limited and primarily relies on television broadcasts, these media reports enable fans in Xia country to grasp the extent of Lin Cheng's prominence in the NBA. Even legends like Kobe and Jordan have personally lauded his performance. Lin Cheng has rapidly ascended to become a player whose popularity rivals that of the illustrious Yao Ming within the realm of the Xia nation. I am already eagerly anticipating the collaboration between Lin Cheng and Yao Ming on the Olympic stage next year. Will the Zhuangdianer platform broadcast every Knicks game? I have witnessed Lin Cheng's prowess in person. He is akin to a ferocious beast. As for the gentleman in front of me, what a coincidence. I have already secured my flight to the United States and purchased tickets for the next Knicks game. On November 17th, the Knicks' final match of this away trip arrives. They will face the Denver Nuggets once more at the high altitudes of Denver. Following their previous encounter, where they suffered a defeat against the Knicks, the Nuggets have rebounded with 4 victories in 5 games, embarking on a commendable 4-game winning streak. In a pre-game interview, Allen Iverson addressed the media. "Just as I mentioned after our last match, I will not allow the team to fall to the Knicks again. I will personally lead the Nuggets to end the Knicks streak." With the lingering rivalry from our last encounter, this matchup promises to be even more thrilling. The NBA has also decided to broadcast this game live across all platforms. Lin Cheng understood that this match would indeed be challenging. The last victory was largely attributed to Iverson's subpar performance, leaving Anthony to bear the burden alone. In this confrontation, The seasoned veteran was still recuperating from an injury, and the connection with Marbury had dissipated. The only silver lining was Randolph's return. For the first time, the Knicks players felt the weight of a winning streak. When one is accustomed to losing, it becomes an emotional numbness. However, when one is on a winning trajectory, the sting of defeat becomes profoundly intolerable. In the Knicks locker room before the game, the players were visibly anxious, and the atmosphere was laden with tension. In the corner of the changing room, Lin Chung rested with his eyes closed, endeavoring to adjust his state of mind. Today marked the much-anticipated live broadcast of All Ugly. And Robinson, were you truly preparing to enter the arena in tears? Thomas light-heartedly jested, seeking to alleviate the atmosphere within the locker room. Nate Robinson revealed his signature smile and retorted, "When it comes to shedding tears, I have indeed witnessed David weep on several occasions." David Lee's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "Nate, you truly show me no mercy. Come here, let me spank you." With that, David Lee rushed over to embrace Robinson, feigning the act of pulling down his pants. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a father reprimanding his son, evoking hearty laughter among the players. Lin Xing could not help but reveal a faint smile. Truly, they were a pair of lively treasures. The atmosphere in the locker room had lightened, as Thomas encouraged the players with appropriate words. "If we manage to triumph over them the first time, we can certainly do so again. Today, we shall prove it live to the world." The Nuggets simply cannot prevail against the Knicks. As the game was about to commence, both teams took to the court, and the Denver Pepsi Center was filled to capacity. Close to the exit of the Knicks player tunnel, the Nuggets fans erupted in a frenzy of cheers. Whether the home team would secure a victory was yet to be seen, but they aimed to overwhelm the Knicks with sheer spirit. Revenge is on the horizon. Today we shall exact our revenge. Go Iverson, go Melo, defeat the Knicks. Lin, you shall leave here with tears in your eyes. In addition to the Nuggets fans, there were indeed several Knicks supporters present, who had managed to acquire tickets specifically to witness Lin Sheng's performance. Go Lin, you are invincible. I love you Lin. The Knicks will surely triumph. Although this segment of fans was relatively few, their fervent cheers resounded loudly enough to reach Lin Sheng's ears. This is the fervent expectation of the fans. Lin Sheng clenched his fist. The player introduction ceremony concluded, and the starting players from both teams remained on the court. The Denver Nuggets starters included Allen Iverson, J.R. Smith, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, and Marcus Camby. The New York Knicks starters comprised Nate Robinson, Lin Chung, Quentin Richardson, Zach Randolph, and Eddie Curry. In comparison to their last lineup, Nuggets head coach George Karl made adjustments to the starting roster. The unpredictable J.R. Smith was elevated to the starting position, while Kenyon Martin, who had missed the previous match due to injury, also made his return to the starting lineup. On the Knicks side, Randolph returned, replacing the previously substituted David Lee. Overall, compared to their last confrontation, the Nuggets appeared to possess greater depth in their roster, while the Knicks seemed somewhat diminished due to the absence of Marbury. As for Robinson's ability to contain Iverson, I remain cautiously optimistic. Meanwhile, on TNT, Barkley provided commentary on both teams' starting lineups, suggesting that J.R. Smith might be pivotal to the Nuggets' chances of victory today, given his exceptional athleticism. The referee approached the center court, basketball in hand, and tossed it into the air, signaling the commencement of the jump ball. Chapter 73, The Golden Duo Strikes. Trailing by 15 at halftime, Marcus Camby secured the jump ball for the Nuggets. They initiated their offense, with the basketball finding its way to Allen Iverson, who launched a fast break. Nate Robinson barely made eye contact with Iverson before being deftly maneuvered past by a seamless change of hands. Iverson penetrated within the three-point line, transitioning the ball from his left hand to his right, faking a shoulder move to evade Randolph. With a leap from behind Randolph, he executed a layup that found the net. Nuggets 2, Knicks 0. What a lightning fast break from Iverson at the outset. I can feel his insatiable desire to dominate the court, Barkley exclaimed. Following the basket, Iverson celebrated by gesturing towards Lin Chung, taunting, "Get ready to cry, rookie. We'll see who ends up crying, Allen." Lin Chung shot back. The Knicks initiated their offense. Nate Robinson received the ball and dribbled forward. Orchestrating the play from the top of the arc suddenly, Iverson sprang into action, completing a steal and once again showcasing his fast break, this time soaring for a two-handed dunk into an unguarded basket. Nuggets 4, Knicks 0. The fans at the Pepsi Center erupted with enthusiasm as Iverson's consecutive fast breaks electrified the atmosphere, cheering loudly. "Amazing Iverson. This is why I adore that little guy. Iverson should participate in this year's dunk contest. Aside from his height, nearly all of Allen Iverson's other physical attributes are of the highest caliber: extraordinary leaping ability, elite ball handling skills, and indefatigable stamina. During his high school years, Iverson even led his school's football team to a state championship. The Knicks advanced their offense, with the home crowd chanting in unison to rally their team. Defense, defense, defense. Having learned from the earlier turnover, Nate Robinson handled the ball with heightened caution, cradling it in his right hand while protecting it with his left. Iverson continued to shift his feet, poised as if ready to strike at any moment. Lin Chung remained on the right flank, while J.R. Smith leaned in to whisper in his ear, "I will always stick with you, rookie." To which Lin retorted, "Oh, like a dog, perhaps?" Lin Chung confronted J.R. Smith with a sharp remark, suddenly accelerating into a backward sprint, utilizing Zach Randolph's screen from the right low post to penetrate the paint. At that moment, Eddie Curry had already positioned himself in the left low post. Marcus Camby swiftly returned to the paint to reinforce the defense. Noticing that Lin Chung was closely guarded, Nate Robinson refrained from delivering the ball directly to him, instead passing it to Richardson in the left elbow area near the free throw line. With both hands on the ball, Richardson sought an opportunity to make a pass. The Nuggets were particularly attentive to Lin Chung, with J.R. Smith standing between him and Richardson, denying Lin Chung the chance to receive the ball. The shot clock had already elapsed significantly during this offensive possession. Lin Chung had no choice but to accelerate further, utilizing Eddie Curry's pick to maneuver from the left corner, looping back to the left wing beyond the three-point arc. At this moment, he had finally evaded the formidable interior defense of the Nuggets. The basketball found its way into Lin Chung's hands, yet the shot clock was rapidly dwindling, counting down 3, 2. Lin Chung had no time for adjustments. In a hurried moment, he took a jump shot from beyond the arc. The rushed release caused him to lose his balance in midair, and after the shot, he fell to the ground. The trajectory of the ball was remarkably high, yet miraculously, it struck the backboard and then swished through the net. The Nuggets led 4-3 against the Knicks. What an astonishing three-pointer. How could that even go in? Smith was left utterly astounded by the shot. The arena erupted in gasps of astonishment. Lin Chung was equally astonished, unable to suppress a smile, as he had anticipated a rather lackluster performance. It seemed his shooting touch from beyond the arc was unexpectedly on point today, resulting in this audacious attempt reminiscent of Curry's unconventional shots. On the sidelines, the Denver Nuggets head coach, George Karl, observed the somewhat disheartened players and shouted, "Our defense was solid just now. He cannot possibly maintain this streak of good fortune all night. Stay focused." Indeed, the Nuggets had executed their defensive strategy effectively, placing significant restrictions on Lin Chung. Conversely, despite the team scoring, Knicks coach Thomas furrowed his brow, just as George Karl had suggested. The Nuggets appeared to have discovered a method to contain Lin Chung. It was rare to witness him shooting in such a hurried and flustered manner. The game progressed, and the Nuggets launched their offensive possession. Iverson held the ball at the top of the arc, while Carmelo Anthony approached to set a screen. This was the Nuggets' signature tactic. The exceptional individual abilities of the dynamic duo allowed them to initiate the most effective offense following the screen, depending on the situation. Quentin Richardson swiftly switched defensive assignments with Nate Robinson at the arc utilizing his physical advantage. Anthony received Iverson's pass and drove towards the basket, forcing Robinson to retreat step by step. Zach Randolph attempted to assist Robinson with a late defensive effort. However, Anthony pushed Robinson aside and executed a step-back jumper with precision. Swish. Nuggets 6, Knicks 3. Following the basket, Anthony and Iverson exchanged high fives, both casting a provocative glance towards Lin Chung. Lin Chung glared back. The Knicks initiated their offensive play. This time, Lin Chung chose to position himself at the center circle, receiving a pass from Robinson. J.R. Smith immediately advanced to apply pressure. Confronted by Smith, Lin Chung held the ball in his right hand, took a swift step, and executed a smooth pivot to evade him, charging towards the three-point line. Kenyon Martin and Carmelo Anthony closed in on Lin Chung from both sides, attempting to trap him. Lin Chung executed a remarkable behind-the-back pass, delivering the basketball from Kenyon Martin's grasp to Zach Randolph positioned in the low post on the right side. "What a brilliant assist," exclaimed Barkley. Randolph, upon receiving the ball, took a mid-range shot. Clang. The attempt was unsuccessful, and the rebound was secured by Marcus Camby. Camby promptly passed the ball to Iverson, who surged forward, continuing the fast break. Robinson could only watch as Iverson's silhouette receded into the distance. Under the basket, Iverson performed a spectacular one-handed dunk. Bang! The Nuggets led 8-3 against the Knicks. Randolph squandered an easy scoring opportunity, allowing the Nuggets to capitalize with a fast break. Barkley shook his head. That's the nature of the game. Failing to seize opportunities can lead to immediate consequences, Smith remarked. On the sidelines, Thomas rested his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed. As the first quarter progressed, Lin Sheng found it increasingly difficult to obtain a standard shooting opportunity. The Nuggets' defensive rotations were exceptionally effective today. Faced with double teams, the shooting percentage declined, and although some passes were executed beautifully, the Knicks players failed to capitalize. Meanwhile, the dynamic duo was on fire, making every shot count. As the first quarter concluded, the Nuggets were ahead 30-22 against the Knicks. Anthony and Iverson each scored 13 points, while Lin Sheng managed only 12 points and 2 assists in the first quarter. In the second quarter, Thomas was compelled to adjust his lineup, substituting Randolph for David Lee and Robinson for Fred Jones. However, the results remained unsatisfactory. Throughout the second quarter, the Knicks were unable to close the gap, and at halftime, the Nuggets led 58-43. For the first time this season, the Knicks found themselves trailing by 15 points at the half. The sharpshooters were simply too hot. Would the Knicks' 8-game winning streak come to an end today? Chapter 74. I am not their fan. Only their destruction brings me joy. In the Knicks locker room during halftime, Lin Sheng sat in his chair, a towel draped over his head, resting to replenish his energy. Today, his shooting touch was disappointingly poor. He squandered several easy scoring opportunities that he would typically convert without hesitation, which was truly regrettable. However, he believed that with proper adjustment, he could rectify his performance. The rest of the Knicks players were feeling the weight of the situation. The team faced the largest deficit since the start of the season, and they had yet to discover a way to turn the tide. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Head coach Thomas entered the room with a smile, inquiring, "What's with the long faces? The game isn't over yet. We still have a chance." The players were taken aback by Thomas's cheerful demeanor despite the team's considerable halftime deficit. "Coach, our winning streak is in jeopardy," David Lee, known for his candidness, remarked bluntly. His comment opened the floodgates for the rest of the players to voice their frustrations. They were incredibly accurate today. It's almost unnerving. I suspect they secretly adjusted the angle of the hoop yesterday. No matter how I shoot, I can't seem to score, one player lamented. The thought of facing their rivals again filled them with dread. The locker room soon transformed into a cacophony of grievances. Thomas remained silent, observing the players as they vented their frustrations. Gradually, the noise subsided, and all eyes turned towards him. "Have we finished our complaints?" Thomas finally spoke, and the room fell silent. "We've all said our piece," David Lee replied, somewhat hesitantly, as he had been the first to voice his complaints. "All right," Thomas nodded, distributing the halftime statistics to the players. He then produced a tactical blackboard. "Now that we've aired our grievances, let us discuss how to secure a victory. I will analyze the Nuggets' offensive strategies from the first half for you." Thomas spoke with utmost seriousness and attention to detail. The players, who had been mired in their disappointment, quickly found themselves captivated by Thomas's analysis. Lin Sheng was also attentively listening. Many details were conveyed accurately by Thomas, proving to be quite beneficial. Pre-game preparations are often based on the opponent's performance in their previous matches. However, the dynamics on the court are ever-changing, and each player's condition on that particular day varies. Thus, adjustments during halftime become exceedingly crucial. After discussing the tactics, Thomas put away the small blackboard and took a deep breath. "As a former NBA player, I can profoundly empathize with your current psychological state. The pressure from being significantly behind leaves you with no outlet for your frustrations. Yet, do not forget that we are here to win. Look at Lin. He is the highest scorer on the team, yet he continuously works on his own performance without any complaints." Unbeknownst to Lin Sheng, he was taken aback when Thomas suddenly mentioned him. Feeling somewhat awkward under the gaze of his teammates, he shyly rubbed his nose. Thomas turned to Lin Sheng and said, "Lin, share your thoughts on the second half." "The second half?" Lin Sheng paused for a moment and replied, "Of course. It's about defeating the Nuggets and making the fans at the Denver Pepsi Center weep once more." This response elicited laughter from several players. Lin Sheng rose to his feet, casting a sweeping glance around the room, and continued, "Look at Iverson and Anthony as they entered the players' tunnel at halftime. Their joy is palpable. Imagine if we managed to stage a comeback in the second half, transforming their smiles into our own. How exhilarating that would be. At this moment, no player dared to smile, for Lin Cheng's voice grew increasingly fervent, his gaze ablaze with intensity. His words resonated deeply within the players, who involuntarily began to envision that very scene. Thomas's eyes sparkled with admiration. He was thoroughly impressed by Lin Cheng's rhetoric. They were Iverson and Anthony, beloved by countless fans. The answer? A dazzling offensive display? Damn it, I'm not a fan of either of them. Their victory would not bring me joy. Only their defeat could elicit any pleasure. As Lin Cheng concluded his impassioned speech, he felt his own adrenaline surging, yearning to rush onto the court and dominate the rim. The atmosphere in the locker room had completely transformed, the players brimming with fighting spirit. As the second half of the game was about to commence, let us anticipate the adjustments the Knicks will make. If they fail to mount a compelling counterattack in the third quarter, this game may be all but decided, Barkley remarked. Nonetheless, I still have greater faith in the Nuggets. They have displayed a multifaceted offense today, with every player on the court contributing to the score, Smith added. At the Denver Pepsi Center, the fans, having just witnessed the halftime entertainment, appeared relaxed. They had the opportunity to end the Knicks' 8-game winning streak, the strongest in the league. Iverson and Anthony stepped onto the court together. Look at that rookie. He seems unable to smile now, Iverson observed. I relish this feeling of revenge, Anthony said. Licking his lips, Lin Cheng sensed the penetrating gaze of the golden dual pistols, his expression remaining serene. The second half of the match commenced. The Knicks initiated their offensive play. Nate Robinson received the inbound pass, swiftly dribbling the ball into the front court. The remaining Knicks players executed their tactical movements with alacrity. Eddie Curry, having just completed the inbound, hurriedly ran to the vicinity of the paint area. The sudden acceleration of the Knicks' offensive tempo left the Nuggets players somewhat unsettled. Iverson continued to apply pressure on Nate Robinson. Lin Cheng swiftly approached the arc to assist Nate Robinson in executing a screen, seamlessly receiving the pass. Confronting Iverson. At the moment he raised the ball with his right hand, he accelerated with a swift step, breaking through from Iverson's left side. Iverson gritted his teeth, barely managing to keep pace with Lin Cheng, trailing by half a body length. Subsequently, Lin Cheng suddenly executed a retreating crossover step, pulling back to beyond the three-point line, leaving Allen Iverson unable to return in time due to his momentum. He leaped, the ball in hand, and with unwavering confidence released a three-pointer. After making that miraculous shot at the outset, Lin Cheng had missed 4 consecutive three-point attempts thereafter. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, he took the shot. Confidence is the finest weapon of a marksman. Swish. It found its mark with precision. The score stood at Nuggets 58, Knicks 46. Wow, Lin Cheng's retreat was rather exaggerated, nearly reaching the Pacific Ocean. As a devoted admirer of Lin, Barkley was invigorated by this three-pointer. The Nuggets initiated their offense. Allen Iverson brought the ball up the court, facing Nate Robinson. With a series of crossovers and rhythm changes, he aimed to replicate his previous success, but soon realized Robinson's defense was tenacious, leaving him no room to maneuver. Suddenly, Robinson executed a swift steal, knocking the ball away. Lin Cheng emerged from the fray to seize the loose ball and launched a fast break. With powerful strides, he advanced to the three-point line and without hesitation, released another confident shot. Swish. The score now read Nuggets 58, Knicks 49. Another three-pointer. Lin Cheng capitalized on Robinson's steal, scoring 6 consecutive points. Barkley erupted with excitement. After the basket, Lin Cheng flashed a 3 sign to Iverson. Dear Allen, you've had your share of laughter in the first half. Prepare yourself for tears to follow. Chapter 75. The three-point deluge at the Pepsi Center in Denver begins. Rookie without vision. Would you care to see which team is truly leading? Iverson pointed to the scoreboard displaying the Knicks trailing by 9 points. Lin Cheng ignored him and directly returned to his own half to defend. The Nuggets initiated their offensive round. Iverson once again dribbled the ball into the front court. Nate Robinson's attempt at a steal did not intimidate him. He maintained his confident ball control. With a rhythmical dribble, he maneuvered the ball between his legs. This time, Robinson did not rashly attempt to steal. Instead, he closely followed Iverson's movements. Carmelo Anthony arrived at the arc to set a screen for Iverson. Utilizing Anthony's screen, Iverson took a sidestep to create space. The best response to a three-point challenge, of course, is to take a three-pointer. He released the shot. Clang. The rebound was secured by Randolph, and the Nuggets swiftly returned to defense, denying the Knicks any opportunity for a fast break. Iverson's three-point attempt was unfortunate, missing narrowly. The Knicks began their offensive play. Randolph passed the ball to Lin Sheng, who strolled leisurely into the front court, while J.R. Smith advanced to apply pressure. Lin Sheng bent down to lower his center of gravity, executing a significant change of hands in front of him as he awaited Richardson's screen. When Richardson arrived to set the pick, Anthony reacted swiftly, switching his defense with J.R. Smith. On the right wing, Lin Sheng faced off against Anthony. "Rookie, I failed to comprehend the rationale behind your switch. Do you truly believe I am more manageable than J.R.?" Anthony taunted, his words dripping with disdain. "Indeed, that is precisely the case." As Lin Sheng nodded, he forcefully propelled the ball with his right hand, feigned with a heavy shoulder drop, and took a large stride with his right leg. Anthony retreated a step. In an instant, Lin Sheng swiftly retracted his foot, executing a retreating crossover, hoisting the basketball as if poised to shoot. Anthony leaped directly, lunging forward. However, once airborne, he realized he had fallen prey to Lin Sheng's deceptive maneuver. Lin Sheng received the ball, took a swift sidestep, and launched another rapid shot. With a velocity akin to lightning, he provided no opportunity for the Nuggets players to mount any defensive response. Swish. The score stood at Nuggets 58, Knicks 52. Following his successful shot, Lin Sheng once again flashed a three-point sign towards the camera. With 3 consecutive three-pointers, he amassed 9 points in a row, successfully faking out Anthony. "He has returned. I can feel that Lin's shooting touch has completely returned," Barkley exclaimed with fervor. Beep, beep. Nuggets head coach George Karl called for a timeout. The team's 15-point lead had swiftly dwindled to a mere 6, necessitating an adjustment. They could no longer allow Lin Sheng to shoot three-pointers. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng was on the Knicks bench, motivating his teammates, urging them to defend every shot. "Nate, your recent steal was magnificent. As for scoring, leave that to me." The Knicks' morale surged, and the players collectively nodded in agreement towards Lin Sheng. After the timeout, the Nuggets initiated their offense. They adjusted their strategy, and as Allen Iverson brought the ball up court, he directly passed it to Carmelo Anthony on the left wing. Facing Richardson, Anthony took a tentative step with his left foot, prepared to pivot and maneuver past Richardson. However, just as he evaded Richardson, he was abruptly met by Lin Sheng's imposing presence. Anthony collided with Lin Sheng's solid chest, nearly losing control of the ball, and hurriedly clutched the basketball to his chest with both hands. Iverson immediately rushed to the left side, ready to support Anthony. Yet Nate Robinson positioned himself between the two, effectively cutting off Anthony's opportunity for an immediate pass. Crack! Lin Sheng seized the opportune moment with unwavering resolve, delivering a swift strike that sent the basketball tumbling from Anthony's grasp, thereby claiming possession. A counterattack ensued. The players of the Knicks immediately surged across the court. Lin Sheng executed a seamless behind-the-back dribble, deftly maneuvering past Anthony. He then confronted Iverson, maintaining his speed while changing direction, effortlessly surpassing yet another opponent. With a flurry of rapid dribbles, he surged towards the front court, with Iverson hot on his heels. As Lin Sheng observed Iverson behind him, he deliberately dribbled with his left hand, feigning a vulnerability. Iverson, deceived, lunged forward but missed his target. The basketball had already been transferred to Lin Sheng's right hand. Stationed at the arc, he made slight adjustments before executing a clean jump shot, releasing a three-pointer. Iverson's gaze was fixed intently on the ball as it soared through the air and swished through the net. Swish. The Nuggets led 58-55 against the Knicks. With 4 consecutive three-pointers, Lin Sheng had amassed 12 points in a row, creating a torrential downpour of threes at the Denver Pepsi Center. Barkley, in the broadcast booth, leapt to his feet in excitement. Meanwhile, fans watching this thrilling live broadcast erupted in fervor. It felt as if Reggie Miller had possessed him. Oh no, could it be that the Knicks were staging a comeback? This was like witnessing Jordan at the three-point line. Such a stunning shot, so clean and ruthless. What on earth? After watching the first half, I thought the game was well in hand. How could I return from a meal to find it tied? This young man named Lin is simply insane. Many fans from other teams were indifferent to the outcome of the game. They only cared about the excitement of the match. Lin Sheng's consecutive three-point exhibition had the audience reveling in delight. With remarkable perseverance, Lin Sheng has reintroduced suspense to the Pepsi Center in Denver. The match is still in progress, with the Nuggets on the offensive. The atmosphere within the arena has shifted from carefree to tense, as the fans are now enveloped in anticipation. Iverson brings the ball up court, prompting the Nuggets players to begin their movements. Anthony, utilizing a screen, receives a pass in the low post on the left side. His low post skills are notably more refined than his perimeter shooting, cradling the ball with both hands. He backs into Richardson. With a deft motion, he feints to the right, deceiving Richardson's balance, and then swiftly pivots to his left, bending low as he drives toward the paint. However, Randolph's defensive rotation is impeccably timed. Just as Anthony prepares to release his layup, Randolph blocks his attempt. The rebound is secured by Richardson. Undeterred, Anthony teams up with Kenyon Martin to trap Richardson, preventing him from making a pass while persistently reaching for the ball. The referee, Thomas, promptly calls a timeout to alleviate the immediate crisis. The team is currently in pursuit of points and cannot afford to disrupt their offensive rhythm. Following the timeout, the Knicks inbound the ball from the backcourt. Nate Robinson receives the pass and, upon spotting Lin Chung waving for the ball near midcourt, unhesitatingly flings it towards him. Lin Chung leapt to seize the basketball, releasing it as he lowered his center of gravity and deftly switched hands in a fluid motion. During the recent timeout, George Karl had particularly instructed J.R. Smith to ensure that Lin Chung was not afforded any opportunity for a three-point shot. J.R. Smith stood poised on the three-point line, ready to leap and contest Lin Cheng's potential shot. At that moment, Lin Cheng lingered 2 meters beyond the arc. Then, to J.R. Smith's astonishment, Lin Cheng suddenly executed a jump shot. Not just J.R. Smith, but the entire audience was taken aback by Lin Cheng's unexpected release. Was he truly attempting a shot from such a distance? The basketball soaring from Lin Cheng's hands provided the definitive answer. Indeed, it was possible. Though Lin Cheng himself harbored doubts, the sensation compelled him to take the shot. The ball arced gracefully over the heads of all the players, tracing a long trajectory through the air before swishing through the net. Swish. The score was tied at 58-58 between the Nuggets and the Knicks. A remarkable long-range three-pointer. My goodness. Hitting 5 consecutive three-pointers, he amassed 15 points. With merely 5 attempts, Lin Chung had brought the Knicks level. At that moment, Barkley was in a state of utter frenzy. Inside the Denver Pepsi Center, numerous Nuggets fans were captivated by Lin Cheng's extraordinary performance, unintentionally erupting in chants of excitement. Unbelievable. After the basket, Lin Chung maintained a stoic demeanor, signaling a 3 with his hand. The counterattack had only just begun. Chapter 76, A Miraculous Comeback. 46 points in the third quarter. Oh no, this kid has summoned the divine. He reminds me of Tracy McGrady's 13 points in 35 seconds, when the rhythm is right. Every shot finds its mark. George Karl, that fool, should call a timeout. Stay calm, brothers, have faith in Iverson and Anthony. Fans in the Denver Pepsi Center exchanged anxious whispers, yet the prevailing sentiment was one of dread. They feared Lin Cheng's next shot. George Karl refrained from calling a timeout, even as he clenched his fists, poised to summon the referee. Look, just look. If the team could score in this possession, they would reclaim the lead. The Nuggets initiated their offense. Allen Iverson received the inbound pass and, with no defenders in sight, executed a behind-the-back dribble as he crossed half-court. This was Iverson's unique method of alleviating tension. The rain of three-pointers from Lin Chung inevitably reminded him of the bitterness and anguish following their last defeat. As he received the ball, Iverson could feel his hands trembling. Was it the exhilaration of facing a formidable opponent or an inexplicable sense of fear and helplessness? Iverson was uncertain. All he knew was that this shot had to go in to quell Lin Cheng's momentum. What Iverson did not anticipate was Lin Cheng's decision to switch defensively with Nate Robinson, positioning himself directly opposite Iverson at the arc. Are you eager to score now, Allen? The audacious rookie, how dare he address me so familiarly? Iverson was instantly ignited by Lin Cheng's provocation. Without calling for a pick, he signaled for a spread offensive play. It was time for a one-on-one. He had to outmaneuver this young contender and secure the points himself. The Nuggets players were well aware that Iverson was fired up, yet they dutifully created space for him. At the arc, it was Iverson versus Lin Cheng in a one-on-one showdown. Lin Cheng lowered his center of gravity, meticulously controlling the defensive distance between himself and Iverson. With his hands hanging relaxed, he remained poised to intercept or disrupt any dribble. Iverson, entering a rhythmic dribbling state, executed a crossover and a between-the-legs maneuver, seeking any gaps in Lin Cheng's defense or moments of misalignment. Yet, he found nothing. Lin Cheng is akin to a flawless defensive apparatus, leaving Allen Iverson with no opportunity to penetrate. Even when Iverson executed a feint, Lin Cheng instantaneously assessed the situation, displaying no superfluous movement. Lin Cheng felt as though he had entered a certain state of being. Thud, thud, thud. The time for the offensive round was swiftly slipping away. and Iverson's dribbling rhythm and footwork grew increasingly rapid and frantic. Crack! In an instant, the standoff between the two was shattered. In the moment when Lin Sheng executed a confident gamble for a steal against Iverson, he decisively ended Iverson's offensive play. Iverson, in a hurried panic, turned to retrieve the basketball that Lin Sheng had disrupted. However, Lin Sheng anticipated his move, diving to the ground to embrace the ball in his arms. A successful steal. Lin Sheng had effectively intercepted Iverson's dribble, resulting in a turnover. "Goodness!" Barkley exclaimed, his voice rising in excitement. Instinctively, Iverson attempted to reach into Lin Sheng's grasp for the ball, eager to reclaim possession. Yet, Lin Sheng denied him that opportunity, tossing the basketball towards the accelerating Nate Robinson. He quickly rose to his feet, brushing past the momentarily dazed Iverson. In the front court, the Knicks launched a swift counterattack. Nate Robinson, positioned beyond the three-point line on the right, sent the ball soaring towards the backboard. Lin Sheng, already airborne, executed a breathtaking two-handed alley-oop dunk. Boom. The Nuggets fell behind 58-60 to the Knicks, reversing the score. Finally, George Karl called a precious timeout for adjustments, but it was far too late. Lin Sheng felt that his current form had reached an ineffable state of fervor. Whenever he desired to shoot, the ball found its way to the net. Throughout the remainder of the third quarter, Lin Sheng continued to showcase his scoring prowess at the Pepsi Center in Denver. After skillfully maneuvering past J.R. Smith on the right baseline, he soared up for a one-armed tomahawk dunk, drawing a foul from Marcus Camby. Upon receiving the ball in the left corner, he faced a defensive challenge from Kenyon Martin and, with audacity, drained a pull-up three-pointer. He executed a series of crossovers at the top of the arc to outmaneuver Allen Iverson, then halted abruptly to sink a mid-range jumper. Lin Sheng's total points kept climbing, 35, 38, 40, 42, until the end of the third quarter, when his score reached an impressive 44 points. He had amassed 26 points in that single quarter, equaling his debut record of 44 points for the entire game. The Nuggets trailed at 71-79 against the Knicks. During the break, Charles Barkley continued to lavish praise on Lin Sheng's extraordinary performance in the third quarter. Lin Sheng had led the Knicks in an astonishing comeback, overcoming a 15-point deficit to seize an 8-point lead. With a total of 44 points and the game still in progress, he was merely 2 points shy of breaking the season's single-game high score of 46 points. Just 2 points away, Lin Sheng had the opportunity to tie the highest score and was well-positioned to set a new season record. On the Knicks bench, his teammates were fervently celebrating him. "You must have taken something, Lin. You've been unstoppable this second half. Keep it going. In the fourth quarter, I want an easy win. You are my God." Lin Sheng found himself engaged in light-hearted banter with his teammates, reveling in the exhilarating succession of scores during the third quarter. However, the moment he stepped off the court, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, an indescribable weariness. Thomas, the head coach, recognized Lin Sheng's exhaustion and chose not to send him back onto the court at the onset of the fourth quarter, opting instead to allow him a respite on the bench. Lin Sheng was absent, leading the Nuggets fans to believe it would be an opportune moment for the team to close the gap. However, as the third quarter unfolded, the Nuggets, shaken by Lin Sheng's extraordinary performance, embarked on a relentless spree of missed shots. In stark contrast, the Knicks surged ahead, propelled by Thomas's strategic adjustments. Focusing on a methodical offense, they capitalized on the Nuggets' errors to steadily extend their lead. With just 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 83-96 in favor of the Knicks. With a 13-point lead and only 2 minutes left, victory seemed assured for the Knicks. "Shall we aim for 50 points? Thomas suddenly remarked to Lin Sheng, who was still resting. Lin Sheng resolutely declined. "Such a score of 50 points is not what I desire. The game has already descended into garbage time, rendering it meaningless." Thomas's expression was one of astonishment, infused with admiration. As a rookie, Lin Sheng's awareness surpasses that of numerous NBA stars. Many players chase after points or strive for double-doubles and triple-doubles. Even in garbage time, they would choose to take the court. Yet Lin Sheng chose to forego the opportunity for 50 points, relinquishing the chance to set a new season high score. This confidence and pride are truly remarkable. It is not only Thomas who is taken aback.